Ciao for now. purpose of this quarterfinal, we will have 25 minutes each. For the quarterfinal men, we will have 35 minutes each. So our first sector watch is for 25 minutes. Vamos ter apenas a 35 minutos. E vamos ter a 30 minutos. Esta situação foi vista e vamos ter a 35 minutos. For purpose, one more time, sector watch is for 25 minutes. Tudo bom para o dia do final da terceira parada. Já tem que ser o jogador do outro completo do Algarve, que é o quarto carro, por exemplo, o patrão. Também não tem tempo, não tem como se jogar. E a parte do mundo, durante a pista do mundo, da forma. O dia do final da terceira parada. Deixa eu ver se é tudo. Tem um dual. Exato, passar por lá e o próximo estava funcionando do grupo, quase que era muito interessante, eu tinha visto e as nossas já tinham passado entre eles, conseguiu passar entre o outro, e coisa especial, mas sempre que as massas não ainda mostrar, já não há mostrar, eu vi que é para fazer. Bom isso é agora para os grupos norte-americanos. O grupo norte-americano vou estar muito bem. A parte de 11 vitórias com o norte-americano e 0 vitórias com o mundial. Mas se vocês têm que colocar eu acho que nos outros anos temos possível a nova norte-americana. Não apenas nos estatísticos norte-americanos do continente, mas também nos estatísticos da os americanos todos não podem ter pessoas por menos de 10 vezes para ver o mais. A Califórnia é muito uma comunidade fortíssima, dentro do qual tem mais experiência com os componentes das massas, não tem sempre ter essa primeira parte da ainda mais, eles vão ter uma distribuição de 60%, vão ter que ter internamente, já está funcionando a ainda, e ter cada vez mais internacional. A segunda do início de competição, se a gente saber com isso, just over 5 minutes, 6 minutes qualified out the heat, we want to do the start of the state, opening shot, going to 35 minutes, para já você viu o gosto do nada de fato, né? De fato, não é. Vou continuar agora assim, olha com a pessoal, esse corpo, o pessoal que deu a introdução. Mas não sei, a pessoa está por aqui, então esse agora já está aproximadamente 5 minutos, está em termos de demanda, o seu ponto de depois da parte depois nós temos que saber qual é a final. É verdade, isso não é um ponto bem ativado, isso é um ponto de aposta individual, ou seja, o próximo está na primeira bateria, os últimos não sabem que é o quarto final, mas aqui encontraram, vão se encontrar só da final. Primeiro, tudo final, o último, que tem sido o seu partido, foi lá, pelo final, com o ponto 8, por aqui, e esse vai ser o outro. Dos 2022, porque eu acredito que foi trabalhar por também pelo esporte final, mas eu tenho muito pouco de tempo. Porque eu já estou com a caixa em breve. Eu já tenho alguns pontos que eu não posso ter, mas sempre não estou falando de mais um insight. Digamos que Now on the top here, just go for the first start, just go for the one. So now we just go right through this for the start, so normal circle is out, normal circle is out. We still want the positions, but that is the hit, normal circle is out now. So now we just go right through this for the start.
It's finals day at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona. A Saturday morning. We've gone right to the end of our waiting period here, and anticipation is high. It's the pointy end of proceedings. An early look at the protagonists for today's clashes, and some steely game faces. Maybe a little nervous energy as well. Lots of excitement all really building up towards today. We've been looking at this day from a couple of days out and hoping for some favorable outcomes from the Atlantic Ocean as our surfers prepare to go out and get themselves a big result at a crucial stage of the season. That's the overview of the site here. A little breeze out in the air, some waves in the water. It should pick up throughout the day. We hope more of that in a minute. My name's Paul Evans, talking you through the morning's hostilities, joined, I'm very happy to say, by the Strider Wazalewski. What's your vibe, mate?
Good morning. Yeah, you know, we've come down to the beach and we're waiting for the swells arriving as we speak, and we're pretty excited about it. The wind's a little cross shore, so we're going to see a lot of above the lip action today. Big story though. Pretty much everybody left in the event on the men's side outside of the top 10 except for Ethan Ewing. So, you know, look, just big shift in the lower end of the ratings there, and these guys are going to come up into have a great you know, the top 10 coming into Australia.
Let's find out exactly what's happening today. AJ is with Renato.
That's right, Paul Strider. It is finals day, and we are excited about it. Renato, give us the schedule of events for today.
We're all nervous, and finals day, huge day today. We wait for 3 long days since we call it off. Event is on, of course. Easy call, 8:03 start. We're going to start with the men's quarterfinals, followed by the women's semifinals, men's semifinals, and both finals. There is a chance we put the event on hold after the semis due to the low tide. The good news today, we have much lower tide coefficients, meaning the difference between high and low tide is much smaller, meaning more water at bottom tide over the sandbar. But it's a slow building swell with a really long period, so there is a chance we put on hold to get the other side of the tide and wait longer for the swell to build and fill in. Either way, we're going to have a massive day just starting now, and today we'll know the 2 new queen and king of Super Tubers.
So you heard the horn. We'll send it back to you guys to call the action of the first heat.
Thanks, AJ. So we are on with the first men's quarterfinal, hitting the water. Just a little breakdown here this morning as we let the sun come up and got a better read on condition. Does feel like the swell increasing the more we look out to sea. Let's have a look at Jake Marshall coming into this one, 11th on the championship tour. Crosby Colapinto, the rookie. This would be huge for both of these two. A decent start of the season for Jake over on the North Shore. He's looking to carry on that strength here.
Yeah, well, you know, Jake he's amazing with the big forehand carves at Sunset, and you know, he did well to make it through a couple of heats over at Pipeline, and you know, he's got to be excited about surfing up against somebody else, you know, one of his kind of rivals from Southern California, I guess you could say. It feels good to have a couple of California kids in the water, looking over to familiar faces.
Thinking of the carrot versus stick motivation cut last year after Western Australia, went back to the challengers, did work, and this time around he's already making a pretty decent case for trying to remain on tour in this stop number 3. He's in finals day, and a big opportunity for this guy. Jake Marshall took down John Florence earlier in this event, but a tough feat against Crosby, who has shown us kind of flashes of what he can do already this year, and a great opportunity for him. He looks super relaxed as well. Him and his crew, they're having a really good time in Portugal, and this is, yeah, a big opportunity for Crosby as well.
Yeah, I feel like the nerves have kind of gotten the better of Crosby, maybe, you know, to start out the year, rookie on tour, feeling like, you know, you want to make a statement. You got Pipeline, you got Sunset, and great, you know, for Crosby, he's done really, really well out there just on the free surfs and done so much damage over there. So, you know, coming into this event, there was some pressure. I feel like the pressure's off for him almost now, and I feel like he's, you know, he's sitting in a comfortable place, especially with these kind of conditions going into the wind on those rights. I think we could see some really solid work above the lip.
So the rookie, Colapinto, looking to stake his claim for staying north of that cut line. And a finals day platform here, of course, his brother right on the other side of the draw. And they might have had a little mention of that between the two of them about potentially meeting up with the final. He's a couple of heats away from that. 35 minutes on the clock this morning. This is a longer period west swell filling in throughout the day. So more of a direct hit onto Super 2 Boss. Maybe not the triangles that we're accustomed to here. Looking for corners, potentially, Strider.
We're going to see some action.
All right, here we go. First wave of finals day. It's Crosby Colapinto, a whippy snap off the top, and another. And then a finish with a little drift on the tail as well. And really a classic scale setter for the panel, that one. And not overcooking it, not forcing the issue, trying to do too much, but nice varieties. Bro's going in to check the screen.
Check the screen, check the replay, check the scores, check the commentary. It's going to be good. You know, look at how quickly he's just coming at this wave. I feel like there's a lot of speed and a lot of, dare I say it, some Mick Fanning fire right there. That was beautiful work.
Yeah, some rapid fire staccato stuff. Some people that might be considered the sort of semi-closeout, but he's quick enough to whip it several times.
It just kind of foxes me that your opponent would be that far away from you in a heat. Do they both identify different peaks, or are they looking at different things? Do you give your opponents that much space just to, you know, let them, hey, go ahead. Just, I wouldn't do that in a heat. I'm not letting my guy get away from me. I want to be right there in his face, giving him a little trouble.
So first blood drawn by Crosby Colapinto. Judges with that number at the moment. And let's see where that goes in terms of setting up this first quarter-final. And someone, whichever of these, well, even make it to this point a great result, but getting to semis and potentially beyond is so crucial in the context of avoiding that mid-season cut, and just in terms of taking the pressure off as well, heading to Australia with added confidence, with extra heat surfed under your belt as well. But there's been a positive start to the season from Jake Marshall, who in his time on tour, he's taken down some big names. He's shown he's got a lot of determination and grit, but it has felt like he has been battling throughout a lot of the time. There's so many good surfers on the championship tour, and there's not a lot of room for talents to squeak through.
Well, just to be honest, he hasn't been on the media darling side of things, where, you know, everybody's picking up on his, you know, forte, his style, you know, his background, and all these different little stories that play in. But this guy, like you said, is a giant killer, and he's so clean and so fast. His surfboards have been looking magic. I mean, he's riding a sharp eye right now, and his backside surfing the other day when he was on fire, and his rapid fire, just quick in the pocket transition surfing, like how quickly he was doing his work. I was super impressed with Jake, and I've been impressed with him over in Hawaii. You know, he is deadly out at Sunset Beach. Those big, huge arcs he does up in the corners of waves is so fun to watch.
Number already in for Crosby. It's a 617. Decent. Here he goes again. This one will run away from him, though. So just sitting a little deep on that one. He rolled the dice anyway. But a 617, pretty good way to start things off. And already posting a little bit of pressure onto Jake Marshall. As you mentioned, Strider coming with that outsider energy into a lot of clashes. Didn't mind that one bit, taking on the yellow jersey of John Florence, and surfed so well in that one. Didn't really put a foot out of place throughout that encounter. Feels like quite a long time ago now. How long have we been in Portugal for? A couple of months?
About 4 months, yeah.
I mean, we're having a great time, but
we have been making the most of it. I mean, you know, on those down days and those little sandbars you find, and just little, you know, getting out there and enjoying the culture. You took a little drive, you know, off into the
sunset.
Yeah, you were out there just mixing it up with the locals.
Just needed a bit of me time.
I like that.
Let's check out our surf line forecast and find out what we can look forward to throughout this day. It's been promising us since midweek an increase of this west swell. And here's what we're looking at. This pulse coming pretty much from the same latitude. So relatively rare, this kind of, not rare, but just less common than a more northwest swell. And building throughout the day, Strider, that's what we like.
Yeah, west swell pushing straight into us. And you know, the wind's behind it a bit, but it's going to be all right. I mean, when we get that swell coming at us like that, we'll have some solid surf. You know, 4 to 5, 5 to 8 in the afternoon. Kind of cross offshore for those right-hand smashes, coming a little bit round onshore, but you know what? I feel like they're going to use that to their advantage today, which is going to be fun to watch.
A little bit on-y for the afternoon with some meat on its bones, some power. It is a pretty long period swell for the Atlantic as well, so there will be plenty of wattage in this ocean, and we're looking for some big, big maneuvers to take down victories here for men and women.
I feel like, you know, somebody like Crosby in these conditions, I feel like I'm going to give him a little bit of an advantage just because I feel like he surfs a lot of these kind of like just little beach break, kind of wedgy, little windy. You know, we get a lot of this little bit of southwest wind kind of in California. I guess Jake would too, but for some reason I'm seeing a lot of fire off the rail right there on that first wave of Crosby. That board looks like money. He's looking like it's just perfect under his feet. He's just got such a good relationship with Matt Biolis. He's got a lot of confidence once he stands up, that's for sure.
Crosby, Colapinto working with Tommy Witts. We saw him receiving some final instructions before he paddled out. What's Chris Gallagher saying to Jake Marshall ahead of this heat?
You know, Chris is one of those really super, like, mellow cats that will put you in a place of, you know, exactly where he thinks he should be in the lineup, what he thinks he can, you know, need to do to beat Crosby. And I'd say that would be possibly pulling out kind of some above the lip game. Maybe going after him at his own game would be really good for him.
Some lines filling in here, and you can see the direction of that swell coming a bit straight, offering rights and lefts, running down this sandbar. And with 35 minutes on the clock, just that extended time for surfers to find two legit, solid set waves. Does feel with that building swell, we're getting multiple waves in the set, sometimes 4 or 5 waves. Expect that to continue throughout the day. A little bit of breeze blowing into it at the moment. It's still pretty clean out there. Does still offer tubes, this venue, even when it's onshore. I haven't seen loads of that so far this morning. Let's see when that tide runs out. Renato mentioned, of course, possibly we might wait out the low tide. Let's see how it plays out.
Lunch break? For me, you know, this venue is one of those waves like you were talking about where that tide drops out, that swell starts to hit, you're going to see some cupped out nuggets coming through that are going to be, you know, pretty frothy, pretty heavy, and you know you're going to be able to get into the tube for sure. But you can see the little lines that are stacking up out the back. They're coming.
Marshall still waiting really to open his account in this one. Hasn't found himself anything to get particularly interested about thus far. These two closer proximity right now.
The thing I like about today was that we knew we were on. So these guys have zero, doubt in their minds about where their headspace was. You come down here, it's just like all these fans. I'm going to go down there and I'm going to watch some heats. Well, these guys are coming down here and they know they're going to have to compete, and they have they have already preconceived a notion in their mind to be positive, come down here, get ready to do, battle.
So at the moment, these two keeping a beady eye on whatever's coming through. Jake Marshall has got a clear game plan of exactly the kind of wave he's looking for. He's not been tempted thus far. Colapinto, Crosby, the younger of those two brothers, got that 6-1-7 in. Here is a wave. Jake will go this on the backhand. Here's a left running down the sandbar. A little whip off the top from him. A little bit more in that one. And a third maneuver for him.
Well, there's that backhand again. Looking spicy. Wave was a little bit kind of flat, but I do love the early signs of how quickly he was riding and in transition turns and just that fire inside of him.
And it felt 11.5 minutes gone. It really was time to get going in this one. No point to put yourself under heaps of pressure if it can be avoided, if an opportunity does come through. So he'll get himself on the scoreboard here. He'll also pop out in a slightly different part of the lineup.
A little bit of backwash involved on this wave, so kind of him having to find a rhythm of exactly where he was going to hit the wave. But a good warm-up for him, and kind of feeling like, he's getting that flow back into the heat, because this is his first wave. So for him to successfully ride through, just no mistakes. And it's good to get things started, right? I mean, it's not a lot happening out there. You got to just start riding waves. And for Jake, putting his board up in the lip, it's a good idea.
Here he goes again. That's nice. That wrapping carve in the pocket. And as ever, it's polished and stylish. Tries to put a little extra on the end, which will ultimately be unsuccessful. Meanwhile, here's Crosby. He's been patient waiting for this one. Nice little sting into his first turn and again. And looking for fourth maneuver in here on an inside. He's really good at that. Slams it shut, and he likes it.
Yeah, the Wits and his brother there with Hampo, the filming, and we got a paddle battle. We got Blue on the outside and get for the cause. He got longer arms. He's coming around the corner, and Red might get through the duck dive first, but no, it's going to be Blue on the outside corner. Colapinto's going out the back. Here we go. No giving up for the Red surfer. Blue on the outside. Crosby, he's got long arms, that guy. He's going to be hard to beat in a paddle battle.
Yeah, they're both pretty solid chaps, aren't they? Both tall guys.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. But the little wiggle, I love it. I think this is the stuff we come for. And to be going up against, a friend of yours and somebody that you respect on the beach. But you can see how much longer Crosby Colapinto's reach is there, getting him out there first.
Colapinto a couple of lengths ahead in terms of the paddle battle. Looks like he'll snaffle priority. It's going to be about 20 minutes and 30 seconds remaining by the time that happens, and we'll get a second number to come in for him too. The better of the opening exchange, or the opening blows, did go with Crosby Colapinto. It was a 4-point ride for Jake Marshall. We've got another score to come for Crosby as well. He's going to be in a pretty decent position in this heat as we get towards the halfway point. We'll have priority, and he'll have something of a lead as well. As we fly over the structure here.
All set up down here on the beach. Little city built for this event. Here's Crosby's replay. Really just looking sparky, fresh, fast. Buckets out the back on that second turn. And a really fast smash off the end that just kind of had some authority in it, which is exactly what we want to see out of him. But this turn right here, when you see the Christmas trees out the back, you can really see the part of precision in Crosby surfing. And he was gifted this bowl coming at him, because when you have a section like that and you meet power with power, it gets a little bit more dynamic. Jake surfing really clean, really fast, turning the whole body around on those You know, getting the shoulders turned around in such a short time is really hard to do, but it's just a little bit slower, and it's not offering up the bigger part of what he needed.
Well, that's exactly what he needed to do, was fire up. Just find some speed, basically. It's two ways. By comparison, looks sluggish and soft, didn't they? And that one, he found a ton of speed. He found a ramp. Let's have a look.
He's so close to it. This is what I was talking about. By going after Crosby at his own game. And, you know, that outside rail was stuck in. He had his heels kind of planted instead of his kind of a mid. His feet weren't like balanced perfectly in the middle of the board. So when he landed, his heels had a little more pressure on him, digging that outside rail and him going down. If he would have had a little bit more pressure on the middle to the rail, the other side, and he might have been able to ride out of that. And that would have been a great score, a great battle back.
Love to see more of that kind of stuff go down. It really democratizes the lineup as well, rather than just being who can get the juiciest set waves. Does offer opportunities from under your opponent's priority. That was a great maneuver. Could have landed that. That would have been good numbers for him. He's still got plenty of time, over 18 minutes.
Now, to be honest, that Crosby Colapinto has got a couple of good scores on the board that he feels comfortable with. He's going to go above the lip. You know, that's what's going to happen now. He's just going to turn the corner. He's going to put up, you know, a couple of bigger numbers as this thing rolls in now, I think. Has priority. This is exactly where Crosby Colapinto would want to be in a heat.
Welcome to finals day in Portugal. Thanks for joining us here this morning. It's a Saturday morning, the last day of our waiting period. And this increasing swell filling in throughout the day looks like setting up a show for us. Not exactly sure when we wrap up. That'll depend on what happens with the tide. But what we know is the swell is going to pick up throughout the day. And we know we're crowning champions today here in Portugal. Potential for repeat champions on both men's and women's side of the draw. Or a chance to write a brand new chapter of professional surfing for the likes of this guy, Jake Marshall, at the moment. He's got a little bit of work on his hands. 7.27 the requirement for him. And he's got just under 17 minutes to go at that task. A couple of sixes for Crosby Colapinto. Good enough so far. And he has maximized opportunities. And he hasn't had to do too much in terms of extending himself either. There's plenty more in the tank where that comes from Crosby. Looking forward to a really fun day, finals day here in Portugal. More live action from Super Tubos right after this. Big breaking news in the surf world this morning. Steph Gilmore, the GOAT. She's back on Rip Curl. She's an 8 times world champ. And she has rekindled a relationship that started when she was very, very young. First time with the brand at just 12 years old. Won 4 of her world titles. with Rip Curl. And she's back, Strider, and she's not competing this year. She's back on the search.
I mean, what a great place to be, and perfectly fitting for this young lady. She is going to have the best time ever, surfing perfection and being paid for it by Rip Curl and having the best time ever. I mean, I can't wait to see some of that action, and it's going to be really fun to sit back and watch.
Stephanie Gilmore back with Rip Curl, and she'll be looking for some tubes and finding a little bit of elbow room out there in the surf world this year. We're looking forward to seeing her come back on the championship tour and look to add to her massive trophy haul as well. Right now we're watching the first men's quarterfinal of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, and it's Crosby Colapinto, the more junior of two Southern Californians, with a little bit of a lead right now over Jake Marshall. It's still 7-2-7, that requirement. Nothing to update you with in terms of scores from the ad break. We just lost a bit of time off the clock, just over 13 minutes now for Jake to get going, and he's going to need to do that as we check vision of Morocco's finalist, Ramzi Bouhiam. And a really, really great looking matchup. He's going to be facing last year's world number 2, Ethan Ewing. And that is going to be a battle of power, of spray, and two very different kind of styles, but two electric performers, and a massive, massive opportunity for Ramzi here.
Yeah, a couple of studs really going at it. It's going to be epic. Those two are just the hottest surfers on tour, I'd say. Just radical. Surfing on the beach, everything about them.
Here's Crosby, backhand from him. Quick pump from takeoff. Puts that board up through the lip. And a little bounce of a floater down from a softer section. And that one will run out of steam a little bit for Crosby Colapinto. His low number 6-1, his high 6-1-7. So two scores of very similar magnitude. A polite little ripple of applause from our crowd this morning. They're saving their energy because it's still early in the morning and it's a massive day ahead of us here, Strider.
Crosby getting, you know, on the backhand here, getting a flow. This wave didn't do it for me though. And that was one of those waves where I was like, you know, I wanted to see a little bit more flair and kind of just the way it paced itself, the way he was behind it a bit, and he couldn't really find the big turn that he needed.
First misstep from Cros, using priority on that?
I would say, yeah, that, you know, for me, I would have, but you know what, letting Jake Marshall go on the backhand that he's been showing us would have been really dangerous too, though. So, yeah, we'll see where the judges slide this one in on the scale, but for me, it was quick, it was fast, but the wave kind of let him down a little, I think. It's not that the surfing wasn't there, but I think the wave was up to par, what he wanted out of it. We'll see how this thing plays out, though. It's going to be, you know, free to roam now, get down the beach, go for a big right, and get a punt.
Numbers in for him, it's a 4-2. And with 11 minutes on the clock, a bit of separation from these two right now. It's Jake Marshall's looking for numbers. He's going to have to find something here if he wants a spot in the semis here in Portugal. He is going to need to find some numbers. He's just been sort of on the wrong side, almost at the rotation in terms of the way the sets have come through since the beginning in this one. It's quite hard to break that. He's still got 10 minutes though, but right now, just haven't really seen him go really fast across a wave.
But he doesn't need much. I mean, at this stage, if you've made it to finals day, you've proved that you can do, you know, you can get a score like that at pretty much any point. One big, you know, rotor on a right, he's right back in this thing.
Our priority is with Crosby, so it looks like Jake Marshall maybe just got a quick one and fell and has just coughed up that priority, surrendered it very meekly and cheaply indeed. Is that going to cost him now with 10 on the clock? Because he needs to find himself an opportunity here. Of course, making quarters, an equal 5th, pretty solid in terms of your campaign for staying on tour, making that mid-season cut. But of course, when you've made the quarters and made it in such sort of emphatic style, you've had a few days to think about it as well. Obviously, it'd be quite hard to put out of your mind, could this be the breakthrough event? Could this be the win? A debut championship tour victory? I mean, that's what I'd be thinking about.
100%. You show up on finals day, you better be thinking about winning. And it's just, How does Jake Marshall not capitalize on that? And now he's back out of priority, out of rhythm. And Crosby is going to make him pay, I think.
Just over 9 on the clock here. Colapinto with that priority, shadowing and covering Jake Marshall right now. We see something of a moderately purposeful paddle. That wave will just slide underneath everybody. And a little bit more time eaten up off the clock. The work still remains with Jake Marshall. So we're looking for that 7.27 at the moment. So I think if it's his high number of a 5, he needs to go significantly better than that. Time not on his side. Totally doable for him for a couple of waves at the moment. But we do have that longer period swell. And we will have extended lulls as well. Flip side of that, multiple set waves coming through, which means if you don't have priority, you can make the surfer block you and go. Opportunities are potentially behind. It does seem so far, it has been the right soften up a bit more. The left's going a little bit softer on the bank here thus far.
Yeah, I think as the tide drops out, you might see a little bit more opportunity on those lefts. I'm a little bit more, you know, draining off the sandbar a bit. But right now, for me, looking at the right-handers, you can get some speed into the wind. And to my surprise, I haven't seen much airtime from Crosby Colapinto because he's unbelievable in the air. And that one that Jake did, you saw the opportunity and how, you know, boned out and you could throw that board into the wind like that. It was really fun to watch.
So
that was the mistake by Jake Marshall, where I know exactly what his intention was there, and that was to do a huge frontside air because you could see that he thought he might have enough time to get it in there. Unfortunately, he didn't, and it'll be a mistake. And he's paying dearly right now because waiting for those sets on a long period swell, Crosby's not going to leave his side. He's not going to give him any room, and he's going to take a wave if it looks like it's going to better a scoreline.
Yeah, retrospectively a mistake because he didn't add to his score and he used priority, but it's kind of the right thing to do as well. That's what he needs to bring. He needs to find himself something that just didn't really pan out for him. But just, you don't like to see that look on his face there. You saw that grimace, the little flat tire that he blew, and that's not really the kind of energy. He's got to keep his head in this and stay positive here and just find something and make it happen. But just looking at the moment, a touch deflated in this first quarter.
A little bit, but Encinitas is up late tonight, sending him good vibes, as well as San Clemente. It's probably 12 o'clock at night back there, if they don't mind.
Friday night in California.
Why not stay up, hang out with the friends and watch some heats.
Check the recap. Colapinto got busy early on and looked sprightly out of the gates.
Yeah, smartly getting across this thing. Beautiful, clean surfing, firing up. Jake went to the backhand, tried to, you know, get the rhythm. This was after a 10-minute kind of just chill zone for him out the back. So looking really good to be sitting out there that long and coming that hot. Crosby, though, cleaned it up. Came in with a second scoring wave. Nice, crisp whips up in there. Christmas trees to meet power for power on the inside corner. I like it.
All right, back to live action here, and the full flow of Crosby Colapinto swinging the axe. Put loads of body into that and wetted those rails to great effect. So that's the use of his priority. Will it be significant in terms of his scoreline? Can he add more pressure on his adversary, Jake Marshall? By the time Cros pops in the lineup, it'll be about 5 to go. Let's get another look.
A lot of power in this turn right here. It's not, I just feel like it's not going to be something that's going to better where he was at, and the wave laid down on him. And to me, that might even be another kind of volley of errors in this heat between the two surfers.
A little bit lateral, isn't it, to really threaten the high 6s, the 7s, or beyond. Another look here, gets the good pump in, but as soon as this turn's done, things getting a little slopey on Crosby.
Yeah, I don't, it's just unfortunate that, you know, I can get the feeling of being on finals day, being in the quarters, and not, you know, wanting to give your opponent any room, but I feel like that was a mistake as well.
tense moments in our first quarterfinals at the moment. So much up for grabs here on finals day. Instructions from the very experienced tactical playbook of Jake the Snake Patterson, heading into the ear hole of Ethan Ewing as he makes his way down. He tends to look the very picture of composure, does Ethan. Always sort of dialed down on his overt expressions of whatever he's thinking deep inside. I reckon he's thinking about going out there and tearing this place apart with that beautiful trademark style that can only really be one person. Does have a very distinctive approach to wave riding. And it's been excellent to see him so far in this competition. Let's see what he does this morning, taking on Ramsey, who will be full of fire in that heat. Big support in Morocco as well for him. And this is a country that he spent a lot of time. He's got a lot of good mates here. Cannot wait for that second quarter-final clash. At the moment, we're still with our first, and 3 minutes, 20 seconds to go for Jake Marshall, who's got a glimmer of hope in the form of the P. He's got priority. Can he find that 7?
That's just going to be up to Mother Nature at the moment. Long waits. All he needs is a little bit of opportunity on one of those right walls. Then he's on the move.
Marshall just scanning here. He'll watch a soft one come through. Crosby will give it a little bit of a speculative glance and realise a bit of wobble going through that. He's not going to beat any of his numbers on a wave of that kind of potential. And those nerves now, as you paddle over and almost set and look out to sea and realise not a lot of lines for the moment, will further the chagrin of this man. Still looking for that 7.27. You like that one?
I did. I was just perfectly described the face of Jake Marshall as he looked back at the beach. He's
just not had the rub of the green so far in this one. Not been loads that he's done wrong particularly, but just hasn't really been able to find the waves. That one air reverse attempt looked really nice. Just slightly over-rotated it, didn't he, and put it down. Got about 85% of that maneuver done, but ultimately he needed to land that. And right now, he's up against it, 2 on the clock. He just needs to find some energy from somewhere. This is a beach break. Waves can just pop up for you, particularly with that tide going out as well. And that's what he's going to have to hope for. Just try and keep that positive energy. Don't get too down on yourself. Anyway, you slice it, a quarter-final result, pretty solid in terms of his season.
Yes, beautiful result. It's doing really. He's sitting at number 11, I believe, on the rankings, and you know, surfing super solid, looking fast, and you know, got some fire. And this thing's not over yet. I feel like, you know, 125 on the clock. It doesn't need a crazy score. It's just, you know, wait it out. Put some good thoughts into your head. Get some groove going. Do that little Slater water thing, and, you know, some Jack Robinson, like, opens up the arms and looks out the horizon.
Unblock the chakras.
Let it go. Right.
Let's see. We've got some lines coming through here. 1 minute remaining in our first quarter for the men. Finals day in Portugal. Let's see if we get a wave for Jake Marshall to exercise that priority and hunt down that 7.27. He's been chasing for a long time in this, actually. Feels like an eternity. He's been looking for that number. And he's going to have to ride a wave here, potentially this second one, if it stands up on him. But you can see a little wobble going through those lines, and generally that's not what you want to see. And that one just disappears on him. 30 on the clock now. This is going to be tough.
They're on the paddle, though. Could be some action.
So Jake Marshall having a paddle here, and he's going to have to go. He'll stand up just over 10 on the clock. And a dejected air, really, of a man who knows just didn't really go his way out there. Couldn't find the energy out of the Atlantic. And he will be disappointed with the way that one went down. But overall, I think he'll reflect quarters. He would have taken that before he headed over here. Crosby loves it.
Look at the smirk on that guy. He is a happy camper right there. He's into his quarters, into the semis, just going through this thing and feeling really good about it. Crosby Colapinto. Nice work, bro.
Crosby Colapinto marches on to the semi-finals, and already a sterling result for him over here in Europe. How far can he go? We'll find out today. And it is finals day. on a Saturday morning in Portugal. We're looking forward to seeing what unfolds. We've got a very special guest coming in the studio real soon to join us. We'll be right back.
Well, actually, it's only my second contest here. My first one was a Pro Junior. I think I was 13. It was so big, I was so scared, but perfect. The kind of condition you want now, you know? And but yeah, it's a special wave. You see, like yesterday wasn't all time, but it was still like, you know, a couple really fun waves, a couple barrels, and it's a powerful wave, man. You know, it's one of the best waves in Portugal when it's on. So yeah, I'm really happy. I was excited to come and compete here. I'm really happy, maybe next round. Well, I had 2 goals. I mean, it was a kind of a weird one for me because I didn't know if I would have a full shot at the start of the year. So they gave me the first 2 events, and then I end up having my full shot until the cut. So the first one was the Olympics, and the second goal was making the cut and staying on tour. I done one. Now I'm going for the second goal and making the cut and do my best and yeah, do my best year, my best first year on tour.
Ramzi Boukim's campaign going from strength to strength in 2024. And a great looking matchup in the quarters as he takes on Ethan Ewing. And here to talk you through it, joining myself, Paul Evans, and the Strider Wozalewski, a very special esteemed guest, Ross Williams.
Yeah, Roscoe.
Boys, thanks for having me.
How's your Portugal going?
It's been great. We've been having a few lay days. I'm sure you guys have been experiencing the food, beach breaks around the way. It's been good.
And business is good as well. You happy with your surfers so far? Obviously, a bit of action in the water for you today as well.
Yeah, it's been a nice, consistent start. We got Tati in the semis in a little bit here, so she's feeling good. She's got really good surfboards under her feet. So yeah, and you know, John is back in Hawaii already, and he's feeling pretty good about Australia. So, and then of course Betty Lou's been on fire too. So yeah, I'm really happy with the team.
All right, awesome. Lots of questions we want to get through throughout this heat, but also turning our attentions to what's going on out in the water. And 2 surfers, all contrasting sort of surfers, but fan favorites in a lot of ways, mainly for what they're able to do with their surfboards and their kind of unique approach to it all. Thinking of Ethan Ewing, number 2 in the world, and really, in terms of surfing on a rail, Ross, is there anybody doing it better than him at the moment in the world?
No, it's, you know, Ethan is example number 1, you know, as far as like kind of being a surf coach and always analyzing the way people surf. Ethan is insane. He's just got really strong legs. He's got loose knees. His technique is impeccable. But I really am excited to see Ramzi as well. You know, Ramzi is he's an interesting athlete on tour. He's kind of got his eyes wide open. A lot of surfers get insulated and almost kind of timid when they come around a surf contest. Ramzi reminds me of almost like a Jake Patterson, like someone who's just ready to play the entire field. He's ready to accept any information that comes at him. He's not intimidated at all, and I think he has a pretty solid game plan to beat Ethan here.
I feel like, you know, Ethan's going to have that beautiful carve and that sweep that he does, and like you were saying, super clean surfing. And there'll be like a vertical position for Ramsey on the backhand that he's going to try to make a difference and with power. So, you know, it's going to be fun to watch the two different styles of surfing as well.
Exactly. And, you know, it's funny because Ethan is here with Jake Patterson. And Ethan, I was listening to them talk a little bit with Jake. And, you know, Ethan is such a natural surfer, but Jake loves to, you know, apply a lot of strategy. So we'll see how thoughtful he is in his heat. Whereas, ironically, Ramsey surfs that way. He likes to be very strategic. He knows that he needs 2 set waves to beat Ethan. So he has a very simple game plan. And it's like you said, Strider, he wants to get hopefully 2 big rights and sort of display that vertical surfing.
Yeah, of course, Ramsey worked a bit with Jake earlier in his career, in his Quicksilver days. More recently, he's been coached by Az Bushka. Not using a coach this year. Some surfers just like to do it on their own, right? Take their own information in.
Yeah.
Don't need the backup.
Ramsey seems that way. I had a chat with him yesterday when we were free surfing. He's really switched on, really smart. You know, some surfers, like I said, they get really insulated and they're more emotional and they want to just rip and surf really well. Ramsey seems like he's totally ready to, you know, play a board game out there, as well as obviously apply his talent, but very thoughtful competitor.
We've got our first semi-finalist for the men. His name's Crosby Colapinto. He's with AJ.
Yeah, Paul, Crosby on to his first semifinal here on the championship tour, but you wouldn't know it, Cros. The way you approached that heat was just methodical. How did you get in the zone and find your spots so quickly this morning?
I don't know. I think just like the preparation of the heats before and just the feelings I've been feeling in those heats. Just trying to like carry that over into this, and then also doing this with Griffin, like being able to share the lay days and be in finals day and be able to like talk about stuff and just share that sick feeling of we're going into finals day and like kind of everyone's left who's out of the event. So it's kind of just feels like it's a small, tight group of people here. So it's just like, I don't know, it's pretty cool just to be experiencing it.
And one of the things you talked about the last time we caught up is just how you've learned to sort of stay calm, cool, steady throughout these heats, not get too high, not get too low. How did that play out when you took off on that first wave and got the solid score to start?
I definitely felt like jitters in my feet for sure. I was a little like rushed to it, but just that wave kind of ended up coming to me, and I was like, oh, this is a no-brainer. I go on this one, and then end up getting to 6. And like for out there right now, you're happy with a 6, and I got 2, so I was happy with that. But I don't know. I think just keeping calm and kind of realizing like last year at this time I was trying to get onto the challengers, and now I'm like here in the semis. So I just was thinking about that this morning. That's pretty cool.
In those conversations with Griffin, how often did it come up of where you two could meet here in Peniche?
Oh, a lot. It's kind of been like a little bit of a funny little like trying not to get too caught up ahead of ourselves, because then like if we think about it too much and it doesn't happen, then it's like a little bit of a bummer. But if it does, then it's amazing. But we still got some heats to make. So
we'll see you in the next one. Congratulations, Cros.
Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Crosby Colapinto, delighted with his morning's work here. Nothing to bring you in terms of scores so far in our second quarter. Bukia, a small number. Ethan keeping his powder dry for the moment, being patient. Just a reminder, of course, those heats coming up. The third quarter. Gabriel Medina taking on Leo Fioravanti. Looks like a banger. And Griffin Colapinto, big bruv, taking on the wild card, Joanne Duru, who's dangerous. Nothing to lose, everything to gain for Joanne. And he was deadly in the earlier rounds as well. So a real diversity in terms of personnel on the men's draw in this finals day. At the moment, all eyes on Ramsey Bukiam. Just got himself qualified into the Olympics again. He'll be in Tahiti for the Paris 2024 games. Here he is, Vaniseva left it. And that compressed big body with the whip in turn. Spins it around out the lip. And a quick flick. And another one from him. None of those are massive point scoring maneuvers, but it will be an advantage for him just in terms of a number. And he's got himself in motion. He'll have a little bit of a wave here. And a score to come through as well. And the patient approach from Ethan Ewing will continue out the back as Ramsey just kind of pour his way back into the lineup.
Yeah, Ramsey, you know, I feel like, you know, without a coach, but he's got so much support here. You know, his family's here, his brother's here, I saw his mom. He's got a whole crew hanging out with him. Otman's here. You know, that feeling of, you know, support is definitely in it. And it would gives him the confidence, I feel like, that he's got. You know, He's really pushing hard out there. He's gonna want to bring any point of difference that he can, and he's got pretty much every trick in the book I've seen out of him. Obviously, his biggest weapons are his power surfing on the backhand, but you know he's a crowd favorite, I'd say.
It's interesting you don't see that many reverses these days. That was pretty cool. Old school maneuver from Ramsey, and then Ethan trying to find that little right. There is a right sort of south from here. Every now and then it breaks. It's sort of inconsistent, but when it comes in, it's probably one of the taller sections out there available at Super Tubos, and it has a closeout section. So I think Jake Patterson and Ethan identified that, and that is sort of a primary goal.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, it's obviously in the judges' criteria to find those kind of sections of consequence.
Right.
Any chance you can get at belting one of those and getting some work done in the cupped out part of the wave where it's more critical and it's got an impact zone.
Ramsey making his way back into the lineup here with a modest lead and almost 11 minutes or so gone in this one. No real quality in terms of set waves coming through. And he mentioned in that little package we saw, he's not surfed this many loads in heats, but he spent a lot of time in Europe. If you're unfamiliar with Ramsey's story, moved up to Anglet, France when he was 12 years old. Sadly, his father passed away, and for basically financial reasons, his mum and his brother, we just saw on camera, them and him, moved up to France because schooling was free in France. He was paying to go to school in Morocco, and school in France also afforded him much more chance to surf, and he got right in with the crew of surfers out of France, names like Joanne Duru, who's coming up later, Marc Lacomar, Charlie Martin, of course Mickey and Jeremy, and all that squad supporting him, and the French crew have been a part of his story here at this event as well, sending him a lot of noise and encouragement, and he's going to need it here because he's coming up against Ethan Ewing.
Well, these guys are surfing, you know, you saw that pan of the camera on screen. It's got to be 400 yards between the two of them. On their surfing completely different places on the sandbar. It looks like Ethan Ewing's actually surfing to the north of the sandbar, or the structure, and Ramsey's decided to go down, way down to the south end there, where there's you know, opportunities.
It's really interesting. I mean, so Ethan is really far north. He's on a peak that hasn't been surfed much at all during this entire event. And Ramsey's sort of in the traditional, and you know, where we've seen everyone surf heats down south, and there is that nice right that goes into the closeout left over there. I prefer where Ramsey is. You know, if we're going to see a set wave come in, it's a little taller over there. But I think Jake wants to get Ethan on the board. That's probably their plan. Get a couple little scores and then go mix it up with Ramsey.
Yeah, that was that running right that Ethan used in his heat against Italo, wasn't it? Got him that score, just carved that thing 3 or 4 times down towards the tower here. So trying to rekindle a bit of that magic with that particular part of the sandbar. In terms of tactics, though, generally going into a heat, if you paddle out and after 10 minutes you move in, it's not necessarily sort of a sign of strength.
Well, you got to be able to adapt, though, you know, and if you do get yourself into a number, you build confidence on it, too. To be honest, you know, as the swell comes in and as the tide changes, maybe that's what they're counting on, being where they are.
Yeah, well, I like where Ethan is if the tide's a bit fuller. The tide is on its way out. We are expecting this swell to almost double in size right around noon. The buoy numbers get quite a bit significantly bigger. So I wouldn't be surprised if we just start to see sets, you know, really building here in the next couple hours. But you just can't rely on anything. You know, it's possible it just goes flat for 10 minutes, or it's possible it just cranks. So you got to really try to put some numbers on the board early.
With that, you know, in strategy, where do you feel like that positioning in the lineup is the most important thing, Ross?
Absolutely. I think at the beginning of the heat, you just want to get some scores. You want to get the cliche backup scores going.
Live action here on a running right-hander, Boukiam. And he is deadly on the backhand, coming from Morocco, of course. Not like that, though. And not happy with himself there, just frustrated. What happened?
It's simple. He come into, you know, you can see the lump on the face, and after he did his turn, I think he made it look away where he was going and not right where he was. And as you look down over his shoulder, his board caught one of those ripples.
All right, here goes Ewing. So let's see if his positioning will pay off here. And he's carving one into a rip bowl right here. And if it steepens up, he will give it the treatment. There's that trademark technique from him. And a wrapping, searing turn. The spring off the bottom. And everything loaded up, that board alive and electric throughout his maneuvers. And a little finish, he liberates the bottom of the board and fins 2 for a finish. So a decent running wave for him and probably validation in terms of those positional tactics.
Absolutely. That is 100% a rip bowl down there. I surfed this little wave a couple days ago. It's super fun, but it does have some chatter. I don't know that Ethan has ever been worried about chops. He's just so smooth. He's so functional with his arms and his legs. He has a lot of swinging in his arms, and that really helps with the momentum and keeping those rails clean. I don't know that I've ever seen him dig a rail strider.
No, and to be, you know, for Ethan to be sitting down there counting on that wave, you know, I think he's going to die by it. You know, I feel like he's just going to sit there and wait for it. I don't think he's going to want to paddle off down the beach. And that wave wasn't a crazy good wave, but it offered, you know, the opportunity for him to get his momentum going and his flow going, and just to see how much he carried through that, just how clean he was. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
You know?
It does seem something that we see quite a bit from Ethan in terms of his tactics, his positioning, even the kind of waves he goes for. Doesn't tend to want to come and scrap it out, and you can either make yourself a hostage to fortune if the waves don't come, or you look like a genius when it all pays off. 18 minutes to see how that plays out. He'll have a little look there, realize that one's soft, but a number in for him. It's decent.
6, wow.
Yeah, 617 for Ethan Ewan Ramsey. Here comes the reply from down the beach on a left off the bottom. Nice crack off the top, and a second one with speed, and another mistake from Ramsey Bukyam.
This is a really interesting heat because, you know, there's a lot of contrast, and the judges, you know, they sort of made a statement to me with that 6 because there was a lot of busy work. But if, you know, you're picking that wave apart from Ethan, it was a lot of connecting the dots, little cutbacks and carves and snaps, but nothing really critical. And that's what the judges love to sort of throw big numbers at, is critical sections and critical surfing. And that's more what Ramsey's trying to provide down here. It's a little smoother, it's a little shallower. So that's sort of those buzzwords that lift off the page on a criteria. That's those critical sections that Ramsey's looking for. So I really like sort of this battle we have right here. It's a battle of opposites.
I feel like Ramsey would have come away with a pretty solid number there if a 6 came up for Ethan on that, you know, and that kind of choppy, you know, kind of just like you said, there wasn't anything big on that wave, and
just
he still
flow.
got a good score. You know, Ramsey with that quick hit and then that big tail throw into that heavy section would have been a big number.
One other thing too, you guys, is I really do believe that Ethan will get a score, he'll get a backup score, and then he'll rush down south to Ramsey. You know, that's for sure got to be the plan. You know, you get your scores on your own, and then you go and try to suffocate your opponent.
Let's see how those tactics play out with 16 minutes and 20 on the clock. Ramsey Bukyam so far, a few mistakes in this one that he may well come to regret. He does have time to get numbers, and we really want to see him just fire up and unload. He has always been a confidence performer. I've watched quite a lot of his heats down the years through qualifying through Europe, and he's either on fire, posting 8s, or if things don't go his way, sometimes he can be pretty hard on himself as well. This is finals day and a big opportunity for him. And it was a long and arduous road even to getting his spot on the CT, and he would love to go deep into finals day. Meanwhile, here goes Ethan Ewing up the beach and opening up on that rail, and never really particularly committing or buying in to that final maneuver. So just a touch sluggish. Ross, you mentioned there are a few bumps in that wave. Just seemed to slow him down a bit there.
Yeah, I mean, he's just trying to get busy and get these sort of, quote, backup scores down there. It's sort of a boring wave. It's a lot of flowing and cutbacks and stuff like that. And Ethan ran out of water there, so he tried to spice it up with a little reverse. But, I mean, what a surfer to watch. It's just impeccable technique. Again, he really gets more drive out of his surfboard, bar none, than anyone on tour. He doesn't need any kind of power. he's constantly doing that rail work and skating back and forth and getting his own speed.
And you know, you mentioned it earlier, and it just seems like that kind of pendulum of the arms gives him so much, you know, momentum into those, and then he just follows it up with, you know, replying with the rails.
He's really active with his arms, and you know, Ethan is the fastest surfer on tour for a reason, and it's his technique. As we see, a little backup score from Ramsey, but you know, it's dangerous leaving Ramsey alone down there south, because if a set wave does come, it's going to be overhead, and that dude on his backhand can throw up an 8-point ride, no problem.
And I feel like just that little wave right there, I know it wasn't much, but the confidence of just finishing on a section and getting that kind of feeling back is something that's dangerous too, because Ramsey, looked like he was falling out of confidence for a second, and it's almost like that's the reason why he caught that wave, was just to put himself back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, get the backup score, get it going. You know, the heat's more than half over, so never underestimate a 4. That could be the, you know, your ticket to the semis.
Ramsey Buchan with that 4-5, getting himself back in this one numerically. We're going to take a Bonsai brew break. It's finals day in Portugal, and this tense encounter will continue on the other side of the break.
The MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona, is brought to you by MEO, official title partner of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company, and by Corona. This is living.
Good morning and welcome back to Portugal. It's finals day at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona. 11.5 minutes on the clock. Who are we sending to face Crosby Colapinto in the first semi? We'll find out soon enough. At the moment, it is the Australian in reds with the advantage in this one. Ramsey Buchan, after a couple of mistakes early on, trying to build up something of a head of steam and get himself in this encounter. He's not a long way back at the moment, and he's in live action right now. Here he goes on the backhand and stabbing one up, and would have loved a second maneuver there. Just didn't happen for him. Really trying to reach for that section. And again, I think just paddling back out, he might be feeling just a little bit miffed with the way things are panning out for him. And he just needs to kind of vanquish those sort of thoughts and really stick to the task here. He's still in this, Ross.
Absolutely, and we've yet to see a set wave hit that bank. If a set wave comes, we've seen a bunch of them this morning. They're almost overhead, and like we said, you know, if he gets 2 backside hangers on one of those overhead waves down there, he could get an 8-point ride. So he's really deadly down there by himself.
He was just a little bit behind it here and tried to fit in, you know, 2 maneuvers. It just didn't happen for him, but I do feel like it's going to happen. And I feel like, you know, him by himself down there in a zone on his own, he can go left or right. He's got so much power. He's going to be able to put it up into those sections quickly.
Yeah, and he's got second priority. So typically, when your surfer's with you, you're just stuck waiting for a two-wave set. But all he needs is any old wave to come there, and he's got the pick of the litter.
Is this the move from Ethan as he heads down the beach here? 9 minutes and 40 on the clock. He'll stick to his position. Actually, he thinks he's seen an opportunity here. Ethan Ewing will paddle back towards the peak and he'll try and get himself on a slopey shoulder. Ewing up and swinging here. First little opening, set up speed turn for him, and then off the bottom, and gives it a little bit more full-blooded treatment into the lip. Doesn't need to overdo it, but it just looks so smooth and collected.
And keep an eye on him, and this is where I'm assuming he's going to jet down south and sit next to Ramsey. Really fluid little snap there, a lot of release. Darren Hanley shaped some really fast surfboards, and this board's looking really quick. Little pizza toss there, quick snap. Just the one major maneuver on this wave, but it's a nice one. Gets the fins to hack out the back. He's so fast.
It's just, I guess, watching it though, for him, it's just such mediocre surfing in a sense.
Yeah.
You know how good he is. But I guess the waves aren't offering up, everything you want to see out of him. But he's so good at making everything look really good. He's just so amazing at throwing up turns and sections and making them look really, really fluid and strong.
Bukim again showing frustration here, and he doesn't need to get frustrated. He's not a long way back. The number's in for Ethan, 517. Ramsey looking for 684. That's not a massive number. As Ross has been saying, if he just connects with the set, he really just needs to keep his head in this. 8 minutes is plenty of time.
It's interesting, too. Ethan has not moved down south, so I really thought he was going to paddle down there and try to finish his heat out with a bit of strategy and sort of occupy the lineup with priority. That's the playbook, but he's sticking to this bank way up north. So I'm assuming since that's the case, there's not that much time to paddle down south, so he's probably going to stay there.
Plenty of crowd noise as this morning crowd gets in full voice for this guy, Medina. They love this man here. And he is rejuvenated and refreshed in Portugal. A little stumble in the opening round, an emphatic response in elimination, and then just going mad the other day on the big day of heats here back at Subatubos, just dropping massive numbers throughout the day and really just destroying all comers, really.
Interestingly, too, he's going down the beach to where, Ramsey's at, and to me, that just would, give Ramsey kind of confidence in the sense of like he's in the right place.
Yeah.
And Ethan, you can see him on screen moving down there now. So, or at least it looks like he's taking a look at it.
He's really far, though.
He's still far up there.
He's so far up there.
Look at him. He's all over this rip ball.
It's almost like he keeps seeing waves coming through and heading back to the peak. Here he goes. Squares off the bottom and snaps one off the top. And again, it's so controlled as he releases the tail, puts extra variety as he gets that tail all the way backwards and just finesses a section, just kind of sashaying through the inside. A little shampoo to finish as well. And seamless, smooth, fast, polished surfing from Ethan Ewing.
Wow, that was so fun to watch.
There he goes. Now he's heading south.
What a buttercup that wave was. Just absolutely offered up every chance you needed. So fun. I mean, look at how clean he is. That wave really beautifully, set up for him to give him the opportunity. This whip right here into the corner, just freedom in that surfing is really fun to watch with the power connected to it.
Yeah, and it's 6 minutes to go. Now he's going to go down and apply some strategy. In my book, that's at least a couple points better than the 6.17, so it's likely this will go into excellent range. 2 major maneuvers on the outside. And it did just drop. It's an 8-point ride. So, yeah, Ethan's on a major roll right here. And well done. They identified that peak down there, found a couple scores, and life is peachy when your strategy works.
Most definitely.
Ewing loves it when a plan comes together. This deemed excellent by our panel. You have to really agree as well, watching this and admiring it from all angles. 8 points for Ethan Ewing. It just seems to have so much range in terms of his maneuvers that he can do as he comes off the bottom. Just puts it anywhere he wants to go. And now he's put real pressure on Ramsey. He was already frustrated prior to that coming in, and things are going to get from bad to worse as the 5-minute warning sounds. Ramsey needs to go deep into the excellent range, 9.67. He's got 5 minutes to do that, left priority as well. Otherwise, a couple of 7s will do it. 14.17 is that total from the Australian. And Ramsey needs to turn some of that frustration into positive aggression. He's got tons of that at the moment.
There's a hole in there's like sort of a little channel, a little gutter over there where he's sitting. So there is that nice closeout section. And again, if a set wave comes, you know, he could definitely get an excellent score himself. So he does essentially need 2 waves. So a lot needs to go right for Ramsey to make this heat. And when you got Ethan breathing down your neck, you know, that's a big ask.
So Ethan heading down the beach at something of a gentlemanly pace at the moment. It's not overly pressed in terms of getting down there to sit on Ramsey. He knows he's got a massive lead. And he's got quite a clear view of sets coming through as well, with this west swell showing those long lines really giving him a good idea of energy coming through. Energy from the crowd, enjoying this clash and looking forward to Medina taking on this guy, Leo, also hugely popular in Europe, in Portugal, where he has a home. And he will look at this as a massive, massive opportunity. Finals day for Leo here in Portugal. And a chance, potentially, to go all the way for a big win. If he's going to do that, he's going to have to get past Medina. Medina was just basically untouchable the other day. But it's a different day. It's a different energy. Let's see what happens.
You feel like, so we saw, you know, Medina going down to where Bukham is, and then you saw, you know, Leo going over there to where, you know, Ethan was. Do you feel like that's just a goofy and regular vibe, and thinking that maybe down there there's better lefts and up there was a better right?
It's really a split call. I mean, if you think about it, if Ramsey didn't have those falls, he'd have a couple scores stacked up as well. I did see Gabriel free surf down there this morning, and he was grindy. He was just, you know, tick-tacking on little knee-high whitewashes, just frothing out. But there is some really nice set waves down there. So I'm for sure thinking, you know, Gabriel is waiting for it. There it is right there. See that? That's got some size, and that's heading towards Ramsey. There's big scores down there. So it's just kind of like choose your weapon. Choose your weapon of choice.
Choose it quickly if you're Ramsey Bukham. 2.5 minutes to stay alive on finals day here in Portugal. Looking for 9.67, a massive number.
That's a tall ask right now, and it'd be really hard to come up with a number like that in these conditions.
Here's Ewing, a little pump on the backhand as he looks down the line and just drifts that tail, collects the maneuver. No second turn available for him. The low score from him, 6.17.
One thing to take note of too, as far as the conditions, you guys, is the coefficient is way down today. So typically once the tide peaks and starts dropping, it's like a vacuum. It just really negatively affects the lineup. It gets too shallow and too dumpy. But you can see it's very surfable still. So with this mellow sort of tides, I think we'll see some fun waves with this swell filling in.
And the frustration just boiling over there from Ramsey. Still sitting with priority, 90 on the clock. And those couple of mistakes early on in the heat just got inside his head a bit.
He's angry because none of those set waves came to him. But he's being a little stubborn. He sat there when that wave came to Ethan. He could have, you know, jammed up north and gave it a shot. He should have been thinking, I need 2 scores. But he's really sort of living and dying by those set waves over in that gutter.
Ramsey, we're going to have to continue to be patient for the time being into the final minute here. Still on the wrong side of a massive number. And it does feel at this stage like it will be Ethan Ewing heading for a matchup with Crosby Colapinto in the first semi-final.
And style clinic, that heat.
That's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah.
Those guys heading off into it, man. I mean, right here, though, Ramsey, great event for him, making it to finals day. My hat's off to him. You know, we saw what he could do when those big, heavy waves were coming through and those sections were coming at him, and he was just absolutely ripping through them. So
the thing that feels ominous as well for the field, Crosby in particular, is Ethan barely broken stride in this one. I mean, just ice cold, paddles out, hasn't even looked particularly interested at any point, and nevertheless has never looked anything other than pretty deadly.
His base surfing is excellent. you know, and then when he starts adding flair to it, then he elevates to the 8.5s and 9s. So Ethan, yeah, he is a weapon.
We'll count down here, and it will be Ethan Ewing heading through. Ramzi Bukim, certainly no disgrace for him. Quarterfinals is a really solid result and an important one for him if he wants to stay on the right side of the cut coming up after stop number 5 in Western Australia. But Ethan Ewing in Portugal, this will be his best result. Actually, he's never gone well in this one so far. And he's looking at semi-final at least for a finish, so he'll be happy with that. Jake the Snake as well. Time for them to debrief on conditions and focus in about a tough clutch against a rookie, Crosby Colapinto. Ross, it's been great having you back in.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Have you missed being in the booth? A lot of people have been wanting you to come back in.
Hey, I really love it. So thanks for letting me do 35 minutes with you guys, Strider, Paul.
Right on,
and
Ross.
you guys have been ripping. I listen all the time, and yeah, keep it up.
Good times with you, my friend.
Good luck with Tati.
Appreciate it.
So that'll wrap things up for our second quarter final for the men. And it's Ethan Ewing going from strength to strength here on finals day. We've got Medina taken to the water, taken on Leo. We're going to bring in Joe and Jesse and a very special guest, a Portuguese big wave charger. We'll be right back.
Pro Portugal presented by Corona. Exciting finals day will move very quickly throughout the day. Already have the first semi-final set for the men, as we will see Crosby Colapinto featured there. And also coming off that last heat, Ethan Ewing in semi-final number 1. Ethan Ewing versus Crosby. An exciting matchup there. Now we're working out the back half of the draw. Gabriel Medina in the lineup now, as he will take on Leonardo Fioravanti for a shot into semi-final number 2. Gabriel Medina coming into this event number 26 in the world, and Leo number 13. They've already made some progress on the live rankings. Medina moving up to 17th already, and we have Leo in a great position, moving closer to the top 10 as we catch up with the start of the heat. Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez, and Miguel Blanco for the call. Already throwing down a full rotation, pulling it off with the layback, and now hammering it on the inside corner, getting this local crowd in Peniche on their feet. Great read there on a big punt section, Jesse, first thing in the morning.
Yeah, that was so impressive from him. And I think it's just impressive. The most impressive about it is just kind of realize that the rotation wasn't full in there. So he already adapted to kind of lay back so he can absorb all the momentum going through the air. And yeah, beautiful serve from him. And Leo here, just a runny wave way down the line, trying to finish off with a big air as well. And he's going to stick it. He did. That was very nice as well. Good start for both of them.
One more look here, Jesse.
Yeah, I think this might be even another wave. Yeah, it might be another wave. Just one big crack. The wave was kind of a closeout. didn't give him much opportunity, but good start for both of them.
Look at that. And also Gabriel Medina just going for a frontside float and driving into a big tail drifting hack. So this heat is already off and running. 35-minute quarterfinals. So the first 5 minutes very intense with Leo and Medina with so much on the line. With Gabriel looking for his first win of the season. He has 17 championship tour wins. One of the best ever to compete on the top 34, but what a great time to be watching pro surfing here on finals day. Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez, and coming in to represent Portugal, also a 3-time wild card performer here in Peniche, Miguel Blanco. Thanks so much for joining us.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for having me. Stoked to be here sharing these moments with you guys.
Oh gosh, I think of so many great memories watching you grab your jersey to compete in this event, and you're always surfing against the big names. You know, that energy is something that you can't find anywhere else in the whole world. What are your favorite memories from competing in this contest?
Yeah, I would say maybe the first year that I surfed against John. You know, I had just recently got with Rip Curl, and they gave me the opportunity to surf this event. I was 20 years old at the time, I think, and it was great, you know, just to be here, feel the crowds, and you know, just being between the best of all. It was an amazing experience I'll never forget.
Absolute charger these days, getting yourself into some amazing condition as we see. Gabriel Medina with a big wind-up, tail-high reverse.
Whoa.
Perfect landing on the roof, hammers it in the pocket and still has room to move on the inside. What an incredible start for Gabriel as he will shut it down, looking so solid with his eye on the prize. We talked about his incredibly soft landing the other day on his 933, and he keeps repeating these perfect landings out of the sky. Fioravanti now driving into a big section, and he will slide out. So scores quickly in from Leo start, 6.83, then to a 5.5. But Gabriel, like he does often, Jesse, is starting to suck the wind out of this contest, and it's all in his favor, especially going big above the lip.
Yeah, that's why I thought he was going to be so dangerous in this event, because he found his rhythm back in Puerto Rico at the ISA, and the momentum started to shift back his way, and he's the most dangerous when those things happen. He's that type of guy that can turn 5s into 10s, and that might have been what he just did right there.
30 years of age now, more focused than ever. A tough start at Pipe and Sunset, as we'll start with Leo's wave here. Miguel, what'd you see on this one?
Yeah, he was looking to get some rhythm, and you know, when the face comes, he just hit it hard, but unfortunately not providing a really score opportunity, while Gabe on the back just feeling it, looking for it, and just sending it. Wow, massive full rotation straight into like these backhand turns. Just these guys really on the highest level of all.
And to get that high, to land that perfect, and go into another big turn. We love combinations, especially with variety. But beach break conditions like this, Jesse, that's as good as it gets.
Yeah, I don't think it gets much better, mostly with the conditions we have. As you see it right here, if you compare this air to the other one, there's more height, there's more rotation, and it's way smoother. And not to mention, he backed it up with a massive backside snap. Sorry, not a massive because the wave was small, but for the section, that was as good as a snap you can do. And finish it off. So, like, yeah, it's coming up as a 9, but if I'm comparing it to 7.17, there's more difference in between those two waves.
What an insane start for Gabriel Medina, already with 16.17 points for this combined heat total, and he's rolling it again. Running right, setting up for a 3-time world champ. He's covering some space, and he will kick out. But he's got so much energy behind him. He's been waking up on dark for the early morning sessions. But Leo said he's going to give everything here on finals day. Let's see if he can crawl back into this heat, going for a big tail high waft into the reverse. Nice soft landing. Belly still looking concerned with the numbers, but he's always really focused. As we watch Medina now, just feeling his way through a throwaway score. As we remember, Leo Fioravanti got a buzzer beater against Kanoa the other day. The crowd was going crazy. It was one of those moments you felt like you're watching a movie unfold in Leo's favor.
The only person that was unhappy was Stephen Bell. Belly said, let's never surf another heat like that again. He had so many things to talk to him about the mistakes, even though the drama was there and he did pull it off. But Belly was right there to tell him, hey, time out. Let's be a little bit smarter in your next matchup, as we see Leo again, Miguel.
Yeah, just regrouping, looking for the punt, and just sending it. Big frontside reverse, and we can see that Leo can do it. He just needs to find a big ramp. He's definitely chasing a big score. It's not easy when you're competing against Gabe, but Leo has it, and I believe, yeah, if he has one big ramp, he can do it.
So we see that form and technique, Jesse, as he really timed this end section well.
Yeah, just very tricky because when you're coming with an income section that it's bigger than you, it's hard for you to generate enough speed to match the lip of the wave. So as you see right there, he had to be a little bit late just because of the circumstances of the wave. But yeah, putting the tail pretty high and very soft landing, like making it very smooth. So good effort for him right there. But just like Miguel said, now he's going to need to just find a clean, big section in order to get a very high air, kind of like how Gabriel did, because, yeah, he set the tone, he set the scales, and that's basically what's going to be.
As we know, Leo Fioravanti represents Italy on tour. We know he spends a lot of time in the southwest of France, also in Hawaii now, where his fiance is from. But he also has a home here in Portugal. So, Miguel, you probably see Leo in the water all the time when he's hanging at home in Ericeira.
Yeah. It's funny one, like I grew up watching Leo and hanging out with him, and then a few years after we're surfing Ericeira, sharing some of like crazy sessions out there. Probably last year, the best day of the year we had, like it was Leo and Canoe in the water, and they're just getting absolutely barreled, just taking off so deep. And yeah, it's great to see those guys charging, putting on a show on the competition side as well. And, especially Leo just bringing out Europe with him into the World Tour.
Yeah, looking at those two guys, Fioravanti and Igarashi, who actually got property here. They love the lifestyle. And I always hear they have such a warm reception from locals like yourself. They're kind of a part of the local lineup in such a big way.
Yeah. They know their spot sometimes, they respect us, but it's cool, It's cool to see and embrace outside culture, especially here in Portugal.
As we see that big full road one more time, Jesse.
Yeah, that was so impressive. Just how he made such an impactful move, be so transitional and smooth. It almost seems effortless, sometimes. Yeah, and just finish it off so strong. That was I see more of a gap in between even his 7.17 and all the waves in this heat, because it was just too good of a rotation right there, just a very high air, and just the transition right here. It was just like it was another floater, like something very easy to do, and it wasn't.
Incredibly focused, Gabriel Medina, another big score in the excellent range. A 9-point ride. Remember, he had the 9.33 the other day with a big start above the lip. So that's been the recipe for Medina to get into finals day after a very sluggish start in the opening round, but it was just due to fatigue after surfing through so many heats in Puerto Rico. He just said he needed a break. He slept for over 12 hours following that loss in the opening round. He said he started feeling like himself again, and then surfed himself into form through the elimination round and has a solid chance to win this event. But Miguel, I was just thinking about the energy that this event provides for the country of Portugal. This time of year when all the best surfers in the world start showing up in Lisbon, and not just surfing Super Tubos and Peniche, but even driving all around to get a lot of great waves up and down the coast. It has to be really cool to feel the community has really come to life, and seeing all the fans come out to watch their heroes compete.
Yeah, it's amazing, you get to the beach at 8 a.m. and there's hundreds of thousands of people just excited to watch, some of their favorite surfers, but also, for the local economy, local businesses, so cool that everyone comes, hangs, and, really supports and respects the culture. I would say that Portugal this last few years has been like on the map of the world, just in terms of surfing. We have big wave events at Nazaré. We have this WCT in Peniche, have another QS's, Challenger Series in Ribeira d'Ilha, in Ericeira. So, just stoked that the WSL brings on like such a cool contest. and puts everyone together and cheering for the same thing.
And we know how it affects your career directly by being invited to this event 3 times in your career. But as this event continues to evolve and produces more and more fans on the beach and a lot of attention on this country of Portugal, how has that affected your career over the years?
Yeah, it's cool, you know, when you put a spotlight on a country where you live and all the cameras on it. It's just good for me, and especially, you know, now I see next generation coming through, giving the opportunity to be between the best. It's great, not only for your level, but also for your exposure.
Well, winner of the last heat was Ethan Ewing, 14.17 total. He's hanging out with AJ.
Ethan Ewing just looking methodical as he makes his way to his first semifinals of 2024. Wire to wire, Ethan, what was your approach to that heat?
Yeah, it was just to catch a lot of waves and went down to that other peak again, but it took longer than I was hoping to catch a wave. And I don't think we saw so many good waves like when I was watching, and then I don't think one came through the whole heat, so it was a bit frustrating, but yeah, good to get the win.
Well, you still managed to find an excellent score, though, despite the waves not showing up the way you wanted it to. How did you produce that score?
Yeah, it was most of it was the wave. It was just a really good wave. A few steep sections at the start, and then yeah, all the way to the shore. It was fun.
How do you get ready for your first semifinal of the year?
I think I'll just hydrate and try and switch off for a little bit. Try and keep watching the waves. I'm sure it'll change again. It's just the European beach breaks. But yeah, just keep watching the waves.
Congratulations. See you then.
Thank you.
Thank you, AJ. Ethan Ewing, incredibly focused, had that big heat with Ramsey. Great job to Ramsey Wilkham getting into his first quarterfinal on the championship tour. But Ethan with a big total, including that 8-point ride, will be dangerous in semifinals. Number 1 against Crosby Colapinto.
Yeah, that would be very exciting. Crosby actually started very well. It was a very tricky tide when he paddled out for his heat, and they're the guinea pigs, you know, they're the first ones to paddle out, so you don't really know where to sit. You don't really know what the judges are expecting, and he started off the gates with a 6-point ride, and it was just very solid throughout the whole heat, kind of dominated.
Yeah, great to see those matchups starting to get set up for us. Griffin Colapinto's coming up next against João Duru. There's all these people looking at the draw going, will we see an all Colapinto final? But João Duru has been surfing really free in this wild card opportunity, Miguel. It's been fun to watch the goofy footer back on the CT.
Yeah, for sure. João has been always one of the most talented guys out there and solid goofy footer. So, you know, he definitely deserves a spot. Hopefully there's more Europeans on tour. Just like him, Marco has been putting on a show, and it's been great to see, you know, support Europeans on the World Tour.
I like that. You've always been outspoken about that as well. Sometimes maybe feeling like you're not getting enough resources compared to like where the industries are really already gigantic in Australia, the United States, Hawaii. It can easily to feel like you're being overlooked, but I think with the attention of Nazare, all these big events, it's really fun to see you being in the spotlight like you are, you know, and that your profile building, especially in giant waves, man. That's been really fun to follow.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah, it's been fun. Honestly, it's something that I never even thought when I was younger, but it just takes me to surf these waves, and you just gotta go and enjoy the ride.
Watching Leo Fioravanti work his way through the open face. Lip starting to show up right there, and he belts it. Nice transition into another power hack. Showing a lot of great rail work. Leo hunting, and he'll just end up kicking out. Such a hard-working surfer, and his support crew just enjoying that energy that he's putting into these small waves. He has a 6.83 and a 6.8, but he needs a 9.34 to catch up to Gabriel. It's interesting, Jesse, when you have so many days off. You've had this matchup forever. The type of person that Leo is too, where he puts so much hard work into his prep. He's probably felt like he's been surfing this heat for 3 days now.
Totally, and that's exactly what happens. You're thinking about this the whole time. Those guys leave for this moment, so they're thinking about going to bed, going to eat, going surfing, training, everything. So it's a lot of work behind the scenes that people don't get to see that they put in, and yeah, that's cool. It's cool to watch.
First one here every morning has been Ramsey, as he has just shown up. He said he wakes up at 4, ready to put the jersey on. And when they say it's off for the day, he's like, what am I going to do with this comp energy? because he just has that vision of winning right when he wakes up every single day, repeating that process. And even when it was small the other day, he was the one guy voting to run. He was like, I got to go compete. As we see that big punt from Gabriel Medina that got him the 9-point ride. Still leads over Leo with 15:25 on the clock.
Russell blew out 5.07. Not going to the stop 2 situation remains the same. Now 15 minutes remain. Try to have second Portugal. And they are in the lead to do the second set. The first in the line out of the field. Now to remember, those point that we're not going to have a second Portugal set. After the set, so we're going to have a second Portugal. Most of all, you need to get to this spot. With realize that still the most is the rest of the time. And we all, a lot of the things that take it down, so we just want to give you a last minute to how you can see that we already just chasing that.
Welcome back to finals day, quarterfinal number 3 with 13:10 on the clock. Gabriel Medina out front with a 9 and a 7.17, and Leonardo Fioravanti needing a 9.34 to take the lead. See a lot of representation for Leo Fioravanti, a lot of Italians down here as well, but Gabriel definitely feels like this is almost a second home court. Speaking the language of Portuguese, always has a warm reception here. He's definitely one of the most popular surfers in the world with 3 world titles, 2 final appearances out here with 1 win over the years. As you see Stephen Bell with a backup sharp eye for Leo Fioravanti. Stephen Bell, famous for being right by Kelly Slater's side throughout a lot of world titles, and then brought Leo around the world along with Kanoa and Mikey Wright and that Young Guns crew from back in the days. We've got Leo just going off the top and straight down, Jesse.
Yeah, just repositioning, I guess, as well. So it's a different wave. Both surfers started completely polar opposites. Gabriel started far south of the scaffolding, and Leo started far north. As soon as Gabriel got the 9-point ride, that's about probably 300 feet, 100 meters away. He sprinted and paddled back all the way to where Leo was. And as soon as he got there, Leo caught a wave and repositioned himself. I guess with the tide getting lower now, the ripple right starting to disappear. And this wave here is starting to get a little steeper, and Gabriel actually made the most of it already. And Gabriel's just keeping a close eye on him. But here, just kind of new waves, so you kind of have to regroup yourself and refuel the wave and see what's going on that bank.
Gabriel still out front. Leo now without priority, trying to break down the number. Still hanging out with Miguel Blanco, local Charger, who got to participate in this event. Must have been fun for you, Miguel, to see some new names representing Portugal this year, especially young Matias, right here from Peniche. Got the last-minute call-up with Kelly's hip injury. That was really cool to meet this young teenager who actually is from this peninsula.
Yeah, it's so sick, you know, just coming to see Matias fired up. Since a young age, he's been like super talented, and you know, growing into his junior career and now getting a chance here, putting his name out there, you know, like I don't know if you guys seen, but the alley-oop he did right before the contest, that was absolutely incredible. And yeah, it's amazing to see like the young generation really putting on to work and fighting for this spot out here. It's
Also
really cool.
hearing from Joaquim Chavez and the road he had before competing, and even going to the hospital, and he had so much going on behind the scenes and still put on such a great effort, just such a great performance against all odds and through all the adversity, and he was going to do everything he could to put that jersey on to compete.
Yeah, 100%. He's a warrior. He surfs a lot, Ericeira as well, and yeah, it's really cool when the contest's on. You see that everyone just puts all their energy into this moment right here. So you know, just building that momentum and trying to send it when the buzz is on. So it's great.
And just focusing on this winter season, how's it been so far? Like for waves, have you had a lot of good weather? Or has it been a little challenging to find good days?
Yeah, it's been an interesting one. Usually we get most like north swells, northwest, and this year was a lot of west swells, which means, you know, it was really good on other side of Portugal, a little bit Ericeira. It's been really good. Not so much Super Tubos. But, you know, a couple of sessions at Nazaré, 100%, and yeah, it's been an interesting one. We thought it was going to be a little bit more consistent, but the truth is that wind-wise it was really good. So it wasn't that big to go charge massive Nazaré on clean conditions, but overall, like really good, yeah, just really good barrel sessions and great times with the boys.
What a great spot to be at right here in Peniche, and hanging out with local legend Miguel Blanco from Cascais, now living in Ericeira these days. But when we're positioned here, we're really close to those waves he's talking about. Nazaré, about 40-minute drive to the north, and you can see one of the most unbelievable waves in the world, breaking records all the time with wave heights and big toe challenges, and some of the crew even went up there yesterday for a surf when things dropped a little bit. We're down to 8:35 on the clock, priority changing to Leo Fioravanti now. So now in a better position to try to fight back. Let's see what happened, Jesse.
Yeah, it was just literally a straight block from Gabriel right there. He, obviously with the situation of the heat right now, for both surfers is very clear. For Gabriel, basically is try and avoid as much as possibilities as Leo have to get a 9.34, and Leo needs to go huge. So most likely with the conditions we have, with the wind we have, Leo's going to be looking for the air. So that was kind of a ramp, like a very straight wave. Gabriel was a bit too far behind, but you never know what could turn out to Leo. Mostly a front side. He's going to get that speed quicker once he puts his foot on the board. So, yeah, smart of him just to minimizing the possibilities for Leo.
As we're seeing the side short conditions today, we always knew the wind would be here on finals day. The hope was just to have bigger surf than what we had on the lay days. And so we're scoring there, having this west swell fill in, but knowing that we'd have that breeze, and that's helped out. Different type of game plan here at Super Tubos, and Medina adapting the best in the water right now. 9.717 and controlling this lead. But one thing he loves to control is having priority. And you see him kind of looking over the edge. He'll try to hang on to it with a lead as long as he can, and that time getting called for it. Looking over the edge, so Ratso making the priority change. Medina definitely one of the toughest competitors in the world just to get a rhythm against, because the guy can start so early, put you in a position where you're wondering how you're comboed. Leo, it's not comboed at the moment, Miguel, but he needs a massive number.
Yeah, it's hard when you compete with someone that puts a 7 and a 9 on the first 5 minutes of the heat, right? It kind of almost makes you change your game plan into just trying really hard to boost some airs or go big. I'm sure Leo knew it was a hard one, but the truth is that he's still super in the game, and if maybe he gets a little back up and then a big score, hopefully things can change. But yeah, there needs to be something spectacular so we can see some change in the heat.
Leo got past Kayo Belly in the early rounds, and then we talked about the buzzer beater he had against Cano. It was a different type of day because he got really barreled when he needed a score. These conditions, you're thinking maybe huge air, big combination of turns comparable to what Medina threw down for his 9-point ride. But Leo also has had those buzzer beater moments in the past against Jordi when he went to the air in Brazil last season. As we look at a nice flowing setup for Medina right into a beautiful Tail whip reverse, laying low to get the completion. Coach Andy King loving that. Just loved how casual he looked through those first couple points, Jesse.
Yeah, that was so impressive from him. Just identifying a double up, first kind of set up down the line, second one all iron down to this. And if you look at his foot positioning on that air, it was so impressive. We have winds blowing away from the left, so it's going to bring your board kind of far from you. And as you see it right here, as soon as he launches, that angle was kind of hard to see it, but the front foot gets unglued with the board, and he has to just somehow manage to bring the board back under and land it. And he came out pretty smooth. He had a little downtime, but he still came out pretty clean. That was impressive from him, and it's going to be another good score.
Solid approach from Medina. 3 different maneuvers to get to that final section to go above the lip. And now Leo Fioravanti with an opportunity while starting to stretch out. Overhead section. He'll go for a nice frontside air right into a forehand hook. Lays it down again on the open face. So 3 different types of moves, trying to put everything he could into that last wave, Miguel.
Yeah, starting off with a nice straighty into a big hack. It's his way of answering to those big scores. Here we see just throwing it into the air, straight into the carve. I really like that combo. I think will come a good score and just hack it at the end, making the most out of it and hopefully, get a little score to get back on the heat.
Nice air with no rotation this time, Jesse.
Yeah, just I guess the circumstances of the wave. He was the wave was going down the line. It was going pretty quick, so he didn't really have too much angle to throw it into a rotation. But that was a very nice grab for him right there. And I'm right with Miguel. The combo was what's special about this wave. Straight into this beautiful carve, bringing it all the way around. Very powerful and finish it off very strong. And a great way to answer the 7.9 from Gabriel.
And he absolutely needed it. The 7.9 from Gabriel Medina on that last left put Leo in a combination needing 2 new waves. So if the Italian wanted any chance of making this heat, he had to get that wave at that time. And we're hoping that the combination is broken for an exciting finish to quarterfinal heat number 3. Leo with a strong start through the Hawaiian leg of the season. Actually, a better start than Medina this year. Fioravanti's been so focused through some serious injuries like broken backs, dislocated shoulders, ankle injuries. He's been through it all in his young career. As he stands by for his number, still doesn't know what he got on the wave previous. He'll roll into this one. Leo driving hard off the bottom. Nice turn off the top. Throws the tail high for the reverse. And manages rail where almost caught a rail in transition, but was so motivated to get to that end section. He was able to pick his rail back up and get the finish. 2 important waves coming in for Fioravanti, Miguel.
Yeah, he's definitely fighting back. Leo's a warrior, and just these 2 waves might him get out of that combination situation. We're not sure. We're gonna wait for the scores, but he's definitely looking for those rides and for those punts.
Previous score for Leo, 6.8. So still comboed as we look at this last wave again, Jesse.
Yeah, nice finish right there. Props to him to actually get up in there before that wave closed out. Tail high in air and just rode out pretty clean. Like if you stop and think, he's having an amazing heat so far. Gabriel just kind of outchose the best waves that were a little bit cleaner and went huge and landed. So that's kind of the only issue right here. Obviously, Leo had that 6.8 that the wave was bigger and cleaner, but the wave went flat pretty quick, so he had to do that straighty air. But I'm sure he was hoping for the full rotation or something like that. But overall, he's having a great heat so far.
Yeah, last 2 waves for Leo. Doesn't change anything in his top 2 and doesn't change the combination he's up against. And it's all about separations and numbers. Gabriel's low score is the 7.9 that he's keeping. And that was that left where he had that good punt on the end section. Here comes a bowling left for the 3-time world champ. Big hammer there to kick things off. Trills it again with the fins out in front. Little slash to fin release and shuts it down with a 4th turn through the backwash. Impressive heat for Gabriel here in the quarterfinals, and he is going to be even more dangerous as he gets into the later rounds on finals day, Miguel.
Yeah, this guy is serial killer. Seems like when he puts on his momentum together, he just has no holding back, and you really see all the energy he puts in there. Like, he threw airs, he threw turns, backhand turns, forehand turns. So, putting on a show and bringing the best out of him. It's great to see.
Well done to Gabriel Medina, calling it a heat still with 20 seconds on the clock. One more look at the last of Leo here, Jesse.
Yeah, let's say this attempt. Wow, that was a very lofty tail high reverse, air reverse. That was beautiful from him. Probably going to be his best score of the heat. But here, always Gabriel just answering back. That might be my second favorite wave of the heat so far. Just 2 massive turns, blow tail carve, finished off strong with perfect timing. And then you almost thought he was done, and he still had a little 360 in the end. But we're not going to see that. But yeah, this first turn here was just buckets. Timing was perfect, bottom turns. It almost felt like he got in that confidence level where his board is just an extension of his body, Everything he wants to do, he can execute, and it's looking very clean. And yeah, great heat for both surfers. They both smashed.
Huge win for Gabriel Medina into his first semifinal of the season, as he's flying up the live rankings on WorldSurfLeague.com. But what a wave to pick off as well, Miguel. Could hit it as hard as he wanted there.
Yeah, he had the clean face, and he just clearly went for it. It was so good. You see, in between his turns, he doesn't even punt. Like, he does just a straight line and connects everything so well. Yeah, Medina is definitely one of my favorite surfers. It's amazing to see here on the booth with you guys, putting on a show, and yeah, great day to watch.
Oh, great energy from Gabriel Medina, turning in another 9. Pocket 9s from Medina, 18-point total. Leo Fioravanti surfed incredibly well, but it was all about Gabriel with a big point of difference, using his power, using his variety above the lip. Gave us a surf movie part in the last 35 minutes. Miguel Blanco, it's always a treat to hang out with you, my friend, when we come to your beautiful country and anywhere we see you around the world. Thanks for joining us for the call, and can't wait to see what you do next, especially in the big wave realm.
Thank you, guys. Stoked to be here, and let's keep enjoying the show. It's going to be a great day.
Awesome.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, bro.
Let's now hear from the winner of the last heat. Gabriel Medina is with AJ.
Yeah, Joe, Gabriel coming in, just knowing you did what you needed to do to get it done. I saw you go out for the free surf this morning. How did that experience in the water, just getting your feet in the wax, get you into the rhythm early?
Yeah, it's good. Fun waves. It's improving, and I'm happy with my performance. My board is amazing, and yeah, I'm stoked that I made it.
Gabe, it's so obvious to everyone watching that you have just hit another level here in Peniche, and every heat it seems to get better. How are you finding that?
Been surfing a lot, and I think that gives you a lot of confidence, so I love surfing.
Well, it's certainly fun to watch you. Pair of 9s here to start finals day. Walk me through what you were seeing in those waves.
Yeah, it's really rippable. In the morning, woke up, and I felt like, oh, it's gonna be like this, small and tricky, and yeah, I just stoked that I got in the rhythm, and find the good ones and pick the right maneuvers, and yeah, let's keep going, hopefully I think it will get better, the wave, so I'm excited for the next one, and yeah, hopefully we'll keep flying.
We hope so too. Before we let you go, de novo, Gabriel, você estava olhando as ondas muito bem. Como está fazendo isso?
Eu tenho surfado bastante. Feliz com a minha performance. A prancha tá mágica. Obrigado, Johnny. E é isso, continuar indo, selecionando as ondas e aproveitar o momento. Tem altas ondas, o dia tá lindo. Deus nos abençoe, Ele no comando e vamos embora.
Parabéns.
Amém.
Thanks so much, AJ and Gabriel Medina. 18-point total into the semifinals. Up next, Griffin Colapinto taking on Joan Duru in the quarterfinals on finals day.
Already some scores. First of red blue team 315 and first of blue line 217 and 9 for second of blue line. 3 for second to the blue line below 3 to 9 of the red blue team to the right.
It's finals day here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona, and it happens to be a Saturday morning. As you can see, this crowd starting to fill up. João Duro, a wild card in this event, did great on the Challenger Series last year, got the invite, accepted it, and look where he is now in the quarterfinals to compete against last year's world number 3, Griffin Colapinto. Duro already getting a start during the break, Jesse.
Yeah, just the wave kind of going into that deep water right there. We see Griffin here on the other hand, both going backhand. Nice first turn here. Yeah, just warming up the engine.
Getting a start, yeah. 217 on the opener of Duro. This is his second wave. Going for the air, nice whip around of the reverse and does right away. Now we're into live action. Duro, nice carve to start. Backwash makes the wave breathe a bit. He throws down that rail. An absolute hack of a closeout attempt. But he'll go down. So judges catching up to a fiery João Duro. Let's see what happened here.
Yeah, he was finding himself in a good rhythm. Nice first opening, but right here, that was money against the whole section of the wave coming at him. And what was very special about that turn, he starts kind of early. As you're going to see right here, you see people starting straight on the lip line, but he started a little bit early and went into it, so that made that turn look very big. As you see it right here, just into the section right there, starting to push a little bit before actually he matched that most power of the wave, and just makes the turn look very big when you're looking into it. Unfortunately for him, getting stuck, because that was going to be a healthy score.
2.6 for Duro on his wave previous, a 4.83 for his air reverse as he leads over Griffin at the early stages of quarter number 4. João Duro, formerly full-time on the championship tour for a few years, so he's a different type of wild card than the ones that just surf in an event once a season and they're not sure if they're going to get the call up the following year. This guy is a solid competitor, active full-time on the Challenger Series as well, but maybe more focused than ever, as now he's 34 years of age. I was chatting with Mickey Picon. Mickey, formerly on the tour as well, looks after a lot of the Europeans that are on tour. He was just saying he's never seen him in this kind of focus. He's not going out at night, not having any late dinners. He's just been focused on his fitness and surfing constantly. That's just been the recipe for him for months now. You know, it's pretty cool to see him this focused at this point of his career.
Yeah, and I like that you mentioned that, because I had a few chats with him in the water probably about a year ago, and he was almost thinking of, you know, like, oh, this might be it for me, and maybe having that opportunity to qualify for the Olympics, and that working on, and he's seen kind of the tides changing, so got a call up for here. Previous finalist here, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
So that's a good opportunity for him, and he's looking good.
It's funny how your motivation can shift, you know, and then when you get into, you know, your early 30s, you know how hard it is to stay on tour. You might start questioning your path and your career. With all that hard work, everything's starting to change, and Duro's ripping maybe even harder than he was in his younger years on the championship tour. Griffin Colapinto wearing the jersey number 99, asked permission from one of his heroes, Taj Burrow, to wear that number in his career as he celebrates 3 championship tour wins, including one here in Portugal, and coming off his best season to date. Got to fight for a world title in the WSL Final 5. He's coach Tommy Whitaker with his younger brother Crosby. Crosby getting the win in the first heat of the morning.
Yeah, Crosby looked more relaxed for his heat than he looked right there looking at. Obviously has no control besides watching. So it's probably pretty nerve-wracking seeing your brother on a quarterfinals.
I've asked Griffin about doing the opposite as well when he watches Crosby. He said, oh yeah, it's way more stressful when you watch your brother compete. Crosby looking stressed, but yeah, he looked loose. Looked really comfortable in the matchup with Jake Marshall this morning. They said they talked about the idea of meeting up in the final, but they're trying not to get ahead of themselves, knowing that it's a few heat wins before they could celebrate a final together on the championship tour.
Yeah, and they're not wrong. Like, if you start thinking about you ahead of yourself, you ended up committing little mistakes that you don't want to do it in heats in this level. Obviously, they can make it happen. They're 100% capable. If there's a couple of brothers that could do that, they're one of them, and take the opportunity as it comes. But yeah, don't get too far ahead.
Seeing a nice wave kind of stretch out quickly on the bank. Colapinto might be looking to the left here. He will commit straight up to the lip on his first turn. Nice clean bottom turn. Big fan off the backhand carb. Jams it again. And he'll step off. Fun watching Griffin's backhand attack throughout this event. He's really been relying on the lefts from the early rounds to get a spot here on finals day. What'd you see here?
Yeah, that was a beautiful surfed wave for him. Taller wave, nice first vertical snap. The waves start kind of running away from him, bending away from him, and that's what this left does sometimes. But still, second bottom turn was very nice. Held it for a long time and just perfect timing. As you see right here, found that pocket, went straight vertical, and right here just very calm, went all the way around, big sprays out the back. He would have probably liked to have another critical section to really put an exclamation mark, but yeah, there was some good damage done right there. As you see right here, a lot of board control, fins popping off the back, and this bottom turn is just beautiful, just very calm, on rail the whole time. Beautiful wrap, and right here is what I mentioned. He would probably love to have that wave give him an opportunity to get vertical again, just to finish it off on a good note, but it's all she wrote, and it was a well-served wave for him. Is going to come in a decent score.
Griffin Colapinto winning this event in 2022. There's a long wait for California to get a CT win. You're going back to Bobby Martinez when he was winning, representing Santa Barbara, California. But definitely one of the greats to come out of California. Tom Curran, three-time world champ, was joining us at the early start of this event. Flew out to watch all the action and get some good waves as we watch a running left for Duro, trying to catch up to the closeout, and nothing for him there. He steps out. Previous score for Colapinto in at a 5.4, enough for the lead. His low score is now a 3.5.
Yeah, pretty even heat so far, you know. If you're looking at both best scores wave, a little over half a point from Griffin's Chujuan's. But I think now things are probably like with both of them having a backup, like things are probably going to start to go north, and they're going to probably get a few opportunities and really be able to open up.
Yeah, if you're going to jump over a closeout, jump out with style, right? That was clean.
Might as well. Having the win, you know, helping you out, get some speed.
Joan Duro chasing a 4.08. Jesse mentioned earlier his final that he did make. He was runner-up to Italo Ferreira, but his quarter-final that year was against Julian Wilson. Then the semifinals got past Owen Wright. It was a totally different type of pressure when we were going round by round, because the importance of his success that year was to re-qualify for the championship tour. That's when this event was in October, right before Pipeline, when Pipe finished off the season. And as we know the stories, so many guys needing a result at Pipeline and how hard that was. Duro got the final here, put himself in a great position, and kept his spot on the top 34. This time it's just free wildcard pressure. He's not worried about requalification. He's here to show the world that he's still one of the best on the top 34.
Totally, he sure is. He deserves to be there. He's just all-around surfer. very solid, charges, very good tube rider. And should this conditions here that we've seen, it obviously very used to big tides, lives in France, Hossegor, just dumpy beach breaks, and he's feeling at home.
Yeah, he actually was able to go home after the opening round. He also was in Puerto Rico, so he got on a flight and then had about 3 friends make the drive down from Hossegor. It's something they've been doing for many years. They're very used to it. They take turns sleeping and just rotate the driving responsibilities. So I thought that was kind of cool. He was actually able to touch down and home in France and then kind of got repacked, resettled after that busy trip to Puerto Rico, and now he's here on finals day. Duru 4.08 is the requirement to take the lead, and Griffin holding down the lead and priority. Everyone starts off their finals day in different waves. For Griffin, he actually read a book this morning called The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle. Have you heard about this book, Jesse?
No, I have not.
It's all about a guide to spiritual enlightenment through self-reflection, putting yourself in the present moment. Then he started putting the headphones on, put in some Sublime. You ever listen to that?
Yes, I do.
Not showing my
I know
age
those
yet, but
guys.
yeah, those are good.
No, I really like them.
They're really good, huh?
Yeah, they're amazing.
And then he said he was going to actually switch to rap when it was getting closer to his heat. So he had a full recipe this morning on finals day, deep into his meditation like we've been discussing for a bit, but also getting the right tunes in his headspace. Down to 20 on the clock here on finals day. The search bringing us here to Peniche for the first championship tour event back in 2009. That was a big win for Mick Fanning, an important win. It was in 2009. That was a world title year for Mick. Kelly Slater won this event in 2010. That was important for Kelly because that's the year he won his 10th world title. Maybe one of the best years wave-wise might have been 2011. 3 days in a row. First 3 days of the waiting period. Sunny, glassy, 6 to 8 foot. Adriano de Souza winning that event. As we look at Griffin, fun looking left-hand wall, chips it under the lip. Nice flow, attacking the lip line again. He'll jam a third move. And here comes the fourth over the top of the end section. Great flow and rhythm from the Californian to improve on a 3.5.
Yeah, that was so impressive. And what I liked about that wave was so clean. So we have a little bit of a south wind right now, and you see most of the waves are coming kind of with a little bit of a texture. And he let that first wave go, and what it did, it just cleaned up and groomed the whole session in front of him. As you see it right there, he gets so clean and nice, and first turn is just nice to set up for this big one right here. A lot of drive down the line and just connecting everything very well and finish it off strong. Just back-to-back 4 turns. That's going to be a nice score for him, and he looks excited.
Super fun watching that clean water out in front of him. Especially on a day that's pretty windy. You're just hoping you're going to get sections like this.
Totally, and you're like, realistically speaking, your only chance is actually getting that second and third wave of the set, but sometimes they have a lot of whitewash, but this one just perfectly like in the line with the banks, and the whitewash line was just up below him, so it was, yeah, perfect timing for him, and picking the wave in all the turns, just overall very well surfed wave.
Nice balance of getting the fins out and showing power and then shutting it down on the end section. Like you were mentioning on his wave previous, you said it would have been nice if he had something solid to finish up on. This wave gave it to him, a solid final move to attack, and the judges will think about that score in a moment. While they do, let's see where AJ is at the moment.
Joe, I am at one of the activations down here that has had a line every single time I've passed. And with Catarina Baradas, she is the head of the global brand at EDP. Tell us a little bit about what you guys have going on at this event.
Hi, nice to meet you. So first, this is our presence here at the Surf Championships. Usually, we try to bring our business narrative, our business commitments. Like you can see here on the board, we're going to be all green by 2030, net zero by 2040, all coal-free by 2025, and we choose Earth. So that's why we do everything that we do. And here people are waiting first to have a personalized beam, which is really nice actually because it's cold outside. And here they can sign up for one of our EDP volunteer programs, where we're going to be doing beach cleanups around the Portuguese coast. So this is really nice.
Well, and I wanted to talk a little bit about what you guys do outside of this event, because you're involved in everything from sustainability to mentorship and coaching. So can you tell us more about it?
Yeah, so besides sponsoring these challenges like we have here at Peniche and at Assista, where we are naming sponsors, what we do is that we have this coaching program. It's our ADP bet on the future generations, empowering them. And so through surf, we are mentoring these kids to be the next champions on the and hopefully running here in the WXL league. And besides that, so we have the sponsorships, the training programs, and we have a call to action to people to be with us in our sustainability goals. So beach cleanups, donating surf material, so we give back to local schools here and bring more people into surfing.
That's so cool. So many ways to get involved. So if you're coming down to the site today, be sure to what you guys are doing outside of this event. Send it back to you, Joe.
Thank you so much, AJ, and thank you very much, Katarina, and from EDP, doing some wonderful things at this event. As it is finals day, it's moving quickly already. 15:30 to go in quarter number 4, and Colapinto got that left. He shut it down, his best so far, 6.83, the best of the heat so far as well. And Duro now is chasing down a 7.4 to get a spot in the semifinals. Winner of this heat has to deal with Gabriel Medina, who's very feisty at the moment. 2 big 9s in his heat previous against Leo Fioravanti. We'll get right into the women's semifinals to follow this heat. Tyler Wright taking on Tatiana Weston Webb, and here comes Griff. He's been going left a bit, decided to check out her right, just up and out. Duro moving down the beach with priority, and he'll hold his position.
Yeah, and I think it's actually smart of Griff because now with the tide getting a little bit lower, we're probably going to see the rights running a lot. And sometimes it just go very, they run pretty quick and then they go into flat sections. But he has a point of difference that he's very good in the air. So if he can maybe find a good ramp, he can capitalize.
Griffin Colapinto still out in front. Duro chasing a 7.4. We'll be right back.
The MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company, by Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League, by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League, and by Eventbrite. On or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite.
Always fun to hang out in this part of the world in Peniche. A lot of great waves, a lot of great restaurants. I went to one for the first time the other day. Help me, Jesse, with my pronunciation here, but Sebastian.
That's where you have the best fish soup around.
Thanks for the tip. You were onto it first. That place was incredible. I think it's been there just for a couple of years now, but there's some very authentic dishes to have there. A very passionate chef, very welcoming as well. And the old town of Peniche, not too far from the famous fort that was put up for, you know, security purposes in the old days, 1500s, 1600s. It got an update. Became a political prison for many years, then into a museum. You can walk around all the cool little alleyways and find restaurants like Sebastian, and then get back in the water here at Super Tubes and try to get the barrel of your life or the best combo of your life. And we talk about the depth of this wave, of what it demands. I think Leo did a breakdown with Red Bull yesterday, talking about what to expect. He's like, yeah, just about everything. Barrels, airs, combinations. You know, for today, it's really been leaning towards the combination of turns and obviously the big punts led by Medina in the previous heat.
Yeah, and also you have winds both ways, so you can expect airs both ways. Like usually, I think we see someone up and right, and we'll get back to that.
Griff going left, setting up his backhand again. Nice carve, cool connection off the top, bigger section to absolutely hammer there. Something that feels so good, looks so good on a backside snap right there, where you time the lip well, you showcase power, and also a release showing your control. Exciting combination for Griff with a good wall as he's looking to better a 5.4.
Yeah, that was amazing from Griffin, and that's the point of difference that he'd be looking for, and that he didn't find on that 5.4. This is a taller wave, very clean on the face, nice first setup, gouge right there, and right here just unleashing, bringing the board all the way around. A lot of board tail control right there. As you see it right here, beautiful bottom turn. Just setting up for this moment right here. He could eye it down already. He could feel it that this wave was going to double up and give him an opportunity. Huge board control right there. Just releasing the fins just enough. Try to engage again to get back up there once again, but the damage was done and the wave was already shutting on him. But yeah, great effort for Griffin right there.
Griffin's dad is a lifeguard, also a school teacher. They also had a surf camp growing up in the summertime, so Griffin and Crosby would just be catching waves as a lot of people were getting their first waves of their life, you know, adults and older kids, and watching these little Colapinto brothers that were already ripping and kind of showing everybody that they'd have a huge future as professionals. It was kind of Griffin that took it on first, as seeing his career unfold in front of him, and then Crosby got inspired a bit later. So we see the snap to slide over the first section, and a solid finish once again for Griffin. Going left and right, looking solid both directions. 8:55 to go.
Yeah, that was great from Griffin. Once again, just great wave selection right there. Just getting a good rhythm straight off a left into a nice setup, turn on the right, and just finish it off strong, lip line down the line. That wave was doubling up as he was hitting the lip. As you see right there, there's a difference. The wave is doubling up, it's under him, but he just pushed as hard as you could and compressed himself right there, got very low to make sure he was gonna ride out of that, and that was good effort for him.
Griffin's wave previous, the left, for the big two-turn combo, 6.6, using that as his low score. And now we'll wait for the reaction of the last right-hander, his 7th wave ridden, as Dewar has been a lot more selective. But Griffin coming from an amazing surf town. So much talent coming out of lowers all the way to T Street and the pier. And some big names that came before him that were in the world title race in the past. You can go to Shane Beshin in the 90s. He was one man that was really pushing Kelly for the world title race back then. You also look at Dino Andino, who was rookie of the year, Kalohe's dad. Dino is one of those guys that loves surfing so much. Didn't have to be his kid. He just wanted to give everyone advice, and if he had information to pass on, he would just want to tell all the young kids about how they can improve, or he'd try to help them get good boards from Matt Bielis or even any of his connections in the area. As we look at 7:10 on the clock, And rolling into this one will be João Duro. Nice left-hand wall. He's got some speed. Goes through that first section, throws the tail high on that Biolas, and he will slide away. So João still chasing an excellent score of an 8.6. And deciding to go above the lip with his attempt to get there. Let's see what happened on this one.
Yeah, he was looking to get a massive score with that wave. Just a very nice first setup turn into this huge blow tail, but his foot just going a little bit too much into the nose. There's not much stability there. Sometimes there's not even wax up that high. So yeah, and here Griffin actually not getting a completion on that last turn. Just beautiful finishing, but as he compressed right there, the foam kind of just getting him caught, and he kind of noticed that he was kind of iffy, so he tried to maybe stand up and jump off pretty quick to try and sell it for the judges, but the judges didn't catch that one. And yeah, if he probably tried to roll out that, the wave was just going to eat him. So yeah, I mean, a little bit of a missed opportunity right there, but a good call from the judges.
Great call. 307. You can see on that slow-mo that the wave went on without him, so that's a throwaway score. Very close to a keeper if he rides away. Down to 5:40 on the clock. As you look at João Duro, where he puts himself in this heat through the first 30 minutes, where did he go wrong, if anything, or what's your breakdown of his performance in this heat?
Yeah, I think my breakdown will be that 2.6. His third wave, he had that 4.83 with the backside air, kind of got a good momentum, paddle back out, got a good left, and had that massive closeout turn. That, in my opinion, he got a 2.6 for an average first turn. That closeout was very big, very critical. Incoming section at you, which means there's just much more power than where you're coming from. So the judges will eat that up, and he was probably going to be looking at the best wave of the heat or something close to that, you know. So yeah, maybe a little bit of opportunity there for João, but this is how it rolls sometimes. And now he sits in a tough situation, needing an excellent score with second priority, and Griffin is just around.
Griffin looking for his second event title at this event. Last year's champ was João Chianca, and unfortunately he's still looking to recover from his injury that he had at Pipeline. We were really grateful, though, to see João around this event, supporting Luana Silva. And it was great to catch up with him. He said he's almost there, and he's excited to put the jersey on soon. But he was really positive in his recovery, and it was just great to see the guy. I know he was really bummed that he couldn't defend his event title this year.
I can only imagine, and not just that, this beginning of the year fits him so well. You know, Pipeline Sunset here, defending champion. And yeah, I was talking to him too actually last night at O Sebastian. We were having a good dinner, and he was saying that he's never been as fit as he is right now. Like, all the energy that he can't do anything with it basically for the last 2 months is just putting straight into work in the gym. So he's said he's getting ready for, yeah, hopefully to come back in the big stage and perform.
I love that. 3:30 on the clock. Duro will take this wave under priority. Throws down a snap and just gets out of there. Nothing will be changing as he needs an 8.6. Former runner-up in this event to Italo Ferreira. And that was in the era where Italo went back-to-back for event wins here from 2018 to 2019. 19 was the world title year for Italo. As we look at the recap, João Duro going for a backside air reverse. Still his best score so far at a 4.83. Griffin's backhand's been hot, throwing some nice, cool little disaster slides with the fins out. 6.83 on wave number 3, still the best of the matchup so far. And then getting another combination of backside turns with a lot of open face to work with there, Jesse.
Yeah, just beautiful. This is turn of the heat so far. Just redirecting that so well, just putting a lot of power. And just a very consistent and calm surfing for Griffin, because he has a point of difference is the air game. And mostly watching Gabriel in the heat before, I would expect him to actually do that, but he's identifying it's a warm heat. It's not really a hot heat. João is not actually capitalizing on big scores, so he's just kind of holding, maybe saving for later.
2:15 on the clock. Griffin with priority and the lead will let Joan Duru take this right. The wild card steps up and out. Another smart leave from Colapinto with time ticking away. But definitely the best wild card performance we've had this season. Had some great surfers start at Pipeline, from Jackson Bunch, Sheon Crawford, both getting in the excellent range, but both of them were knocked out in the round of 32. We had Kai Lenny at Sunset Beach, Brody Sale, Keanu Singh, to name a few. We had all the locals in this event get stuck in the early rounds, and then a wild card veteran still hot on the Challenger Series and more focused than ever at 34 years of age. Duru making it to finals day.
Yeah, definitely making the most of it on this event so far. Just kind of a buzzer beater too in his last heat against Rio. Like, I don't think it was like last minute, but it was close.
It was very close.
Just very good surfing overall, just solid on his foot as he usually is, and this conditions just match him so well. Just unfortunately for him right there, maybe that mistake on a 2.6 just got him off rhythm, and Griffin picked that up and just, yeah, kept pushing.
Just great to see Joan again in this kind of arena, looking so sharp. I'm loving his focus at this stage of his career. Feel like it's going to be extended more than he realizes. And down to 30 seconds for Griffin to shut this one down with priority, sharing the same coach this year as his younger brother Crosby. The formula worked for Cros this morning with Jake Marshall, as we're following the brothers on opposite sides of the draw to see if we will have an all Colapinto final at the end of this event. First, Griff would have to get past Medina, who has been the all-star finals day with an 18-point total. We are going to see that matchup in semifinal number 2 as Griff takes on a 3-time world champion, Gabriel Medina. Ethan Ewing will have this man, Crosby Colapinto, as the final 4 are set for the men. Pretty exciting scenarios unfolding here on Saturday as we will transition to the women. They've been waiting for their semifinals. It's a complete veteran takeover from the story of the youthful movement from Pipe to Sunset. Tyler Wright takes on Tatiana Weston Webb coming up next, followed by Lakey Peterson and Joanne DeFay. We're going to take a quick break, but finals day continues. We'll bring in Paul Evans and Strider Wazalewski for the call right after this.
Merci beaucoup pour ton soutien et bonne chance pour toutes les prochaines compétitions. Et merci beaucoup pour ton soutien, Joan. We're going to finish in the second place. We don't have to the next, that was the final split. Nous allons voir un peu sortir. On va faire du temps.
The World Surf League joined forces in Portugal with Peniche Ocean Watch to prevent discarded nets from polluting our ocean by upcycling them into new products through a donation to Peniche Ocean Watch partners, Peniche Surf Club and Surf Rider Foundation. WSL One Ocean will help achieve the following impacts in the community throughout the year, leading 10 local impact events, educate 30,000 youth, and engage and inspire 60,000 volunteers. Tell us what you're doing to protect the ocean by posting on social media with the hashtag WSL1Ocean and tagging WSL and WSL One Ocean in your posts. Let's get back to finals day, final Saturday here in Portugal. Cola Pintos, all smiles, 1 or 2 happy Cola Pintos through to semis there on opposite side of the draw. And the ball is rolling here, a spring in his step, a former champion. Not the greatest of quarter-final heats, to be honest. Fairly low scoring affair. Doesn't matter. It's all about staying alive for semis. Here's women's semi-final number 1. Here's another former champ, Tatiana Weston-Webb, carving in the pocket on her left again. Just flicking spray off the rail and bringing things to what she hopes will be a productive inside section. It isn't. Nevertheless, a reasonable way to kick things off. A welcoming was back into the studio.
Thank you, Paul. Yes, well, we're back underway with the women's semifinals, and Tatiana trying to come back and bring the win again. She has just got so much fire on her. I love it, you know, but Tyler, she's not going to lay down. She's not going to go to sleep on her.
Yeah, Tyler looking to go deep into this one as well. She already is deep in semis. She's going to have to get past this woman to go better than that into the final. Here's these calves.
I feel like, you know, Tatiana doing really well to find a wave of open face, give her the opportunities to keep at it. And, you know, I think that's the challenge today, is to try and find a couple of solid maneuvers on one wave. The torque that she's winding up into on those turns, though, really body language is on point. Really, the technique and the twist of the shoulders and following with the hips. Really solid surfing right there.
Dealing with a bit of froth on the inside. Dealing with it pretty well. It's a mid-range number from the panel, 4.83 for Tatiana Weston-Webb to kick off this 35-minute semi-final. These women have waited a while to get going here. It was 4, maybe 5 days ago we last saw them surf in anger. Tatiana, another look again at a right-hander. Looking to put some scoreboard pressure early doors on Tyler Wright, who for the moment, well, having a little look actually as we say that, and she'll, yeah, have a paddle. Here goes Tyler Wright, 2-time champion of the world on a right-hander, and just skids out that tail and then gets a nice snap into the lip. And again, so more combination flow to her maneuvers. And a bit more lip on it too. Some variety going down rather than those calves with the speed, sort of carving off the speed on the face, actually going in the lip and getting redirection. So a bit of a contrast for our panel to decipher.
Yeah, Tyler's got a little coil on her as well, where she really can wrap around the telephone pole. She just like has everything just swiveling back and forth. It throws the shoulders and the hips at the same time in her surfing, which is really fun to watch. Beautiful view from above there, getting a good look at the board movement and the torque and the turns.
All right, semi-finalists are settled for the men. Let's go and hear from the last of those. Griffin Colapinto, he's with AJ.
To somebody else I saw this morning, you and Crosby bringing that same just sort of business mindset to the quarterfinals here today. How did you and Tommy Whitaker prepare for your heat?
Just a lot of, I don't know, hanging out, talking, laughing, just, you know, keeping it light and fun, but also, you know, like working out the kinks and almost like envisioning the future and then coming back to the present moment, just a little bit of back and forth with that.
What are some of the kinks that you guys honed in on that you wanted to iron out for this heat?
Well, I think, yeah, the waves are kind of tricky right now. It's like pretty straight, so you kind of have to like find a corner. It's not like there's just peaks everywhere. So I knew it was kind of like, you know, there's a good opportunity for someone like Juan to beat me in waves like that, because you know, it could just be like one good one and then not many others. So it had to be really smart and strategic. And I think the turning point in that heat for me was when I got my 6.83, I was sitting right next to him. I took it, got that wave, and he didn't get it, and then that was like the momentum shift right there. So Yeah, so it's Joan's a super solid competitor. He's a vet. I grew up watching him in these contests, so he's super smart. So he's got to be ready for that.
Well, one of the things that I think has been so interesting for a lot of people behind the scenes, this event in particular, is your approach to getting ready for your heat. You take yourself away from the noise. You go back behind the site and meditate. How have you used that to put yourself in the zone?
I just kind of have fallen in love with meditating in the past couple of years, and I don't know, it's nice that I actually enjoy doing it. It's not like a chore now. It's just like, oh, I enjoy it. It makes me feel good. So I just go do something that I love, and then it gets me in the zone. So it's perfect.
I know you and Crosby have sort of talked about the fact that you could meet up later in this competition, but for you to do that, you have to get through Gabriel Medina, who has just been lighting things up in almost every heat, it seems. How do you get through and prepare for Gabe?
Oh, it's so exciting. I love seeing Gabe back in his prime again and ripping, dropping big heat scores, and it really just simplifies it for me. It's like, okay, we're going to go toe-to-toe and on big maneuvers and, go in the air, whatever you got to do, and it makes it really fun and enjoyable when it's like that. So, yeah, it's exciting.
Can't wait to watch. See you then, Griff.
All right, thanks.
Strider, you do much meditation?
Yeah, I do actually.
Why don't I believe you?
Because you don't see me in the morning when I wake up, do you? Thank God you don't. But yeah, I wake up in the morning and give myself a little time to reflect.
Yeah, well, it seems to be working pretty good for Griff so far. He's able to find himself a very calm headspace. I love the look of that matchup, renewing those hostilities with Medina, who's on fire once again here at Subatubos. Let's dial back into this first women's semi. Advantage from the open exchange goes to the Australian Tyler Wright. Got about just over half a point in those opening waves for her right-hander, an advantage over Tati from her left, and then a quick small number of a 2 for the backup from Tyler here. And having to wait several days for these surfers to come back for finals day. We talked about how many, well, veterans, all 4 of them really in the semi, so that's something that everyone's going to be pretty comfortable with, but nevertheless, there's always still that sort of element in the back of your mind of maybe, I don't know, anything that you maybe thought you did wrong, maybe how you're going to work and going to iron that out for finals day. How do you think these 2 women are going to kind of think about what they've done so far in this event and try and improve when it matters most?
The only time you look in the rearview mirror is when you're driving. You don't do that in a mental state for an athlete. For me, if you just want to be out front and looking at what's happening in front of you and ready for what's to come, because that's what you have to deal with. That's the only thing that you can control, right? And so I feel like as an athlete, you're going to really just sit in the driver's seat, look at where you're going, and pretty much just offensively crush through traffic.
You're looking at 2 very competitive, determined women right now out on the water. This one will be a tense and tightly contested affair. Ross Williams working with Tati, as well as Betty Lou and John. We had him up in the studio a couple of heats ago. It was a pleasure to get his insights once again. Meanwhile, let's have a look at live action from Tyler with an extended floater and unable to unlock another section. But nevertheless, she's got good flow. She has surfed well throughout this event, even on waves that aren't really her scores, even kind of between her maneuvers. Everything looks pretty dialed in. She's had no trouble generating speed, and speed seems to be the ticket to success in surfing.
Yeah, those opening scores, the exchange there was a little bit of a difference, and watching those waves, I really liked the way Tatiana rode her wave, but she was a little bit less tight with her turns and a little bit rounder, and I guess that's probably where the scores were different.
Yeah, if you think back a couple of years ago with Tati, it did feel like she was really going into the lip, wasn't she, pretty late? And it was that commitment to those maneuvers, the degree of difficulty, the risk as well. Pretty heavy sections here at Subatubos. That's what got a good points. It's tough out on the face, isn't it? Unless you're going at absolutely maximum speed and really opening up the amplitude of the turn, will affect the numbers. So for her, just a little time to chew on that. Think about an opportunity to come through. She does have priority, of course, the goofy foot. Are you surprised to see all these veterans in semis?
Not at all. I do feel like we could some action here.
Tyler, here she goes. Pump it down the line. And a nice flick off the top, and another. And then a little slash through a crumbly section, which is a kind of a turn to kick out, really. Won't be deemed a scoring maneuver of significant impact, but that will further her cause. So experience paying off once again in Portugal.
Just finding her rhythm with the ocean right now. I feel like she's gotten out there, and she kind of talked about it in some other, post-heat interviews where she was just wanted to getting on waves and get that rhythm and start her feeling of surfing and making sure that she doesn't sit too long, and that's exactly what she's done, and she's found a fun little part of the sandbar. She's getting really comfortable on the lip and throwing the board around. Like you said earlier, it just doesn't look like there's any kind of mishap in her surfing at the moment. Just feels comfortable and solid and strong. Here she drives, it's beautiful. Picks a great wave that has nice, smooth texture on it, and that's going to be a key to multiple maneuvers as well as board control.
Hard off the bottom and into the lip.
This is Tati while she was on the other side, finding a nice little wave. I feel like she was a little bit behind it there, trying to open up. This first turn was nice, though. That was a really great speed turn. Had to cut it a little short to get back onto the face. Finished really strong, though. I think Ross would have liked that one. That's something where, you really see your athlete out there. You get a good wave, a 3-banger. She's be right in it with that high score of Tyler Wright.
Yeah, a little ding-dong battle unfolding here. And that shot, we just saw that last replay looking back into the left. Gives you a chance to appreciate what the board's doing a bit more than when the surfer is heading away from our position. Let's see where that number goes for Tati. Tyler will replace a backup score when her last number comes through of a 4, but it's so far relatively modest. They've not gone for the bomb so far. It's been just finding opportunities in this, not sitting for too long without getting a score. Just wonder if that will change throughout this and they'll go for some bigger, juicier sets. But so far, there has been the sort of mid-size ones. I think that's a reasonable tactic to kick things off with. The next score that comes in for Tati will give us a genuine total of 20 on the clock as we watch this swell build through. I almost said something about the wind being light for now. I'm just going to touch our wooden table in front. Don't want to tempt it to doing anything silly or untoward at the moment. Not really looking at tubes, but we're seeing some juicy sections and already seen aerials go down, big ones from Gabriel Medina around about an hour ago, and expect plenty more of that throughout finals day here. This swell will continue to increase. Tide is on the ebb, it's heading out. Let's see what that does to conditions, but right now there are corners, there are runners out there, and as ever, Portugal, power never really a problem, and these two surfers very well versed in dealing with the power. They don't mind it at all.
Yeah, the vets have all come to play today. I feel like, them being in the semis and really kind of all back in the driver's seat, it's gonna tighten up the rankings and give everybody a really good show towards the back end here before the cut, and really be fun to watch everybody kind of go at it. It's going to be, the vets will be reestablish themselves on the rankings, and all the youth of the women's side have already shown what they're capable of. So it's going to be really fun to see the tangle over in Australia as well.
Looking at sets heading their way to our sandbar straight in front of our setup here at Supertubos. Finals day at the MEO Rip Curl Pro. And we've gone all the way to the end of the waiting period here after kicking off on the very first day. So using the full calendar here in Portugal. And we're looking at Tatjana Westweb, backhand for her. A little flick on a smaller wave, a softer one. And that's not going to deliver loads of points, but you can see the number up there for her for a previous effort, the 6.33 for that left shoe road prior to that. And it's put up in decent position actually in this one. Tyler Wright 5.77 the number at the moment for her, and a 6.33, pretty healthy from those spicy combos on that left.
That was a solid score, and you know, that first turn, even though she cut it short, it was really quick and got it on the rail for that moment, and the fins were like gliding through the bowl. It was really quick surfing, so that's some solid stuff from her. I think both of these surfers really, body types fit perfect in these waves, so they're so just really strong, cupped out.
Here's Tyler, backhands, waits at the bottom of the wave, and a nice vertical hit, and then just pushing out those fins. So power with finesse from Tyler Wright. A third maneuver, a visit to the closeout section of the whitewater is a successful one. So Tyler, 3 turns. Expect her to improve her numbers with that. We reckon 17 still on the clock.
She puts it back into it right here. Slams it. I mean, really used a lot of power and pushed it really perfectly into the point. Cleans it up on the inside with, you know, a couple of great turns and really giving the judges something to think about now. Comparisons will be dropping with that one and Tatiana's high score of a 6.33, and they'll be coming out somewhere in between.
Here goes Tati. She found herself a nice looking left hand, a big carving snap, jams it right in the pocket, went up late. Tried to sort of force it up over the curtain as it came down. So incomplete second maneuver, first turn. It was really nice though from her.
Yeah, this is a great turn right in the pocket, right off the lip, and really the wrap. I mean, unfortunately can't finish out with something, but that turn, the way that she really came into it with all that speed and right along the lip line, and then turned everything back around like the whole body was moving perfectly with the form for that turn right there.
So we'll wait for a number for each of these surfers. A set will bounce outside of them now as that fresh west swell. Saw quite a few double ups when it started to pick up just after we kicked off this morning. I do seem to have seen fewer of those double ups now, and the swell just getting more and more organized with this tide as it drains out. We heard from Renato Hickel this morning, possibly with the low tide. We'll just see what happens at the moment. We're all systems go with semis here. We set our men's semis as well. We're about to send our first woman to the final in 15 minutes from now. We are waiting for that number of Tati for, well, basically that one complete turn. If it's better than a 5.51, she'll go back to the lead. At the moment, it's Tyler, though, because she got a 6.43 for her left, and on a smaller wave, really well surfed.
Yeah, well, you knew it was going to be solid, the way that she leaned into it. And it was really in the critical part of the wave, and that's exactly where numbers come from. And it was really hard to fit in the other maneuvers on that wave, and I think that's what, you know, that's why they were talking about a possible hold this morning, was that that tide gets too low. It's going to be really hard to find, you know, multiple maneuvers on a wave, and it'd be good to have that. But right now, it's super contestable, so I'm loving it.
Tyler going again here. She's found herself a shiny right-hander. Snaps off the top with speed. Bang, really nicely done. Real precision surfing from Tyler Wright again. She's looking like just going from strength to strength in this one. Wife Lily watches on. Pretty nervous, really, watching Tyler. That might settle down the nerves a bit more, maybe when this score comes in, if it is an improvement. Field looked pretty good.
Really punchy, huh, Tyler? She's really getting to a point to where she's feeling the 1-2 combo right there with the little wraparound kick to the face on the inside. I liked it. Just quick, you know, punch off the top. And this one, I like the way that it's really just quick lip line, drops the board out perfect to come out of it with speed. And the wraparound kung fu kick right there. I'm liking this. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Tyler. She seems like she's turning it on a little bit and ramping into a really nice performance.
Right, building up ahead of steam here. It's with the panel for the moment. She does have the lead already. Good chance of improving when that number comes in. We'll bring it on the other side of the break. Meanwhile, second semi, check out Lakey and Joanne getting their Apple Watches. All heat information on your wrist. More live action from Portugal right after this.
Did you know that Peniche was an island?
It's my perfect place to be because it's where I can actually find a balance of everything. My family is from here. Peniche was an island, but was really close to this continental coast. And with the time, the currents, the rip currents and the tides, the sand kind of like got stuck in one place. That's why it's called a peninsula. And actually the dunes are getting bigger and bigger, so it's good for everything, ecological, to protect the coastlines from the big waves, from the storms. We cannot mess it up. We want this for the next generations, so we should protect it.
The World Surf League's Championship Tour, delighted to be back in Europe, back in Peniche, and watching two outstanding surfers go at it in this one. Tyler Wright, a two-time world champ, taking on Tatiana Weston-Webb, who has tasted victory at this event 2 years ago. And at the moment, it's the Brazilian, the Goofy, chasing a number down. It's a 5.88, the requirement for her, because Tyler did get an improvement on that last wave, increased her backup number to the tune of 5.77. Just going through the gears a little bit here, Strider. She looks quietly confident. She looks poised. Haven't seen any sort of wasted energy. Very dialed into conditions.
I feel like she'd probably have a bit of confidence. Obviously, you know, these surfers have matched up 9 times, and Tyler's gotten the better of her 7. So, you know, I wonder if you think about, I mean, obviously you think about that, you'd know how many times you'd surf against somebody, you'd know how many times you've lost to them too. So you'd want to be like, I want one back.
You mentioned the young generation in the North Shore, the Open Cup events. How rattled do you reckon Tyler was by that as well? It's a couple of ninths for her. It's not really what we expect. Let's pick that up as we watch Tatiana Weston-Webb looking for a score, rallying, a couple of wiggles. 5.88 the number. Tight turns. Not loads of space between them. She had to be rapid. She was. She got the completion. Crucially, meanwhile, bit of meat on this one for Tyler Wright. Too much as that one stretches away. She'll go a quick exit. The pin drop. She'll probably get priority here because I think she's much further out the back with Tati all the way on the inside. It would just be a throwaway number for her. Let's see if Tati gets improvement. She looked like she felt she had. 8:30 to go.
This is Tyler, just quick jump off. Had a good section on it, but didn't open up for her. And then Tati, this was what I wanted to see, another angle. So a quick snap succession. didn't seem like she got a lot of power into it. Looked like she was kind of pushing away, but she was selling it. Do you know what I mean? You can see how there's not a lot of spray off the top of the wave there, but she did really well to get the board back up for a second turn.
Yeah, judges agree with you. Numbers in, doesn't go in her top two, a 4.23 from her. She had to be quick. She was quick with the 2 turns. The first one was a little bit in front of that critical pocket, wasn't it? And then just about hanging on to that second turn. Not super convincing. It's a reasonable number. It's not going to help her, though, with what she wants. She wants about 1.5 points better than that. Still looking for 5.88 priority with Tyler Wright, who has looked so far in this one like her concentration is really, really on. And speaking of concentration, check out Lakey Peterson. She having a quiet moment of reflection before she goes out. Tough heat for her, taking on something of a resurgent Joanne Defay, whose injury last year just took her out. It took her a little while to get back up to speed, actually, Joanne. We saw her kind of showing flashes, but never really looked like vintage Defay until really this season. And at this event, she looks like she's looking better and better with every heat she surfs. Back on Euro soil, or rather Euro waters here, Joanne Defay will be feeling confident about going to the final here. We've got a paddle as Tati heads south, and Tyler decides to go with her.
Yeah, you would, and seeing that left roll through all untattered, it was you want to see a wave like that ridden. That was a great wave coming through down the beach, so they're gonna maybe reposition a bit for Tati. Seeing a wave like that, she would have wanted to be on that thing and tearing it apart.
All right, here we go. So Tati shows interest. Tyler says, I don't think so. And then we go first turn. It's nice from her. And arrives late for a second one. But everything's in position and in place. And even arriving late, the technique is strong. And she will go complete on that. The crowd enjoying themselves, as is Tyler Wright here, who, I'm not going to say mistake-free, but really doesn't seem to have done a whole lot wrong so far in this one.
Nothing. I mean, holding her competitor off on a wave, and she did really well to get those 2 maneuvers in on a really fast, real closeout, really, and holding on too at the end there. There's a lot of water coming down on her back. Pretty solid.
So just pulls that one a touch short, but it's nice and spicy. And then this is really late here, Strider. At this point, you would have forgiven her if she was overcome by that lip, but the strength to hang on to that.
Yeah, nice. Putting some faith in it. Letting Obi-Wan do the work.
5 on the clock here. Tyler Wright in the lead before that number comes through. If it's an improvement, it'll get tougher for Tati, who at the moment needs a 5.88 prior to that number. She needs to find something similar. But what she got in her second wave, really, and we see a bit of a bomb heading in here. She's not heading out to sea. She'll just sit in position. Let's see if she can find herself in a place. Well, not on that one. She'll just watch that roll through. That number she got earlier on, 6.33. She needs to find something of that order. Here's Joanne Defay, who looks very relaxed and sprightly, making her way down. She's just taken some final instructions from Fred Robin, who's in her corner, working with a lot of the French surfers here. And Joanne Defay will be relishing coming up against Lakey with a spot in the final at stake here. Tati's deep here, too deep, just out of position. Tyler's wider on the shoulder, decides not to go.
Oh, there's a, you know, watching a wave like that roll through. If you're a coach and you look out and your athlete's just behind it, you're just wagging your head down. That's unfortunate right there for somebody like Tatiana that can really capitalize on those good lefts.
Yeah, deep on that one, wasn't she? It is tough to come from the other side of the peak to put yourself wide enough to take off, particularly with this outgoing tide. This wave comes and stands up, and then it quickens on that takeoff section. It's really hard to get yourself on the other side of the peak. She was unable to do that there, and you probably have to say a bit of an error for her. She had a little while to see that wave coming. maybe, with the benefit of hindsight, might say to herself she was just a little slow to get going on that. 3 minutes on the clock for her to get a score. Shaping up pretty strongly, Strider.
Yeah, this was one of her first waves, and I mean, I loved the way that she really, into that first turn, you could see the intent. And there was a solid score coming across for that. But then Tyler backed her up against the wall again with this. You know, she really, the board placement has been pretty perfect, and she hasn't made any mistakes in this heat. So she's, I mean, that's how the vets are going to do it, right? That's how you're going to get things done. Great surfing, great heat IQ, holding off your opponent, and then smashing it down like this. She got a big score for that wave.
Yeah, we just saw the 6.93 came in and just turning the screw, ramping up the pressure on Tati, who now is looking for a 7.03 with 2 on the clock. Tati does have priority. She's going to need to find one of these good lefts, like the one she was just forced to watch from a position that was too deep to go. She needs some more energy like that. 7.03, that requirement for her. Very gettable number in these sort of conditions.
Well, we saw really, we've seen a couple of them come through already, right? That nobody was on, and you just be going, ooh, you know, you got to get, you have to capitalize. Uncle Ross right there, coaching. He's got a solid crew, but left in the event is Tatiana Weston-Webb. So he's really, really motivating her across the mental telepathy side of things to catch a wave.
Yeah, under 90 seconds for her to find that number, 7.03. And Tyler, sometimes in her heats, you see her checking back towards the shore quite a bit. Maybe just it's seeming to show signs of uncertainty. In this one, she's just looked so on her game throughout this thing from the very beginning. Shown us loads of different maneuvers in different parts of the wave. Really looks like she's in tune. Some energy heading in now. Minute on the clock. Weston-Webb heading south to the left of your shot, trying to find probably one of these roping long lefts. Can she get one? Maybe an opportunity here. If she can put herself in position, she needs a 7.03. It will have to be the high score of the heat, and it will need to be a good wave. Time not on her side. 30 on the clock here for Tatiana Weston-Webb to do something. And she'll quickly assess that right hand and realize that's not got the scoring potential. She's gonna have to go something here. There's a wave popping up. All right, here she goes.
Oh.
No, that one not gonna do it for her either. So some sets just non-cooperative from the point of view of Tatiana Weston-Webb. From the point of view of Tyler Wright, she won't mind it one bit. Let's just see if this thing gets here in time. The outboard motor's going. Counting down. Is she going to get up before the horn? She will not. And a frustrating heat for Tati, who just looks a little bit out of rhythm with the ocean. Then maybe that one inside smaller right that she took just kind of diverted her a bit from where she really wanted to be in the lineup. And while that was happening, it was Tyler Wright, your first finalist here, who really looked dominant throughout that one with a really good read on conditions and with her own surfing as well. Ominous for whoever is going to face her in the final, but she'll be absolutely delighted to pair in 9th on the North Shore by her own very high standards. Not really good enough, and she's going to get at least a runner-up, possibly emerge as champion here in Portugal in 2024. That's happening today. It is finals day. Tyler Wright's through to final. Who's going to face her? Lakey Peterson or Joanne Defay? Find out. We'll be right back.
This year it's been a big goal of mine just to keep believing in myself. Whether I lose first round or win the entire contest, it doesn't matter, and just keep showing up and keep trying. So that's what I'm doing, and yeah, hopefully I keep making heats.
Nice blast there, she'll control it.
The last few days I was like, oh, you think the Challenger Series is hard, but it's pretty hard, like the condition here and stuff. Yeah, just being one day after another and trying to just keep focused and excited.
Joanne Defay digging in now.
Our first finalist is locked in, Tyler Wright. She's delighted as some Saturday sunshine pokes through. And Tyler Wright will be feeling pretty good about life at the moment. She's through to the final here in Portugal, setting up for a big statement performance. We talked about the youngsters, the new generation over on the North Shore, doing big things, making statement performances. And a two-time world champ with an absolute ton of experience through the final. From semis, which featured lots of veterans, lots of power, lots of nous. Let's check out two more powerhouses, two of the most powerful women on tour in this next heat. Our second semi, Lakey Peterson. She's out there looking to go again into the final here. If she's going to do that, she's going to have to get past Joanne Defay, who's in good form, actually. A couple of fifths on the North Shore from Joanne, much better as she builds that recovery from injury. And looking to kick things off here at Super 2 Boss and get a strong start on the board. Crucial as ever in these rapidly unfolding conditions. This was the early work of La Française, Joanne Defay.
Jojo with a one-banger, but you know what? Has a hanger, and it was pretty sweet. A lot of speed out of her to, you know, generate and then to really just put it right up and push the board so hard that the fins released a little bit. She got a little glide on the lip line. Her strength is her backhand surfing and the way that she whips it into the lip there. I feel like that's what she'll be focusing on in this heat, is going left.
Joanne Defay's numbers in one turn, a 4-5 for her. So opening up with a reasonable number, not loads of opportunity. Crucial to get the completion first of all and just keep that momentum heading in the right direction. Speaking of momentum, it's a bit of a bomb. And we see Lakey trying to put herself in position. Look at this thing. Maybe Lakey's too deep. Let's see if Joanne can get on it there. A long way in, really, kind of where this wave is. And as that tide slips out, expect to see this happen a little bit more throughout this heat as ever. Conditions dynamic and unfolding in the lineup during the heat for our surfers. They have to take on info from what they watch before they go out, but really things will change whilst they're in the water. But I've talked about the experience, both of them very used to that. And of course, Lakey's success here, a couple of finals from her. Love to go all the way and get that big win, as with Joanne Defay. And on that women's tour, with all of those new storylines unfolding and that new energy, the veterans still got plenty to say. One of them is a two-time world champion. She's going to be a finalist here in Peniche. Tyler Wright's with AJ.
Yeah, Tyler, just coming up here, acting like business as usual, winning this semifinal heat to give yourself a shot at the title here in Peniche. How did you get it done?
Yeah, business as usual. It's one of those ones where, yeah, been doing it for a while. So, no, that was, you know, honestly, I think I was in two minds. It was like the rip ball right over here, and then the kind of left and occasional right on that side. I was kind of split because I think the rip ball right obviously pays into my favor, probably over Taddy's, and then the left pays into Taddy's. But my kind of theory was like if I stuck on her, like I was done it, yeah, just kind of bet on myself to get it done, and I did, and I was pretty happy with that. Yeah, it's like a tricky little left, and so no, I was really happy with that. Really happy with the wave selection towards the end, and now how I kind of played the heat. So yeah.
You took down Tatiana Weston-Webb, who has won here before, to give yourself a shot at this title, and I know you're someone who is obsessed with the process. What is the first thing you're going to break down with Kingy to prepare for the final?
Look, honestly, like for us, it's just I'll have a cup of tea, hopefully. Actually, I don't even know if there's tea here, but my wife's here, and then, yeah, probably not too much will change. Obviously, the conditions here are a little bit title dependent, so kind of one of those ones, like I don't have too many thoughts right now, which is kind of nice. I feel like throughout this week, I've really kind of like settled into how my body is really responding well to this, and the mentality that it's just kind of like a 9-to-5 job, just clock on, clock off, get it done, and then go home.
All right, well, we'll see you in the finals. Congratulations.
Thanks.
I'm happy to confirm to Tyler Wright that there is, in fact, tea here, Strider. So she can get herself a nice, refreshing cuppa and get ready for the final. Things are really looking up.
Well, looking up at the lip was Lakey Peterson, but she couldn't pull down that second one, though. And Joanne going on the backhand. Quick whip, and then straight vertical to tail whip. Christmas tree out of it. That's the type of precision surfing that's going to win heats.
Live action. Here's Peterson. Wow, really nice. Carrying over the speed and dealing with the wobble pretty well. Much more convincing stuff from her. Nice authority in the carve. And the wobble does eventually just kind of chew and bounce into that lip line. She'll go incomplete on the end. Some good work done prior to that, though. Let's have another look.
Easy glide in on this one. So she set her up with like a lot of down the line ease, which gave her the opportunity to have a lot of speed, and then she got a great series of maneuvers off. I do like a finish, and she didn't get it right there, so you know, for me that's something she needs to clean up, but she's looking on point. She's been surfing every day with Micro, and they've been going through, you know, keeping everything moving, and then really talking about what they need to do, going out to dinners, and really just being comfortable here.
Finals day, obviously the most important day of the waiting period, and important to have the right equipment. Let's go down and talk to one of our master shapers, Britt Merrick. Welcome to finals day.
Yeah, thanks, boys. How are you, Paul, Strider? What's happening?
We're just hanging out, watching two young ladies rip it apart. What kind of boards Lakey got under her feet out there? You guys got some special weapons happening?
Yeah, Lakey and I have been working hard together this year. She's on a 5.9 CI Pro. And, you know, we've just really been tuning in little things this year. I think we're making incremental changes that are making her boards quicker. She's wanting like a faster transition out of the bottom up the top and a little tighter arc through the lip. So been working on those little details.
Yeah, Britt, I just want to ask you, in terms of Europe in particular, and coming here out of Hawaii, obviously completely different ocean and conditions. Anything unique or particular about boards for, well, this venue in particular here in Portugal?
Yeah, not as much just for this venue compared to sort of the rest of the tour. Hawaii is obviously where the big changes happen, so equipment is fairly different going from Hawaii to here. But it will change a bit going toward Bells. You know, here the waves are pretty cuppy and pretty quick, so you want stuff that's pretty curvy, where Bells is going to be a bit more drawn out, and you need stuff that's more drivey. So it's pretty much what she would ride even in California on real cuppy days is what she'll be riding out here.
And in terms of you being at the event and watching stuff go down, obviously your feedback with your riders is crucial, but how is that different for you to actually watch these heats unfold and taking your own info as well as obviously taking the feedback from the riders?
Yeah, well, you know, sort of riders have various abilities to communicate what they're feeling. You know, some of them are really good at it. Some of them, they're kind of struggling to understand what they're feeling. They might have some basic ideas to say it's sticky here or it's not fast enough there. But really, it's my job to watch either live or the footage and then determine what that is. Why is it sticky there? Why is it lacking speed here? They don't always have that understanding of the translation between what they're feeling and what component in the board needs to be tweaked or changed. So that's why it's important for me to be here, to see it in real time. Even real time as opposed to like the webcast or footage later on is helpful because you could really kind of see those nuances in context, and I have a good idea then of what needs to be tweaked and changed.
Hey, Britt, I went down and had a surf with Lakey a couple times. She had like quite a few boards on the beach. How many boards do you give these athletes to come, on tour with?
Well, I try to get most of the work done before Hawaii, right? Because Hawaii and then this comp and then Australia happen really quickly back to back. So everyone's kind of traveling with pretty full bags at the moment. Because they pretty much got to cover 3 contests. So, most of them are probably going to have 2 full bags with them, so that's 10 boards or more.
Wow. Well, thank you, Britt. That's amazing. All that breakdown, all those boards. You're a busy man.
Busy man for sure, but I'm having fun. I'm stoked.
Keep up the good work, mate. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, boys. Cheers.
Some scores have been dropping there on the other side of the fence.
Yeah, Defay's been on the tools. Couple of good numbers, the 6.17 and the 6.23. So in the driving seat in this one. Priority with Lakey. She wants to make a move here. Just under 23 minutes to go. Plenty of time to get numbers, but at the moment it is an excellent one. She needs with one wave, 8.5. Couple of 6s will put her on parity with Joanne Defay, who has identified where she wants to be on this bank. Found some good waves. Lakey got that running right, but she couldn't get the cleaner water. Here's another look at Joanne on the left.
I mean, this is her strength. We know that. But the way that she's coming from underneath it and then pushing out through it like that on that second turn, that's just really, really great work. This one was a little late to the party, but this turn right here, she goes from underneath it and then pushes the board out over the lip line and shows the control. So I think she's on a sharp eye, so that board has a lot of rocker in the tail, I would think. And the way that those boards have been working in the pocket on the backhand, and we saw Jake Marshall killing it on them, and now we're seeing Joanne Defay having the same success on the backhand with that board. Defay
just belting it several times on that backhand of hers that we know is such a strength for her. There's her mum. She's enjoying it. She's got a big family contingent supporting her on here in Europe. Let's another look at Lakey.
Wow, Lakey looking really good on this one. I like that wave, the way that it, well, is that the one we saw before? It looks like that would look really good, though, those first couple of turns, but the finish wasn't there, so the score came up short.
Yeah, good flow from her. You can't help but make that contrast to Fate. Using kind of gravity just to get to the bottom of the wave and then going straight back up, as opposed to that more lateral line from Peterson. The incompletion as well keeps her number pretty modest. 20 minutes and 45 as she paddles into a bomb of a left. Has she got the speed to get past the section? This one is completely hollowed out on her, and she gives it a good crack and another and gets that done. So much better from her. As we see Britt, we just chatted to on the headset with Micro as well, watching on there, and they're looking just a little bit mildly concerned at the moment with the way this one's going.
Yeah, I mean, if you watch this wave, there was a lot of downtime right here in between. There was almost a hollow section that maybe could have been ridden, and then she gets some work done on the end where she squeezed in the 2 turns. Really only one turn that really looked really clean there, but in the context of this heat, I feel like she's still got a lot of work to do, though. This is going to give her a mid-range score, so it's definitely going to put her back into a comfortable place. She's not going to need such a big number anymore. Definitely getting the finish completion there, which is what she needed. But then Joe right behind her, again, right where she needs to be. See how the board's going vertical on those sections and finding a placement where, the critical part of the wave she utilized, and Lakey didn't utilize it on her wave. She had to wait for the end of it. And Joanne's going straight to the critical part of the wave, and that's where the score is going to drop in. She's going to be in a commanding lead after that score drops right there.
Yeah, it feels like every exchange is going Joanne's way. You watch the wave of Lakey prior to that, and you thought, all right, good way to try and get yourself back in the heat. You need an 8.5. Don't wait too long with that number. And then all of a sudden, right behind her, Defay, from the very beginning, that driving bottom turn into the lip, really nice. And she is sticking to the backhand as you thought, Strider. It's paying dividends for us so far. She's got a healthy lead prior to that. Really good chance of improving that lead. There's Papa watching on. So far, so good from his point of view. Number in for Lakey for 6-3. And then the number right behind that for the Fate, 7-6-7. Really good. That requirement is massive now. Lakey needs a 9-2-7.
Yeah, like we said, once that number drops, she's in the driver's seat. Now it's up to, you know, to me, this is just heat IQ, going to have to play in, sit on your opponent, make them feel uncomfortable, do what you can.
Lakey's priority here will be crucial in terms of making use of the meteor set wave. She's going to need to find something solid with a load of speed. She's going to need to hit it pretty hard. 9-2-7, that requirement in one wave. A couple of sevens will do it in two.
I'd love to see her go to that backhand, not be scared of it. I mean, I was watching her throw some trees up the other day outside, you know, little Misto sandbars that we were surfing, and she was really focusing, compressing, pushing the tail free, doing everything that Joe's doing to her right now. You know what I mean? So I know that she can do what she needs to do to win this heat. She just needs to get back into that rhythm and find those waves with a little bit of open face.
17 minutes and 20 seconds at the moment. Plenty of clock time for Lakey Peterson to get herself into another final here in Portugal. She's had a lot of success at this venue, but at the moment it is surfer out of Reunion Islands, Joanne de Fay. And she'll go again here under Lakey's priority. A little speculative look down the line. And a quick exit for Joanne. She's built up a solid lead in this one. Good numbers on the board for her. That 7-6-7. A dreamy wave, really perfectly positioned. Not only in the lineup, but just positioning on the wave itself. None of that downtime at the bottom of the wave, straight back into the lip. It goes up to that very good range. A stretched out wave. We'll break across the sandbar here. And a little bit of further time will ebb away from Lakey Peterson's chances of going to the final. What does Micro make of it?
He's not happy. I think that at this point he's like, there's choices that have been made, and so there was a little hesitation in some of the surfing. I think that, you know, there's for some reason maybe a little bit of doubt creeping in there for Lakey.
Just for what we've seen so far today, just that we haven't seen many sort of come from behinds, have we? It has been tended to be the energy going with one of the surfers early on, getting in front, and it's kind of remained that way. It does feel a little bit like one of those days.
Yeah. Day's changing. Sun's coming out. Maybe some things could switch around for Lakey. She's still got plenty of time, like you talked about. You know, back on Joanne de Fay, she's not doing, you know, she's got a couple of fifths already now. Looks, and she can make it through this into the final. Looking solid on the cut line there. Joe coming back with a lot of just confidence.
Yeah, obviously first job of work, the cut line, but ultimately thinking about final five as well. Somewhere she's been before and really love to get back in that conversation. Set yourself up and a possible shot at a world title as well. Also an Olympic season for her, representing France. She loves a hollow left-hand reef break. So a big, big season for a number of surfers and a big event in the context of the pre-cut portion of the season. Stop 3 on the championship tour here in Portugal. It's all going to come down to the next few hours. We will have champions here. We'll be crowning them this afternoon. 14 minutes and 40 seconds to go in our second semi-final. Who will take on Tyler Wright in the final? At the moment, it looks like the French surfer, Joanne de Fay.
Oh, look at this wave. No. Oh, man, that thing was setting up. It looked so nice.
So no takers there. Lakey Peterson had a little look down the line. Probably a pretty smart call not to go that one. It was a quick one. And she'll just have to wait further. Draw on some of that resilience, some of that mental fortitude that she's shown us down the years.
Yeah, this being a beautiful Saturday down here on the beach. Lots of people hanging out. We love it.
Finals day here in Portugal at the moment. The French surfer Joanne de Fay's got a pretty solid lead over the American Lakey Peterson. Still just under 14 minutes to go in this. Join us for more live action here from Portugal. when we come back from break.
The Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona, is brought to you by MEO, official title partner of the Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal. By EDP, official partner of the Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal. And by Yeti, built for the wild.
Welcome back to finals day in Portugal. Joanda Fay with a pretty solid lead over Lakey Peterson in the second semi. Let's go and check in with AJ at the MEO Unwanted Shapes activation.
We're down here at a collaboration that is really, really cool. It's between MEO, Visit Portugal, and the WSL, and it's all about trying to make sure that the things that we use as surfers every single day are more sustainable, changing the mindset of surfers and shapers about how we can impact our ocean, our world in a better way. So you can look over here and actually making surfboards out of waste. So this is a board that was rode by Kikish in a special heat in 2020, and then you can see this board made out of the COVID-19 waste, with the goal that in 2028, the surfboards will become completely sustainable. There will be no difference between the board surfers are riding now and the ones made out of sustainable materials. So a really cool opportunity to come down here, learn about this collaboration, and learn how we can make sure that the ocean and our beaches stay clean and beautiful for years to come, you guys.
Thanks to MEO, doing a lot of good things for the surfing community here in Portugal, and as ever, strong support from them at this event. As we'll remind you of the action out in the water, 10.5 minutes on the clock. And Lakey just got this.
Yeah, quick. There it is. Oh, man, I was waiting for that. A little mishap there, but that backhand whip, I knew she had it. She pulled it out. She needs a few more, but her opponent is, well, going multiples on her. So, not making it easy. Not laying down yet.
Yeah, pretty relentless stuff from Defay, isn't it? So the mistake again from Peterson. She's fallen off too much in this for a semi-final. She'll get caught in the fours again. The wave had a bit more on it than that. 4-3 for her, not enough, nowhere near. 991 is the number she's looking for. And Joanda Fay, another improvement there, 6.87. Absolutely relentless stuff from her. She is just nailing these lefts, hammering them.
But I'd have to say, because of the fact of her situation, if it was like the other day when the swell was dropping and, you know, there was less waves coming in, I'd say, you know, Lakey doesn't have a chance to get back in this thing. But with the swell coming in and, you know, there's a lot more happening and there's more opportunity there. I feel like in this amount of time, she can get 2 more waves. I don't know if she's going to get a 991, but I do think that she can stack up a couple of solid rides and get back in this game.
In order to do that, she just needs to sort of wash off what's gone before in this heat as well. She had a bit of a shock. And how do you go about doing that? How do you kind of almost like delete?
You just have to almost inspire yourself like she just did. I feel like on that last wave, you know, she basically got her second highest score on one turn. And that one turn was so good, perfectly placed, really lightning fast. That board looked great. And that in your mind be like, okay, let me get another left and do 2 of those, and I'm going to be up in this.
There she goes with some speed here. Puts that float up, sets up nicely. Good crack from her on the backhand. And again, so using that aggression to positive effect there. And a little bit of fire in her. She'll have a little extra kick as she heads back out the back. Better stuff from her, comboing up the turns, taking on sections, crucially, of course, getting the completion as well. It won't be the near perfect 10 she requires, but it will help her cause in a number of waves numerically by improving her score, but also just giving her a bit more mojo, Strider.
Yeah, and you know, I think that she had the intent on starting this heat up with just going right and going to her strength of her forehand, but her backhand, with the way that the waves are right now, looks like it looks better to me. It looks like she has a little bit more flow. You know, on this wave, the outside maneuvers were clean, and it's going to give her, you know, a little bit of an uplift. It's not, you know, a huge increase on the score line, but if she could have finished this wave off with a little bit better timing, I think she would have got a bigger score. So she's building, she's getting better, and there's still time on the clock. Sweet turn right there, though, you know, like really giving herself an opportunity.
So the number in for Lakey at 5-5. It is her best score. And that means she brings down that requirement. It's still a solid one, though. 9-0-4. Fans meeting their heroes, getting some signatures, and enjoying finals day again in Portugal. This event ever well supported. And expect that noise to ramp up throughout the afternoon as well, as we get into men's semis and, of course, finals coming up. Who's going to take on Tyler Wright in the final? At the moment, it looks like Joanne Defay, unless Lakey Peterson can kind of pick up some of the energy she found on that last wave. She just wants to catch more waves, really. She needs lots of waves. A couple of set sevens will do it for her. Assuming Joanne Defay does not improve, she wants to keep catching waves, just surf herself into form. Here she goes about doing that here. Bang, nice, vicious snap. And there's a lot of commitment to a wrapping turn from her. And still chugging down the line. A little clip to finish as well. So her last 2 waves, much, much better.
Yeah, that's, you know, that's the kind of aggression and commitment and confidence we wanted to see out of her. I mean, that was a great wave down the beach, kind of away from Joanne, and just got to free herself up. That first turn was, I think she's right back in it with this wave. Just got to see how this thing plays out. I mean, Joanne's going to be out the back with priority, and, you know, having 5 minutes left in the heat. But there's still plenty of time. But this wave's really clean. And I mean, she kicked the tail out, got the drift, re-entered, and went into another turn. Finished with some spice. I like it. This one right here, though, look at how clean that face looks for her, and everything into it. Turn the shoulders over, push the tail out, got everything moving. Followed up with a beautiful wrap to, you know, really core tech out, just putting everything into it. Lakey, she's gonna get a solid score for that. Aerial view. You can see the fins out the back right there. All that spray coming off the rail. That's the flow she's looking for.
Well, she needed to catch waves, and she's caught 2. They're both improvements. That one, a 6-4-3, and she's chipping away at the number here. She would have loved a little more than that. 8-1-1 is the fresh requirement. Bad news is Defay has priority, and she'll stick close at the moment. So again, Lakey will be looking for multiple waves in a set and looking to just try and build that momentum here.
I'm a little surprised at that score. I felt like it was a little bit low. I feel like she really belted that turn. Maybe because the wave was smaller?
Yeah, maybe just after that turn. There wasn't loads of energy left in the wave. By contrast, you think Joanne with her 7 in particular, even some of her 6s, had sort of 2 meaty sections, didn't they, going at them quite late?
Yeah, she's getting the turns. Joanne Defay's been doing those big turns out the back. You know, there's multiple turns as well. As usual, you're right, Paul.
The 6.43 for her, though, is important just to bring down that number as well. And she can get an 8.11. It's feels like much more of a gettable number, obviously, than that high 9 that she needed. If she finds a bomb, this is an increasing swell. We know about the power that she's got. She can hit it hard and combo up the maneuvers crucially is what she wants to try and do. In order to do that, she will try and escape the attentions of Joanne Defay, who's 3 minutes away from a final here in Portugal. And bright sunshine now on a late Saturday morning here in Portugal. 4 finals day. We've gone all the way and bookended the waiting period. Started off on day 1. The very last day we could have run here, and the Surfline forecast leading the people making the decisions to believe that today would be the day. How's that beach?
Look at all those people down there. That is a packed beach, and I guess that's what happens when it's a Saturday and you tell them it's going to be on no matter what. They're coming down.
Yeah, the thing about this event as well down the years, just so much drama has unfolded as well. It's become a real fixture in the sporting calendar here in Portugal and across Europe. A lot of people traveling down, driving down from the continent, from up north, from Germany, coming down from the UK and Ireland as well. It's not a long way to head here from Spain. It's been a fixture really to come and travel for, get a surf trip done and watch the best in the world go at it. You're watching a couple of the best right now. One of them is Joanne Defay, who's got, I'd say, 1 foot in the final. It's still with Lakey an opportunity, but not having priority is going to hurt her in these final couple of minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. A wave that comes in that's going to favor that score. Joanne's going to take it, and she'll give her the opportunity at anything else. But if it's got an 8 written on it, Joe's going to go.
All right, 90 seconds now. Lakey just trying to find a bit of sea room, crucially, and a wave. Joanne Defay will assess the scoring potential of this wave. She'll deem it not worthy of an excellent number. And she was right, because Lakey Peterson can't even get on it, and that one just slips under, and then by the time it hits the shallow water, just runs away. Lakey will try and come inside now and find something, but no real purpose to her paddling.
Yeah, this is a tough one. You're going to have to hope for a set to come and have 2 waves in it. But the way that there's no paddling happening out towards intent on a wave and looking at the horizon there, it doesn't look good.
Yeah, relentlessness from Joanne Defay throughout this. Every exchange she was on it and making better choices in terms of the wave that she took. Also in terms of her surfing that she was able to do on the waves as well. Lakey Peterson's had a bit of a tough one out here. She has had a bit of a late charge in it. She's improved her numbers, but still quite some distance back from this woman, who will have to use some of that physical fitness just to stay in contention and keep Lakey off this wave, which she does, essentially by just bodyboarding down the face. And with that priority, she can afford to just block, essentially, Lakey Peterson, who...
That'll be it.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed right now, ultimately. Semi-finals, a solid result over here. But right now, you have to say félicitations to Joanne Defay. Her family are absolutely delighted here, the French and Euro crew. And they will be stoked to see this woman go to finals here in Portugal. She's going to take on Tyler Wright. That's going to be an interesting clash of the veterans, the power surfers. And Joanne Defay, well done to her. Also well done to Lakey Peterson. Surfed a solid event. She's shown us basically why she has her position on tour, with all of that respect garnered for her power surfing, but ultimately that semi just didn't really go her way, and it's tough to make comebacks in these kind of conditions. And it will be Joanne Defay who we will send to meet Tyler Wright into the final. All wrapped up from the women in terms of semis, just 2 surfers remaining. And Joanne Defay will come in and will be absolutely delighted. A debrief from her crew and plenty of support from the crowd as well.
Yeah, we haven't seen any comebacks today, have we?
Strong starts will be crucial. Meanwhile, stay tuned. We can get a quick commercial break. When we come back, an update show. Joe and Jesse are going to jump in with Strider and break down all of the action so far on finals day. Stay tuned.
Happy Finals Day. This is the Corona Update Show here at Peniche, Portugal. Super Tubo setting up for some fun heats this morning and still some big ones to come this afternoon. The crowd is all here standing by to see which champions will be crowned at the end of the day. Just came off a heat with Joanne DeFay getting a win off Lakey Peterson. As we welcome you to this Corona Update Show, Joe Trappell, Strider Wazalewski, and Jesse Mendez. Gentlemen, the word is in from our contest officials that we will be going on hold. That tie did bottom out. We're going to wait until 2:45 this afternoon local time to get started back at a possible 3 o'clock start with the men's semifinals. Great call. We've been going through these holds throughout this event, and looks like we could be finishing up this contest in some fun waves.
Yeah, I mean, the swell's still arriving, so we've got plenty of surf on hand. And then, you know, with the tide turning around and then coming back in, we'll see it even get bigger, which is a great thing.
Totally, and as fun as it looked just now for the last heat, this is going to pretty much turn into a straight closeout in a little bit. So it's a great call. Might as well wait a little bit. The tides started filling in. We're going to get great action.
Here we go. Joanne Defay just beat Lakey Peterson for a spot in the final. She's with AJ.
Yeah, and it took a lot of consistency to get it done, Joanne, punching your ticket to your first final since 2022, going up against a veteran like Lakey, yourself a veteran. How did you get the edge?
I think today is whoever get the wave, that opens up a little bit, and there's no, like, the swell is not filling it yet, so it's like two maneuver combo kinda, and I don't know, I just feel good, like it's super powerful. I feel great, the board feels great, and I don't know, I was sick like 2 days ago, so it felt good that they kind of had a break for 2 days, and I feel better today.
Good, you feel better, you look great out there. Your board also seems like it is just glued to your feet the way you're riding it. Give us a little bit of insight into what you're riding.
Thanks. So it's a bit of a step up, 5.9. It's a sharp eye made in Portugal. So thank you guys for working hard. This one is really kind of magic. It works super well in the tight pockets, and love it.
How do you manage this hold and prepare for your final?
I guess I'm going to go back to the hotel a little bit, have a rest, and just come back hoping that we get the best of the tide later.
All right, well, we'll look forward to seeing you then. You have anything you want to say to friends and family back home before we let you go?
Oui, merci beaucoup à tous de regarder. Franchement, vous m'envoyez des super ondes aujourd'hui et j'espère gagner encore ma prochaine série. Merci beaucoup à tous.
See you then.
Thank you so much, AJ. Joanne Defay getting a win. She'll be in her first final of her career in Peniche here at Super Tubos, and she also broke that losing streak. She had 5 straight losses going back to the Gold Coast back a handful of years ago against Lakey Peterson. So turns that around, has a chance to win the event. As we break it all down, Strider Joanne got the first good score of the heat and really never looked back.
No, and we knew, I mean, at least I felt like I knew she was going to go to that backhand whip that sure hurt. She just can count on it. The board has made it even better. She's always had a great backhand attack, but I think, Jesse, that sharp eye, the way that the curve at the bottom, all that tail rocker fits in, is really nice.
Yeah, and a huge point of difference, I think, was just the bottom turns, that she was able to get so much drive off the bottom, and that's just up to her and the board. And yeah, everything going special for her, making a final, and Lakey was actually surfing very well as well.
14.54 combined total for Joanne Defay, but really had so much flow. Her connections looked a little bit cleaner, a little bit more powerful as she goes on to the final, in a very experienced final, as she'll have a 2-time world champ Tyler Wright to deal with. When you add all those years up on tour, that's 23 years of competition. As we're changing gears abruptly into the veteran takeover, this surfer dominated the tour in 2016, 2017. Tyler, back-to-back world titles. She's in a healthy, happy place. As she took on Tatiana Weston Webb, Tati was well prepared and focused, but Tyler ends up going 8-2 all-time in one-on-one heats with this win today, Strider.
Yeah, and I can only kind of separate it in the fact that I think Tyler maybe was going a little bit more vertical on the sections of consequence because Tati surfed really well, fast, and really, using all the power of the wave on the rail and the fin. So, to me, that might have been the only difference in this heat.
Yeah, and the wave selection as well. Tyler also got some great waves, like most likely. Seems like she had like a little taller waves and had more opportunities as well. So Tachi had that first left that lined up pretty nice, but all the other waves didn't have too much scoring potential.
So the big final set up for the women. Tyler Wright taking on Joanne Defay. Remember, if you're just joining us, we are going on hold till 2:45 local time for a possible 3 o'clock start for the men's semifinals, which leads us to the pulse, because we had to get those semifinals ready first thing in the morning with the quarterfinals that have been on deck for a few days now, and they did not disappoint. As we go back to the first quarterfinal that we had this morning, it was all California matchup. Crosby's known Jake for a long time. Jake Marshall and Crosby had the lineup to set things up, and this was the very first wave of finals day. Into the 6 range, a 6.17. Backed it up with a 6.10. Crosby moving on to the semifinals to keep the dream alive to maybe get his brother later, but he'll have to deal with this man, Ethan Ewing, was on a tear. Even got excellence, an 8.0 to go with his 6.17 to eliminate Morocco's Ramzi Boukayem. And now we prepare for the all-regular foot semifinal as he'll take on Crosby later on today. But Medina, honestly, in quarter 3 is looking unstoppable. Through the air again, just like he's been doing all week out here. 2 9-point rides, 18-point combined total. Best heat of the event so far as he looks for his 2nd victory of his career in Peniche. Really incredible to see his comfort zone as he's got the eye of the tiger. Colapinto looking fresh in the heat against Joan Duru. Had the 6.83 and a 6.6. His backhand looks loose, looks really comfortable in the pocket. His forehand looks solid as well and hasn't really need to go above the lip at all. Moved on past Duru to get into the 2nd semifinal where he's going to take on Gabriel Medina, who should be having the crowd behind him as well, since he is one of the most popular surfers on the planet was.
Yeah, you know what though? I loved Griffin Colapinto's post-heat interview. He said, I can't wait to surf against Medina. I can't wait to do air for air. I can't wait for that battle. And that kind of energy is just going to bring the best performance out of both of those guys. So it should be super fun, especially with the swell getting bigger.
I know, I'm totally agree with you. And for him to identify, like, if you want to be the best, you want to beat the best. So he already is one of the best, but it's just the more he has going head-to-head with Gabriel, which is probably the best competitor of his generation, it's just going to level up his surfing and competition.
And it's a different type of relationship, isn't it? As we know, Griffin has stayed with Gabriel in the past. You know, it's not one of those opponents that he just fears and they don't get to hang out together. They really appreciate each other's role on tour. They have a lot of respect for each other. So I think if you ask Gabe or Griff, they're like, okay, let's take the gloves off and go for the roof here.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I think that we've seen a lot that I don't know if we're going to see more than what we've seen from Gabriel. I mean, he's done huge rotators on the front side and the back side. I mean, I don't know what else he can really put out there. I guess I'm testing you right now. I want to see more. Can I see more, Gabriel? That would be pretty fun to see. And you know, with Griffin, he's going to rise up to the occasion. We're going to get to see his next level. So, is there a next level for Gabriel? And will, you know, Griffin match that level?
Well, that's right. There's a buzz in the air when it's finals day, and sometimes that lifts the level of all the champions on tour. Semifinals set for the men. And remember, we're going on hold till 2:45 local time for a possible 3 o'clock start. We're going to leave you with some special content to watch. Inside Pro Surfing brings you the Hurley Pro Sunset, and we'll see you back at 2:45 to finish off finals day.
we go into the barrel with Betty Lou. An absolute hammer of a finishing move.
Professional surfing is a head-to-head sport contested in the raw power of the untamed ocean.
Yeah, 30 minutes, yeah. You know, you've got giant waves coming in, what looks to be just like a whiteout.
Unless you're a pro surfer, you have no idea how difficult surfing really is.
That was insane.
I knew I was either gonna die or have the best turn of my life.
What was that?
How much talent, determination, strategy, and grit it takes to succeed.
Turn, be ready, going for that day.
The WSL Championship Tour is surfing's biggest stage.
It's a high-pressure game fought to the very last second.
This may be the number for Griff. Airdrops into it.
What a way to turn the heat.
Right, looking at that last turn, just going,
Thank you.
An emotional ride full of wild winds and disappointing defeats.
You can see the disappointment right there. Wow, what a mistake.
But what sets surfing apart from other sports is the indescribable feeling of being a surfer.
Every time you hit the water, you can leave everything else behind. It's just pure freedom.
Chill. Don't do anything crazy.
Today we take you to the North Shore of Oahu for an inside look at the 2024 Hurley Pro Sunset Beach.
It's the sunset. Yeah, it's going to be a test for everyone, eh? Just kind of competitor against the ocean, I think, today.
Well, day one is on here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach.
The feeling of surfing is you can get the best wave of your life, and unlike other things where there's satisfaction, I mean, you are satisfied to have ridden the wave, but it's a motivation to come back and do it again.
The second stop of the WSL Championship Tour takes place at Sunset Beach, a performance big wave, a traditional surf spot that favors competitors who find comfort in heavy water.
I love Sunset Beach. The feeling you get when you get a good wave at sunset after, I don't know, getting pounded is just an amazing feeling.
Gabby, two-time semifinalist out here, power surfing just like that.
It's difficult, I'm not gonna lie, it's really hard.
The challenges of Sunset Beach. Competing at Sunset Beach is super hard. The speed and the power of it, and there's not really any other wave in the world quite like it, how fast you get going out there.
It's so raw. It's in the middle of the ocean. You're getting swells from different directions. It's a very confusing lineup. It almost reminds me of like a football field.
Sunset Beach hosted the first ever championship tour event in 1976 and has long stood out as an old school test of big wave power surfing.
It holds a lot of power and strength out here. It's not, you know, this high performance, perfect wave.
You've got to test those water person skills. You got to read the ocean. You got to read the changing conditions.
It is one place where competitors are less worried about what the other person is doing and more focused on the ocean.
Molly gets in there. Molly is still in there. Holy moly, she was so deep.
Women's professional surfing is currently making history with a radical generational shift.
Women's surfing is in this moment right now. We're talking about Betty Lucicro Johnson, Molly Picklum, Caitlin Simmers, Caroline Marks even. This next generation of young women is looking up at the glass ceiling and seeing the way that the generations of women before them have put some cracks in it.
Steph Gilmore taking a year off, and then all of a sudden Carissa Moore stepping away from competition. That's a big space. It's just empty.
But the new generation's coming.
Without Carissa and Steph, I think it's still gonna be really gnarly, especially with all the younger girls. I think we just really wanna like smoke everybody.
This new generation don't lack confidence, and we're all gonna push each other like crazy.
Going down. Good luck, girl.
To have this new generation step up, it's a monumental shift.
Here goes Katie Simmers pulling in, huge backdoor section, and she reappears.
Katie Simmers charged her way to the biggest win in women's surfing history to date.
Katie Simmers is your champion of the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti.
Pipeline for the girls.
The finals day at Pipe will go down in history as one of the most remarkable days that's ever happened. For the women to finally be given a platform showing the world that this is their time.
Katie Simmers is so good at what she does that she is confidently rolling through pipeline. Now she's going to come out here at Sunset with that confidence and probably put it to work.
Simmers is now #1 in the world, and the 18-year-old pulls on the yellow leaders jersey here at Sunset Beach.
Caitlin Simmers going into the round of 16.
This last year, I've been trying to just focus on Sunset in particular. I've been feeling really good in the free surfs, way better than last year.
If this is a sign of things to come for the year ahead, I mean, look out. But I think she's got her work cut out for her because someone like Molly Picklum is super dedicated in every aspect.
And again, this generation now of professional women are elevating the sport with their unprecedented abilities to perform in big, powerful surf.
The bar has been raised. Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson, Molly Picklum, and Katie Simmers all perform at levels that we have not seen women's surf pipeline, not just in free surfs, in competition.
These two want to beat each other more than anything, but also they want to get bombs as well.
My goals for 2024 are set pretty high. My goal is definitely to win an event.
Betty Lou just lunging into daylight. What an easy make.
The journey to getting to that win is what makes it more exciting. That really pushes me to figure it out and get where I want to be.
Betty Lou is all fireworks.
She's a great competitor.
Molly putting her head down, grabs around the pipeline, pulls up and under. She's still going and gets the exit.
She's hard to beat.
She's crazy.
She's feisty. I'm spicy.
She's like gonna do whatever she wants to get what she wants, and then all of us are like, well, we'll do that too then. I genuinely feel that with Katie and Betty Lou and myself. I've got to stay on my A game for life now because it's not going to be easy to win, I don't think, ever now in women's surfing.
Barron, grabbing rail pipeline, deep section here, looking for the exit. Barron, Mamia!
Give it up for your Lexus Pipe Pro 2024 champion, Barron Mamia!
Wow, what a statement. Like he was untouchable.
Barron Mamia is the first event winner of 2024, and with his victory at Pipeline, he is now the rankings leader. This North Shore local will be wearing the yellow jersey here at Sunset.
Interestingly enough, he's worn the yellow jersey before, and that's when he was a wild card, and he won his first event at Sunset Beach.
I'm just trying to focus on myself. I'm not trying to let all this stuff get to me. I just want to go out and surf some heats and have some fun, and I'm at home still, so I'm just trying to enjoy my time at home.
After monumental wins at Pipeline, Barron Mamia and Katie Simmers are the current rankings leaders. But can they hold on to their yellow jerseys in the wild waves here at Sunset Beach?
I felt like I was lost at sea. I've never surfed this wave before.
I just limit my expectations to literally getting nothing.
Really only going to have one chance. Is this it?
Felipe Toledo is the reigning two-time world champion. The Brazilian's year started with a disappointing performance at Pipeline.
All eyes on Toledo to set the pace for the tour. He's always been the king of high performance. He's always have to deal with critics saying that this is where he needs to improve.
Sometimes if you do have that exterior pressure, then, it comes creeping into your head.
Here we go, Felipe, 6:30 to go.
First wave of the season, it's just an up and out, and that hurts. He's going to be in the elimination round later on today.
We saw Felipe Toledo in his heat looking out of sorts, and we did get the news that Felipe is under the weather right now.
We had the withdrawal from Felipe due to illness, and we've gone straight into Heat 2. We've now got 3 heats of this elimination round.
Achieving the heights he has in surfing has been a long and difficult road for the world's most progressive surfer.
My name is Felipe Toledo. I'm 28 years of age, and I'm from Ubatuba, Brazil.
Felipe Toledo is going to fall out of the title race.
I think that was the trigger for me. It got me really beat up. being 100% parent, you know, when I'm home, and 100% professional surfer and Felipe Toledo when I'm away. That's one really hard thing to do, you know, so that's probably the biggest thing that I'm trying to get better at.
It's amazing how dominant he is in certain waves. He is almost unbeatable at times.
When he's on in conditions like this, he's the best surfer in the world. He's so exciting.
That one turn was not a turn from an 18-year-old. Come on, that's a turn we expect from a man.
I think sometimes you can forget how young he was when he qualified, how quickly he was in the global spotlight, becoming a father very young. There's a lot more that he was carrying with him on tour that nobody else saw. He finally had a part of his career where he started breaking down, and he had to look at himself and figure out how to find joy again.
Yeah, I went from a young surfer, you know, like having a dream to be on tour, but at the same time not really understanding how big that dream was. Major sponsors, bigger contracts, my own house, my own bills, and, you know, supporting my family. You know, it was hard to understand all that.
What do you feel is motivating you to win another world title?
Frick, that's a good question. Never thought about it.
Good morning, everybody. This is the Sambazon Dawn Patrol here on opening day for stop number 2 of the season. We got to get right into the big news that we just heard from Felipe Toledo's camp. Toledo released the following statement on social media. It is with a heavy heart that I announce today that I'm withdrawing for the remainder of the 2024 Championship Tour season. In the past, I've been honest about some of my challenges, not only with injuries, but also with mental health. Competing at the highest level for the past decade has taken a toll on me, and I need a break to recover for the next chapter of my career.
Very good.
Of course, it was a hard decision for me. You know, it took me a few days to realize that, oh, this is actually happening. I was just, you know, giving priority to myself. Like, I don't want to, but I need to. Just, you know, live 1 year pressure-free and relax, surf, enjoy the family, and come back to you guys next year.
Toledo plans to return to the championship tour in 2025. His exit from competition will open a massive hole at the top of the sport.
Thank you so much.
As the men's competition begins at Sunset Beach, the Hawaiian Islands are under a high surf advisory, meaning the waves are in the XXL range, and there's a possibility of dangerous rogue sets that are just too big to ride. They'd be washing right through the lineup.
It's gnarly. Big, giant Sunset Beach. Wash throughs the entire channel, closing out. You're not surfing against your competitor. You're surfing for survival.
Oh, he lost his jersey. All the power of the wave just ripped that off, as you see it right there.
Oh yeah, I'm going for it. Sunset's a personal wave, and you really do have to take it as a challenge against Mother Nature, and it's just all about your connection on that day with that wave.
It can really expose you if you haven't spent time out here. And maybe even more so if you don't have a connection with the place. It's easy to get lost in this lineup, especially when it's big.
Jack Robinson is a competitor who excels in giant surf. This Western Australian smoothly navigates the wild conditions and is an early round standout.
Jack on a big bowling section, how about that?
That's just Jack magic, finding waves that doesn't really exist on the lineup.
Jack Robinson, we're going to see him on finals day.
Actually, maybe one of the hardest heats I've surfed in a long time. I just felt like I was going to spew the whole heat. This is what I live for. You got to do it.
Kanoa Igarashi is known as a smart, calculated competitor. This young Japanese surfer has cracked the code on winning heats in these wild, tricky conditions.
Here we go. This is Kanoa Igarashi going for the barrel. He's in and he comes out.
Kanoa moving on into the round of 16.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to come in today saying it was easy. You know, the ocean's really just controlling you.
Brazilian surf fans are everywhere. They are loud, animated, and exceptionally passionate. Italo Ferreira amps it up for the rowdy crowd with a solid backhand performance.
This is what I'm talking about. Nice barrel right there for him. Coming out, muscle through it, and finish it off strong.
A relieved Italo Ferreira that earned him a spot on finals day.
Jordy Smith is an excellent example of matching power with power, and the big South African is looking strong on this challenging day.
Jordy Smith's always looked incredible at Sunset. Experience paying it off for Jordy. Two-turn combination for his 717. Jordy is into the quarterfinals.
With 10 to 12 foot serve, maxing out winds, and washing machine conditions, John Florence gets fired up at Sunset Beach.
John on his first strike finds the inside bowl at Sunset. Here we go, John. Pulls in, deep section, traveling, coming out.
Fin bending layback hat from John Florence.
Just showing so much variation, so much power, so much control as well. Going into finals day is going to be definitely the pick to beat.
As this extra large northwest swell continues to pump, two popular Californian surfers prepare to face off.
Griffin and Kanoa have battled against each other since they were little kids.
All of those moments that they had throughout their years, they bring it into this.
Check out this day. Absolute paradise for the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach.
Sunset Beach is a waterman's wave. It's open ocean power breaking over a football field-sized reef that's a good 10-minute paddle from the beach. Unique to this competition, athletes are allowed coaches and caddies to assist them in the water.
For the caddies can have one board, so he knows the
Once
drill.
you get out into the lineup, it turns into a whole new world. You're so far out in the channel. There's so much current. There's so much happening out there that your caddies and your coaches can actually sit out there with extra surfboards. So if you break a leash or you break a board or a fin, you can switch it out in the lineup. In a lot of circumstances, the caddies are the coaches as well. So they'll kind of spit some information at them and words of encouragement, getting their mind ready and settled for the next round of paddling back out to huge Sunset and get them ready to catch another wave.
We got Adriano de Souza. This man's a world champion right here. He's out here for Leo Perivanti at the moment. We got Luke Egan over here. He's got Cole in his corner. So it's just amazing to see the knowledge and all the depth that these caddies can bring to these surfers out here in the lineup.
A wave like Sunset is a wave where you need a coach more than anywhere on tour. You know, you're literally in the water with your athlete. You're, screaming at him.
Kanoa Igarashi, mid-face carve.
Jake the Snake Patterson in the water as his caddy and his coach.
Jake has been a life mentor for me. It's really cool to have him in my corner. He really shaped the way I compete and shaped the way I surf. The first wave I catch today, I come out of a barrel and I kick out, and he's the first person I see, and we high-five while I was on the wave. So it kind of just goes to show the chemistry that we have, and we kind of just laughed at each other, and we're just like, oh, this is so fun.
Last four of red white. Last of red white is 633.
That's one turn. 633? Yep.
The most anticipated heat in the round of 16 is Griffin Colapinto versus Kanoa Igarashi. Both are Southern California-raised surfers who are striving for their first big league win in Hawaii.
Griffin and Kanoa have battled against each other since they were little kids.
Right, Kanoa. Keep going, Bob. Thank you.
They're both super competitive, and the fact that they have a history makes it even more intriguing because they're going to take it personal.
Tracking with Kanoa Igarashi. Fades that nice turn quickly. Hits it high off the lip. He's in total control even with all the turbulence out there. His turns look so calculated.
One of the most consistent surfers we have on tour.
Griffin Colapinto getting started against Kanoa. A nice healthy wrapping cutback from last year's world number 3. As we roll in with this one, a lot of turbulence for Kanoa, but he's still able to throw down a forehand slice.
Now he's leaving the door open for Griffin with priority, 1 minute and 40 left.
Still looking for a giant score. He's found a lot of comfort in maxing out the time on the clock and still believing he can turn in big numbers.
He's a Hail Mary type of guy.
And you see him just paddling for anything to try to create a buzzer beater moment. There's Griff. Big slice with some power. Late hit on the section. He was really trying to visualize that one going his way.
Griffin was looking good on that wave, but there's no mercy on that end section.
Griffin Colapinto, last year's runner-up in the event, exits out, this time in the round of 16 by his rival named Kanoe Igarashi.
I hit the bottom. I hit my boil on him. I got pinned down to the bottom. You guys didn't do much more. Were we missing weights? Not really.
Here with Griffin, we have a fun little rivalry going on. It was nice to kind of pick up some rhythm. It definitely shoots me into good momentum going into finals day.
Barron Mamiya and Katie Simmers are the current WSL rankings leaders. However, for the two young superstars, the high pressure of wearing the yellow jersey is just too much. And after breakout wins at Pipeline, Barron and Katie struggle here at Sunset.
Barron Mamiya, North Shore, born and bred. He's had a lot of success out here, but Sunset, like we said, unpredictable.
Is this it? Mamiya's gonna have to surf his heart out, goes in the barrel, travels through this one. No exit. Shocking affair for Barron Mamiya, eliminated after a win at Pipeline. Here we go with Katie. Oh, unfortunate.
She's just going to have to look at this heat as a learning experience.
Katie Simmers exits the Hurley Pro with a 5th place result, and she will lose her hold on the yellow jersey. Smiling about an open opportunity is Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, a young North Shore local who is growing into a serious title contender.
Sakura, this thing's a beast. Spitzu Sakura Johnson comes out.
My name is Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. I'm 18 years old and I'm from the North Shore of Oahu. What motivates me competitively? I would say myself. I'm a competitive person.
Sakura is so competitive on anything.
She likes to get the claws out.
She is not afraid to get into a paddle battle. She's not afraid to rise up next to her heroes and let them know that she's there. She's 18. You don't see that every day.
Winning is what we all want, and that's definitely one of the biggest motivators to win, but getting there, the journey to getting to that win is what makes it more exciting for myself.
Betty Lou, big drive off the top, straight up into the next section.
Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, U.S. Open of Surfing champion.
It's not just her energy and competitive nature and will to win. She's a part of that whole new generation talent that's changing the game of surfing.
Betty Lou layering off the top side.
Betty Lou Sakura Johnson takes out the Holly the challenger.
To maintain that positive mindset, it's just to surround yourself with the best people. The people that love and support you, they're the ones that are gonna take you to the top.
For Carissa Moore to step away from competition, you're going, this is for Hawaii. This is the passing of that torch moment for Carissa to move on, and Betty Lou's happy to step up for Hawaii.
Betty Lou absolutely charging.
This is history being made.
And she salutes the hometown crowd.
Betty Lou has put up some big scores already in 2024 with breakout waves at Backdoor Pipeline and in the opening rounds here at Sunset. This fearless 18-year-old competitor has begun this year with her best start ever. Seeking her first championship tour win, can Sakura go all the way? Kelly Slater, the 11-time world champion, undoubtedly the greatest of all time. He's a lifelong competitor who always puts himself in a position to win.
This is a huge emotional victory, not just for Kelly Slater, for 40-somethings all over the world.
Unfortunately, we are seeing the exit of the GOAT, Kelly Slater.
So, tough break for Kelly.
It's no secret that Slater has struggled at Sunset Beach.
This wave has always puzzled him over his career.
I obviously don't love Sunset. I don't like the wave. I don't put the time in. I don't respect the wave, and it doesn't respect me back. So unless I change, it's not going to change.
perfect, and at 52, Kelly is more dedicated than ever to finding success in this lineup.
He's coming into Sunset Beach, I think almost kind of in a reflection type mode. Almost contemplative of everything he's done in his life. He's kind of at that part of his career, maybe the twilight of his career.
Big heat out in the water here at Sunset. Slater, long bottom turn, beautiful top turn there for the 11-time world champ. How are these slashes for a 52-year-old?
All right, here we go, Slater.
Kelly pulls into a barrel, and Kelly comes out of that one. And Kelly Slater advancing into the round of 32.
His statement to me was, look, when I get the waves, I can ride them great. It's just finding them.
We got another heat in the water at Sunset, and it's a big one.
With now 1 minute on the clock, Kelly in trouble. Priority, he's got it, but needs a 617.
Slater on the ropes.
Kelly's gonna lean on this wave to try to turn this heat. Going for his carving three, and he gets it. That is incredibly challenging, especially in these kind of waves. But is it enough?
Let's see. Carving three, maybe. They usually hate him, but maybe they like that one.
Scores coming in, chasing a 6.17.
Last score for Kelly Slater in the previous heat, a 4.93. Not enough.
Kelly Slater out in the round of 32.
It's so hard out there. Well, if I didn't fall on my first wave on the second turn, I would have had a big score there, you know.
The current WSL judging criteria is designed to encourage surfers to go all out on every turn. The judges want to see critical, unprecedented maneuvers that wow the crowd. It doesn't matter how long the ride is. It's all about performance and grit.
He goes to that full rail turn. 3 judges giving him 10s.
Kelly Slater, barrel ride equals an 8.33.
You can get excellent scores with just one major maneuver.
9.17 for Molly Picklum.
John Florence. Many people believe he orchestrates the best turns in the game.
You think about, okay, how do you get in the excellent range at Sunset? In your mind, you're thinking, okay, maybe a 3-turn combo, but then there's John.
John reminded us all how true this is with one of the most dynamic single turns of the event.
So I was like, oh, I'm gonna go do a turn. And then I don't know, it was just spray and stuff, water, everything. And then I was like in the white water and coming out. And yeah, it felt good.
8.23 for one maneuver. Wow. What's it?
Molly Picklum might just be the best female surfer on the planet right now. And this one maneuver will define her skill level at this point in time.
What a turn, Molly Picklum, taking it to the house.
When Molly landed that 9.67 turn, this place went wild. And the words that I heard getting tossed around were ones like radical, committed, best one ever executed by a female in a women's surfing competition here at Sunset.
And I threw everything kind of at it and fell out of the sky, and I was dead or I had a really big score. So yeah, I'm really happy that I have my body in one piece after that. Yep. So it's like
Women's professional surfing is currently at the highest level we have ever witnessed in the history of this sport. And it just seems to be getting better and better.
Gabby, 2-time semifinalist out here at Sunset Beach with power surfing just like that.
Definition of power surfing. You see a section and you just go into it and give it everything you got.
Look at this thing. Wow, big hack off the top right there.
We got Brisa
pushing that back foot so hard and just throwing buckets out there.
When it's a clean, fun day like today, it's just, there's nothing quite like going that fast and being able to do nice big turns on a bigger board.
Lakey Peterson in a cool looking down carve. So we go into the barrel with Betty Lou. She makes it off the bottom, and an absolute hammer of a finishing move.
That's an excellent rod for you.
Look out.
Picklum has been so strong in her performances here. Variety and commitment
Molly Picklum and Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson are pushing the boundaries of surfing in almost every heat this year.
I'm slowly starting to feel my feet and boards, and it's getting there.
It's just such a special place to be competing at home, and I really got to take advantage, so I've learned to love this wave to compete at it.
Picklum and Johnson are the standouts here at Sunset. Both have shown us 9-point rides, technical barrel riding, and some of the biggest, most radical maneuvers we've ever seen.
Banging that one way up top.
I mean, Molly, she's the reigning champ from last year, so I'm super excited to go up against her.
Surfing's newest superstars will face off against each other in the Hurley Pro Final, and one will leave Sunset Beach with the yellow leader jersey. When it gets down to finals day at a WSL Championship Tour event, every heat is stacked. The best of the best from the event go head-to-head in elimination heats for a spot in the final.
Well, look at this. We got such a matchup here between John Florence and Jordy Smith. Here we go with Jordy with a vicious hack, and that's the power that we like to see from Jordy Smith here at Sunset. Solid surfing. Jordy Smith will take the lead.
All right, let's watch John. Jordy on the inside. He's going to sneak this. Jordy.
He pulls into the barrel, treads through this barrel, fights his way out of that. Jordy, talk about knowing what you're doing. Smith.
Wow. Wow.
An 8.33 clocked in for Smith, and he has a strong lead over John Florence. This is it here. John's last chance. He's going to activate. Florence looking down the line, setting up for something big. Has to skip that section, needs something huge, throws it up, and goes down. John Florence will take an equal fifth.
It's always awesome coming up against John, you know. You really got to take it to him because he's the guy.
Jordy Smith gets the hard work done and defeats event favorite John Florence in the quarterfinals. But the South African fails to convert his run into a finals win.
Jordy Smith on the first wave of the men's semifinal.
Smith has been strong so far in this competition. Looking in command, did that wave have enough on hand? His challenge in semifinal number 1. Large wave face in front of Igarashi. Gets a slash in there right at the finish. Airdrops into it. One turn, but what a dynamic turn.
Only single turn might be the best score of the heat so far. That was impressive.
7-point ride.
He deserved that score.
Kanoa Igarashi eliminates Jordy in the semis, and the Japanese surfer is now our first event finalist.
And a ride in to his second Sunset final.
My name is Jack Robinson. I'm from Margaret River, Western Australia, and I'm 26 years old.
Jack Robinson is pro surfing's newest dad.
Yeah, my son's name is Zen, and my wife's like, we gotta call him Zen. And I'm like, Zen, okay, Zen, all right, Zen it is. I still get peed in the face though. I still cough them.
How did you want to attack this heat?
I just was not even really thinking, just go and surf. Yeah, it's different now because I have a baby, so it feels like the time is not as long. I'd come to events before and I'd just sitting around twiddling your thumbs, and now I got a baby to play with. All these people say they're grateful for life, but once they have a baby, then you really know what the kind of meaning is for life. It's a whole different level of life. Everything you do, even if it's little things, I would just do things and just not even think before. Like when I would go surf before, I was like, oh yeah, another surf. Now I'm like excited to go surf even more.
He also has 5 event wins in the last 3 years and is considered among the best young talent in the sport today.
There is nobody that knows that piece of reef better than Jack Robinson.
And he does it again. Robinson has gone back-to-back.
For Jack Robinson, I think he's always been that guy, the prodigy, win a world title. He's not a guy where he needs good waves to win. He could win in challenging heats. When someone's crawling up his back, he'll enter that space, and he has such a present moment in himself where he is there.
And I feel like just everyone kind of fires me up now. Like from Kelly to the youngest guy on tour, it'll just fire me up. Any little thing kind of gets me excited. That's after having the baby. I just live for those moments, like when someone else is trying to battle me, like I just live for it.
Jack's 2024 world title campaign is sure to be a family affair.
Like Julia's my light. She vibrates high vibration and she gives me a lot of light, you know, for life. If I could combine the two, the family and the competing, then this could be a good combination. I need to be a world champion because it's just the ultimate feeling, and I will be one day.
And here's Blue going straight into the barrel. Jack Robinson hits it off the top. Mr. Auto Magic. Last of Blue, a 9.77.
The Jack Robinson support crew here at Sunset runs deep. Wife Julia and baby Zen lead the cheer squad while coach Matt Bemrose is the mastermind of his offensive run.
Jack Robinson, slashing turn to open up.
Jack lays down a few of the highest scoring waves in the event, and Robbo easily advances into the final to match up with longtime rival and good friend Kanoa Igarashi.
I feel like they're another level right now and just get back to it, get the job done.
The chair up is pro surfing's signature celebration, the climax of a hard-fought competition. But to earn this prestigious moment, you first have to win the main event.
It's kind of like splitting hairs out here. You just don't know what's going to happen.
Here comes Robinson laying down that rail, hangs on to it, transitions in the barrel. Oh my goodness.
The 2024 Hurley Pro Sunset Beach has lived up to the hype.
That was insane.
It's been challenging, almost impossible at times, but it's been pumping with epic conditions.
We go into the barrel with Betty Lou.
This has been a wild ride with incredible wipeouts and historic performances.
What a turn.
After 4 days of competition, we are down to the final 2 heats of the event. And we begin with the women's final.
The women's final of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is a battle of 2 of the best up-and-coming surfers on the female side. You have Betty Lou Johnson, who is from right here on the North Shore. This girl knows this wave as well as anybody in the field. The only one who could come close is the one she has to go against, Molly Picklum, who's the defending champ here at Sunset.
The newest, freshest rivalry we've got on tour in the final.
You couldn't play it out better than this. I mean, number 2 seed, number 3 seed, whoever wins gets that yellow jersey. This is Betty Lou's first CT final. I just feel like she's so hungry.
Overhead on the first section, nice sweeping cutty for Molly Picklum. Foam climb punch on the hollow part of the wave. And another whip on the shoulder. Betty Lou's on the one behind it. Nice reach for that wrapping cut back. Sakura now getting off the bottom, throwing some spray on that power wrap. Great answer to Molly Picklum.
I saw a lot of spray out of the back of the wave for Betty Lou, which was impressive. Molly obviously looking strong and fast and just really aggressive, so it's kind of like splitting hairs out here. You just don't know what's going to happen.
Here's Betty Lou, big late drop. And she's gonna pull in the barrel, and unfortunately it's shut down.
That would have been a huge score. This is Molly Picklum, wants to separate herself from Betty Lou. Carves it under the lip to the top side of that wave for one more slice.
Betty Lou's got a minute and only needs a 4.66. This set just a little far out of reach.
Too far in for this one.
3, 2, 1.
Back-to-back seasons. Your champion of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is Molly Picklum.
Molly, you're now in the yellow jersey.
Yeah, baby! I'm just saying how much you girls were setting the bar for me.
No.
Seriously.
So that was incredible.
Thanks,
well
guys.
Done. Proud of you.
Oh. Hey, well done. She was ripping. Seriously, set the bar for us girls. Thank you. I'm so cool. The moments we're getting to share. Let's go. Crazy. To come here and share the final with Betty Lou, it's pretty incredible. We're pushing women's surfing together, and We'll look back and realise how big this moment is and the push that we're doing right now, but I'm so honoured and so grateful to have these girls in my life pushing me to see how good we can all get at surfing.
Molly Picklum is now ranked #1 in the world. The 21-year-old began the season with a second place at Pipeline and now has her first win of the year here at Sunset. Molly is without a doubt the front runner for the 2024 world title.
Men's final are two surfers who could not know each other better. Jack Robinson and Kanoa Igarashi. They grew up together. They've battled it out pretty much at every level.
Everyone in my generation really fires me up to compete against. I mean, these are the people that I grew up with my whole life, and people don't realize, but I would go to Australia to do a junior event. I would compete against Jack.
I've surfed a bunch of heats against Kanoa and just go and do my thing. So I'm sure it's going to be a good one with him, so I'm excited and I'm going to enjoy it.
For Kanoa Igarashi to show up in another final at Sunset is showing how well he's surfing this wave and how much he's grown. And with Jack Robinson, he's the other side of it, where he was always good out here. He was always supposed to win events like this.
Counting in the men's final in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The men's final is on.
Getting started in the final, Jack Robinson throws down that nice, clean, casual arc in the pocket, wide open for that gouge off the lip line, and looks so solid on his feet. Igarashi creates some space before that big first down carve. Going back to the lip, he throws it away. A rare fall from Kanoa Igarashi.
He needs to go big right now. It's the finals, and Jack's starting with an 817. But did he go a little too big?
Jack's already ready to back up the 817. Super smooth on the first turn, and how was that rail control? Now we see how painful that fall was for Kanoa. Jack puts him in a combination. Clean arc in the pocket for Igarashi. Another cool redirect. Section approaches and knifes it. I love how he's keeping his composure. So here comes Robinson laying down that rail, hangs onto it, transitions in the barrel. Jack Robinson punches free. Back into the pit one more time. Oh my goodness. What a legend. 987.
Your 2024 Hurley Pro at Sunset Beach champion, Jack, Mr. Automagic Robinson.
Congratulations, young man, #2 in the world.
Yeah, far out. It was a crazy last few months at home, had a baby and everything before coming here, and I don't even know, I'm just enjoying it so much today. And I know I didn't start good at pipe, but it didn't matter. I was trying to enjoy it, you know. So I'm just grateful for this moment, man.
Welcome back, Jack. We love you. All right. Yeah. Oh, special moment. Oh my God.
Special moment. As the Robinson family celebrates Jack's 6th career CT win, Robbo moves into the #2 spot on the rankings, and John Florence will fly out of Hawaii feeling comfortable in the yellow leader's jersey.
Yeah.
On the next episode of Inside Pro Surfing, we journey to the cold North Atlantic and stop off at Europe's most challenging beach break. Dredging barrels and high-flying aerials will be the narrative at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal.
We go into the barrel with Betty Lou. An absolute hammer of a finishing move.
Professional surfing is a head-to-head sport contested in the raw power of the untamed ocean.
Yeah, 30 minutes, yeah. You know, you've got giant waves coming in, what looks to be just like a whiteout.
Unless you're a pro surfer, you have no idea how difficult surfing really is.
That was insane. I knew I was either gonna die or have the best turn of my life.
What was that?
How much talent, determination, strategy, and grit it takes to succeed.
Turn, be ready for going for that day.
The WSL Championship Tour is surfing's biggest stage.
It's a high-pressure game fought to the very last second.
This may be the number for Griff. Airdrops into it. What a way to turn the heat.
Right, looking at that last turn, just going,
Thank you.
An emotional ride full of wild wins and disappointing defeats.
You can see the disappointment right there. Wow, what a mistake.
But what sets surfing apart from other sports is the indescribable feeling of being a surfer.
Every time you hit the water, you can leave everything else behind. It's just pure freedom.
chill.
Don't do anything crazy.
Today we take you to the North Shore of Oahu for an inside look at the 2024 Hurley Pro Sunset Beach.
It's sunset. Yeah, it's going to be a test for everyone, eh? Just kind of competitor against the ocean, I think, today.
Well, day one is on here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach.
The feeling of surfing is you could get the best wave of your life, and unlike other things where there's satisfaction, I mean, you are satisfied to have ridden the wave, but it's a motivation to come back and do it again.
The second stop of the WSL Championship Tour takes place at Sunset Beach, a performance big wave, a traditional surf spot that favors competitors who find comfort in heavy water.
I love Sunset Beach. The feeling you get when you get a good wave at sunset after, I don't know, getting pounded is just an amazing feeling.
Gabby, two-time semifinalist out here, power surfing just like that.
It's difficult, I'm not gonna lie, it's really hard.
The challenges of Sunset Beach. Competing at Sunset Beach is super hard. The speed and the power of it, and there's not really any other wave in the world quite like it, how fast you get going out there.
It's so raw. It's in the middle of the ocean. You're getting swells from different directions. It's a very confusing lineup. It almost reminds me of like a football field.
Sunset Beach hosted the first ever championship tour event in 1976 and has long stood out as an old school test of big wave power surfing.
It holds a lot of power and strength out here. It's not, you know, this high performance, perfect wave.
You've got to test those water person skills. You got to read the ocean. You got to read the changing conditions.
It is one place where competitors are less worried about what the other person is doing and more focused on the ocean.
Molly gets in there. Molly is still in there. Holy moly, she was so deep.
Women's professional surfing is currently making history with a radical generational shift.
Women's surfing is in this moment right now. We're talking about Betty Lucicro-Johnson, Molly Picklum, Caitlin Simmers, Caroline Marks even. This next generation of young women is looking up at the glass ceiling and seeing the way that the generations of women before them have put some cracks in it.
Steph Gilmore taking a year off, and then all of a sudden Carissa Moore stepping away from competition. That's a big space. It's just empty.
But the new generation's coming.
Without Carissa and Steph, I think it's still going to be really gnarly, especially with all the younger girls. I think we just really want to like smoke everybody.
This new generation don't lack confidence, and we're all going to push each other like crazy.
Going now. Good luck.
To have this new generation step up, it's a monumental shift.
Here goes Katie Simmers pulling in. Huge backdoor section, and she reappears.
Katie Simmers charged her way to the biggest win in women's surfing history to date.
Katie Simmers is your champion of the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti.
Pipeline for the girls.
The finals day at Pipe will go down in history as one of the most remarkable days that's ever happened. For the women to finally be given a platform, showing the world that this is their time.
Katie Simmers is so good at what she does that she is confidently rolling through Pipeline. Now she's going to come out here to Sunset with that confidence and probably put it to work.
Simmers is now #1 in the world, and the 18-year-old pulls on the yellow leaders jersey here at Sunset Beach.
Caitlin Simmers going into the round of 16.
This last year, I've been trying to just focus on Sunset in particular. I've been feeling really good in the free surfs, way better than last year.
If this is a sign of things to come for the year ahead, I mean, look out. But I think she's got her work cut out for her because someone like Molly Picklum is super dedicated in every aspect.
Wow.
And again,
This generation now of professional women are elevating the sport with their unprecedented abilities to perform in big, powerful surf.
The bar has been raised. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, Molly Picklum, and Katie Simmers all perform at levels that we have not seen women's surf pipeline, not just in free surfs, in competition.
These two want to beat each other more than anything, but also they want to get bombs as well.
My goals for 2024 are set pretty high. My goal is definitely to win an event.
Betty Lou just lunging into daylight. What an easy make.
The journey to getting to that win is what makes it more exciting. That really pushes me to figure it out and get where I want to be. Betty Lou is all fireworks. She's a great competitor.
Molly putting her head down, grabs the rail of the pipeline, pulls up and under. She's still going and gets the exit.
She's hard to beat. She's crazy. She's feisty. I'm spicy. She's like gonna do whatever she wants to get what she wants, and then all of us are like, well, we'll do that too then. I genuinely feel that with Katie and Betty Lou and myself. I've got to stay on my A game for life now, because it's not going to be easy to win, I don't think, ever now in women's surfing.
Barron, grabbing rail pipeline, deep section here, looking for the exit. Barrel, Ahmed Mamiya!
Give it up for your Lexus Pipe Pro 2024 champion, Barron Mamiya!
Wow, what a statement. Like, he was untouchable.
Barron Mamiya is the first event winner of 2024, and with his victory at Pipeline, he is now the rankings leader. This North Shore local will be wearing the yellow jersey here at Sunset.
Interestingly enough, he's worn the yellow jersey before, and that's when he was a wild card, and he won his first event at Sunset Beach.
I'm just trying to focus on myself. I'm not trying to let all this stuff get to me. I just want to go out and surf some heats and have some fun, and I'm at home still, so I'm just trying to enjoy my time at home.
After monumental wins at Pipeline, Barron Mamiya and Katie Simmers are the current rankings leaders. But can they hold on to their yellow jerseys in the wild waves here at Sunset Beach?
I felt like I was lost at sea. I've never surfed this wave before.
I just limit my expectations to literally getting nothing.
Really only going to have one chance. Is this it?
Felipe Toledo is the reigning two-time world champion. The Brazilian's year started with a disappointing performance at Pipeline.
All eyes on Toledo to set the pace for the tour. He's always been the king of high performance. He's always have to deal with critics saying that this is where he needs to improve.
Sometimes if you do have that exterior pressure, then, it comes creeping into your head.
Here we go, Felipe, 6:30 to go.
First wave of the season, it's just an up and out, and that hurts. He's going to be in the elimination round later on today.
We saw Felipe Toledo in his heat looking out of sorts, and we did get the news that Felipe is under the weather right now.
We had the withdrawal from Felipe due to illness, and we've gone straight into Heat 2. We've now got 3 heats of this elimination round.
Achieving the heights he has in surfing has been a long and difficult road for the world's most progressive surfer.
My name is Felipe Toledo. I'm 28 years of age, and I'm from Ubatuba, Brazil.
Felipe Toledo is going to fall out of the title race.
I think that was the trigger for me. It got me really beat up. Being 100% parent, when I'm home, and 100% professional surfer and Felipe Toledo when I'm away, that's one really hard thing to do, so that's probably the biggest thing that I'm trying to get better at.
It's amazing how dominant he is in certain waves. He is almost unbeatable at times.
When he's on in conditions like this, he's the best surfer in the world. He's so exciting.
That one turn was not a turn from an 18-year-old. Come on, that's a turn we expect from a man. I think sometimes you can forget how young he was when he qualified, how quickly he was in the global spotlight, becoming a father very young. There's a lot more that he was carrying with him on tour that nobody else saw. He finally had a part of his career where he started breaking down, and he had to look at himself and figure out how to find joy again.
Yeah, I went from a young surfer, you know, like having a dream to be on tour, but at the same time not really understanding how big that dream was. Major sponsors, bigger contracts, my own house, my own bills, and, you know, supporting my family. You know, it was hard to understand all that.
What do you feel is motivating you to win another world title?
Frick, that's a good question. Never thought about it.
Good morning, everybody. This is the Sambazon Dawn Patrol here on opening day for stop number 2 of the season. We got to get right into the big news that we just heard from Felipe Toledo's camp. Toledo released the following statement on social media. It is with a heavy heart that I announce today that I'm withdrawing for the remainder of the 2024 Championship Tour season. In the past, I've been honest about some of my challenges, not only with injuries, but also with mental health. Competing at the highest level for the past decade has taken a toll on me, and I need a break to recover for the next chapter of my career.
Very good. Have fun up there.
Of course, it was a hard decision for me. You know, it took me a few days to realize that, oh, this is actually happening. I was just, you know, giving priority to myself. Like, I don't want to, but I need to. Just, you know, live 1 year pressure-free and relax, surf, enjoy the family, and come back to you guys next year.
Toledo plans to return to the championship tour in 2025. His exit from competition will open a massive hole at the top of the sport.
Yes, you. Yeah. Thank you so much.
As the men's competition begins at Sunset Beach, the Hawaiian Islands are under a high surf advisory, meaning the waves are in the XXL range, and there's a possibility of dangerous rogue sets that are just too big to ride. They'd be washing right through the lineup.
It's gnarly. Big, giant Sunset Beach. Wash throughs the entire channel, closing out. You're not surfing against your competitor. You're surfing for survival.
Oh, he lost his jersey. All the power of the wave just ripped that off, as you see it right there.
Oh yeah, I'm going for it. Sunset's a personal wave, and you really do have to take it as a challenge against Mother Nature, and it's just all about your connection on that day with that wave.
It can really expose you if you haven't spent time out here. And maybe even more so if you don't have a connection with the place. It's easy to get lost in this lineup, especially when it's big.
Jack Robinson is a competitor who excels in giant surf. This Western Australian smoothly navigates the wild conditions and is an early round standout.
Jack on a big bowling section. How about that?
That's just Jack magic, finding waves that doesn't really exist on the lineup.
Jack Robinson, we're going to see him on finals day.
Actually, maybe one of the hardest heats I've surfed in a long time. I just felt like I was going to spew the whole heat. This is what I live for. You got to do it.
Kanoa Igarashi is known as a smart, calculated competitor. This young Japanese surfer has cracked the code on winning heats in these wild, tricky conditions.
Here we go. This is Kanoa Igarashi going for the barrel. He's in and he comes out.
Kanoa moving on into the round of 16.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to come in today saying it was easy. You know, the ocean's really just controlling you.
Brazilian surf fans are everywhere. They are loud, animated, and exceptionally passionate. Italo Ferreira amps it up for the rowdy crowd with a solid backhand performance.
This is what I'm talking about. Nice barrel right there for him. Coming out, muscle through it, and finish it off strong.
A relieved Italo Ferreira that earned him a spot on finals day.
Jordy Smith is an excellent example of matching power with power, and the big South African is looking strong on this challenging day.
Jordy Smith's always looked incredible at Sunset. Experience paying it off for Jordy. 2-turn combination for his 717. Jordy is into the quarterfinals.
With 10 to 12-foot surf, maxing out winds, and washing machine conditions, John Florence gets fired up at Sunset Beach.
John on his first strike finds the inside bowl at Sunset. Here we go, John. Pulls in, deep section, traveling, coming out.
Fin bending layback hack from John Florence.
Just showing so much variation, so much power, so much control as well. Going into finals day is going to be definitely the pick to beat.
As this extra large northwest swell continues to pump, two popular Californian surfers prepare to face off.
Griffin and Kanoa have battled against each other since they were little kids.
All of those moments that they had throughout their years, they bring it into this.
Check out this day. Absolute paradise for the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach.
Sunset Beach is a waterman's wave. It's open ocean power breaking over a football field-sized reef that's a good 10-minute paddle from the beach. Unique to this competition, athletes are allowed coaches and caddies to assist them in the water.
For the caddies can have one board, so he knows the
Once
drill.
you get out into the lineup, it turns into a whole new world. You're so far out in the channel. There's so much current. There's so much happening out there that your caddies and your coaches can actually sit out there with extra surfboards. So if you break a leash or you break a board or a fin, you can switch it out in the lineup. In a lot of circumstances, the caddies are the coaches as well. So they'll kind of spit some information at them and words of encouragement, getting their mind ready and settled for the next round of paddling back out to huge Sunset and get them ready to catch another wave.
We got Adriano de Souza. This man's a world champion right here. He's out here for Leo Fioravanti at the moment. We got Luke Egan over here. He's got Cole in his corner. So it's just amazing to see the knowledge and all the depth that these caddies can bring to these surfers out here in the lineup.
A wave like Sunset is a wave where you need a coach more than anywhere on tour. You know, you're literally in the water with your athlete. You're, screaming at them.
Kanoa Igarashi, mid-face carve.
Jake the Snake Patterson in the water as his caddy and his coach.
Jake has been a life mentor for me. It's really cool to have him in my corner. He really shaped the way I compete and shaped the way I surf. The first wave I catch today, I come out of a barrel and I kick out, and he's the first person I see, and we high-five while I was on the wave. So it kind of just goes to show the chemistry that we have, and we kind of just laughed at each other, and we're just like, oh, this is so fun.
Last 4 of red white. Last of red white is 633. That's one turn. 633? Yep.
The most anticipated heat in the round of 16 is Griffin Colapinto versus Kanoa Igarashi. Both are Southern California-raised surfers who are striving for their first big league win in Hawaii.
Griffin and Kanoa have battled against each other since they were little kids.
Right, Kanoa. Keep going, Bob. Thank you.
They're both super competitive, and the fact that they have a history makes it even more intriguing because they're going to take it personal.
Tracking with Kanoa Igarashi. Fades that nice turn quickly. Hits it high off the lip. He's in total control even with all the turbulence out there. His turns look so calculated.
One of the most consistent surfers we have on tour.
Griffin Colapinto getting started against Kanoa. A nice, healthy, wrapping cutback from last year's world number 3. As we roll in with this one, a lot of turbulence for Kanoa, but he's still able to throw down a forehand slice.
Now he's leaving the door open for Griffin with priority, 1 minute and 40 left.
Still looking for a giant score. He's found a lot of comfort in maxing out the time on the clock and still believing he can turn in big numbers.
He's a Hail Mary type of guy.
And you see him just paddling for anything to try to create a buzzer beater moment. There's Griff. Big slice with some power. Late hit on the section. He was really trying to visualize that one going his way.
Griffin was looking good on that wave, but there's no mercy on that end section.
Griffin Colapinto, last year's runner-up in the event, exits out, this time in the round of 16, by his rival named Kanoa Igarashi.
I hit the bottom. I hit my board on him. I got pinned down to the bottom.
You guys didn't do much more.
Were we missing weights? Not really.
Here with Griffin, we have a fun little rivalry going on. It was nice to to kind of pick up some rhythm. It definitely shoots me into good momentum going into finals day.
Barron Mamiya and Katie Simmers are the current WSL rankings leaders. However, for the two young superstars, the high pressure of wearing the yellow jersey is just too much. And after breakout wins at Pipeline, Barron and Katie struggle here at Sunset.
Barron Mamiya, North Shore, born and bred. He's had a lot of success out here, but Sunset, like we said, unpredictable. Is this it? Mamiya's gonna have to surf his heart out, goes in the barrel, travels through this one. No exit. Shocking affair for Barron Mamiya, eliminated after a win at Pipeline. Here we go with Katie. Oh, unfortunate.
She's just going to have to look at this heat as a learning experience.
Katie Simmers exits the Hurley Pro with a 5th place result, and she will lose her hold on the yellow jersey. Smiling about an open opportunity is Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, a young North Shore local who is growing into a serious title contender.
Sakura, this thing's a beast. Spit through Sakura Johnson comes out.
My name is Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. I'm 18 years old and I'm from the North Shore of Oahu. What motivates me competitively? I would say myself. I'm a competitive person.
Sakura is so competitive on anything.
She likes to get the claws out.
She is not afraid to get into a paddle battle. She's not afraid to rise up next to her heroes and let them know that she's there. She's 18. You don't see that every day.
Winning is what we all want, and that's definitely one of the biggest motivators to win, but getting there, the journey to getting to that win is what makes it more exciting for myself.
Betty Lou, big drive off the top, straight up into the next section.
Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, U.S. Open of Surfing champion.
It's not just her energy and competitive nature and will to win. She's a part of that whole new generation talent that's changing the game of surfing.
Betty Lou's layering off the top side.
Betty Lou Sakura Johnson takes out the Holly, the challenger.
To maintain that positive mindset, it's just to surround yourself with the best people. The people that love and support you, they're the ones that are gonna take you to the top.
For Carissa Moore to step away from competition, you're going, this is for Hawaii. This is the passing of that torch moment for Carissa to move on, and Betty Lou's happy to step up for Hawaii.
Betty Lou, absolutely charging.
This is history being made.
And she salutes the hometown crowd.
Betty Lou has put up some big scores already in 2024 with breakout waves at Backdoor Pipeline and in the opening rounds here at Sunset. This fearless 18-year-old competitor has begun this year with her best start ever. Seeking her first championship tour win, can Sakura go all the way? Kelly Slater, the 11-time world champion, undoubtedly the greatest of all time. He's a lifelong competitor who always puts himself in a position to win.
This is a huge emotional victory, not just for Kelly Slater, for 40-somethings all over the world.
Unfortunately, we are seeing the exit of the GOAT, Kelly Slater.
So, tough break for Kelly.
It's no secret that Slater has struggled at Sunset Beach.
This wave has always puzzled him over his career.
I obviously don't love Sunset. I don't like the wave. I don't put the time in. I don't respect the wave and it doesn't respect me back. So unless I change, it's not gonna change.
Then at 52, Kelly is more dedicated than ever to finding success in this lineup.
He's coming into Sunset Beach, I think almost kind of in a reflection type mode. Almost contemplative of everything he's done in his life. He's kind of at that part of his career, maybe the twilight of his career.
Big heat out in the water here at Sunset. Slater, long bottom turn, beautiful top turn there for the 11-time world champ. How are these slashes for a 52-year-old?
All right, here we go, Slater.
Kelly pulls into a barrel, and Kelly comes out of that one. And Kelly Slater advancing into the round of 32.
His statement to me was, look, when I get the waves, I can ride them great. It's just finding them.
We got another heat in the water at Sunset, and it's a big one.
With now 1 minute on the clock, Kelly in trouble. Priority, he's got it, but needs a 6-1-7.
Slater on the ropes.
Kelly's gonna lean on this wave to try to turn this heat. Going for his carving three, and he gets it. That is incredibly challenging, especially in these kind of waves. But is it enough?
Let's see. Carving three, maybe. They usually hate him, but maybe they like that one.
Scores coming in, chasing a 6.17.
Last score for Kelly Slater in the previous heat, a 4.93. Not enough.
Kelly Slater out in the round of 32.
It's so hard out there. Well, if I didn't fall on my first wave on the second turn, I would have had a big score there, you know.
The current WSL judging criteria is designed to encourage surfers to go all out on every turn. The judges want to see critical, unprecedented maneuvers that wow the crowd. It doesn't matter how long the ride is. It's all about performance and grit.
He goes to that full rail turn. 3 judges giving him 10s.
Kelly Slater, barrel ride equals an 8.33.
You can get excellent scores with just one major maneuver.
9.17 for Molly Picklum.
John Florence. Many people believe he orchestrates the best turns in the game.
You think about, okay, how do you get in the excellent range at Sunset? In your mind, you're thinking, okay, maybe a 3-turn combo, but then there's John.
John reminded us all how true this is with one of the most dynamic single turns of the event.
So I was like, oh, I'm gonna go do a turn. And then I don't know, it was just spray and stuff, water, everything. And then I was like in the white water and coming out. And yeah, it felt good.
8.23 for one maneuver. Wow. What's it?
Molly Picklum might just be the best female surfer on the planet right now. And this one maneuver will define her skill level at this point in time.
What a turn, Molly Picklum, taking it to the house.
When Molly landed that 9.67 turn, this place went wild. And the words that I heard getting tossed around were ones like radical, committed, best one ever executed by a female in a women's surfing competition here at Sunset.
And I threw everything kind of at it and fell out of the sky, and I was dead or I had a really big score. So yeah, I'm really happy that I have my body in one piece after that.
Yep. It's like
Women's professional surfing is currently at the highest level we have ever witnessed in the history of this sport. And it just seems to be getting better and better.
Gabby, 2-time semifinalist out here at Sunset Beach with power surfing just like that.
Definition of power surfing. You see a section and you just go into it and give it everything you got.
Look at this thing. Wow, big hack off the top right there.
We got Brisa
pushing that back foot so hard and just throwing buckets out there.
When it's a clean, fun day like today, it's just, there's nothing quite like going that fast and being able to do nice big turns on a bigger board.
Lakey Peterson in a cool looking down carve. So we go into the barrel with Betty Lou. She makes it off the bottom, and an absolute hammer of a finishing move.
That's an excellent ride for you.
Look out.
Picklum has been so strong in her performances here. Variety and commitment.
Molly Picklum and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson are pushing the boundaries of surfing in almost every heat this year.
I'm slowly starting to feel my feet and boards, and it's getting there.
It's just such a special place to be competing at home, and I really got to take advantage, so I've learned to love this wave to compete at it.
Picklum and Johnson are the standouts here at Sunset. Both have shown us 9-point rides, technical barrel riding, and some of the biggest, most radical maneuvers we've ever seen.
Banging that one way up top.
I mean, Molly, she's the reigning champ from last year, so I'm super excited to go up against her.
Surfing's newest superstars will face off against each other in the Hurley Pro Final, and one will leave Sunset Beach with the yellow leader jersey. When it gets down to finals day at a WSL Championship Tour event, every heat is stacked. The best of the best from the event go head-to-head in elimination heats for a spot in the final.
Well, look at this. We got such a matchup here between John Florence and Jordy Smith. Here we go with Jordy with a vicious hack, and that's the power that we like to see from Jordy Smith here at Sunset. Solid surfing. Jordy Smith will take the lead.
All right, let's watch John. Jordy on the inside. He's going to sneak this. Jordy.
He pulls into the barrel, treads through this barrel, fights his way out of that. Jordy, talk about knowing what you're doing. Smith.
Wow. Wow.
An 8.33 clocked in for Smith, and he has a strong lead over John Florence. This is it here. John's last chance. He's going to activate. Florence looking down the line, setting up for something big. Has to skip that section, needs something huge, throws it up, and goes down. John Florence will take an equal fifth.
It's always awesome coming up against John, you know. You really got to take it to him because he's the guy.
Jordy Smith gets the hard work done and defeats event favorite John Florence in the quarterfinals. But the South African fails to convert his run into a finals win.
Jordy Smith on the first wave of the men's semifinal.
Smith has been strong so far in this competition. Looking in command, did that wave have enough on hand? His challenge in semifinal number 1. Large wave face in front of Igarashi. Gets a slash in there right at the finish. Airdrops into it. One turn. But what a dynamic turn.
Only single turn might be the best score of the heat so far. That was impressive.
7-point ride.
He deserved that score.
Kanoa Igarashi eliminates Jordy in the semis, and the Japanese surfer is now our first event finalist.
And a ride in to his second Sunset final.
My name is Jack Robinson. I'm from Margaret River, Western Australia, and I'm 26 years old.
Jack Robinson is pro surfing's newest dad.
Yeah, my son's name is Zen, and my wife's like, we gotta call him Zen. And I'm like, Zen, okay, Zen, all right, Zen it is. I still get peed in the face though. I still cough.
How did you want to attack this heat?
I just was not even really thinking, just go and surf. Yeah, it's different now because I have a baby, so it feels like the time is not as long. I'd come to events before and I'd just sitting around twiddling your thumbs, and now I got a baby to play with. All these people say they're grateful for life, but once they have a baby, then you really know what the kind of meaning is for life. It's a whole different level of life. Everything you do, even if it's little things, I would just do things and just not even think before. Like when I would go surf before, I was just like, oh yeah, another surf. Now I'm like excited to go surf even more.
He also has 5 event wins in the last 3 years and is considered among the best young talent in the sport today.
There is nobody that knows that piece of reef better than Jack Robinson.
And he does it again. Robinson has gone back-to-back.
For Jack Robinson, I think he's always been that guy, the prodigy, win a world title. He's not a guy where he needs good waves to win. He could win in challenging heats. When someone's crawling up his back, he'll enter that space, and he has such a present moment in himself where he is there.
And I feel like just everyone kind of fires me up now. Like from Kelly to the youngest guy on tour, it'll just fire me up. Any little thing kind of gets me excited. That's after having the baby. I just live for those moments, like when someone else is trying to battle me, like I just live for it.
Jack's 2024 world title campaign is sure to be a family affair.
Like Julia's my light. She vibrates high vibration and she gives me a lot of light, you know, for life. If I could combine the two, the family and the competing, then this could be a good combination. I need to be a world champion because it's just the ultimate feeling, and I will be one day.
And here's Blue going straight into the barrel. Jack Robinson hits it off the top. Mr. Auto Magic. Last of Blue, a 9.77.
The Jack Robinson support crew here at Sunset runs deep. Wife Julia and baby Zen lead the cheer squad while coach Matt Bemrose is the mastermind of his offensive run.
Jack Robinson, slashing turn to open up.
Jack lays down a few of the highest scoring waves in the event, and Robbo easily advances into the final to match up with longtime rival and good friend Kanoa Igarashi.
I feel like they're another level right now and just get back to it, get the job done.
The chair up is pro surfing's signature celebration, the climax of a hard-fought competition. But to earn this prestigious moment, you first have to win the main event.
It's kind of like splitting hairs out here. You just don't know what's going to happen.
Here comes Robinson laying down that rail, hangs on to it, transitions in the barrel. Oh my goodness.
The 2024 Hurley Pro Sunset Beach has lived up to the hype.
That was insane.
It's been challenging, almost impossible at times, but it's been pumping with epic conditions.
We go into the barrel with Betty Lou.
This has been a wild ride with incredible wipeouts and historic performances.
What a turn.
After 4 days of competition, we are down to the final 2 heats of the event. And we begin with the women's final.
The women's final of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is a battle of 2 of the best up-and-coming surfers on the female side. You have Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, who is from right here on the North Shore. This girl knows this wave as well as anybody in the field. The only one who could come close is the one she has to go against, Molly Picklum, who's the defending champ here at Sunset.
The newest, freshest rivalry we've got on tour in the final.
You couldn't play it out better than this. I mean, number 2 seed, number 3 seed, whoever wins gets that yellow jersey. This is Betty Lou's first CT final. I just feel like she's so hungry.
Overhead on the first section, nice sweeping cutty for Molly Picklum. Foam climb punch on the hollow part of the wave. And another whip on the shoulder. Betty Lou's on the one behind it. Nice reach for that wrapping cut back. Sakura now getting off the bottom, throwing some spray on that power wrap. Great answer to Molly Picklum.
I saw a lot of spray out of the back of the wave for Betty Lou, which was impressive. Molly obviously looking strong and fast and just really aggressive, so it's kind of like splitting hairs out here. You just don't know what's going to happen.
Here's Betty Lou, big late drop. And she's going to pull in the barrel, and unfortunately it's shut down.
That would have been a huge score. This is Molly Picklum, wants to separate herself from Betty Lou. Carves it under the lip to the top side of that wave for one more slice.
Betty Lou's got a minute and only needs a 4.66. This set just a little far out of reach.
Too far in for this one.
3, 2, 1.
Back-to-back seasons. Your champion of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is Molly Picklum.
Molly, you're now in the yellow jersey.
Yeah, baby! I'm just saying, my 2 girls were setting the bar for me.
No.
Seriously.
That was incredible.
Thanks, guys.
Proud of you.
Oh. Hey, well done. She was ripping. Seriously, set the bar for us girls. Thank you. I'm so cool. The moments we're getting to share. Let's go. Crazy. To come here and share the final with Betty Lou, it's pretty incredible. We're pushing women surfing together, and we'll look back and realize how big this moment is and the push that we're doing right now. But I'm so honored and so grateful to have these girls in my life pushing me to see how good we can all get at surfing.
Molly Picklum is now ranked number 1 in the world. The 21-year-old began the season with a 2nd place at Pipeline and now has her first win of the year here at Sunset. Molly is without a doubt the front runner for the 2024 world title.
Men's final are 2 surfers who could not know each other better. Jack Robinson and Kanoa Igarashi. They grew up together. They've battled it out pretty much at every level.
Everyone in my generation like really fires me up to compete against. I mean, these are the people that I grew up with my whole life, and people don't realize, but I would go to Australia to do a junior event. I would compete against Jack.
I've surfed a bunch of heats against Kayo and just go and do my thing. So I'm sure it's going to be a good one with him, so I'm excited and I'm going to enjoy it.
For Kayo Igarashi to show up in another final at Sunset is showing how well he's surfing this wave and how much he's grown. And with Jack Robinson, he's the other side of it, where he was always good out here. He was always supposed to win events like this.
Counting in the men's final in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The men's final is on.
Getting started in the final, Jack Robinson throws down that nice, clean, casual arc in the pocket, wide open for that gouge off the lip line, and looks so solid on his feet. Igarashi creates some space before that big first down carve. Going back to the lip, he throws it away. A rare fall from Kayo Igarashi.
He needs to go big right now. It's the finals, and Jack's starting with an 817, but did he go a little too big?
Jack's already ready to back up the 817. Super smooth on the first turn, and how was that rail control? Now we see how painful that fall was for Kayo. Jack puts him in a combination. Clean arc in the pocket for Igarashi. Another cool redirect. Section approaches and knifes it. I love how he's keeping his composure. So here comes Robinson laying down that rail, hangs onto it, transitions in the barrel. Jack Robinson punches free. Back into the pit one more time. Oh my goodness. What a legend. 987.
Your 2024 Hurley Pro at Sunset Beach champion, Jack, Mr. Automagic Robinson.
Congratulations, young man, #2 in the world.
Yeah, far out. It was a crazy last few months at home, had a baby and everything before coming here, and I don't even know, I'm just enjoying it so much today. And I know I didn't start good at pipe, but it didn't matter. I was just trying to enjoy it, you know. So I'm just grateful for this moment, man.
Welcome back, Jack. We love you.
All right. Yeah! Oh, special moment. Oh my God.
Special moment, special moment. Huh?
As the Robinson family celebrates Jack's 6th career CT win, Robbo moves into the #2 spot on the rankings, and John Florence will fly out of Hawaii feeling comfortable in the yellow leader's jersey.
Yeah.
On the next episode of Inside Pro Surfing, we journey to the cold North Atlantic and stop off at Europe's most challenging beach break. Dredging barrels and high-flying aerials will be the narrative at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal.
We go into the barrel with Betty Lou. An absolute hammer of a finishing move.
Professional surfing is a head-to-head sport contested in the raw power of the untamed ocean.
Yeah, 30 minutes, yeah. You know, you've got giant waves coming in, what looks to be just like a whiteout.
Unless you're a pro surfer, you have no idea how difficult surfing really is.
That was insane. I knew I was either gonna die or have the best turn of my life.
What was that?
How much talent, determination, strategy, and grit it takes to succeed.
Turn, be ready for going for that day.
The WSL Championship Tour is surfing's biggest stage.
It's a high-pressure game fought to the very last second.
This may be the number for Griff. Airdrops into it. What a way to turn a heat.
Right, looking at that last turn, just going.
Thank you.
An emotional ride full of wild winds and disappointing defeats.
And you can see the disappointment right there. Wow, what a mistake.
But what sets surfing apart from other sports is the indescribable feeling of being a surfer.
Every time you hit the water, you can leave everything else behind. It's just pure freedom.
Chill. Don't do anything crazy.
Today, we take you to the North Shore of Oahu for an inside look at the 2024 Hurley Pro Sunset Beach.
It's the sunset. Yeah, it's going to be a test for everyone, eh? Just kind of competitor against the ocean, I think, today.
Well, day one is on here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach.
The feeling of surfing is you could get the best wave of your life, and unlike other things where there's satisfaction, I mean, you are satisfied to have ridden the wave, but it's a motivation to come back and do it again.
The second stop of the WSL Championship Tour takes place at Sunset Beach, a performance big wave, a traditional surf spot that favors competitors who find comfort in heavy water.
I love Sunset Beach. The feeling you get when you get a good wave at sunset after, I don't know, getting pounded is just an amazing feeling.
Gabby, two-time semifinalist out here, power surfing just like that.
It's difficult, I'm not gonna lie, it's really hard.
The challenges with Sunset Beach. Competing at Sunset Beach is super hard. The speed and the power of it, and there's not really any other wave in the world quite like it, how fast you get going out there.
It's so raw. It's in the middle of the ocean. You're getting swells from different directions. It's a very confusing lineup. It almost reminds me of like a football field.
Sunset Beach hosted the first ever championship tour event in 1976 and has long stood out as an old school test of big wave power surfing.
It holds a lot of power and strength out here. It's not, you know, this high performance, perfect wave.
You've got to test those water person skills. You got to read the ocean. You got to read the changing conditions.
It is one place where competitors are less worried about what the other person is doing and more focused on the ocean.
Molly gets in there. Molly is still in there. Holy moly, she was so deep.
Women's professional surfing is currently making history with a radical generational shift.
Women's surfing is in this moment right now. We're talking about Betty Lou Johnson, Molly Picklum, Caitlin Simmers, Caroline Marks even. This next generation of young women is looking up at the glass ceiling and seeing the way that the generations of women before them have put some cracks in it.
Steph Gilmore taking a year off, and then all of a sudden Carissa Moore stepping away from competition. That's a big space. It's just empty.
But the new generation's coming.
Without Carissa and Steph, I think it's still going to be really gnarly, especially with all the younger girls. I think we just really want to like smoke everybody.
This new generation don't lack confidence, and we're all going to push each other like crazy.
Going now. Good luck. To have this new generation step up, it's a monumental shift.
Here goes Katie Simmers pulling in, huge backdoor section, and she reappears.
Katie Simmers charged her way to the biggest win in women's surfing history to date.
Katie Simmers is your champion of the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti.
Pipeline for the girls.
The finals day at Pipe will go down in history as one of the most remarkable days that's ever happened. For the women to finally be given a platform, showing the world that this is their time.
Katie Simmers is so good at what she does that she is confidently rolling through Pipeline. Now she's going to come out here at Sunset with that confidence and probably put it to work.
Simmers is now #1 in the world, and the 18-year-old pulls on the Yellow Leaders jersey here at Sunset Beach.
Caitlin Simmers going into the round of 16.
This last year, I've been trying to just focus on Sunset in particular. I've been feeling really good in the free surfs, way better than last year.
If this is a sign of things to come for the year ahead, I mean, look out. But I think she's got her work cut out for her because someone like Molly Picklum is super dedicated in every aspect.
And again,
This generation now of professional women are elevating the sport with their unprecedented abilities to perform in big, powerful surf.
The bar has been raised. Betty Lou Johnson, Molly Picklum, and Katie Simmers all perform at levels that we have not seen women's surf Pipeline, not just in free surfs, in competition.
These two want to beat each other more than anything, but also they want to get bombs as well.
My goals for 2024, set pretty high. My goal is definitely to win an event.
Betty Lou just lunging into daylight. What an easy make.
The journey to getting to that win is what makes it more exciting. That really pushes me to figure it out and get where I want to be.
Betty Lou is all fireworks.
She's a great competitor.
Molly putting her head down, grabs the rail of the pipeline, pulls up and under. She's still going and gets the exit.
She's hard to beat.
She's crazy.
She's feisty. I'm spicy.
She's like gonna do whatever she wants to get what she wants, and then all of us are like, well, we'll do that too then. I genuinely feel that with Katie and Betty Lou and myself. I've got to stay on my A game for life now, because it's not going to be easy to win, I don't think, ever now in women's surfing.
Barron, grabbing rail pipeline, deep section here, looking for the exit. Barron, Mamia!
Give it up for your Lexus Pipe Pro 2024 champion, Barron Mamia!
Wow, what a statement. Like, he was untouchable.
Barron Mamia is the first event winner of 2024, and with his victory at Pipeline, he is now the rankings leader. This North Shore local will be wearing the yellow jersey here at Sunset.
Interestingly enough, he's worn the yellow jersey before, and that's when he was a wild card, and he won his first event at Sunset Beach.
I'm just trying to focus on myself. I'm not trying to let all this stuff get to me. I just want to go out and surf some heats and have some fun. And I'm at home still, so I'm just trying to enjoy my time at home.
After monumental wins at Pipeline, Barron Mamia and Katie Simmers are the current rankings leaders. But can they hold on to their yellow jerseys in the wild waves here at Sunset Beach?
I felt like I was lost at sea. Like I've never surfed this wave before.
I just limit my expectations to literally getting nothing.
Really only going to have one chance. Is this it?
Felipe Toledo is the reigning two-time world champion. The Brazilian's year started with a disappointing performance at Pipeline.
All eyes on Toledo to set the pace for the tour. He's always been the king of high performance. He's always have to deal with critics saying that this is where he needs to improve.
Sometimes if you do have that exterior pressure, then, it comes creeping into your head.
Here we go, Felipe, 6:30 to go.
First wave of the season, it's just an up and out, and that hurts. He's going to be in the elimination round later on today.
We saw Felipe Toledo in his heat looking out of sorts, and we did get the news that Felipe is under the weather right now.
We had the withdrawal from Felipe due to illness, and we've gone straight into Heat 2. We've now got 3 heats of this elimination round.
Achieving the heights he has in surfing has been a long and difficult road for the world's most progressive surfer.
My name is Felipe Toledo. I'm 28 years of age, and I'm from Ubatuba, Brazil.
Felipe Toledo is going to fall out of the title race.
I think that was the trigger for me. It got me really beat up. Being 100% parent, when I'm home, and 100% professional surfer and Felipe Toledo when I'm away, that's one really hard thing to do. So that's probably the biggest thing that I'm trying to get better at.
It's amazing how dominant he is in certain waves. He is almost unbeatable at times.
When he's on in conditions like this, he's the best surfer in the world. He's so exciting.
That one turn was not a turn from an 18-year-old. Come on, that's a turn we expect from a man. I think sometimes you can forget how young he was when he qualified, how quickly he was in the global spotlight, becoming a father very young. There's a lot more that he was carrying with him on tour that nobody else saw. He finally had a part of his career where he started breaking down, and he had to look at himself and figure out how to find joy again.
Yeah, I went from a young surfer, having a dream to be on tour, but at the same time not really understanding how big that dream was. Major sponsors, bigger contracts, my own house, my own bills, and, supporting my family. It was hard to understand all that.
What do you feel is motivating you to win another world title?
Frick, that's a good question. Never thought about it.
Good morning, everybody. This is the Sambazon Dawn Patrol here on opening day for stop number 2 of the season. We got to get right into the big news that we just heard from Felipe Toledo's camp.
You guys go.
Toledo released the following statement on social media. It is with a heavy heart that I announce today that I'm withdrawing for the remainder of the 2024 Championship Tour season. In the past, I've been honest about some of my challenges, not only with injuries, but also with mental health. Competing at the highest level for the past decade has taken a toll on me, and I need a break to recover for the next chapter of my career.
Very good.
Of course, it was a hard decision for me. It took me a few days to realize that this is actually happening. I was just, giving priority to myself. Like, I don't want to, but I need to. Just, live 1 year pressure-free and relax, surf, enjoy the family, and come back to you guys next year.
Toledo plans to return to the championship tour in 2025. His exit from competition will open a massive hole at the top of the sport.
Thank you so much.
As the men's competition begins at Sunset Beach, the Hawaiian Islands are under a high surf advisory, meaning the waves are in the XXL range, and there's a possibility of dangerous rogue sets that are just too big to ride. They'd be washing right through the lineup.
It's gnarly. Big, giant Sunset Beach. Wash throughs the entire channel, closing out. You're not surfing against your competitor. You're surfing for survival.
Oh, he lost his jersey. All the power of the wave just ripped that off, as you see it right there.
Oh yeah, I'm going for it.
Sunset's a personal wave, and you really do have to take it as a challenge against Mother Nature, and it's just all about your connection on that day with that wave.
It can really expose you if you haven't spent time out here. And maybe even more so if you don't have a connection with the place. It's easy to get lost in this lineup, especially when it's big.
Jack Robinson is a competitor who excels in giant surf. This Western Australian smoothly navigates the wild conditions and is an early round standout.
Jack on a big bowling section. How about that?
That's just Jack magic, finding waves that doesn't really exist on the lineup.
Jack Robinson, we're going to see him on finals day.
Actually, maybe one of the hardest heats I've surfed in a long time. I just felt like I was going to spew the whole heat. This is what I live for. You got to do it.
Kanoa Igarashi is known as a smart, calculated competitor. This young Japanese surfer has cracked the code on winning heats in these wild, tricky conditions.
Here we go. This is Kanoa Igarashi going for the barrel. He's in and he comes out.
Kanoa moving on into the round of 16.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to come in today saying it was easy. The ocean's really just controlling you.
Brazilian surf fans are everywhere. They are loud, animated, and exceptionally passionate. Italo Ferreira amps it up for the rowdy crowd with a solid backhand performance.
This is what I'm talking about. Nice barrel right there for him. Coming out, muscle through it, and finish it off strong.
A relieved Italo Ferreira that earned him a spot on finals day.
Jordy Smith is an excellent example of matching power with power, and the big South African is looking strong on this challenging day.
Jordy Smith's always looked incredible at Sunset. Experience paying it off for Jordy. Two-turn combination for his 717. Jordy is into the quarterfinals.
With 10 to 12 foot surf, maxing out winds, and washing machine conditions, John Florence gets fired up at Sunset Beach.
John on his first strike finds the inside bowl at Sunset. Here we go, John. Pulls in, deep section, traveling, coming out.
Fin bending layback hat from John Florence.
Just showing so much variation, so much power, so much control as well. Going into finals day is going to be definitely the pick to beat.
As this extra-large northwest swell continues to pump, two popular Californian surfers prepare to face off.
Griffin and Kanoa have battled against each other since they were little kids.
all of those moments that they had throughout their years, they bring it into this.
Check out this day. Absolute paradise for the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach.
Sunset Beach is a waterman's wave. It's open ocean power breaking over a football field-sized reef that's a good 10-minute paddle from the beach. Unique to this competition, athletes are allowed coaches and caddies to assist them in the water.
For the caddies can have one board, so he knows the
Once
drill.
you get out into the lineup, it turns into a whole new world. You're so far out in the channel. There's so much current. There's so much happening out there that your caddies and your coaches can actually sit out there with extra surfboards. So if you break a leash or you break a board or a fin, you can switch it out in the lineup. In a lot of circumstances, the caddies are the coaches as well. So they'll kind of spit some information at them and words of encouragement, getting their mind ready and settled for the next round of paddling back out to huge sunset and get them ready to catch another wave.
We got Adriano de Souza. This man's a world champion right here. He's out here for layup Avanti at the moment. We got Luke Egan over here. He's got Cole in his corner. So it's just amazing to see the knowledge and all the depth that these caddies can bring to these surfers out here in the lineup.
A wave like Sunset is a wave where you need a coach more than anywhere on tour. You know, you're literally in the water with your athlete. You're, screaming at them.
Kanoa Igarashi, mid-face carve. Jake the Snake Patterson in the water as his caddy and his coach.
Jake has been a life mentor for me. It's really cool to have him in my corner. He really shaped the way I compete and shaped the way I surf. The first wave I catch today, I come out of a barrel and I kick out, and he's the first person I see, and we high-five while I was on the wave. So it kind of just goes to show the chemistry that we have, and we kind of just laughed at each other, and we're just like, oh, this is so fun.
Last 4 of red white. Last of red white is 633.
That's one turn. 633? Yep.
The most anticipated heat in the round of 16 is Griffin Colapinto versus Kanoa Igarashi. Both are Southern California-raised surfers who are striving for their first big league win in Hawaii.
Griffin and Kanoa have battled against each other since they were little kids.
Right, Kanoa. Keep going, Bara. Thank you.
They're both super competitive, and the fact that they have a history makes it even more intriguing because they're going to take it personal.
Tracking with Kanoa Igarashi. Fades that nice turn quickly. Hits it high off the lip. He's in total control even with all the turbulence out there. His turns look so calculated.
One of the most consistent surfers we have on tour.
Griffin Colapinto getting started against Kanoa. A nice healthy wrapping cutback from last year's world number 3. As we roll in with this one, a lot of turbulence for Kanoa, but he's still able to throw down a forehand slice.
Now he's leaving the door open for Griffin with priority, 1 minute and 40 left.
Still looking for a giant score. He's found a lot of comfort in maxing out the time on the clock and still believing he can turn in big numbers.
He's a Hail Mary type of guy.
And you see him just paddling for anything to try to create a buzzer beater moment. There's Griff. Big slice with some power. Late hit on the section. He was really trying to visualize that one going his way.
Griffin was looking good on that wave, but there's no mercy on that end section.
Griffin Colapinto, last year's runner-up in the event, exits out, this time in the round of 16, by his rival named Kanoa Igarashi.
I hit the bottom. I just went all of them. I got pinned down to the bottom. You guys didn't do much more. Were we missing waves? Not really.
Here with Griffin, we have a fun little rivalry going on. It was nice to kind of pick up some rhythm. It definitely shoots me into good momentum going into finals day.
Baron Mamiya and Katie Simmers are the current WSL rankings leaders. However, for the two young superstars, the high pressure of wearing the yellow jersey is just too much. And after breakout wins at Pipeline, Baron and Katie struggle here at Sunset.
Baron Mamiya, North Shore, born and bred. He's had a lot of success out here, but Sunset, like we said, unpredictable.
Is this it? Mamiya's gonna have to surf his heart out, goes in the barrel, travels through this one. No exit.
shocking affair for Baron Mamiya, eliminated after a win at Pipeline. Here we go with Katie. Oh, unfortunate.
She's just going to have to look at this heat as a learning experience.
Katie Simmers exits the Hurley Pro with a 5th place result, and she will lose her hold on the yellow jersey. Smiling about an open opportunity is Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, a young North Shore local who is growing into a serious title contender.
Sakura, this thing's a beast. Spitzu Sakura Johnson comes out.
My name is Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. I'm 18 years old and I'm from the North Shore of Oahu. What motivates me competitively? I would say myself. I'm a competitive person.
Sakura is so competitive on anything.
She likes to get the claws out.
She is not afraid to get into a paddle battle. She's not afraid to rise up next to her heroes and let them know that she's there. She's 18. You don't see that every day.
Winning is what we all want, and that's definitely one of the biggest motivators to win, but getting there, the journey to getting to that win is what makes it more exciting for myself.
Betty Lou, big drive off the top, straight up into the next section.
Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, U.S. Open of Surfing champion.
It's not just her energy and competitive nature and will to win. She's a part of that whole new generation talent that's changing the game of surfing.
Betty Lou's layering off the top side.
Betty Lou Sakura Johnson takes out the Holly the challenger.
To maintain that positive mindset, it's just to surround yourself with the best people. The people that love and support you, they're the ones that are gonna take you to the top.
For Carissa Moore to step away from competition, you're going, this is for Hawaii. This is the passing of that torch moment for Carissa to move on, and Betty Lou's happy to step up for Hawaii.
Betty Lou, absolutely charging.
This is history being made.
And she salutes the hometown crowd.
Betty Lou has put up some big scores already in 2024 with breakout waves at Backdoor Pipeline and in the opening rounds here at Sunset. This fearless 18-year-old competitor has begun this year with her best start ever. Seeking her first championship tour win, can Sakura go all the way? Kelly Slater, the 11-time world champion, undoubtedly the greatest of all time. He's a lifelong competitor who always puts himself in a position to win.
This is a huge emotional victory, not just for Kelly Slater, for 40-somethings all over the world.
Unfortunately, we are seeing the exit of the GOAT, Kelly Slater.
So, tough break for Kelly.
It's no secret that Slater has struggled at Sunset Beach.
This wave has always puzzled him over his career.
I obviously don't love Sunset. I don't like the wave. I don't put the time in. I don't respect the wave and it doesn't respect me back. So unless I change, it's not gonna change.
Then at 52, Kelly is more dedicated than ever to finding success in this lineup.
He's coming into Sunset Beach, I think almost kind of in a reflection type mode. Almost contemplative of everything he's done in his life. He's kind of at that part of his career, maybe the twilight of his career.
Big heat out in the water here at Sunset. Slater, long bottom turn, beautiful top turn there for the 11-time world champ. How are these slashes for a 52-year-old?
All right, here we go, Slater.
Kelly pulls into a barrel and Kelly comes out of that one. And Kelly Slater advancing into the round of 32.
His statement to me was, look, when I get the waves, I can ride them great. It's just finding them.
We got another heat in the water at Sunset, and it's a big one.
With now 1 minute on the clock, Kelly in trouble. Priority, he's got it, but needs a 617.
Slater on the ropes.
Kelly's gonna lean on this wave to try to turn this heat. Going for his carving three, and he gets it. That is incredibly challenging, especially in these kind of waves. But is it enough?
Let's see. Carving three, maybe.
They usually hate him, but maybe they like that one.
Scores coming in, chasing a 6.17.
Last score for Kelly Slater in the previous heat, a 4.93. Not enough.
Kelly Slater out in the round of 32.
It's still hard out there. Well, if I didn't fall on my first wave on the second turn, I would have had a big score there, you know.
The current WSL judging criteria is designed to encourage surfers to go all out on every turn. The judges want to see critical, unprecedented maneuvers that wow the crowd. It doesn't matter how long the ride is. It's all about performance and grit.
He goes to that full rail turn. 3 judges giving him 10s.
Kelly Slater, barrel ride equals an 8.33.
You can get excellent scores with just one major maneuver.
9.17 for Molly Picklum.
John Florence. Many people believe he orchestrates the best turns in the game.
You think about, okay, how do you get in the excellent range at Sunset? In your mind, you're thinking, okay, maybe a 3-turn combo, but then there's John.
John reminded us all how true this is with one of the most dynamic single turns of the event.
So I was like, oh, I'm gonna go do a turn. And then I don't know, it was just spray and stuff, water, everything. And then I was like in the white water and coming out. And yeah, it felt good.
8.23 for one maneuver. Wow. What's it?
Molly Picklum might just be the best female surfer on the planet right now. And this one maneuver will define her skill level at this point in time.
What a turn, Molly Picklum, taking it to the house.
When Molly landed that 9.67 turn, this place went wild. And the words that I heard getting tossed around were ones like radical, committed, best one ever executed by a female in a women's surfing competition here at Sunset.
And I threw everything kind of at it and fell out of the sky, and I was dead or I had a really big score. So yeah, I'm really happy that I have my body in one piece after that.
Yep. It's like
Women's professional surfing is currently at the highest level we have ever witnessed in the history of this sport. And it just seems to be getting better and better.
Gabby, 2-time semifinalist out here at Sunset Beach with power surfing just like that.
Definition of power surfing. You see a section and you just go into it and give it everything you got.
Look at this thing. Wow, big hack off the top right there.
We got Brisa
pushing that back foot so hard and just throwing buckets out there.
When it's a clean, fun day like today, it's just, there's nothing quite like going that fast and being able to do nice big turns on a bigger board.
Lakey Peterson in a cool looking down carve. So we go into the barrel with Betty Lou. She makes it off the bottom, and an absolute hammer of a finishing move.
That's an excellent rod for you.
Look out.
Picklum has been so strong in her performances here. Variety and commitment.
Molly Picklum and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson are pushing the boundaries of surfing in almost every heat this year.
I'm slowly starting to feel my feet and boards, and it's getting there.
It's just such a special place to be competing at home, and I really got to take advantage, so I've learned to love this wave to compete at it.
Picklum and Johnson are the standouts here at Sunset. Both have shown us 9-point rides, technical barrel riding, and some of the biggest, most radical maneuvers we've ever seen.
Banging that one way up top.
I mean, Molly, she's the reigning champ from last year, so I'm super excited to go up against her.
Surfing's newest superstars will face off against each other in the Hurley Pro Final, and one will leave Sunset Beach with the yellow leader jersey. When it gets down to finals day at a WSL Championship Tour event, every heat is stacked. The best of the best from the event go head-to-head in elimination heats for a spot in the final.
Well, look at this. We got such a matchup here between John Florence and Jordy Smith. Here we go with Jordy with a vicious hack, and that's the power that we like to see from Jordy Smith here at Sunset. Solid surfing. Jordy Smith will take the lead.
All right, let's watch John.
Jordy on the inside. He's going to sneak this. Jordy.
He pulls into the barrel, treads through this barrel, fights his way out of that. Jordy, talk about knowing what you're doing. Smith.
Wow. Wow.
An 8.33 clocked in for Smith, and he has a strong lead over John Florence. This is it here. John's last chance. He's going to activate. Florence looking down the line, setting up for something big. Has to skip that section, needs something huge, throws it up, and goes down. John Florence will take an equal fifth.
It's always awesome coming up against John, you know. You really got to take it to him because he's the guy.
Jordy Smith gets the hard work done and defeats event favorite John Florence in the quarterfinals. But the South African fails to convert his run into a finals win.
Jordy Smith on the first wave of the men's semifinal.
Smith has been strong so far in this competition. Looking in command, did that wave have enough on hand? His challenge in semifinal number 1. Large wave face in front of Igarashi. Gets a slash in there right at the finish. Airdrops into it. One turn. But what a dynamic turn.
Only single turn might be the best score of the heat so far. That was impressive.
7-point ride.
He deserved that score.
Kanoa Igarashi eliminates Jordy in the semis, and the Japanese surfer is now our first event finalist.
And a ride in to his second sunset final.
My name is Jack Robinson. I'm from Margaret River, Western Australia, and I'm 26 years old.
Jack Robinson is pro surfing's newest dad.
Yeah, my son's name is Zen, and my wife's like, we gotta call him Zen. And I'm like, Zen, okay, Zen, all right, Zen it is. I still get peed in the face though. I still cough.
How did you want to attack this heat?
I just was not even really thinking, just go and surf. Yeah, it's different now because I have a baby, so it feels like the time is not as long. I'd come to events before and I'd just sitting around twiddling your thumbs, and now I got a baby to play with. All these people say they're grateful for life, but once they have a baby, then you really know what the kind of meaning is for life. It's a whole different level of life. Everything you do, even if it's little things, I would just do things and just not even think before. Like when I would go surf before, I was just like, oh yeah, another surf. Now I'm like excited to go surf even more.
He also has 5 event wins in the last 3 years and is considered among the best young talent in the sport today.
There is nobody that knows that piece of reef better than Jack Robinson.
And he does it again. Robinson has gone back-to-back.
For Jack Robinson, I think he's always been that guy, the prodigy, win a world title. He's not a guy where he needs good waves to win. He can win in challenging heats. When someone's crawling up his back, he'll enter that space, and he has such a present moment in himself where he is there.
And I feel like just everyone kind of fires me up now. Like from Kelly to the youngest guy on tour, it'll just fire me up. Any little thing kind of gets me excited. That's after having the baby. I just live for those moments, like when someone else is trying to battle me, like I just live for it.
Jack's 2024 world title campaign is sure to be a family affair.
Like Julia's my light. She vibrates high vibration and she gives me a lot of light, you know, for life. If I could combine the two, the family and the competing, then this could be a good combination. I need to be a world champion because it's just the ultimate feeling, and I will be one day.
And here's Blue going straight into the barrel. Jack Robinson hits it off the top. Mr. Auto Magic. Last of Blue, a 9.77.
The Jack Robinson support crew here at Sunset runs deep. Wife Julia and baby Zen lead the cheer squad, while coach Matt Bemrose is the mastermind of his offensive run.
Jack Robinson, slashing turn to open up.
Jack lays down a few of the highest scoring waves in the event, and Robbo easily advances into the final to match up with longtime rival and good friend Kanoa Igarashi.
I feel like they're another level right now and just get back to it, get the job done.
The chair up is pro surfing's signature celebration, the climax of a hard-fought competition. But to earn this prestigious moment, you first have to win the main event.
It's kind of like splitting hairs out here. You just don't know what's going to happen.
Here comes Robinson laying down that rail, hangs on to it, transitions in the barrel. Oh my goodness.
The 2024 Hurley Pro Sunset Beach has lived up to the hype.
That was insane.
It's been challenging, almost impossible at times, but it's been pumping with epic conditions.
We go into the barrel with Betty Lou.
This has been a wild ride with incredible wipeouts and historic performances.
What a turn.
After 4 days of competition, we are down to the final 2 heats of the event. And we begin with the women's final.
The women's final of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is a battle of 2 of the best up-and-coming surfers on the female side. You have Betty Lou Johnson, who is from right here on the North Shore. This girl knows this wave as well as anybody in the field. The only one who could come close is the one she has to go against, Molly Picklum, who's the defending champ here at Sunset.
The newest, freshest rivalry we've got on tour in the final.
You couldn't play it out better than this. I mean, number 2 seed, number 3 seed, whoever wins gets that yellow jersey. This is Betty Lou's first CT final. I just feel like she's so hungry.
Overhead on the first section, nice sweeping cutty for Molly Picklum. Foam climb punch on the hollow part of the wave. And another whip on the shoulder. Betty Lou's on the one behind it. Nice reach for that wrapping cut back. Sakura now getting off the bottom, throwing some spray on that power wrap. Great answer to Molly Picklum.
I saw a lot of spray out of the back of the wave for Betty Lou, which was impressive. Molly obviously looking strong and fast and just really aggressive, so it's kind of like splitting hairs out here. You just don't know what's going to happen.
Here's Betty Lou, big late drop. And she's going to pull in the barrel, and unfortunately it's shut down.
That would have been a huge score. This is Molly Picklum, wants to separate herself from Betty Lou. Carves it under the lip to the top side of that wave for one more slice.
Betty Lou's got a minute and only needs a 4.66. This set just a little far out of reach.
Too far in for this one.
3, 2, 1.
Back-to-back seasons. Your champion of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is Molly Picklum.
Molly, you're now in the yellow jersey.
Yeah, baby! I'm just saying, my 2 girls were setting the bar for me.
No.
Seriously.
That was incredible.
Thanks, guys.
Proud of you.
Oh. Hey, well done. She was ripping. Seriously, set the bar for us, girls. Thank you. I'm so cool. The moments we're getting to share. Let's go. Crazy. To come here and share the final with Betty Lou, it's pretty incredible. We're pushing women's surfing together, and we'll look back and realize how big this moment is and the push that we're doing right now. But I'm so honored and so grateful to have these girls in my life pushing me to see how good we can all get at surfing.
Molly Picklum is now ranked number 1 in the world. The 21-year-old began the season with a 2nd place at Pipeline and now has her first win of the year here at Sunset. Molly is without a doubt the front runner for the 2024 world title.
Men's final are 2 surfers who could not know each other better. Jack Robinson and Kanoa Igarashi. They grew up together. They've battled it out pretty much at every level.
Everyone in my generation really fires me up to compete against. I mean, these are the people that I grew up with my whole life, and people don't realize, but I would go to Australia to do a junior event. I would compete against Jack.
I've surfed a bunch of heats against Kanoa and just go and do my thing. So I'm sure it's going to be a good one with him, so I'm excited and I'm going to enjoy it.
For Kanoa Igarashi to show up in another final at Sunset is showing how well he's surfing this wave and how much he's grown. And with Jack Robinson, he's the other side of it, where he was always good out here. He was always supposed to win events like this.
Counting in the men's final in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The men's final is on.
Getting started in the final, Jack Robinson throws down that nice, clean, casual arc in the pocket, wide open for that gouge off the lip line and looks so solid on his feet. Igarashi creates some space before that big first down carve. Going back to the lip, he throws it away. A rare fall from Kayo Igarashi.
He needs to go big right now. It's the finals, and Jack's starting with an 817, but did he go a little too big?
Jack's already ready to back up the 817. Super smooth on the first turn, and how was that rail control? Now we see how painful that fall was for Kayo. Jack puts him in a combination. Clean park in the pocket for Igarashi. Another cool redirect. Section approaches and knifes it. I love how he's keeping his composure. So here comes Robinson laying down that rail, hangs onto it, transitions in the barrel. Jack Robinson punches free. Back into the pit one more time. Oh my goodness. What a legend. 987.
Your 2024 Hurley Pro at Sunset Beach champion, Jack, Mr. Automagic Robinson.
Congratulations, young man. Number 2 in the world.
Yeah, far out. It was a crazy last few months at home, had a baby and everything before coming here, and I don't even know, I'm just enjoying it so much today. And I know I didn't start good at pipe, but it didn't matter. I was trying to enjoy it, you know. So I'm just grateful for this moment, man.
Welcome back, Jack. We love you. All right. Yeah! Oh, special moment. Oh my God.
Special moment, huh?
As the Robinson family celebrates Jack's 6th career CT win, Robbo moves into the number 2 spot on the rankings, and John Florence will fly out of Hawaii feeling comfortable in the yellow leader's jersey.
Here.
On the next episode of Inside Pro Surfing, we journey to the cold North Atlantic and stop off at Europe's most challenging beach break. Dredging barrels and high-flying aerials will be the narrative at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal.
We go into the barrel with Betty Lou. An absolute hammer of a finishing move.
Professional surfing is a head-to-head sport contested in the raw power of the untamed ocean.
Yeah, 30 minutes, yeah. You know, you've got giant waves coming in, what looks to be just like a whiteout.
Unless you're a pro surfer, you have no idea how difficult surfing really is.
That was insane. I knew I was either gonna die or have the best turn of my life.
What was that?
How much talent, determination, strategy, and grit it takes to succeed.
Turn, be ready, go for that day.
The WSL Championship Tour is surfing's biggest stage.
It's a high-pressure game fought to the very last second.
This may be the number for Griff. Airdrops into it. What a way to turn the heat.
Right, looking at that last turn, just going,
Thank you.
An emotional ride full of wild winds and disappointing defeats.
You can see the disappointment right there. Wow, what a mistake.
But what sets surfing apart from other sports is the indescribable feeling of being a surfer.
Every time you hit the water, you can leave everything else behind. It's just pure freedom.
chill. Don't do anything crazy.
Today we take you to the North Shore of Oahu for an inside look at the 2024 Hurley Pro Sunset Beach.
It's sunset. Yeah, it's going to be a test for everyone, eh? Just kind of competitor against the ocean, I think, today.
Well, day 1 is on here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach.
The feeling of surfing is you can get the best wave of your life, and unlike other things where there's satisfaction, I mean, you are satisfied to have ridden the wave, but it's a motivation to come back and do it again.
The second stop of the WSL Championship Tour takes place at Sunset Beach, a performance big wave, a traditional surf spot that favors competitors who find comfort in heavy water.
I love Sunset Beach. The feeling you get when you get a good wave at sunset after, I don't know, getting pounded is just an amazing feeling.
Gabby, two-time semifinalists out here, power surfing just like that.
It's difficult, I'm not gonna lie, it's really hard.
The challenges of Sunset Beach. Competing at Sunset Beach is super hard. The speed and the power of it, and there's not really any other wave in the world quite like it, how fast you get going out there.
It's so raw. It's in the middle of the ocean. You're getting swells from different directions. It's a very confusing lineup. It almost reminds me of like a football field.
Sunset Beach hosted the first ever championship tour event in 1976 and has long stood out as an old school test of big wave power surfing.
It holds a lot of power and strength out here. It's not, you know, this high performance, perfect wave.
You've got to test those water person skills. You got to read the ocean. You got to read the changing conditions.
It is one place where competitors are less worried about what the other person is doing and more focused on the ocean.
Molly gets in there. Molly is still in there. Holy moly, she was so deep.
Women's professional surfing is currently making history with a radical generational shift.
Women's surfing is in this moment right now. We're talking about Betty Lou Johnson, Molly Picklum, Caitlin Simmers, Caroline Marks even. This next generation of young women is looking up at the glass ceiling and seeing the way that the generations of women before them have put some cracks in it.
Steph Gilmore taking a year off, and then all of a sudden Carissa Moore stepping away from competition. That's a big space. It's just empty.
But the new generation's coming.
Without Chris and Steph, I think it's still gonna be really gnarly, especially with all the younger girls. I think we just really wanna like smoke everybody.
This new generation don't lack confidence, and we're all gonna push each other like crazy.
Going now. Good luck. To have this new generation step up, it's a monumental shift.
Here goes Katie Simmers pulling in, huge backdoor section, and she reappears.
Katie Simmers charged her way to the biggest win in women's surfing history to date.
Katie Simmers is your champion of the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti.
Pipeline for the girls.
The finals day at Pipe will go down in history as one of the most remarkable days that's ever happened. For the women to finally be given a platform, showing the world that this is their time.
Katie Simmers is so good at what she does that she is confidently rolling through Pipeline. Now she's going to come out here to Sunset with that confidence and probably put it to work.
Simmers is now #1 in the world, and the 18-year-old pulls on the yellow leaders jersey here at Sunset Beach.
Caitlin Simmers going into the round of 16.
This last year, I've been trying to just focus on Sunset in particular. I've been feeling really good in the free surfs, way better than last year.
If this is a sign of things to come for the year ahead, I mean, look out. But I think she's got her work cut out for her because someone like Molly Picklum is super dedicated in every aspect.
This generation now of professional women are elevating the sport with their unprecedented abilities to perform in big, powerful surf.
The bar has been raised. Betty Lou Johnson, Molly Picklum, and Katie Simmers all perform at levels that we have not seen women's surf Pipeline, not just in free surfs, in competition.
These two want to beat each other more than anything, but also they want to get bombs as well.
My goals for 2024 are set pretty high. My goal is definitely to win an event.
Betty Lou just lunging into daylight. What an easy make.
The journey to getting to that win is what makes it more exciting. That really pushes me to figure it out and get where I want to be.
Betty Lou is all fireworks.
She's a great competitor.
Molly putting her head down, grabs around the pipeline, pulls up and under. She's still going and gets the exit.
She's hard to beat.
She's crazy.
She's feisty. I'm spicy.
She's like gonna do whatever she wants to get what she wants, and then all of us are like, well, we'll do that too then. I genuinely feel that with Katie and Betty Lou and myself. I've got to stay on my A game for life now, because it's not gonna be easy to win, I don't think, ever now in women's surfing.
Barron grabbing rail pipeline, deep section here. Looking for the exit barrel.
Give it up for your Lexus Pipe Pro 2024 champion, Baron Mamia!
Wow, what a statement. Like he was untouchable.
Baron Mamia is the first event winner of 2024, and with his victory at Pipeline, he is now the rankings leader. This North Shore local will be wearing the yellow jersey here at Sunset.
Interestingly enough, he's worn the yellow jersey before, and that's when he was a wild card, and he won his first event at Sunset Beach.
I'm just trying to focus on myself. I'm not trying to let all this stuff get to me. I just want to go out and surf some heats and have some fun, and I'm at home still, so I'm just trying to enjoy my time at home.
After monumental wins at Pipeline, Baron Mamia and Katie Simmers are the current rankings leaders. But can they hold on to their yellow jerseys in the wild waves here at Sunset Beach?
I felt like I was lost at sea. I've never surfed this wave before.
I just limit my expectations to literally getting nothing.
Really only going to have one chance. Is this it?
Felipe Toledo is the reigning two-time world champion. The Brazilian's year started with a disappointing performance at Pipeline.
All eyes on Toledo to set the pace for the tour. He's always been the king of high performance. He's always have to deal with critics saying that this is where he needs to improve.
Sometimes if you do have that exterior pressure, then, it comes creeping into your head.
Here we go, Felipe, 6:30 to go.
First wave of the season, it's just an up and out, and that hurts. He's gonna be in the elimination round later on today.
We saw Felipe Toledo in his heat looking out of sorts. And we did get the news that Felipe is under the weather right now.
We had the withdrawal from Felipe due to illness, and we've gone straight into Heat 2. We've now got 3 heats of this elimination round.
Achieving the heights he has in surfing has been a long and difficult road for the world's most progressive surfer.
My name is Felipe Toledo. I'm 28 years of age, and I'm from Ubatuba, Brazil.
Felipe Toledo is going to fall out of the title race.
I think that was the trigger for me. It got me really beat up. Being 100% parent, when I'm home, and 100% professional surfer and Felipe Toledo when I'm away, that's one really hard thing to do. So that's probably the biggest thing that I'm trying to get better at.
It's amazing how dominant he is in certain waves. He is almost unbeatable at times.
When he's on in conditions like this, he's the best surfer in the world. He's so exciting.
That one turn was not a turn from an 18-year-old. Come on, that's a turn we expect from a man. I think sometimes you can forget how young he was when he qualified, how quickly he was in the global spotlight, becoming a father very young. There's a lot more that he was carrying with him on tour that nobody else saw. He finally had a part of his career where he started breaking down, and he had to look at himself and figure out how to find joy again.
Yeah, I went from a young surfer, having a dream to be on tour, but at the same time not really understanding how big that dream was. Major sponsors, bigger contracts, my own house, my own bills, and, supporting my family. It was hard to understand all that.
What do you feel is motivating you to win another world title?
Frick, that's a good question. Never thought about it.
Good morning, everybody. This is the Sambazon Dawn Patrol here on opening day for stop number 2 of the season. We got to get right into the big news that we just heard from Felipe Toledo's camp. Toledo released the following statement on social media. It is with a heavy heart that I announce today that I'm withdrawing for the remainder of the 2024 Championship Tour season. In the past, I've been honest about some of my challenges, not only with injuries, but also with mental health. Competing at the highest level for the past decade has taken a toll on me, and I need a break to recover for the next chapter of my career.
Very good. Have fun out there.
Of course, it was a hard decision for me. You know, it took me a few days to realize that, oh, this is actually happening. I was just, you know, giving priority to myself. Like, I don't want to, but I need to. Just, you know, live 1 year pressure-free and relax, surf, enjoy the family, and come back to you guys next year.
Toledo plans to return to the championship tour in 2025. His exit from competition will open a massive hole at the top of the sport.
Thank you so much.
As the men's competition begins at Sunset Beach, the Hawaiian Islands are under a high surf advisory, meaning the waves are in the XXL range, and there's a possibility of dangerous rogue sets that are just too big to ride. They'd be washing right through the lineup.
It's gnarly. Big, giant Sunset Beach. Wash throughs the entire channel, closing out. You're not surfing against your competitor. You're surfing for survival.
Oh, he lost his jersey. All the power of the wave just ripped that off, as you see it right there.
Oh yeah, I'm going for it.
Sunset's a personal wave, and you really do have to take it as a challenge against Mother Nature, and it's just all about your connection on that day with that wave.
It can really expose you if you haven't spent time out here. And maybe even more so if you don't have a connection with the place. It's easy to get lost in this lineup, especially when it's big.
Jack Robinson is a competitor who excels in giant surf. This Western Australian smoothly navigates the wild conditions and is an early round standout.
Jack on a big bowling section. How about that?
That's just Jack magic, finding waves that doesn't really exist on the lineup.
Jack Robinson, we're going to see him on finals day.
Actually, maybe one of the hardest heats I've surfed in a long time. I just felt like I was going to spew the whole heat. This is what I live for. You got to do it.
Kanoa Igarashi is known as a smart, calculated competitor. This young Japanese surfer has cracked the code on winning heats in these wild, tricky conditions.
Here we go. This is Kanoa Igarashi going for the barrel. He's in and he comes out.
Kanoa moving on into the round of 16.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to come in today saying it was easy. You know, the ocean's really just controlling you.
Brazilian surf fans are everywhere. They are loud, animated, and exceptionally passionate. Italo Ferreira amps it up for the rowdy crowd with a solid backhand performance.
This is what I'm talking about. Nice barrel right there for him. Coming out, muscle through it, and finish it off strong.
A relieved Italo Ferreira on finals day.
Jordy Smith is an excellent example of matching power with power, and the big South African is looking strong on this challenging day.
Jordy Smith's always looked incredible at Sunset. Experience paying it off for Jordy. Two-turn combination for his 717. Jordy is into the quarterfinals.
With 10 to 12-foot surf, maxing out winds, and washing machine conditions, John Florence gets fired up at Sunset Beach.
John on his first strike finds the inside bowl at Sunset. Here we go, John. Pulls in, deep section, traveling, coming out.
Fin bending layback hat from John Florence.
Just showing so much variation, so much power, so much control as well. Going into finals day is going to be definitely the pick to beat.
As this extra-large northwest swell continues to pump, two popular Californian surfers prepare to face off.
Griffin and Kanoa have battled against each other since they were little kids.
All of those moments that they had throughout their years, they bring it into this.
Check out this day. Absolute paradise for the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach.
Sunset Beach is a waterman's wave. It's open ocean power breaking over a football field-sized reef that's a good 10-minute paddle from the beach. Unique to this competition, athletes are allowed coaches and caddies to assist them in the water.
For the caddies can have one board, so he knows the
Once
drill.
you get out into the lineup, it turns into a whole new world. You're so far out in the channel. There's so much current. There's so much happening out there that your caddies and your coaches can actually sit out there with extra surfboards. So if you break a leash or you break a board or a fin, you can switch it out in the lineup. In a lot of circumstances, the caddies are the coaches as well, so they'll kind of spit some information at them and words of encouragement, getting their mind ready and settled for the next round of paddling back out to huge sunset and get them ready to catch another wave.
We got Adriano de Souza. This man's a world champion right here. He's out here for Leo Fioravanti at the moment. We got Luke Egan over here. He's got Cole in his corner. So it's just amazing to see the knowledge and all the depth that these caddies can bring to these surfers out here in the lineup.
A wave like Sunset is a wave where you need a coach more than anywhere on tour. You know, you're literally in the water with your athlete. You're, screaming at them.
Kanoa Igarashi, mid-face carve.
Jake the Snake Patterson in the water as his caddy and his coach.
Jake has been a life mentor for me. It's really cool to have him in my corner. He really shaped the way I compete and shaped the way I surf. The first wave I catch today, I come out of a barrel and I kick out, and he's the first person I see, and we high-five while I was on the wave. So it kind of just goes to show the chemistry that we have, and we kind of just laughed at each other, and we're just like, oh, this is so fun.
Last 4 of red white. Last of red white is 633.
That's one turn. 633? Yep.
The most anticipated heat in the round of 16 is Griffin Colapinto versus Kanoa Igarashi. Both are Southern California-raised surfers who are striving for their first big league win in Hawaii.
Griffin and Kanoa have battled against each other since they were little kids.
Right, Kanoa. Keep going, Bob. Thank you.
They're both super competitive, and the fact that they have a history makes it even more intriguing because they're going to take it personal.
Tracking with Kanoa Igarashi. Fades that nice turn quickly. Hits it high off the lip. He's in total control even with all the turbulence out there. His turns look so calculated.
One of the most consistent surfers we have on tour.
Griffin Colapinto getting started against Kanoa. A nice healthy wrapping cutback from last year's world number 3. As we roll in with this one, a lot of turbulence for Kanoa, but he's still able to throw down a forehand slice.
Now he's leaving the door open for Griffin with priority, 1 minute and 40 left.
Still looking for a giant score. He's found a lot of comfort in maxing out the time on the clock and still believing he can turn in big numbers.
He's a Hail Mary type of guy.
And you see him just paddling for anything to try to create a buzzer beater moment. Here's Griff. Big slice with some power. Late hit on the section. He was really trying to visualize that one going his way.
Griffin was looking good on that wave, but there's no mercy on that end section.
Griffin Colapinto, last year's runner-up in the event, exits out, this time in the round of 16, by his rival named Kanoa Igarashi.
I hit the bottom. I hit my boil on him. I got pinned down to the bottom.
You guys didn't do much more.
Were we missing weights? Not really.
Here with Griffin, we have a fun little rivalry going on. It was nice to kind of pick up some rhythm. It definitely shoots me into good momentum going into finals day.
Barron Mamiya and Katie Simmers are the current WSL rankings leaders. However, for the two young superstars, the high pressure of wearing the yellow jersey is just too much. And after breakout wins at Pipeline, Barron and Katie struggle here at Sunset.
Barron Mamiya, North Shore, born and bred. He's had a lot of success out here, but Sunset, like we said, unpredictable.
Is this it? Mamiya's gonna have to surf his heart out, goes in the barrel, travels through this one. No exit. Shocking affair for Barron Mamiya, eliminated after a win at Pipeline. Here we go with Katie. Oh, unfortunate.
She's just going to have to look at this heat as a learning experience.
Katie Simmers exits the Hurley Pro with a 5th place result, and she will lose her hold on the yellow jersey. Smiling about an open opportunity is Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, a young North Shore local who is growing into a serious title contender.
Sakura, this thing's a beast. Spit through Sakura Johnson comes out.
My name is Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. I'm 18 years old and I'm from the North Shore of Oahu. What motivates me competitively? I would say myself. I'm a competitive person.
Sakura is so competitive on anything.
She likes to get the claws out.
She is not afraid to get into a paddle battle. She's not afraid to rise up next to her heroes and let them know that she's there. She's 18. You don't see that every day.
Winning is what we all want, and that's definitely one of the biggest motivators to win, but getting there, the journey to getting to that win is what makes it more exciting for myself.
Betty Lou, big drive off the top, straight up into the next section.
Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, U.S. Open of Surfing champion.
It's not just her energy and competitive nature and will to win. She's a part of that whole new generation talent that's changing the game of surfing.
Betty Lou's layering off the top side.
Betty Lou Sakura Johnson takes out the Holly the Challenger.
To maintain that positive mindset, it's just to surround yourself with the best people. The people that love and support you, they're the ones that are gonna take you to the top.
For Carissa Moore to step away from competition, you're going, this is for Hawaii. This is the passing of that torch moment for Carissa to move on, and Betty Lou's happy to step up for Hawaii.
Betty Lou, absolutely charging.
This is history being made.
And she salutes the hometown crowd.
Betty Lou has put up some big scores already in 2024 with breakout waves at Backdoor Pipeline and in the opening rounds here at Sunset. This fearless 18-year-old competitor has begun this year with her best start ever. Seeking her first championship tour win, can Sakura go all the way? Kelly Slater, the 11-time world champion, undoubtedly the greatest of all time. He's a lifelong competitor who always puts himself in a position to win. This is a huge emotional victory, not just for Kelly Slater, for 40-somethings all over the world.
Unfortunately, we are seeing the exit of the GOAT, Kelly Slater.
So, tough break for Kelly.
It's no secret that Slater has struggled at Sunset Beach.
This wave has always puzzled him over his career.
I obviously don't love Sunset. I don't like the wave. I don't put the time in. I don't respect the wave, and it doesn't respect me back. So unless I change, it's not going to change.
And at 52, Kelly is more dedicated than ever to finding success in this lineup.
He's coming into Sunset Beach, I think almost kind of in a reflection type mode. Almost contemplative of everything he's done in his life. He's kind of at that part of his career, maybe the twilight of his career.
Big heat out in the water here at Sunset. Slater, long bottom turn, beautiful top turn there for the 11-time world champ. How are these slashes for a 52-year-old?
All right, here we go, Slater.
Kelly pulls into a barrel, and Kelly comes out of that one. And Kelly Slater advancing into the round of 32.
His statement to me was, look, when I get the waves, I can ride them great. It's just finding them.
We got another heat in the water at Sunset, and it's a big one.
With now 1 minute on the clock, Kelly in trouble. Priority, he's got it, but needs a 617.
Slater on the ropes.
Kelly's gonna lean on this wave to try to turn this heat. Going for his carving three, and he gets it. That is incredibly challenging, especially in these kind of waves. But is it enough?
Let's see. Carving three, maybe. They usually hate him, but maybe they like that one.
Scores coming in, chasing a 6.17.
Last score for Kelly Slater in the previous heat, a 4.93. Not enough.
Kelly Slater out in the round of 32.
It's so hard out there. Well, if I didn't fall on my first wave on the second turn, I would have had a big score there, you know.
The current WSL judging criteria is designed to encourage surfers to go all out on every turn. The judges want to see critical, unprecedented maneuvers that wow the crowd. It doesn't matter how long the ride is, it's all about performance and grit.
He goes to that full rail turn. 3 judges giving him 10s.
Kelly Slater, barrel ride equals an 8.33.
You can get excellent scores with just one major maneuver.
9.17 for Molly Picklum.
John Florence. Many people believe he orchestrates the best turns in the game.
You think about, okay, how do you get in the excellent range at Sunset? In your mind, you're thinking, okay, maybe a 3-turn combo, but then there's John.
John reminded us all how true this is with one of the most dynamic single turns of the event.
So I was like, oh, I'm gonna go do a turn. And then I don't know, it was just spray and stuff, water, everything. And then I was like in the white water and coming out. And yeah, it felt good.
8.23 for one maneuver. Wow. What's it?
Molly Picklum might just be the best female surfer on the planet right now. And this one maneuver will define her skill level at this point in time.
What a turn, Molly Picklum, taking it to the house.
When Molly landed that 9.67 turn, this place went wild. And the words that I heard getting tossed around were ones like radical, committed, best one ever executed by a female in a women's surfing competition here at Sunset.
And I threw everything kind of at it and fell out of the sky, and I was dead or I had a really big score. So yeah, I'm really happy that I have my body in one piece after that.
Yep. It's like
Women's professional surfing is currently at the highest level we have ever witnessed in the history of this sport. And it just seems to be getting better and better.
Gabby, 2-time semifinalist out here at Sunset Beach with power surfing just like that.
Definition of power surfing. You see a section and you just go into it and give it everything you got.
Look at this thing. Wow, big hack off the top right there.
We got Brisa
Pushing that back foot so hard and just throwing buckets out there.
When it's a clean, fun day like today, it's just, there's nothing quite like going that fast and being able to do nice big turns on a bigger board.
Lakey Peterson in a cool looking down carve. So we go into the barrel with Betty Lou. She makes it off the bottom and an absolute hammer of a finishing move.
That's an excellent rod for you.
Look out.
Picklum has been so strong in her performances here. Variety and commitment.
Molly Picklum and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson are pushing the boundaries of surfing in almost every heat this year.
I'm slowly starting to feel my feet and boards, and it's getting there.
It's just such a special place to be competing at home, and I really got to take advantage, so I've learned to love this wave to compete at it.
Picklum and Johnson are the standouts here at Sunset. Both have shown us 9-point rides, technical barrel riding, and some of the biggest, most radical maneuvers we've ever seen.
Banging that one way up top.
I mean, Molly, she's the reigning champ from last year, so I'm super excited to go up against her.
Surfing's newest superstars will face off against each other in the Hurley Pro Final, and one will leave Sunset Beach with the yellow leader jersey. When it gets down to finals day at a WSL Championship Tour event, every heat is stacked. The best of the best from the event go head-to-head in elimination heats for a spot in the final.
Well, look at this. We got such a matchup here between John Florence and Jordy Smith. Here we go with Jordy with a vicious hack, and that's the power that we like to see from Jordy Smith here at Sunset. Solid surfing. Jordy Smith will take the lead.
All right, let's watch John. Jordy on the inside. He's going to sneak this. Jordy.
He pulls into the barrel, treads through this barrel, fights his way out of that. Jordy. Talk about knowing what you're doing. Smith.
Wow. Wow.
An 8.33 clocked in for Smith, and he has a strong lead over John Florence. This is it here. John's last chance. He's going to activate. Florence looking down the line, setting up for something big. Has to skip that section, needs something huge, throws it up, and goes down. John Florence will take an equal fifth.
It's always awesome coming up against John, you know. You really got to take it to him because he's the guy.
Jordy Smith gets the hard work done and defeats event favorite John Florence in the quarterfinals. But the South African fails to convert his run into a finals win.
Jordy Smith on the first wave of the men's semifinal.
Smith has been strong so far in this competition. Looking in command, did that wave have enough on hand? His challenge in semifinal number 1. Large wave face in front of Igarashi. Gets a slash in there right at the finish. Airdrops into it. One turn. But what a dynamic turn.
Only single turn might be the best score of the heat so far. That was impressive.
7-point ride.
He deserved that score.
Kanoa Igarashi eliminates Jordy in the semis, and the Japanese surfer is now our first event finalist.
And a ride in to his second Sunset final.
My name is Jack Robinson. I'm from Margaret River, Western Australia, and I'm 26 years old.
Jack Robinson is pro surfing's newest dad.
Yeah, my son's name is Zen, and my wife's like, we gotta call him Zen. And I'm like, Zen, okay, Zen, all right, Zen it is. I still get peed in the face though. I still cough.
How did you want to attack this heat?
I just was not even really thinking, just go and surf. Yeah, it's different now because I have a baby, so it feels like the time is not as long. I'd come to events before and I'd just sitting around twiddling your thumbs, and now I got a baby to play with. All these people say they're grateful for life, but once they have a baby, then you really know what the kind of meaning is for life. It's a whole different level of life. Everything you do, even if it's little things, I would just do things and just not even think before. Like when I would go surf before, I was just like, oh yeah, another surf. Now I'm like excited to go surf even more.
He also has 5 event wins in the last 3 years and is considered among the best young talent in the sport today.
There is nobody that knows that piece of reef better than Jack Robinson.
And he does it again. Robinson has gone back-to-back.
For Jack Robinson, I think he's always been that guy, the prodigy. He's not a guy where he needs good waves to win. He could win in challenging heats. When someone's crawling up his back, he'll enter that space, and he has such a present moment in himself where he is there.
And I feel like just everyone kind of fires me up now. Like from Kelly to the youngest guy on tour, it'll just fire me up. Any little thing kind of gets me excited. That's after having the baby. I just live for those moments, like when someone else is trying to battle me, like I just live for it.
Jack's 2024 world title campaign is sure to be a family affair.
Like Julia's my light. She vibrates high vibration and she gives me a lot of light, you know, for life. If I could combine the two, the family and the competing, then this could be a good combination. I need to be a world champion because it's just the ultimate feeling, and I will be one day.
And here's Blue going straight into the barrel. Jack Robinson hits it off the top. Mr. Auto Magic. Last of Blue, a 9.77.
The Jack Robinson support crew here at Sunset runs deep. Wife Julia and baby Zen lead the cheer squad, while coach Matt Bemrose is the mastermind of his offensive run.
Jack Robinson, slashing turn to open up.
Jack lays down a few of the highest scoring waves in the event, and Robbo easily advances into the final to match up with longtime rival and good friend Kanoa Igarashi.
I feel like they're another level right now and just get back to it, get the job done.
The chair up is pro surfing's signature celebration, the climax of a hard-fought competition. But to earn this prestigious moment, you first have to win the main event.
It's kind of like splitting hairs out here. You just don't know what's going to happen.
Here comes Robinson laying down that rail, hangs on to it, transitions in the barrel. Oh my goodness.
The 2024 Hurley Pro Sunset Beach has lived up to the hype.
That was insane.
It's been challenging, almost impossible at times, but it's been pumping with epic conditions.
we go into the barrel with Betty Lou.
This has been a wild ride with incredible wipeouts and historic performances.
What a turn.
After 4 days of competition, we are down to the final 2 heats of the event. And we begin with the women's final.
The women's final of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is a battle of 2 of the best up-and-coming surfers on the female side. You have Betty Lou Johnson, who is from right here on the North Shore. This girl knows this wave as well as anybody in the field. The only one who could come close is the one she has to go against, Molly Picklum, who's the defending champ here at Sunset.
The newest, freshest rivalry we've got on tour in the final.
You couldn't play it out better than this. I mean, number 2 seed, number 3 seed, whoever wins gets that yellow jersey. This is Betty Lou's first CT final. I just feel like she's so hungry.
Overhead on the first section, nice sweeping cutty for Molly Picklum. Foam climb punch on the hollow part of the wave. And another whip on the shoulder. Betty Lou's on the one behind it. Nice reach for that wrapping cut back. Sakura now getting off the bottom, throwing some spray on that power wrap. Great answer to Molly Picklum.
I saw a lot of spray out of the back of the wave for Betty Lou, which was impressive. Molly obviously looking strong and fast and just really aggressive, so it's kind of like splitting hairs out here. You just don't know what's going to happen.
Here's Betty Lou, big late drop. And she's going to pull in the barrel, and unfortunately it's shut down.
That would have been a huge score. This is Molly Picklum, wants to separate herself from Betty Lou. Carves it under the lip to the top side of that wave for one more slice.
Betty Lou's got a minute and only needs a 4.66. This set just a little far out of reach.
Too far in for this one.
3, 2, 1.
Back-to-back seasons. Your champion of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is Molly Picklum.
Molly, you're now in the yellow jersey.
Yeah, baby! I'm just saying, my 2 girls were setting the bar for me.
No.
Seriously.
So that was incredible.
Thanks,
well
guys.
Done. Proud of you.
Oh. Hey, well done. She was ripping. Seriously, set the bar for us girls. Thank you. I'm so cool. The moments we're getting to share. Let's go. Crazy. To come here and share the final with Betty Lou, it's pretty incredible. We're pushing women surfing together, and we'll look back and realize how big this moment is and the push that we're doing right now. But I'm so honored and so grateful to have these girls in my life pushing me to see how good we can all get at surfing.
Molly Picklum is now ranked number 1 in the world. The 21-year-old began the season with a 2nd place at Pipeline and now has her first win of the year here at Sunset. Molly is without a doubt the front runner for the 2024 world title.
Men's final are 2 surfers who could not know each other better. Jack Robinson and Kanoa Igarashi. They grew up together. They've battled it out pretty much at every level.
Everyone in my generation really fires me up to compete against. I mean, these are the people that I grew up with my whole life, and people don't realize, but I would go to Australia to do a junior event. I would compete against Jack.
I've surfed a bunch of heats against Kanoa and just go and do my thing. And so I'm sure it's going to be a good one with him, so I'm excited and I'm going to enjoy it.
For Kanoa Igarashi to show up in another final at Sunset is showing how well he's surfing this wave and how much he's grown. And with Jack Robinson, he's the other side of it, where he was always good out here. He was always supposed to win events like this.
Counting in the men's final in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The men's final is on.
Getting started in the final, Jack Robinson throws down that nice, clean, casual arc in the pocket, wide open for that gouge off the lip line, and looks so solid on it.
Welcome back live to finals day, Saturday afternoon in Portugal. Game faces are on. And just a few surfers remaining to duel it out for supremacy here at Super Tubos. Who's going to be the champion of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona 2024? We'll know in just over 2 hours or so time, we reckon, as we check out our athletes coming back to the structure, having a look at conditions as well, and dialing in for what's set to be a dramatic, thrilling conclusion to a really fun event. We've used almost every hour, really, of the waiting period by bookending big start on day one all the way through to the end of the afternoon, and massive numbers. They love this event. Hit it 40,000 plus through the beach here today, and they've come down to watch a show. We're going to have one as well. We've gone through our hold for the tides. We've let that bottom out and come back in. Bit more water on the sandbar, and we are expecting fireworks. Conditions look really nice out there. Even a bit of sunshine as well. John and myself, Paul Evans, to talk you through the semis. Jesse Mendez, mate, how are you feeling about these semi matchups?
I mean, it's incredible, first of all, because the waves are kind of firing right now. We just had a long break, but everything kind of seems to be groomed. Like, the water's coming in. The wind just mellowed out as well, so we have some big sections. And yeah, I think first and second. Second is my pick. Second semifinals looks insane.
Let's go down and hear from AJ. She's with Renato.
Yeah, you guys were talking about the conditions. Nobody watching them more closely than this man. So Renato, we've gone through the hold on the other side of that tide. What are we doing this afternoon?
We're so back on, AJ. It is pumping out there. It's the perfect time of the tide. 2 hours after that dead low, winds backed off. Light winds at this moment. Sun is out. Packed beach. We are in for a great show. May the best men and women win.
So where are we starting?
We start with the men's semifinals, followed by the women's final. We have that traditional 5-minute break after the women's final, and then the men's final. All heats, 35 minutes.
So what a way to wrap up the show. Paul, Jesse, send it back to you in the booth to call the action.
Fantastic. Thanks, AJ. And we are set up for 4 incredible heats here. And when does that happen, Jesse? The wind's lighter than predicted on the forecast? That doesn't happen very often.
Right? Usually we have the opposite. Like, it says it's going to be offshore and it turns onshore. But this is pretty special for us because the beach's packed. Everyone's waiting. No one went home. Everyone stayed here. And the waves are literally, it says high performance as a beach break can get right now. There's huge ramps. Even occasionally a barrel, like mostly with the conditions cleaning up even more, like the last 10 minutes. So we're going to see some great action.
Let's get into it and check it out. Crosby Colapinto, the rookie on tour, taking on Ethan Ewing. And a great looking matchup, this one. Crosby surfed strong this morning in pretty tough conditions, actually. And he is going from strength to strength in terms of his confidence. Of course, we've got his brother coming up as well in the second semi-final, taking on Medina. That looks like a wicked matchup. Cannot wait to see that go down. There can only be 2 surfers through to the final. One of this pair. Which is it going to be? There's Ethan Ewing. And as you might expect, the very picture of concentration and focused, very relaxed. And he's had a pretty strong game plan in terms of positioning so far. It's been a little different. He's backed himself. He's gone to different places on the bank, but pretty much out the front right now.
Yeah, they're just surfing the usual bank a little bit to the left that we've seen all day, a little bit to the left of the scaffolding if you're facing the ocean. And yeah, I've been looking for the past 2 hours here, and that's where the best waves have been lately. Mostly with like the tide starting to get towards the mid-tide, and yeah, there's rights and lefts. There's pretty much everything. There's a far bar left if they want to kind of sneak out and get away from the guy with priority, but they're going to have plenty of opportunity.
Looking at these 2 surfers, seeing what they've been doing throughout the event this year, and of course today, who do you like from this pair to go through to the final?
I think it's a pretty even match. Like, if you both are very good on rail, obviously I might give the nod to Ethan on that one, but also as far as progression, I'll for sure give the nod to Crosby. So it'll be an even match. I think it's going to go down to wave selection, who's more present to make the best decisions and not commit any mistakes, because I think that's going to be the biggest difference between them both.
It feels like everything's on the table, doesn't it, in terms of maneuvers? As you mentioned, there are a couple of hollow ones coming through. We saw that in some warm-up waves. Just a light sea breeze coming through, just slightly from the south, so into the rights as well. And then those beautiful, smooth, open faces, powerful faces as well for well, both of these two powerful rail surfers to get into Ethan Ewing, using those carving maneuvers to great effect this morning on the face. Let's see what he does now in this semi-final. You do have the feeling he's had kind of cruisy performances, just in terms of the amount of effort he's had to expend, the amount of energy. He hasn't really ever been in trouble in any of his heats particularly. I think that's one moment he needed a score against Italo, and he didn't take him too long to get it. Let's see if he can go through the gears here. It's all very well shining in the early rounds, but it all comes down to the final couple of heats, and obviously the final, if he is going to be champion, and he's never done that well in the past here. Ethan, this is his best result so far.
Yeah, and that's what differentiates. Like, obviously, if you pick an event winner on the semifinals, you tend to go to statistics and have previous event winners before. So Ethan, Gabriel, and Griffin obviously have the most experience, and they previously won a few events under the belt. Gabriel, obviously, a bunch of them. But here, actually, the second semifinals is the two defending champs. You know, like, obviously Gabriel a few years back, but Griffin wasn't so long ago. So a lot of experience for those two guys out here.
And if you're Crosby, Colapinto, and this one's your rookie year on tour, you're taking on one of the best surfers in the world. How do you rise to the challenge here? How do you kind of keep those nerves dialed down? Obviously, he's got his big brother to give him advice and his whole crew backing him up. But how do you concentrate on just finding the two best waves?
Yeah, I think first is try to not get too ahead of yourself with the situation. Obviously, like, you're being a rookie, mostly with the mid-season cut, you're actually just focusing on getting a pair of decent results and making through that cut. But now, in the situation that he sees, he could even change his strategy and go for the top 5. You know, he already has a great result at pipe, and coming in a semis here, maybe could possibly be a win. We don't know yet. We'll figure it out in a few hours. But yeah, I guess if you don't get ahead of yourself and get the excitement at the new stage, it's just way too fun. Like, he's laughing. I saw him running down the beach and just high-fiving every single person that was coming towards him. So just got to step back a little bit and go back to business, because Ethan is going to be, he's been in the situation before, and he knows what he needs to do. So,
well, he's 4 scoring rides away from being champion here in Portugal. As we see Crosby, first wave from him, nice and clean on the face, and a beautiful turn to open up again into the lips, stings it, and that one runs away. He gets out in front of the bounce of the whitewater. 2 quick turns from him. So Crosby, Colapinto draws first blood there, had the inside for that right-hander. Let's see what he got done.
Yeah, just beautiful, clean surfing right there. Solid, nice first setup turn. And right here, nice crack, but the wave just doubled up a little bit too much. He was probably hoping to get a third one, but yeah, I just hit that very shallow and flat part of the bottom, the sand bottom, and just straighten out. But overall, it looks like he's confident. You know, once you get to the semis, no one really looks shaky anymore. Everyone already warmed up. Equipment is in sync with the person, and that's how he looks right there. How's that barrel coming into him?
Gives you an idea of the sort of energy coming onto this sandbar, what we might expect as well. So we're 2 hours off the low at the moment. So in the next 2 hours, essentially, we're looking at our optimum conditions in terms of getting all of this energy of this fresh rising west swell onto this shallow sandbar here. You saw that explosion there on the whitewater, just how heavy it is. We'll get a little more dial up in size as well as that tide pushes in. Just in terms of Crosby in his rookie campaign, obviously you come onto tour, and that's because of the strength of your results on the Challenger Series. But once you come on tour, it's not about just kind of sticking with your levels. It is a learning curve as well. How do you learn from surfers like Ethan Ewing? How do you pick up stuff from your adversaries while you're competing against them? It sounds like a pretty tough ask.
It's definitely a pretty tough ask. I guess just by observing, like, watching what they do, the situations that they have, mostly with their back against the wall, that's when they tend to make the smartest decisions somehow when the pressure's on. And yeah, I guess if you keep looking, and when you're inside, that's the best feedback you can have, and going against them and actually feeling what they're feeling through the moments, because you can also notice that they're humans. You know, they go through some weird moments, and you can kind of, yeah, I think someone's might be looking for a good right there.
Yeah, decent opener for Crosby, 5-5 for him, and he'll go again. He's got himself a nice corner. Look at this thing, wow. And just throws that away, trying to reverse down out of a solid pocket. But a good serving of notice of the kind of thing he's going to look to do out here. And you can just see the difference in the size and energy of that outside section on this wave. Good looking nugget for him.
Yeah, that's the point of difference that I was saying that he's going to have. And I think in order for him to beat Ethan today, he's going to need to use it. Obviously, huge section right there, just a massive blow tail. And Ethan on the other hand.
Here goes Ethan Ewing. A solid wave and straight from the maneuver, puts it in the tube. That thing will just consume him. He would have had some viz. He got some travel as well. And the speed from him, how quick he is to react to these sections, doing a stinging turn up high in the lip and then getting under it as well.
Yeah, that was a beautiful, I love this transition right here. Nice layback. The wave kind of bottomed out under him. He just kind of put himself up right under the ledge right there. Beautiful layback right here. Bottomed out, like just recovers it and almost comes out of that. Like if that wave gave a little bit of room, he would have sneaked out on the doggy door. But yeah, also looking just ready to go. It's game time. Right here, that beautiful layback. And then we won't be able to see it from that angle, but it's all been done. So into the next one.
In terms of calls from people making the decisions here at Super Tubos, dialing into the local knowledge of the likes of Fortes, looking at this ocean, looking at the forecast from Surfline as well. It's been some pretty solid resolve just to wait and get conditions getting better and better. It's exactly what we got. Semi-finals, it's looking pretty super. It's tubing as well. Here goes Ewing, backside attack, vertical stabbing sting, and again, really nicely timed from him. And he'll just flick down out of the lip there and recover that one. So two quick waves for him. He's so rapid and light on his feet. Seems like there isn't really any place in the pocket that he can't reach by almost just kind of thinking it and suddenly he's there.
Yeah, it's literally beautiful turn right here. Just very critical. And I love this second holding bottom turn, kind of holding the whole way just to wait for the wave to get speed, as you see it right here. First turn. And then right there, just wait, and just unleashes that second turn. That's going to be a decent score for him. Just two critical back-to-back turns, all on rail, and as aggressive as it gets. Right there, a little bit too late, but this is what I'm saying. Just really compresses right there, just perfectly to hold that bottom turn and bring it all the way up vertical. Under the chest again and just coming out pretty clean. That was beautiful surfing for him and Jake Stokes.
Enjoying the rhythm from Ethan Ewing, almost surfing to the offbeat. It looks really good from up here. Strider, what does it look like from down the beach?
Well, we've gone on hold for a little bit, and then we had lunch, and then we came down to the beach, and everybody else had the same idea. So now we're down here, and there are thousands of people all over the beach enjoying this little scene down here. A beautiful look at everybody. And you know what? Let's hear it, you guys. Come on. They love it. These guys are down here, and it is just nothing but an atmosphere of fun. The waves are pumping. The sun is out. Portuguese bliss down here on the beach, and I just can't wait to see the rest of this heat play out because we're gonna have some epic waves coming through.
Love it, mate. Thanks, Strider. You look like you're having fun down there, mate. Keep doing that. We're enjoying the show from up here. Just under 24 minutes remaining in this first semi-final for the men. Numbers for Ewing, 6-2-3 for the left-hander. Couple of quick whippy hits from him, going up beyond vert and bashing it. He got a 4 prior to that, basically for a quick turn and then getting under the hood. So getting into double figures in about 90 seconds, possibly a bit less. And again, just on that front foot, never looking at any point, as far as from what I can remember throughout this event, never looking at sorts with conditions. He seems like his read is so good. Obviously, his surfing on the wave, we know all about that, but just finding the right sections. He's never looked baffled. He's never looked like he's second-guessed his positioning. Everything looks really dialed in, and a strong start already with plenty of time on the clock.
Yeah, no doubt. Obviously, I see that 4 dropping out of the skies pretty soon, and I hoped for. But just, and that was what, 60–70% Ethan Ewing's level of surfing on that left, and already getting a 6.23, you know. Once he actually opens up and put all his effort into it. Same for Crosby as well, 5.5. I guess the breakthrough in between those two best scores a little bit more critical for Ethan, just more vertical on that first turn and second one. Crosby, on the other hand, had that first setup and then a critical turn, but both beautiful surfing, but still yet to see the best.
Yeah, loads more yet to come in this. Just in terms of the ability that Ethan's got, though, with those, we associate these beautiful carving lines that he does on the face, but already just does a slightly different rhythm from what you might expect. You watch Crosby drop down the wave, just from what he's got so far, that 5-5, and he's putting his turns exactly where you kind of imagine them going to come. It's just something that Ethan's doing, just slightly different. He'll shorten one, he'll lengthen another bottom turn. Looks really good. Here's a bomb for Colapinto. He's a bit behind it here, and unfortunately for him, if he was 1.5 meters or so, a bit wider on that, I think he would have got onto a juicy face there. That'll be a use of priority for him. He won't add significantly to his number.
Yeah, just a little bit too behind. That looked like a great wave in front of him, but maybe just tactics right there. Looked like Ethan was in a better position, probably about 10 feet in front of him, or maybe a little more even. And yeah, that left slowing down, mostly with some water. Like sometimes it just turns into such a beautiful wave. So probably just playing a little tactics right there. And it's a big playing field too. See, like he's just kind of moving towards the right, towards north right now, and try to gain some room on top of Ethan and maybe sneak a good wave under priority right now.
Just under 21 minutes to go in this. We just want these sets to keep coming through. Conditions just dreamy. Really, really smooth on the face. Just the lightest of sea breezes from the south. That's left of your shot as you look out to sea. Still some hollow ones out there. And just really smooth in this afternoon sunshine. A big crowd enjoying this already. First semi for the men out in the water. We've set our women's finalists. Before we get to that women's final, just the small matter of Crosby Colapinto taking on Ethan Ewing, and after that, Griff against Gabe. In terms of matchups, that's been something of a pretty cool contemporary rivalry. Two surfers very much at the top of their game. And that's going to be a really cool one to watch go down. That'll be coming in 20 minutes time. Potential for an all Colapinto final at the moment. Crosby 4.74 the number he's after. He's still got a 1 locked in his top 2 at the moment, but it's pretty much a continuation of the kind of stuff that Ethan Ewing's been doing throughout this event. Just looking very composed and calm. And he'll wait patiently for his opportunity as well, not trying to force or rush anything. Hasn't had to make loads of decisions really at any point to do with priority or what kind of waves to go. It feels like everything's just come quite nicely within his reach. And as a surfer, sometimes you feel like you've got all your boards dialed in and your form's great, everything's really good, but there's almost something else where you just feel like it's coming, it's happening for me. I go over here, even you make a random decision, you catch a wave that's not scored, all of a sudden a wave pops up, and it's kind of undeniable when you're in that rhythm.
Totally. Sometimes you turn mistakes into good actions. Like that's just how surfing is, and that good rhythm plays out to that. And he's just been very in tune with the whole event, not just this event, but basically the last year and a half. You just see that he put on another gear, and he's very good at just playing his game. Like he doesn't get caught in someone else's game. He's going to do what's best for him. He was the first guinea pig to surf the North Bank today, the Ripple ride, and turned out to have an 8 and a 6-point ride. And those decisions are not easy to make, like when you have to be the first one. And he's just that confident right now that he's like, this is the best for me, I'm going to stick to what I do. In this situation of the heat, obviously we have a lot of time left, but a good wave can come pretty much anywhere in the bank. He's winning. He could be a lot of people would just kind of get closer to Crosby just to make sure if a good wave come towards him, he'll be right there. But no, he's still probably about 40, 50 feet away from him. And yeah, just stick to his game.
Lots of cool stuff happening up and down the beach here. AJ's been checking out the Yeti activation.
We're down here at the Yeti activation, just a few hundred yards down the beach from Super Tubosh, and a lot to take in here. One of the coolest aspects of this activation is that all the proceeds actually benefit a local organization in the Peniche Surf Club. It's a local organization that tries to bridge the gap, facilitate helping some of the young Portuguese surfers pursue their dreams of becoming a pro someday. They do everything from helping them with the financial responsibility and everything that it requires to get on tour and compete in all of the events, to giving them some ocean awareness, helping them learn how to take care of our beaches and our oceans so that they are as beautiful as we found them, if not even better. So come on down to the Yeti activation. You have a customized cup here with the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, and one of my favorite things, the little espresso cups. It's been perfect, powering me throughout the entire event.
It's a beautiful Saturday afternoon for finals. And we have gone right up to the end of the waiting period. What have we got? About 3.5 hours of light left before the sun sets behind that western horizon there. And we have been waiting for conditions to be optimum for the most important heats of the event. It's exactly what's happening right now. And it's good when it all comes together, mate. It's not necessarily the easiest thing in the world to do, to deal with the ocean and make calls and try and please everybody, surfers, fans, people on the beach, everything that's going down. So far, so good. Here is Ethan Ewing. And he just tags one, gets back into that compact coiled stance, puts it back up, light on his feet, spring in his step. Makes it look oh so easy. And again, it's the rhythm that is impressive from him, as he just sticks to that critical part of the wave. He's always in the juiciest section.
How's this first turn right here? Just opening up with so much pizzazz right there. Just a beautiful snap. This is still 65–70% Ethan surfing right there, but just there's no downtime. It's just straight business, and that was beautiful surfing from him. Definitely going to better that 4-point ride. Right here, as I was mentioned, look how much board control and how in sync and in tune his whole body is with the board. Nothing seems to be out of place. Like, the arms are going to the right place. He's looking at the right place, and it's translating to just flawless surfing.
We'll get that number from the panel. They'll check replays and assign a score. And you really do need to go to those replays, check the slow-mo, just to see the finite detail of what this man's surfboard's actually doing, because the body adjustments are so dialed in. It's actually, particularly when you're watching in real time, it might look like a fairly standard maneuver from him, but so dynamic and polished. We'll wait for that number to come in. 15 minutes to go in this. Who's going to the final? At the moment, Ethan Ewing's in the lead. More live action from finals day in Portugal right after this.
The MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Oeste Tourism, official partner of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. By Millennium, official partner of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. By Hertz, official partner of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. And by Corona, this is living.
Welcome back to semi-final number 1 for the men. This one's nicely poised, just under 13 on the clock. Some lines filling in from the Atlantic, a score in as well for the Australian Ethan Ewing. 5-2-3 for him. So a pretty decent improvement to that backup he had prior to that, a 4. Putting a little bit more of a number on Crosby Colapinto. 5.97 is what Cros is after at the moment, and he feel, Jesse, at this stage with priority there, just with the clock, just the way this one's heading, this next wave going to be crucial for Crosby.
Yeah, definitely crucial. It's quite slower than I expected the heat to be. Like, I've seen so of like a flurry of waves when I was watching, but just had that little breathe that the ocean always has. Hopefully the next one is going to blow up, because this one's a little bit slower. And for Crosby right there, not much opportunity. He had that 1-point ride that he went huge, which I don't think he was mistaken to do it. But looking back right now, which is easy, that wave had good potential for maybe the 6.5, a 7-point ride, and he might have been in the lead right now. But at the moment, thinking of how the situations were, like, I thought was the right move to go big. You're going against Ethan in the semifinals. You have the point of difference of being more radical and more dynamic and more progressive maneuvers. You had to do it. But now it's coming back to bite him. Yeah, at the moment, he is looking for that number. But to your point, absolutely, it's semi-finals. There's no point in surfing safely against Ethan Ewing. You know he's going to post numbers. You know you're going to have to show something different from what he's doing as well. He's so good at what he does. There's no one really close to Ethan in the field on tour at his own game. So you've got to bring something else. And that's what Crosby's trying to do with that flare above the lip. It was a thrown away rotation from him, but he's got some good airs to show us. Let's see what he can do with this. Just gets a little lost on the backhand bottom turn, just disengaged, and he sort of dumped his power and speed there, and that cost him by the time he got to the lip, and that wasn't the use of priority he was looking for. Yeah, just as we spoke about, this last decision from him is going to be crucial. I don't think that was a bad wave. It's just, I guess, not on rail enough. There's probably a little bit of bump on that wave. As you see right here, he's going to start to put his weight on his heels, and you saw that flatter right there on the board, and yeah, just kind of losing drive. So when that happens, you just kind of lose speed, and that wave was kind of running down the line, and missed opportunity right there for him. And I think Ethan now, it's probably going to play a little bit more closer attention with those two, you know, decent score for the situation of the heat. And he's right there by him. 10 on the clock. It's still Ewing with the lead. It's a small number for Crosby. It does actually count. It's a 2. It's his backup score, which means his requirement remains unchanged. 5.97 for him. Not a huge number. Priority with Ethan Ewing, though. And a very good chance for getting another one of these set waves of an improvement from Ethan Ewing at the moment. Just sitting there pretty comfortable with the way his own surfing is read on the ocean is going, but he's not posted massive numbers yet. 7 waves ridden in this one. And you're right, Jesse, did kind of have a bit of a frenzy of activity before we went on. Just gone into a bit of a simmer at the moment, but I think that bodes well with what's coming up as well, because we are going to get a few of these lulls of this building swell come through. Things are scheduled to peak this afternoon at around about the same time that the tide's optimum as well, which over the next couple of hours. So all looking very positive so far. Yeah, the one variable that is a little bit more unpredictable would be that local wind. Things can blow up pretty quick around here, just due to the fact of where we are, temperature in the water and the temperature on land. It's actually pretty warm this afternoon, and actually quite surprised to see how clean it is, how light for the moment those breezes are, and things looking really, really nice for our surfers. We're setting up for a really fun Saturday afternoon. Massive crowd of people on the beach enjoying this. They're going to get loud fairly soon as well, because a couple of big names from the world of surfing going to paddle out for the next semi-final. So you can see just a little ruffle, a moderate breeze from that south-southwest, nothing untoward for the moment. Still nice and clean on the face. As we see this swell hit our sandbar here in front of our setup, and we're waiting really for the next move from Ethan Ewing. He's got priority. He's got a bit of a lead. We expect him
to show us even more than that. He hasn't really had a long runner. It has been quicker waves for him. Let's see what he does with this. Ethan Ewing here, nice, meaty, shiny section. Look at that stuff. The power on the rail, then the variety to just throw out the tail and drift the fins as well. Guess what? The control is pretty much perfect from him once again. And he's done so many just slightly different tweaks and differences. It's about to get loud down on the beach. Strider.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. You know, Medina is definitely back. He's shown that with his surfing, but the crowd just wrapping it up, enjoying every second of it as he runs by. Right now, you can feel the energy, like getting chicken skin, just seeing it, feeling it, and he is just laser focused right now. So Medina heading out.
Cannot wait to watch that one go down. Just over 7 minutes till Medina will take on Griffin Colapinto in the second semi-final. And we see Griff with Tommy Witts. He's dialed in with what he wants to do. What sort of advice is coming from Tommy here? This isn't surfing advice. This is more to positioning, Jesse.
Yeah, of course. It's just kind of a breaking down what the ocean's doing. Make sure he is in tune and just with all the feelings right on his skin to make sure he makes the best decisions, because that's what it really comes down mostly for just true surfers. They're very good at flaring it up and very big, and yeah, that's it.
Just looking at Medina. Well, let's watch live action from Crosby Colapinto here. Needs to get going. It's got some good speed. There's a wrapping turn and another snap into the lip, and I'll just prod that one up. So a third maneuver for him. 5.97 the requirement for him. He wants to lose for sure that too. 5.5 his high number, and he needs to catch waves.
Yeah, that was great surfing for him. I think his requirement's going to go higher after Ethan's wave, but that was a beautiful rail carve right there. Nice snap setting up. Just right there, he was in between. The wave kind of split up a little bit. It doubled up, and he couldn't really make probably what he wanted to, but this is a beautiful opening turn, bringing it all the way around. Eyeing it down what was ahead of him, just a nice setup snap. And here's what I mentioned. The finish was kind of breaking already, and it was doubling up under him, so he couldn't really go around because he was going to be too late. So he had to place the board very vertical and early, but he still made it look very big. And this is what we're going to see, a decent score just from that first turn right there. Basically 80% of the scores coming out of that on this wave. Just a massive gouge on rail, see his front arm, his back arm, sorry, bringing it all the way around beautifully, putting all the pressure possible. And then the second turn, the wave was a little hard to read, a little bit of a bounciness in it, and he wasn't able to get as clean as he probably wanted, but the first turn was damaged.
5 minutes on the clock. Under that actually number in Ewing, 6.77, his high score. And just turning the screw here. Crosby with a bit to do. He did get an improvement, 5.47. Now he's looking, though, for a 7.5. Ethan will also have priority. And it does feel a bit ominous for Crosby, just the way these exchanges have gone. In the beginning of this one, Ethan Ewing has had control of this heat. He hasn't tried to over-surf, crucially. He's finished all of his waves, and he's just sending his scores up. Every time he paddles in, you feel he's got a really good chance of improving and making life more difficult. And a 7.5 now without priority with 4 minutes on the clock. It's going to be tough for Crosby to find that.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. The best wave of the heat. We already obviously seen some great surfing, mostly on that last wave from Ethan Ewing right there, pushing as good as he could push in the carve. And on the other hand, though, like, there hasn't been too much separation off surfing. I just feel like Ethan has been selecting better waves that are a little bit more critical, cleaner, and he's been more on edge, and that's been the difference of the point of difference in between the scores. If you see, like, there is barely a point difference in between each of those waves, of those surfers' best waves. So yeah, that's basically it.
Let's check the recap. And it was Crosby that got down to business early on. It was a strong, speedy start from him, and he showed signs early on of some strength here.
Yeah, great surfing from him. Very aggressive in the beginning. Unfortunately, that wave wasn't as slow as he was hoping for to finish it off. But here's the difference that I'm saying. Just a little bit more critical, a little bit more on edge, and that's been the point of difference. You're gonna see here the scarf is what's money in this heat so far. Just bringing it all the way back around, beautiful arm positioning, just pushing that tail in the very end, and extra 20% right there. And yeah, that's kind of what's going on this heat so far.
Yeah, to your point that you made at the beginning of this one, just in terms of sort of surfing tactics, really, if it does come down to just the battle of incisiveness and how sharp your edges are, you do feel always that Ethan Ewing will have an advantage here. Crosby, as yet, unable to really lean on the flair that we know he has. He's explosive above the lip. We just saw that one attempt from him that was a throwaway. Other than that, he's not really had sections or ramps, as he's had waves kind of bottom out for him at the beginning, and he's had to go into the lip with turns, and he's been doing a similar kind of surfing in his approach to Ethan, but just looking by the comparison of the two, which is essentially what we're doing, just slightly not as sharp as Ethan Ewing.
100%, that's the only difference. Like, Ethan is just a master of just sharpness, like the way he cuts the water. His rail is so clean and just very deep in the water always, so there's a lot of power relaying to it. And that's why I thought the point of difference in this heat for Crosby was just maybe try and find some ramps, and he was going to differentiate himself and spread apart a little bit, because once you're going rail to rail against Ethan, you're going to have to get a better wave, because he's surfing on rail. It's hard to beat.
A minute 40 remaining in this first semi-final. Who's going to the final of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal 2024 at the moment? It's Ethan Ewing, Colapinto, Crosby, the junior of the brothers. 7.5, that requirement at the moment. And he'll be feeling the pressure right now. He needs to go big. He needs to find something. He needs to get away from Ethan Ewing as well, who's on the prowl, just hunting him down. And he just looks just so cool and collected and calm. At no stage, really, do you see any kind of rapid movement from him other than when he's in full float on the wave. There's his dad watching on. Just on the back of the structure here, just checking things out. And so far, so good for Camp Ewing. A minute to go. Just under that. Will we see an opportunity come through here? Can Crosby either find a wave or get Ethan to go it? And it will be Ethan Ewing who'll use the priority, and that'll be just a quick kick out. So a glimmer of opportunity. 35 seconds for the American Crosby Colapinto. His 7.5 is that requirement. Can he find something out the back? He's got priority now. He just needs a wave to come through. He needs to flare up. He'll need to go big, close to the excellent range. If you do need a 7.5, Jesse, almost in some ways it kind of clears what you want to do in your own mind. This one will be straight, and it'll be frustration for him. Final 10 seconds here. I'm not sure this next wave will get here. Can he try and get himself in position? And we'll count down here. And it just didn't quite happen for Crosby Colapinto. He'll be well pleased with the semi-final finish. Equal third in your rookie season. No disgrace at all. Well done to Crosby Colapinto. But something of a clinic again from Ethan Ewing. And he's our first finalist here in Portugal for the men. Crosby will bring this one in. And at the moment, for sure, he might be feeling a little disappointed. Maybe things didn't quite go his way as he would have liked. But I think when he gets on that plane and kind of reflects on his campaign in Europe, a semi-final all the way through the event here, he'll be pretty pleased with himself, and some key learnings as well ahead of that cut as he heads down to Australia. We'll look forward to seeing him at Bells Beach in the next event. We'll look forward very much to seeing Ethan Ewing in the final. Who's he going to take on? Is he going to take on Griffin Colapinto or Gabriel Medina? Find out when we come back from break.
Gabriel Medina with a big wind-up, tail-high reverse.
Yeah, it's really rippable. Stoked that I got in the ribbon, you know. I'm excited for the next one, and yeah, hopefully we'll keep flying.
I love seeing Gabe back in his prime again and ripping, dropping big heat scores, and it really just simplifies it for me. It's like, okay, we're going to go toe-to-toe on big maneuvers and go in the air, whatever you got to do, and yeah, it's exciting.
Welcome back to Portugal. Our second semi-final in the water. A nice little moment shared by our first semi-finalist, Ewing, through to the final. His last appearance aside from the WSL finals at lowers. Now that J-Bay made the final down there last year, he's back at it in Portugal here. First time for him. Let's check out this scintillating matchup. Gabriel Medina, and a real comeback story for him after pretty bad start of the year. Terrible one, really. A shocker on the North Shore. He is back, and he's in action here, Jesse.
Yeah, nice first setup, turn down the line, and just beautiful lip line right there. Generates some speed. Just a lot of power and weight on top of the board. Just looks ready to go.
Medina into it with a couple of quick hits. And the precision from him with the power and the speed as well. And the risk taken in his maneuvers, nothing's safe or nursed with Gabe from what we've seen in this event. It's for solidly built guys, a lot of elasticity to what he does as well. He puts his ball through the paces. He's just checking that one out. He did arrive pretty late to that closeout hit. Just making sure that the equipment's okay. Seems pretty happy with it. He's heading back towards the lineup where Griffin Colapinto is out there and on the prowl. Interesting to see him saying he's stoked to see Gabe back and flying. Let's see how this match goes down. A really, really cool one. Gabriel Medina, those 17 career CT wins. Let's see if he'll add to it here. If he does, he's got to get past Griffin Colapinto. A bomb from Griff. First hit from him, straight up vert. Then a nice big fan of spray, and then mixes it up for a third turn. So more finesse to that. The combo as well, different kind of maneuvers, the variety. Critical surfing in the pockets. It's not easy being a judge.
Definitely not. Totally polar opposites. A little bit less intense of a surfer, Griffin, but just very smooth, very critical right there, and beautiful second turn down the line and finished off with a bang. Just a lot of release right there, board control, and right here you see first turn just beautiful. Second turn on rail, throwing a lot of spray, setting up for this third beautiful turn right here. See how much inverted he got. Board was just kind of facing the total opposite sides, and yeah, just overall beautiful wave for Griffin as well. Great start for both surfers. Just contrast of surfing right there. Beautiful turn right here. And just a beautiful setup for right there. Putting the bottom of the board first and then pushing the tail around. Just controlling and coming out clean. That was amazing.
Medina into a tube, gets one pump in. And won't emerge from that. The score 7-1-7 for Gabe's first wave. Let's go down and hear from our finalist, Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, Ethan, another day at the office for you. You told me just earlier how you just wanted to keep this business-like. You just go out there, get the job done. How did you carry that into this one?
Yeah, it was had that little break, so it was kind of good just to go back and reset. And the waves got better, which was it was a good call. And yeah, always hard coming up against Crosby. He's a good friend of mine, and he's been ripping. So yeah, it's a hard one to get past him, and yeah, good to get through.
In conditions like this, what did you want to showcase in your surfing?
I thought we were going to get barreled, so I was hoping that, but Yeah, I don't know. I definitely didn't get the waves that I was expecting, but yeah, hopefully in the final we can do that.
So after a heat like this, where you didn't get to what you were expecting, but you still get the win, how does that give you confidence going into finals?
Yeah, I think I don't know, getting through into the final gives me huge confidence, and then I got great boards and got my coach here, Jake. So yeah, there's just a lot of good people around me supporting me and giving me good confidence, and yeah, excited for the final.
Congratulations to you then.
Perfect, thank you. Thanks, AJ.
Ethan Ewing through to the final here. Second semi's a banger already. When you see two of the pre-event favourites matching up in a semi-final in quality surf, what you're really hoping is for a strong, fast start so they can really just start going at each other. It's exactly what we're looking at here. Medina 717 for his left early on in the heat, and then right behind him, putting a little bit more on top of that. Griffin Colapinto, that last turn with the variety as he just tweaked out the tail to finish that. Some extra sauce on it, and about half a point as well. 7.83 for him. And you have a feeling if we just keep these waves coming at these two, these scores are going to get better and better. They've both got plenty more. That came from Jesse, but already this one looking wicked.
I know they started much better than the opponents from the previous heat, obviously. Just, I guess, getting better waves, that was number one, and also they just look on it. They're the most informed surfers of the event, in my opinion, both of these guys right here.
It's Griff, what's he got here? He's getting a boost. Really, really nicely done. He doesn't, oh, he almost got that landing. Nice and drifty and floaty. And it looked like he had a pretty soft landing. He covered a lot of ground with that. And then just trying to get the spin as he came down in the white water. I love the intent from him, though. Gabe has been, he's been punting with liberal abandon throughout this event. Griffin trying to get at that as well. That one will be incomplete for him, but expect to see plenty more where that came from. And it's just great to see these two realize if you want to go in the final to face Ethan Ewing, out of respect from their opponent, they know they're going to have to bring plenty. We've been comparing the techniques, the contrasting techniques of our surfers. Let's have a look at that opening exchange, Jesse, and just break down exactly the difference in these scores here.
Yeah, I think the difference was going to be, obviously, Gabriel, a more of aggressive surfer, but this first turn here was what caught my attention. Gabriel's down the line set up, and Griffin's was more vertical, bringing the board more back around. Finish, obviously, better for Gabriel, just a lip line with a lot of possess, but Griffin had a second extra turn, and right here he's going to bring that board all the way back around. You see, like, his nose basically is facing the camera right there, so he brought it everything back, compressed himself, and came out clean. So that's my opinion on why Griffin took the knot on that wave. An extra turn and redirecting the board a little more than Gabriel.
Here we go, Medina having a swing here. He likes to look at this left. He's on, quick pump from him. Look at the speed, blistering. What's he got here? Massive. Over rotates it. Crowd enjoy it nevertheless. And that could have got painful for him as well. That's exactly what we're hoping for. He's fine. He's heading back out, and he's got some fire in his belly as well. That's exactly what you want to see from two of the most progressive surfers ever to do it.
That's what I want to see. I want to see them going big. Like, I don't think this is going to come down to small scores. They're both so talented, and their level of landing and just the percentage is so high right here. Just kind of one of those waves that when you fly, the board's going away from you, and you just don't really have a landing. Kind of sketchy, actually, there for Gabriel, but at some point, they're going to start landing.
Medina will snaffle priority. 24 on the clock in terms of matchups between these two. It's pretty evenly balanced, actually. 4-3 to Gabriel. So a slight nod with him. He got wins over Griff at Margaret River. It's in the final last year. Also at Pipe back in 2019, Tahiti that year, and in J-Bay that year as well. Meanwhile, Griffin got the better of him here in Portugal last time around. Also at Sunset last year and El Salvador the year before. So 4-3 to the Brazilian Gabriel Medina between these two. Let's see where this goes. If Griff's going to go to the final and take on Ethan Ewing, he's going to need to match that up. At the moment, he's in a slight lead. And really similar in terms of they both got their scores. They're both in the 7s on running left, and they've both gone to the air and come close to what have been big, impressive maneuvers. They're incomplete maneuvers. This one, I mean, you couldn't possibly call it at the moment. There's very little separating these two.
Yeah, mostly Griffin. Griffin was very, very close from landing that one. He actually landed, but landed with the fins first, and as he was coming down, when you have your fin first, it's just very hard to be stable and control the board. And obviously with a lot of the water moving and backwash that we have here, it didn't help him at all.
Griff on a right here, he's got a bit of meat to it, he's got some speed, and that one will stretch out actually. And realizing that, he'll just flick off to Colapinto. Won't add overly. We're watching Medina paddle out as well. So he's ridden a wave. It looks like it'll just be a couple of throwaways. So they're really sort of matching each other for scores. What happened with Gabe here?
Yeah, once again, kind of similar to the other wave, but this one much closer from landing. As you see it right there, just you don't have that wind to help you out sometimes. And if you don't start the air with your board very stick to your foot, the board's going to kind of go away. So you really have to make it happen. But it was kind of a missed opportunity because that looked like a great left right there, even if you just went on rail, because this rail surfing, obviously it's amazing. And it's...
Ooh, okay, broken board here for Medina. And Kingy will have to run down the beach with a backup here. Medina's busted his board. There's Andy King. And he'll be making his way down with that backup Cabianca for Gabriel. So, looked like they're landing on that air. And he had a look at the board earlier. He felt something, didn't he? His very first wave as he tagged that last section. Maybe put a little crease in it. Let's have a look here, Jesse.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. See, he grabbed it very early, so that kept the board under his foot. But as he was landing with the lip right there, this is a board breaking situation for sure. With all the weight on top, you see the board's already in two pieces right there. The wave was hollow, so yeah, we see Griffin maybe taking advantage of this time.
Can Griff capitalize? Medina is trying to make his way back in and get a board. Griff will fling one up into the lip and a little finger flick as well. Griffin Colapinto will get the completion and he will go into the lead here. Don't have a legitimate number for Gabriel. Strider come in.
His knees, and we're going to give a look at the board here. Can we give a look at it? Looks like this thing gets snapped right in half. Check this thing out. Medina did that huge air and he just landed hard right through it. Wait a minute here. We're going to give the board back. It's getting hectic down here. There we go. We give it back. Go ahead, Kingy.
All right, thanks, Woz. Strider getting amongst it. Plenty of energy down there. Some Groms as well. I'd love to get their mitts on the remnants of Gay's board. Medina pouring his way back out to the lineup. We're going to get a number come in for Griff. It's going to put him in the leads and a clean back. If you were trying to break a board, you couldn't have done it much more perfectly than that. He pretty much just landed right on that lip with his feet, his weight on either side. Here's a replay of Griff's right.
Nice first setup right there. Just eyeing it down this section right here. Very critical. He kind of got in a very awkward body position. Usually you want to be a little bit behind your board, but he was actually going over the handlebars a little. As he starts right here to set up, that wave's breaking already, so it kind of made that first turn disappear, but starts to get very steep, this section right there. He does a very critical turn, and that's what I mentioned. See how his back arm is going in front of him? That's just kind of putting his balance on top and over the handlebars, but he somehow was able to just keep himself calm. It's kind of a sketchy landing when that's happening, and he came out pretty clean, getting a decent, very actually good score for him.
Yeah, on a fast section with a bit of foam on the face as well. 6.17, pretty decent dividends for his surfing. The degree of difficulty for that close-in maneuver rewarded to the tune of a 6.17. And he'll head back towards that lineup still. 18 minutes and 50 odd seconds. Just want waves to keep coming for these two. Cannot wait to see Medina's reply as well, because every time we've seen his cage rattled in this event, he's been absolutely deadly when he's been asked a question, when he's been backed into a corner. Both of these two surfed the elimination round, which is not something that you'll say at many events, and they both responded in the best possible way. Medina on fresh equipment. Would this just be a replica board, same thing, just a backup?
Yeah, most likely. Usually those guys have two. Actually, if it's kind of a shorter board, like a board that they'll be using today, they most likely have 3 or 4 boards here, mostly in a place like Super Tubes. Like, you break so many boards. So, yeah, like they're putting fins on his backup of a backup right now. And, yeah, he's ready for more. But Griffin taking advantage of that pit stop that Gabriel had to do it and capitalizing on a 617 and coming back with priority, so that's crucial.
Yeah, that was Jan Martin there from Rip Curl Europe. And putting the fins in the third board just in case he does require another one. With the amount of airs, the amount of power he's got, the power also out here in the lineup of Super 2 Boss, not beyond the realms of possibility that another mishap will go down with the equipment in the remaining 17.5 minutes. More waves, please, for these two. This one's been so good to watch so far. Griff, the 783 early on, the 617 on a wave that didn't look like it had loads on it. Since we did that first turn, it looked like just a little bit of a shouldery section from it. It was a steep one, but managed to turn that into a solid number. He's got a lead here. Ethan Ewing's already in the final. Gabriel Medina would love to turn around his season in 2024 by getting there. He's going to have to get past Griffin Colapinto. Find out if he does that when we come back from a Bonsai brew break. Welcome back to Final Saturday. Loving the action in the second semi at the moment. The American Griffin Colapinto with something of a lead over Gabriel Medina. Gabriel's only got one score on the board, actually. Still sitting on the number of a 1 at the moment. A broken board for him. He's replaced that with an identical one, a 6-0 Cabianca. He's back in the lineup. Griffin's got priority. Gabriel, for the first time, apart from that opening round heat, the sense of elimination, for the first time in this entire event being asked a question. Let's check his response here as he just kind of prods down the line, speculates, looking at that left-hander. It will just run away from him to no avail, no opportunity there. And he'll take his place back in the line as this one will settle down. In terms of that requirement for him, 684 is the number, 14 on the clock. We know all about the status of these two, Jesse. As we'll just watch this one, they'll go over that. What about a rivalry team? Is there a bit of edge between these two? I mean, I know there's been like a pretty good rivalry between Griff and some of the Brazilians. How is it between? I know there's a lot of respect between these two, but how's the edge between them?
I don't think there's the biggest edge in between them. I think they're just both very good performers. Like, they're showmen. They both like to make the crowd and spectators at home just go big. They go big for them, and they kind of recognize that from both of them. So that's what Griffin said on his heat interview after the semis. Like, it's actually pretty clear that I have Gabriel. Like, I'm going to have to go big. That's basically it. And funny enough, they haven't actually been able to produce as much as they were probably hoping for, but Griffin is identifying that and just kind of putting his board into rail, and see him up and riding right here, maybe capitalized.
Priority here. A solid wave for Colapinto, patient off the bottom, bang, loads of fizz into that turn. Look at this cupped out section. Again, the timing is sweet, it's speedy, it's venomous. He won't get a finish, but 2 tags. A sharp intake of breath from Tommy Witz and from Crosby as they look on. So didn't get that last turn done, but did decent work prior to that.
Definitely did some work. I think this wave it was a little bit steeper. This first opening up section here, just very critical, a lot of spray. Going kind of parallel right there on the bottom turn, feeding that second turn, and right here when he was just gonna put the exclamation point just a little bit late to the party and had to kind of put that side floater to it. I think this is gonna be the second turn. Yeah, second turn right there, putting that board up vertical with a lot of pressure on the back foot to get the rails out of the water. And then this third one, it was just a little bit too late, and the boys were kind of bummed right there because it's a big opportunity for him to, if he landed that way at that turn, I would have said that would have been the best score of the heat so far.
Yeah, for sure. He was on his way to a giant of a number. You feel with that, it's still going to be a pretty hefty one, a good chance of that. Griffin Colapinto shown us flashes in this event, but he hasn't really been completely and utterly dominant. Contrast that with Medina, who's been just unbelievable throughout. No one's got close to him since going to that elimination round. He's just been absolutely, really one-way traffic in terms of his heats. A little different this time around, and we just mentioning the sort of rivalries and how they fire surfers up. Feels like Gabriel's career, it's been a hallmark of him. He's been able to do it both ways. He's been able just on purely performance, free surfing in a heat, just surfing against himself. He can do it that way. He's always, you feel like he's had that little bit of edge as well, where he kind of wants to beat his opponent, and he can do it either way, and that's been deadly for him. Let's see how he goes about doing that. It's 11 on the clock. He's just been asked a bit of a question. It might get a little tougher for him here when this number drops in. 11 on the clock at the moment. Medina's priority, waiting for this number to come in for Griffin Colapinto. It comes in just under his high score, 7.67. So he has put a requirement on Gabe of an excellent score. 8.33 is what Gabriel Medina needs. And the last 2 or 3 exchanges, Griffin Colapinto managing to just add further pressure. You know what? He'll go again here. Right hand up for Griff. Double pump off the bottom, just cracks one off the top. Tons of speed. He'll just use it to get out the back. So he won't be adding to his total there. But Gabriel Medina, an excellent number. 10 minutes on the clock. Jesse, what's he going to do next?
I mean, Gabriel has kind of a clear path in front of him just as far as what he needs to do. He just needs to come in a very good wave and get an excellent score, because Griffin has been always one step ahead of him in his whole heat. That's what you kind of want to do. See Griff here, this wave he was already with a different aspect to it. You could see that he was eyeing it down a big ramp. Like, he knows he has 2 big scores already. Not massive for this heat, but just very solid, close to excellent. And now he needs to go big in order to, or just get a special wave, I guess. But so far, yeah, Gabriel just sitting in a good spot right now.
Strider has a knack of getting himself in enviable positions. Mate, you're down on the Corona deck. How's it going? You having fun?
There's no room left over here on the Corona deck, so I'm hitting the back seats right now, but that's all right. I got a Corona, we're dropping limes in, and we just wanted to say cheers from This Is Living over here, down here on the deck. It's a beautiful afternoon, some red hot action in the water, and, well, I can't get to the front, but I'll let them have the front row seats from there. I'll be back up there to call it with you guys.
Great stuff, mate. You make sure you get nice and refreshed. 9 on the clock. The action in the water at the moment from Griffin Colapinto is good enough to put an excellent number as a requirement on Gabriel Medina. And just, I would say, one eyebrow raised at the moment, and a certain amount of surprise just from the way Gabe's been surfing and competing throughout this event. Do not count him out with plenty of time on the clock. He needs an 8.33. He's struggling to get round a section here or do some pumping. By the time he does, this one will just run out of wave for him, and he'll have to wait His priority will be of Griffin Colapinto, and a slight look of concern on the face of Andy King.
Yeah, it's starting to get very tricky. Just every time Griffin is able to like maximize his opportunity, getting the right waves, and actually blocking Gabriel from getting opportunities, because that's when he's the most dangerous. When he starts riding waves, he can create stuff out of nothing, and let's see what he's going to do right here.
Medina again. What's he got? Looking for a section. I think we know what's coming. Well, we didn't anticipate that. It'll be another kick out for him. He'll just keep doing that until he finds one. And when you got a make rate like his, that will be ominous if he keeps catching these waves and finding sections. 8 on the clock priority with Colapinto. You saw just in that quick shot of Kingy's size 12s, they were looking a bit moist. That's because he's been into the water in the short break here. The board change, a crucial moment in this heat. The change of equipment won't affect Medina just in terms of he's on an identical board, but just the fact that while he was back on dry land, Griffin did add to his total, and since then he's been able to just capitalize on that advantage. Gabe, again, are you surprised to see him keep going these lefts?
No, I'm not surprised at all. The only problem for those surfers right now, it's kind of in that awkward tide where the wave just started filling in, so the wave's not breaking too much out the back, and it's coming in towards closer to the beach, and it's getting very straight. It goes through that moment for about 20 minutes, and then it starts to open up again. Obviously, there are amazing waves still out there, but you see a lot of those waves that they're getting, they're eyeing it down to close out, but there's just like still not enough water to make it nice, and it's very nice and rampy, but just the landing is very critical. So they're like just kind of getting around, and yeah, at some point they're going to find one though, or at least I hope for.
6 minutes 50 to go in this. Priority and the lead with Griff Colapinto. We'll check out the women's final heading down. Tyler Wright should be taking on Joanne Defay. We talked about the experience showing up in semi-finals and power as well, really. That's what we're looking at with these two. Two of the most powerful surfers on tour. Tyler Wright's looked great in this one. I still feel as well she's got plenty more to give, actually, in terms of the surfing she's been able to put down in this event. She surfed really well. She's found scores, but she's never had to really bring her best. And that generally is a pretty good sign for bringing it all 4 finals. A use of priority from Griffin Colapinto and some speed and a ramp. And that one to get away from him. So just kind of snatched at that a bit. It was getting quicker and quicker. Just didn't quite get, it looked like, the sort of launch he was after. So Medina now with priority and a bit more choice. What happened here for Griffin?
Just the landing, like you can see it right there. It's such a sketchy landing. Obviously, he kind of missed time as he was exiting out of the water, but it's just, there's not enough water right there. There's too much energy and just very flat bottom. So there's no transition for them to land. So it's just kind of sketchy. And it's just, this type of tide does that for about 20 minutes, and then it starts to get nicer again. But see, like the wave's going very straight right now.
Well, whatever happens in the next 5 minutes and 20 seconds, Medina's season very much back on track as a massive crowd here in Portugal watches him paddle in, still looking for an 833. That ain't it. There'll be another one that just runs away from him. And look at this on the beach here at Super Tuba. It's always really well attended, this event. And fans from up and down the coast here from all different nationalities as well. It's quite a long walk down to where we park to come down to the area. It's kind of only one track in, really. So you sort of walk past and you kind of rub shoulders literally with a lot of the people that are coming down on the beach. And it's a really cosmopolitan surfing crowd. Big Brazilian contingent, of course. Loads of local fans, some people from all over Europe and across the world enjoying the show at the moment. Finals day here in Portugal at the moment. Taking on Ethan Ewing in the final. Well, it's Griffin Colapinto who has the advantage. Medina started off pretty sparky, Jesse.
Yeah, it's impressive how aggressive he is. So that lip line just so intensive. And here, Griffin just the polar opposite. Beautiful. Critical surfing on rail on the second turn and finish it off, just redirecting that board all the way around, coming out clean. And the point of difference really is just wave selecting here for Griffin has been on point, maximizing his opportunities and also making sure Gabriel's not on the best waves, and that's a perfect recipe.
With 3 minutes and 40 to go, it is advantage Griffin Colapinto priority with Gabriel Medina. Needs an excellent number here. And his response to a lackluster start of the season has been outstanding in this. He's been posting massive numbers throughout this event. And it's his results really that are now starting to reflect his surfing. I think you always felt from the beginning of the season he was looking really, really good. He wasn't, the anomaly was those results. This is more what you'd expect him to be with his surfing, and he's back on track here, and this is looking great for heading to Australia for him, if in fact that's what happens here and he doesn't make the final.
100%. This is the Gabriel we usually expect. Obviously, mostly coming out with pipeline. Like, it's just such a wave that he's so dominant out there. At this moment, not looking the greatest, but it seems like that battling against the current is long gone. He's looking form right now, and everything seems to be rolling his way. And he's still got 2 minutes and 45 seconds, and he's turned so many heats that way.
You'd be mad to count him out, wouldn't you? What's he got here? This is Griffin Colapinto looking at a left, the late entry, so wider from Gabe. If he gets on the face here, he's got a ton of speed. He's got a powerful section. And similar, really, to the way that we just saw Gabriel just pushed a little wide. It won't be a significant addition to his scoreboard, but it will be a little more time off the clock. Medina still with that priority out the back, 2 minutes, and it really just comes simply probably down to one wave. A quite simple requirement numerically in terms of 8-3-3. It's what he needs to do. You'd expect him to try and look for a ramp. Let's hope he gets a wave. As we see some energy coming here. Any interest in this first one? He's in position. He'll spin Medina. An 8-3-3 for the final. A big wave. A ton of speed off the bottom. Tags one. Hangs it up with speed. And then goes up. Extended float from him. Straight into a bottom turn. And then just reverses one. Easy for a spin. A little tag for a finish. A finger flick as well. The crowd, they're absolutely loving this. Great energy. 90 on the clock. The Brazilian contingent and various Medina fans in full voice down here at Super Tubos. And we were waiting for the response. It's been a long time. He's been with that one. He's had throwaways. 0.5 small numbers. There's the response from Gabriel Medina. Crucially, a minute on the clock. As the judges will give this a number. Let's see where it puts us.
This is a very critical wave. First massive turn, and right here, just he was so smart on that read right there. That extra pump down the bottom just to get that extra speed to that big floater into a reverse, and just cat reflexes, moving his foot back to the normal place and finish it off the wave strong. This is going to be a very healthy score for Gabriel. Right there, see that extra pump to get that beautiful floater into a nice blow tail reverse, and right there, move the foot back up and just finish it off strong. He's stoked.
Feels like this first turn is a significant one, just in terms of the size of the section. Look how critical that is. That's so good. The rest of them, they're decent. They're not massive, particularly by his own high standards. This is really nice technical surfing. It's not a huge point scoring maneuver you wouldn't have thought. Tell you what, he's not going to wait for that number to come in. He's back at it here. That stuff he got done on the end is impressive. Was it excellent? Let's see where that goes. You feel a lot of that score will come into that opening number. We'll count down. He did ride another wave. It will be a throwaway number. So it's that previous loss. A little debrief there. Joanne DeFace just telling Griffin what happened from her perspective. A great finish to an absolutely scintillating second semi-final. Ethan Ewan, he's in the final. Who's going to face him? Unless Medina gets an 8-3-3, it will be Griffin Colapinto. Jesse, I'll put you on the spot. Do you like that for an 8-3-3?
That's very close. I'll have to see. I like you mentioned, I think that first turn was very critical, as you see it right here. First massive turn, a little bit lateral, but this is a beautiful floater, very critical. As much as it's a functional turn, I just love that bottom turn into the blow tail, and just, I mean, as much as he could have done on that wave, he did probably more than you could have, anyone would have done here. Is it the 8.33? This is close to an excellent score. That's an excellent surfed wave, no doubt. That's a very good quality wave. Might have needed a bigger finish.
Oh, it's going to be so close. Numbers coming in. We'll just watch this again and appreciate the work done on the ends. Gabriel Medina finishes that. The numbers in. and it's not enough. 7-7-7 for Medina, close to the excellent, not quite the score he needed. He did just kind of feel, as you watch that wave, it's really good surfing. Didn't feel like that big, excellent number, basically due to what the wave did after that first section. There's that spread from the panel. All of the judges had it slightly under. One had it really close. Comes up about half a point short, and you have to say congratulations to Griffin Colapinto for a really well-surfed, exciting second semi-final. It's a bummer to see Gabe go out because he's been an absolute entertainer, putting on a show every heat out here, and good value to ask that question in the very death throes of that second semi as well. But there's the result. Our final is set now for the men. Griff will take on Ethan Ewing. Gabriel Medina will head to Bells with the third in his season. Absolutely back on track. So just 2 heats left to go here in Portugal. To the 2 most important ones. A short break before the women's final. That will feature Tyler Wright and Joanne DeFay. And then the men's final after that. With Griffin Colapinto, you just saw him get out of a tight, highly entertaining heat. We're going to bring in Joe and Strider to join Jesse for the call. The final for the women coming live from Portugal. Stay tuned.
I love to compete. I love going to work, and I love being able to clinically do that.
Tyler going again, snaps off the top with speed. Bang, really nicely done.
Today is whoever get the wave, you know, that opens up a little bit, and I don't know, I just feel good, like it's super powerful. I feel great, the board feels great.
Joanne DeFay digging in now. First blast, solid off the lip, super powerful. Gabriel Medina coming in from a great effort to try to come back after a broken board against Griffin Colapinto, and he's about to make those Grom's day with the signature on a board that he called Magic from Johnny Cabianca, his longtime shaper. And having some time for the fans, digesting probably what would be a tough loss because he was a favorite to win as we go into the barrel with Joanne DeFay to kick off the women's final. Joanne taking on Tyler Wright for a chance to win this event, both of them for the very first time at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona. Exciting final stage, 35-minute heat scored on their top 2. DeFay coming in to stop number 3, 6th in the world. Tyler Wright came in after the Hawaiian leg of the tour, number 11. That's all going to change. You can see those numbers change on the live rankings on worldsurfleague.com. Joe Turpel with Jesse Mendez, a CT standout for a couple of great years and a Triple Crown title. Strider Wazalewski, a longtime free surfer, pipe legend, to break down this final as we see the barrel ride attempt from Joanne DeFay. These two bring a lot of similarities to conditions like this, Jesse. It seeing a favorite in this final right now?
I actually don't see a favorite right here. They're both good under rail. I think if we have more lefts, Joanne will have a slight edge. But I think it's really going to be to whoever makes the smartest decisions, commit the least mistakes. And that's what we've been seeing in the last 2 semifinals for the men's side. Like, whoever was on the right waves ended up winning the heat. And it's going to be this for the finals as well.
Tyler Wright in a special place in her life after working on her health. She's saying she's feeling better than ever. A 2-time world champ, but it's been a while since she's really been able to get on a roll and win a world title race. Last year was very promising as she featured in 5 finals and backed up her Bells title, going 2 in a row. It felt like it was basically just a big run to get back into world title gear and heading into 2024 in a great position to fight for a world title number 3 was.
Yeah, and look at the form she's in. You know, she had a rough start, and I think that was just her adjusting to her headspace that she's found after all this, you know, stuff that she's been through. So now she's actually found a rhythm, and I think that's dangerous for the rest of the field because she's looking really turned on. She's here in the finals. She's got just precision in the lip and in the critical sections of the waves, and that's the kind of surfing that she says that she's clinically able to do, which is really breaking it down.
John Peisel made Tyler a 5.8 high line. John made that for her right before she took off for Portugal. Squash tail made with an extra light Arctic foam orange blank as they go to every little detail to make sure she's succeeding. Tyler's been looking great this season on her batch of Peisels for Hawaii, for Pipe and Sunset, and this one's special for the European beach breaks. Then you go to Joanne Defay, who picked up a board from Sharp Eye from right here in their Portugal factory. And it truly does look like magic coming off the finish from Tyler Wright as she's getting started in this final. Tyler's wife, Lily, standing by, watching every single moment unfold. Lily's from Newcastle. That's where they live these days, but Tyler represents the south coast of New South Wales growing up in a really cool area on the coast. Short ride here, Jesse, but she's on the board.
Yeah, nice critical floater right there. A little bit smaller wave for what we have right now, but still. Started off kind of as a snap, and then she saw the wave was running down the line, so she kind of placed the board sideways into a floater that was very, very pleasant to watch. And she actually has those doubts. She does that a lot, and it was a great turn.
So now getting her number in already, 3.33. We started off with a 1.23 for Joanne Defay, who is barrel hunting. When you're a world champ, you have a lot of fans. So Tyler's going to get applauded every time she stands up. But Joanne Defay, representing Europe, is going to help her cause with the amount of people on the beach. Strider, you were just down there. It's not just Portuguese on the sand. A lot of people from all over Europe showing up for finals day.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. There's, you know, you've seen Italian flags, you've seen Brazilians, you've seen French, you've seen the Spanish. I mean, it's just unbelievable. The Germans are here. Everybody's just loving this, and that is something that is really unique to this area. You know, Europe, it's accessible. Portugal is so accessible by so many people, and you know what? That's the kind of stuff right there that really turns, you know, my hairs on my arms up, is to see guys like Gabriel Medina down there in that crowd giving back. Because you know what? You are a superstar. He might have just lost, but he knows how important it is for all the fans down there and that feeling. And when you sign up for this job, you sign up for that part of it. And my hats off to Gabriel to be down there signing autographs.
Oh, he's a top human being, a top athlete. I think in his early days of his career, he got painted as a villain at times, but he was just focused and then learned English. When you spend time with him behind the scenes, he's an awesome human being and puts so much into every heat that he prepares for. He wants to win at all costs, and this one is cool. He's leaving it on the beach. He's going to celebrate his best result of the season so far.
Yeah, into rhythm as well. Like that's what's the most important, because results are going to eventually come for Gabriel. It's just a matter of when. But right now, he just kind of, instead of delaying that process, he just brought it a little bit closer to him and going into obviously Bells and Margaret River. Made finals before in both. I think he won obviously Margaret River before, so it's time.
As we look at Tyler trying to get back into position, we saw that closeout move for the 3-range number, but she's still paddling now for about 4 minutes to get out the back again. Watch.
Yeah, I was watching actually the guys paddling out there. They were having a really hard time as well. I watched, you know, Colapinto just getting dirshed by set after set and duck diving, and that right there is an energy expender. It's just crazy how hard you work your body, full core workout. You know, when you do a duck dive, you're using your arms, then you go to your core, and then you go to your knees. So you have this like sequence of events that happens, and then once you're underwater, it's rattling you around, and you're trying to stabilize the entire time. Finally, you pop up, and you are going backwards, and you got to get the momentum again to get back through it. So I feel like there's so much more to these heats than we actually get to see or hear about, and I'm glad we're getting that chance right now to talk about it, because it's so much work for the athletes.
Still paddling is Tyler Wright. Talk about energy burning in a final. Talk about how you burn more energy when you have a jersey on, but imagine a final would probably be 10 times as much mentally, physically, knowing that this is the most important heat of the event. It could be a huge story in the world title race when you're trying to make the WSL Final 5. Jesse, does Tyler have any other options right now to try to get a clear line out the back?
She has the best option right now. She moved over north, so she's basically right in front of the scaffolding right now, sitting right behind. I mean, she's paddling right behind where we're sitting, and it's right in front of where the water is a little bit deeper, where the bank's a little bit deeper. So usually there's a little bit of a water movement bringing you out the back, but at this moment, not so much. But this is the place she has to be in order for her to get back out as quick as she can, because the other part is just a little bit flatter off a bank, a little bit less water, so all the pressure is moving towards the beach right there, and it's just basically impossible once you get too low on the lineup.
Usually the coefficients are a lot bigger too, and so a lot more water moving in and out, and you can kind of find a riptide that you can kind of get on a conveyor belt, and you might get pounded a little bit, but it'll suck you out the back, and then you get away from the riptide and get back into your position. Right now it's not moving as much, and it's just beating in on you over methodically.
The art of mastering a lineup that can change so quickly. Joanne Defay growing up in that situation. Well, first from Reunion Island, but spending a ton of time in the southwest of France in Hossegor, where there's extreme tides. If you're looking at it and it's good, you're already too late. You got to be out there to anticipate the sandbars coming to life. And great job to contest officials, especially local Miguel Fortes, who put the holds at the right time. All of a sudden, we're on the last day of the event window. Sun's out, beach is packed, and we're scoring just incredible super tubos, really rippable, big combinations. The move down to the jetty the other day, and gosh, I just forgot that it was hailing and almost snowing the other day on the beach. We were so rugged up in all of our rip curl jackets and beanies, and it's a whole totally different day. So hats off to those guys for putting us in conditions like this was.
And what you said this earlier, Jesse, but this is some of the most highly contestable impact waves that you're going to get on a beach break. You know, and this is just going to be strictly high performance, and that's what we're getting. It might not be the huge barrels that, you know, maybe somebody wants, but it's definitely going to be some of the biggest turns and airs coming into the finals that we're going to see.
Yeah, obviously also because, like, when you're talking about a point break there, the energy is spread apart throughout the whole wave. So the surfers not tend to safe surf, but they tend to hold the energy throughout the whole time. But here it's just like one compact energy, and so they can go as big as they want.
Sauna treatment for Griffin Colapinto in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. A good place to close his eyes, listen to his meditations. He's been going behind the scaffolding before every big matchup and channeling his best thought process, visualizing the good feelings that come with success. He has Ethan Ewing coming up in the final. A rematch of a World Junior title from years ago that went Ethan's way. Those two guys would travel together. Ethan would hop over to San Clemente and stay with Griff when they were Groms. You'd see him surfing the San Clemente Pier, just battling, but now it's a different story these days. Ethan and Griff fighting for world titles now. That one coming up next.
Yeah, that's going to be so exciting.
Did you just pretty much put it out there that they're going to be in the Final Five, battling for a world title? I like
think
that.
so.
I like that, Joe.
Jesse Mendez at the Pipeline was saying, yep, Ethan will be there. Maybe that was sunset when we started really talking about who's going to take advantage of the absence of Toledo as he takes the year off. Ethan being runner-up last year, improving at every point. And that statement is just getting better and better as we continue, because Ethan's never made finals day in Peniche before, but he's a different type of surfer these days.
Yeah, well, he has matured into a place where he doesn't make silly mistakes. You saw him closing out the heat against Crosby Colapinto. It wasn't anything crazy. It was him at probably 60%, but he was just so smart about the way he picked that heat apart and put himself, you know, in a commanding position with priorities and heat IQ, and really just made no mistakes.
The story here for Tyler and Joanna, and even the semifinals, is the total switch off the storylines from stop 1 and 2 of the season, Pipe and Sunset, the youthful takeover that we had on the Final Five. Molly Picklum winning Sunset, Katie Simmers winning Pipeline. Molly will still be world #1 in yellow as she heads home to Australia. Tyler looking for a 3rd bell in a row once we get there. But for Joanne and Tyler, we're talking 101 events served for Tyler Wright, 93 for Joanne DeFay. Tyler Wright looking for a 17th championship tour win. Joanne DeFay looking for a 6th CT event win in what's been a really incredible career. Looking at all that experience, all the heats that they've had together. Tyler Wright leads 12-5 in one-on-one matchups, including winning 5 of the last 6 meetings between these two. Only one previous final, that was in Rio back in 2017, where Tyler got the win. Is right now setting up a closeout section, and she'll actually create some space, decides to kick out. So this final starting off a little bit slow. And Joanne DeFay will still wait with priority. Let's see if Tyler can sneak under this one and get back into position a little bit more quickly. Looks like she's going to be out there in just a matter of moments, Jesse.
Yeah, and it was exactly what Strider mentioned, that riptide, that she it helped her to get out the back. Obviously, she's going to get one more wave. But once you go through that very shallow part of the bank, it gets much easier for you to generate speed by paddling. As I mentioned, she might get smoked once again, but she's in a good spot to make it out right now. But that's all because of that riptide that was coming out, and she took advantage of that, and she's back out there. But if you're in the wrong side of it, you're just stuck paddling against Mother Nature.
Yeah, it seems like that happens to me every time I paddle out. Super tubo, so I'm going backwards.
Now rolling in, big takeoff, stomping it is Joanne DeFay. Can she make it around the corner? She does, but there's nothing left for her to work with. She loves a big left-hand wall. Showcases a powerful act, really clean. Been loving her backside turns in this event of the beach break. What happened here, Jesse?
A little bit late. Had your airdrop right there, and once that happened, you kind of disengage and lose the drive, and then she regained drive, but it was just, yeah, not enough. She had to kind of do a few pumps to get around, and once she made it around, the wave just died out. So, yeah, that positioning maybe could have been a crucial situation in that moment, but yeah.
Great to see Joanne DeFay with a chance to win a major event. You're thinking about her last final appearance. You go back to 2022. Runner-up in the event in Rio, but the last time she won was when we went to the jungle at G-Lands. And she made us look good when we're saying, hey, if she's over a left-hand reef break, she's going to do well, and she ended up winning the event, Strider.
Yeah, you know what? You just can't take it away from her. She's probably second to none to me. Maybe a runner-up, or maybe matchup would be Caroline Marks on the backhand. But, you know, if they're going left, I feel like Joe's got the tip of the hat on it on most everybody. on the backhand. I love watching her go vertical.
So powerful. Now she's got a chance to show off that backhand again. Good connection there for Joanne Defay. She's got a little low road to float over. And she'll step off. So her best wave so far. Needs a 2.51 for the lead, now with 15 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, just as Strider said, this wave wasn't anything crazy critical, but just a situation of the wave. The wave had lump, a lot of going against her, and she just was very calm, and her bottom turns are just very clean and beautiful surfing for her overall. As you see right here, a lot of lump on that wave, and just she put the board very vertical, very powerful. Went around, was calm enough to just regrain, compose herself, and finish it off strong, and that's what makes her so special on her backhand.
Slowing it down a little bit more, Strider.
I like the tweak in the lip. I feel like, you know, for her to find a part of the wave to do technical surfing, it's really hard out there, you know, and no matter what, you have to try to get yourself to a position to where you're in a critical part of the wave and you can actually perform. And for her to like get up into where it was critical and then put the board where the lip was, because there was whitewater on either side of it, you know, she really had to time that perfectly to really come up with a number.
Let's check out the separation of these two opponents in this big lineup. But now 14 on the clock. You can see a lot of space, those little dots in the lineup there. They're not right next to each other. Tyler with priority. But the last left for Defay gives Joanne the lead, 5.5 going left. So Tyler needs a 3.41. But giving each other some room right now.
It looks just like a skate park out there. How much fun does that? Glassy, just little nuggets rolling rights and lefts, tide pushing in. About 4 to 6 foot, couple 10-foot faces, and getting bigger.
Gosh, you gotta love that. All setting up so well for our last two heats of the contest. At the moment, it's Joanne Defay with this backhand attack leading over Tyler Wright. Still 13 minutes to go. We'll be right back. Finals continues here with Joanne Defay rolling into this left with some speed. Perfect positioning on that snap in the closeout, and she will step off. Great timing there on the sharp eye that she picked up here in Europe, and she's connected with it incredibly well, especially here on finals day, rolling through some big names as we take another look at this effort, Jesse.
Yeah, just beautiful surfing from her, perfect timing. Solid in her foot, just playing a smart heat so far. Like, she identified that it was kind of slow, and I think we see here Tyler on a nice, beautiful wave. That's the point of difference. Like the timing that Joanne has is clutch, and another wave.
Yeah, a lot going on during the break. The ladies got busy finding some waves. I don't think anybody really capitalized, or, you know, nothing crazy happened, but I think definitely there was momentum shifting. I feel like Defay is catching better waves. That wave that Tyler had was probably the best wave that we saw in the heat, but she was unable to capitalize on it. Just kind of rolling over the rail a little on that backside ending and not making it happen.
9:45 to go. Tyler gets priority to try to catch up to Joanne Defay in this heat. Defay a 5.5 has her best so far. Her last wave, the 4.83, giving her the lead. So Tyler's looking for a 7 to avoid getting runner-up in this event, something that she did 4 times last year, finding amazing consistency. Was able to feel out that format in the WSL Final 5 last year for the first time. But Caroline Marks was unstoppable that day. Joanne Defay's been in that format for the world title race in the past. She's finished 3rd in the world, coming very close to a world title. But last year was her kind of recovery year from her foot injury that she got while she was training. She missed the first 3 events of the season last year. Kind of tried to find a rhythm in heats, looked for new motivation, but without being able to fight for a world title, she said how different that felt. She needed something to really push her to win events and win heats. Now she got it, fresh start at Pipeline, knowing she's got a chance to really go for a title this season.
No doubt, and once you get to either of those surfers age on tour, like they've been over 10 years most likely, and you just got to redefine yourself and find energy source from, because they've been through this spot so many times, everything gets a repetition from them, so you kind of got to find the energy to really keep herself swinging.
Joanne Defay loves when something big is on the line. A final right now, big hack there, and she will control it through a wild closeout section. That's how reliable that backhand is. A bomb, though, setting up for Tyler. Double overhead on the takeoff and drills it in the pocket, but she can't hang on.
No! Oh, man. What a wave. I like it when the octave goes up for Joe, and it did right there. That was just because that wave was just so beautiful and just incredibly tall, cupped out. Oh, she could have hung on to that. That would have been a massive score.
Oh, just the size of that section, Jesse. One more look.
Yeah, that was impressive. That was a very critical turn, how she was able to hold the rail on that bottom turn and just kind of get under that lip line and just kind of disappear. It seems like she was going to ride it out clean, but it was a tall wave. There's a lot of water moving, and yeah.
The replay for Joe, she, you know, JoJo found herself a little bit of wall when it looked like it was going to, you know, be hard to get to it, but she timed it perfect because she got up to it before all the convergence happened, and because of that, she was able to ride away from it. She does the quick snap, and then look here, she's in it, but she gets down in front of it before everything crushes her. But actually, she pulled through the crush. That was crazy. That was a lot of water, huh?
Yeah, she was very smart at dramatizing that as well. Like you mentioned, she went early. As she was kind of exiting it out, like the wave kind of just merged on top of her, and she just kept herself compressed, and yeah, great surfing.
I feel like Tyler Wright is going to come in and talk about how beat up she got out there. This has been a lot of work for Tyler Wright, and my hat's off to her for going for that turn, you know, on that bigger wave. That bottom turn was insane. She was just driving as hard as she could, met the top, bang, under the lip. That totally came over her, and she tried to stabilize to come out of it. So that was a big, heavy turn on a really heavy wave.
Well, judges always send out notes every single day of competition on the championship tour to all the surfers on what they're looking for. Something that always remains the same no matter where we go on the planet. Big sections, big waves are always going to be rewarded for big critical moves. When you got a section that size, that's the opportunity to get something in the excellent range.
And also judges love for you to start with the biggest turn because you have everything to lose. When you finish with the big turn, obviously they're going to love it as well, but you also build on towards that but you start with that whole momentum and just identifying. For me, that first turn that she had was the best turn of the event so far on the women's side. She had landed that, she would have been looking to a massive score.
And just to note, she's still paddling out on the inside right there.
And that's what Super Tubes does for you. Mostly sitting on that far bar left where she was, and now she's moving all the way back here where that water exit is.
As we see the boys prepare for the final, we'll enjoy the recap for the women's final. Started off with some warm-up waves. Tyler still using that score, 3.33 for the forehand float. And Joanne Defay, as we always predict, is going to be looking for lefts when they're available. And she's been so smooth, so reliable on her finishes. 5.5, and then also added a 5.33 on her last wave ridden, Jesse.
Yeah, just very critical surfing, perfect timing. Right there, just everything converging on top of her. She came out clean, just athletic surfing from Joanne, and obviously a favorite on these conditions as far as left-handers coming more often right now. Still kind of an open heat. Tyler needs a 7.5, and she barely has anything on her scoreboard. So, yeah, but she's still paddling.
Oh my gosh, that is so much work out there, and I feel like having a long day too. You know, you're waiting around, and it really wears on you.
Yeah, managing your time, I think at CT events in general is something you've got to really work out, but especially in the European beach breaks when you can go on hold for a long time. Even Joanne Defay said through all the lay days, the last few days, she actually was under the weather a few days ago, and she was actually really grateful that conditions went down the tube so she could recover. She said she feels incredible today, and it shows. But yeah, managing all that time through the waiting periods, all the downtime that you have, waking up in the morning and getting yourself to 100% just in case, and then learning how to turn that off and managing your energy all the way through finals day. Tyler's been doing that for a long time, since she qualified for the tour back in 2011. Tyler, famous for still being the youngest ever to win a championship tour event. She did that at 14 and became a household name overnight. Pretty crazy to be a 14-year-old and you paddle out at your local lineup the next day and everybody knows who you are. She said that took a little bit of getting used to. Qualified really young, won Rookie of the Year. That was the year that Carissa Moore won her first world title. And then she started to have some rivalries with the best in the game, and now with Steph and Riss stepping away this year, you kind of look at Tyler as the most decorated competitor on the top 17.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have some positioning adjustment right there for Joanne. They're sitting on a very far bar left, and Tyler got smoked all the way towards the right side of the scaffolding if you're looking into the ocean and see them how far they are. That's how much ground Tyler actually got getting caught by all those waves on her head, and that rip going through, and it's a lot of work.
Yeah, so much water moving from the left to your right of your screen. It's kind of like the grain on a putting green. You know, you can see it just going one way or the other, and this one's going towards the sun off to the right there, and that paddle out, you just keep getting pounded all the way down. It just sucked you all the way down the beach. And so Joanne is going to make an effort to get over there within only, 90 seconds left on the clock. She doesn't want to give her any space.
Impressed with Joanne Defay. It's been tough in her career against Tyler Wright, as she looks for a 6th win over Tyler. But Tyler's had 12 over Defay. So it's been heavily lent towards Tyler's domination over the years. But Joanne looking really fluid, finding lefts, spending a lot of time in these European beach breaks, both in their first final at Super Tubos, and Defay's got 50 seconds to use her priority to shut it down. Tyler really came down to falls, and she had some really good looking waves going for broke in the pocket, but ends up losing the handle on those major moves and then getting caught inside. Definitely worked hard for this one.
For Tyler, though, it will be her best result of the season so far, as the veterans are starting to catch up to all the young guns on tour.
It's going to close the gap. It's going to make things a lot more interesting coming into Australia, and really push that cut line conversation. I like it. It's just so fun, you know. I know it's got to be brutal as an athlete. You got basically 3 months, you know, in your season to get to that point. But there you go.
It's official. Joanne Fay is the champion of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona, and now moves up to number 2 in the world. Joanne's mom dancing, celebrating up on the scaffolding. A really impressive performance throughout the day today on finals day. Shown up already with the semifinal, matched up with Lakey Peterson. She looked incredibly strong in that matchup, and it really did feel like a different day after the hold and seeing the new conditions show up, and it didn't take her long to adapt to what we had for the final.
Just imagine when we first showed up here this morning, it was basically half a foot and south winds are blowing, and what we see in right now, 4 to 6 foot faces, glassy, this is like night and day.
Yeah.
Joanne Fay now with 6 championship tour wins. Her first win of the season. And after the injury from last year, she's in such a great place, number 2 on the rankings heading into Bells Beach. Now she can move forward. You know, the midseason cut's always dangerous, no matter if you're a veteran or a rookie on tour. Really start focusing on the WSL Final 5 positioning. And great job to Tyler Wright, making her first final of the year. And she'll be looking at going 3 in a row at Bells Beach. We'll see if the vets can keep the top spots on the podium heading into the Australian leg of the tour.
This is a beautiful thing right here. The Red Bull jet ski ride right through the inside to do a victory lap in front of all those people screaming for you. That's got to be amazing. Congratulations, Joanne.
Well, you'd always wonder, too, when you're an athlete and there's all these highlights from the start of the season and you feel like you're not a part of them. You know, that's the whole energy that's going around the tour, from the media, the questions, all the highlight reels that you're watching on site, you know, that maybe you feel like you missed out on it. Kind of speaking for the veterans on the tour. And what a great comeback here at stop number 3 for the ones that have been around for a long time.
No doubt, and actually the ground's recognizing that. I saw that Molly posted the veterans are back in town or something like that on Instagram, and they kind of held it down. They're not going anywhere. Obviously they're gonna have their back against the wall more often with the years to come, mostly with this new generation of freaks. So many good surfers, but they're still winning events, and JoJo just making the most of the Portuguese beach break.
Oh, she's going to put her name on a really cool list when you focus on Peniche surfing history on the championship tour level. Coco Ho winning in 2009, then Carissa Moore, Caroline Marks, Tatiana Weston Webb, Katie Simmers last year, and now in 2024, Joanne Fay. And Griffin's there to congratulate her. Absolutely beaming as she's coming into the sand.
Oh, Sharp Eye stacking one up on the Shapers rankings as well.
There we go. That board looked incredible throughout this event. I bet Joanne Fay is going to put that one on ice, and we'll see that one pop up in heats later on this season.
No doubt. Mostly when you have that feeling of a board that he won on, it just brings that magic back, and the confidence is, through the roof right now.
Looked like Kayo Livas down there for the chair up too. And Frederick Robin. What a moment. Soak it in, JoJo.
You only have a few throughout your career, so make the most of it. Oh, the baby.
Oh.
It's not hers, by the way.
All right.
Absolute elation from Joanne Fay and her entire support crew. Winning this event for the first time. A nice embrace from Yufu Penrose from Sharp Eye. And she'll break it all down in just a moment for us. Our champion right there on screen, enjoying all of her members of her family. And, you know, not every surfer's got a CT event in their backyard. And, you know, with Oscar off the calendar, this is a close one for Johanne Defay's relatives to make the drive down from the southwest of France. She's got friends here now locally who live here, not too far away from this contest site, so they can all gather and support her, and they went all the way this time.
Tide's coming up. It's compressing the crowd on the beach. It's pretty awesome down there, the vibe, the energy, that feeling. The roar of the crowd when the surfers are riding waves and they complete a ride, or even in the middle of a big aerial, that the vibe just gets so crazy through the roof down there. The crowd just seems so educated on what's happening, and they're watching every move.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a stadium when you get the numbers like this on the beach. Johanne Defay definitely felt that as she will celebrate her 6th championship tour win of her career, and we'll be catching up with her shortly. Ethan Ewing, Griffin Colapinto take the lineup next at Super Tubos for the final. p.m. local time here for the men's final of the Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona. Stop 3 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. We've got USA versus Australia, the state of California. Ethan Ewing representing Stradbroke Island in Queensland, current world number 7, Griffin number 11. That's all changing on the live rankings. Ethan Ewing is now watching Griff get started. Colapinto throwing some water on this running left. He's been really focused on his backhand for a majority of his heats in this event. And section approaching and whips it quickly towards the beach, and he will get on the board. There's a lot of hype on the Colapinto potential for a matchup with his younger brother Crosby losing to Ethan Ewing earlier today. But Cros shook that one off well, and he's supporting his brother now in the final. Let's go to this first wave, Strider.
Yeah, talk about a bango. That was a huge turn in the most critical part of that wave. That's exactly what the doctor ordered right there. And, you know, this finish, nice and clean, a lot of energy coming around. I feel like that weighting off the bottom and this connection right here was just absolutely money. I mean, that was really well timed. The drift out over the drop, the free fall, the whole thing, the combination of it, just in that one maneuver alone was, to me, almost going excellent. And the rest of it was a little bobble there, but cleaned it up at the end. This is getting to me a high 7, maybe even excellent.
Great start to the final for Griffin Colapinto as he rides away. Ethan Ewing now with priority, trying to provide an answer back. Still a ton of time to go. These two wanting the 10,000 points on the rankings before heading to Oz, as we will have a moment to catch up with our champion. Joanne Defay is with AJ.
Yeah, Joey, a special moment for you, Joe, as your French teammates be a part of cheering you up the beach here. Your first win on the CT since 2022. How did you take down Tyler Wright?
Wow, that's overwhelming. I mean, the wave changed, the swell arrived for sure. I think we both had kind of the same strategy. We wanted to kind of get busy. We took our same board than earlier, so both of our board felt a little bit small, but we were trying to manage. I know she kind of paddled a lot around. I didn't get pounded as much, but yeah, my focus was on the left, obviously, and just getting. I was hoping to get like 2 bangers, but maybe 1, it's enough, so that's what I did.
We talked before the season about the challenges you faced last year, coming back from an injury and then finding your footing here in the field. How does a win like this reignite that competitive flame?
Yeah, you're right. Last year was fun and weird at the same time. Obviously, I really enjoyed my time home. You know, even if I was injured, it was kind of a break that I deserved to. And after the like coming back to contest was a bit hard. Just finding my feet, firstly in my surfing and my contest fire, I guess, and everybody had already result and had like a kind of a story, and I was just like, I don't know, it's weird. So it's just different. I worked hard, I just keep doing what I'm doing, and I was hoping to get a good year and just to prove that my injury didn't put me out of my career or something. So I worked super hard, and I'm so happy of like what my team did and to like make me feel confident, and my husband, who is my coach also physically and stuff, really working for me every day and to check like if I'm fit and feeling good in my skin, and I think we did a great job, and just that fire so we had with the French team in Puerto Rico was kind of special, and having Kelly coming and picking me up from the water was special, so thanks Kelly.
Speaking of proving something, we were talking as this event went on about the veterans and how they made sure they held the line here in Peniche after the next generation of women's surfing took center stage in the first 2 events. What does this moment say for the depth and the status of women's pro surfing?
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I love the fact that women's surfing evolve, and seeing, I don't know, the performance at Pipeline was insane to watch. You know, really, I'm really proud of women's surfing, and at the same time, obviously, people around my age and the veterans, the old ladies, we obviously working so hard, and we're trying every day to just be our best, and we still I think we still feel obviously like at our best capabilities, and I don't know, I loved having finals with Tyler and the semis with Flaky, and I don't know, it's just so cool to see that mix of generation, and I'm always been impressed by Steph, you know, like how she evolved with the surf, obviously Kelly and stuff in the men's side, and I think it's also it's good to go to the top, but it's really hard to stay at the top, so if we can just manage to continue, and as long as it's making us happy, it's perfect.
The last thing before we let you go, you want to say anything to friends and family back home?
Oui, merci à tout le monde d'avoir regardé. Merci à toute ma famille qui était ici, qui m'ont soutenu jusqu'au bout avec tous les Lay Day. Je fais un coucou, un gros bisou à Simon et à Manoa. J'espère que vous avez passé un bon moment à me regarder. C'est pour vous qui passez tellement de temps à la maison pour me soutenir dans tout ça.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Absolutely beautiful. The emotions hitting Joanne Defay right at the end of that speech to her friends and family back home, and that's what it's all about. You know, they're so focused on winning. She got it done. Now it's ready to celebrate. This last wave here for Griffin Colapinto just came through at a 7.10, Jesse.
Great surfing for him right there. Very aggressive. The wave was very critical. Right here, first massive turn straight into just kind of a short bottom turn, lip line. Yeah, just beautiful surfing from Griffin overall.
Big bowling section to really enjoy, to back up the 6.67 already.
Yeah, you know, vertical, crisp, fast surfing. That backhand you were saying, he just looks like he's throwing it up there and just into, like, that was a Hail Mary almost, and he came down with it over the board. I love it. There's some great surfing from Griffin right there.
I love this crowd too, and I'm sorry, Strider, they're chanting for you right now. I'm gonna have to get you down there in the mix to feel this finals day energy. Go get amongst it, my friend.
Are you throwing me out of the booth right now?
Dude, I just got to get you down on the beach.
Because of my call from the scores earlier or something?
No, you've been on fire. I just need your excitement down there. Get down there.
I'm out of here.
Get down there. We'll get you an escort. No selfies, please. Griffin, 7.10, 6.67 before that. Ewing in the second spot with a 1.5 and a 1.23. In a subtle combination at the moment, but this is that new school rivalry, USA, Australia. You can make your, Aki Curran references. Hasn't built to that weight yet, but it feels like it has the capability of getting there one day.
No doubt, and I think rivalry are created with time spent in water. So the more those guys surf, the more fire they get, because one start beating the other and one wants to just up the other a little bit better, and that's when things go down. And these guys are just in the beginning of their careers. They have so much to look forward. Both of them still no titles, but both very capable of getting titles. And we're going to see them for the next 10 years, no doubt.
Yeah, they haven't had a ton of matchups yet, but they had a very important one for their career. Their biggest one was at the WSL Finals in September last season, and Ethan had to quiet the noise of the lower trestles crowd when he looked back and it was a sea of red. The majority were backing Griffin on that day, and it was Ethan who showed up with an updated rail game that's considered the best on tour, ended up finishing runner-up to Felipe Toledo when it was all said and done.
Yeah, definitely. He's right up there. I think him, Felipe, and John are just on another level as far as rail surfing. The amount of speed and power that they carry through the fins and the rail is second to none. Obviously, Ethan looks a little bit smoother, a little bit more classy than both of the other guys, but overall, it's fun to watch them all.
It's a great crew that you mentioned there, just pushing the level of the modern day rail game on tour on the open face. Yeah, Ewing's style was often compared to Andy Irons when he first came on tour. It was rare to hear his name said without the automatic mention of Andy. I think there's a lot of reasons for that. One, because we miss Andy so much. I think it just felt so good to have a comparable, looking at his back arm, seeing how Andy used to hold it through carves. But as we know, you continue to watch Ethan, he definitely has a style of his own tempo, his own rhythm, his own way of lighting up big sections. And this year it's been amazing to watch him evolve, coming off the injury at Tahiti last year, turning in even harder work in between heats. This guy's just got one goal in mind.
And it seems very clear for both of these surfers. Like you see when they hit the water, they have that champion's face, they have that clear path, they know what their goal is, and they don't get themselves caught in distractions or get too excited or any of this. Like, they just look on point every time they get in the water. Rarely ever you're going to see them committing mistakes, and this is what it takes to be a world champ. Obviously, I wasn't one, but it seems like that's what it takes. You need to have that set goal, and nothing can really rattle you around, and it's so easy. There's so much distraction going on. We have 40,000 people on the beach, and yeah, they're doing a good job.
A lot of things that can take you off your game, but you can tell it's not just Ethan's hope to be a world champ. His dad's right there with him. You see him at the grocery store, and Ethan's a very popular human being where he goes these days, and his dad will run in, get the grocery shopping done, while Ethan will kind of hide out and take some quiet time in the car. They just have their days planned out really well with his sessions, and he's working with Snake this year. That's been a great relationship as a coach, as we see that wave run through unridden. Still nice and glassy is Tommy and Snake, the two coaches here in the final, two best friends. I mean, I think for these guys, they've got to be pinching themselves just as much as the guys in the water. I mean, this is a dream come true.
And they make it very fun. I remember seeing them like basically having their picks every time a heat was coming up to make it fun at Bells Beach, the stairs. So they're always having a good time, and I think it gives a good environment for the athletes because it's very stressful. There's a lot on the line, and they try to make as fun as possible, but still keep their head on the game. So it's a good duo right there.
Yeah, they're doing a great job, especially in this event, having Crosby as well in the semifinals for Tommy Whitaker. We talk about Snake on tour a lot, but yeah, Tommy had an incredible career, very consistent. Was always really smart at identifying really good waves. But it's their love for surfing, for competing, that just doesn't die out. Their commitment to traveling the world at this, part of their life, they're not slowing down anytime soon. Griffin the lead out front, 6.67 and a 7.10. Really been focusing on these lefts here at Super Tubos. He's been mixing it up on the rights as well, but I'm really seeing that focus on his backhand attack. He's been able to throw variety, big fin throws as well in the mix. I think it's a really solid game plan to get all the way here to the final heat of the contest.
No doubt. Those lefts have been mostly dependent on what tighter you're surfing. Those lefts really tend to line up, and he's making the most of it. His backhand's so lethal. His bottom turns, the drive he carries through is just very impressive, but it seems like he's going to look into a right.
So Griffin now chipping in, a little racetrack right. He'll get past that section, now pulls in, not quite for a vision, but he'll go for a climb now. He's just ramp hunting at the moment with the lead that he has from going left. If he sees one major air section, he'll go for it. Let's see what happened here.
Yeah, it looked like he was eyeing it down for maybe some air, and then he saw that the wave was going to kind of be a little hollow, but everything was kind of in between. Like, didn't really give him an opportunity for a barrel or for a clean turn or for an air. But he had to swing. He lost priority on that paddle that he kind of had a look at it, and Ethan was sitting with priority, so might as well. The wave kind of had a good look when he was paddling for. He's already sitting in a very solid scores, and just kind of have to give himself opportunities now to better those.
So Griffin still chasing a big section on the right. He ends up kicking out to a 2.5. Ethan with priority is going to roll into a left. Overhead and glassy as he just has to step off. Priority goes back to Griff.
Yeah, waves are kind of straight right now. It's hard to find those corners. You see right here, that wave just kind of doubling up, and he already identified as soon as he took off that the wave was just going to go down the line. And see, he's very relaxed. He's just waiting for that time to do the head first, trying to penetrate and get under the lip right there, so he can actually, what that does, it like you penetrate the water and go deep, so you come out of the back and basically doesn't even get pounded. Not always it works, but that's the idea.
Well, it's interesting because Ethan hasn't really done that a lot today. I mean, just stepping into waves and kicking out without a big score. He's been identifying the gems so well. Griffin out in front, rapid cutback to kick things off. Now looking for a section just to step off. Tommy can't watch just for a moment. He'll catch his breath. That's Scotty Hammond's looking in. And Ethan Ewing now setting up a vertical. Big solid re-entry, an absolute hammer through the backwash and holds his line. That's probably why Tommy was shaking his head, and Snake is just chuckling inside. That was the turning moment that they needed to go Ethan's way.
And that's exactly what I was going to mention. No wonder why Tommy was freaking out, because he saw what was behind, just a way cleaner wave, doubling up. See right here, doubling up, and he's just goes straight vertical. So much pizzazz into another, even more critical. That thing tried to just destroy him, and he was landing with the backwash, but he's very fit right now. Beautiful first turn, and this bottom turn was clutch for this very quick, aggressive airdropping out of the sky. Just the body movement is always on point. That front arm, bringing it all the way back around, getting that board vertical, and then putting back under the chest to give that stability. And right here, just literally there's a 1 foot backwash coming at him as he was landing. And on the other side, someone's very happy. Jake Pedersen.
Jake is so happy with that performance. He should be. Those were just crushing sections, those 2 turns, in a tight, critical manner. And it's exactly what Ethan needed. Remember, he was comboed before that. That's long gone. And he's going to start getting some momentum in this heat. For Ethan, he's never made finals day in Peniche. So you think about the positioning his now, backing up his year last year where he finished runner-up in the world, now finding success at a venue where he hasn't done well in the past. Now heading into Bells, he'll be the defending event champion. And a great place to kick off this season. Numbers in from Ethan Ewing's last wave. It's a 7.4, the best wave of the finals so far.
Yeah, and that's all because of how critical, once again, Ethan was able to get just straight vert. I think Griffin had a glimpse of that on that 6.67 with that first big gash, but the wave died out big time. And on the other hand, Ethan just went straight into another great bottom turn and even a better turn. So the combination of critical maneuvers really paying that off right there for him.
Ethan Ewing's got a great surfing family. His whole family rips. He brought his brother to G-Land the other year. Goofy foot version of Ethan, and was just putting on a clinic out there on those running lefts down the reef. Ethan's dad on hand. Ethan's mom passed away a long time ago. Won the event at Bells. Ethan was able to do the same thing his mom did last season. It was an emotional moment on the podium last year. Just such an incredible story of trying to do the same thing his mom did last season and accomplish that. He'll try to go back to back. Looking at 14 minutes though in this one, and Griffin still has priority and the lead. Ethan looking for a 6.37, and sorry Strider, had to get you down to the sand for the rest of this final. What's the energy like down there?
It's pretty insane. I'm down here with all the beautiful people, and you know what? They love it. Look at these people. They're just enjoying the beach right now. These guys are down here. The vibe is high. They're having a soda. They're down here on the beach. A couple of Coronas going down. You know what? What better place? Come down. Best show on earth for free. Are you kidding me? At the beach, get your feet in the sand. Doesn't get any better. Right now, we got some answers to happen out in the water, though. I want to see some more action.
Do you forgive me for sending you down there now? That's a good place to watch.
I'm really stoked to be down here. Look at all these people. It's like insane. It's like they're all psyched. They love it. Let's go.
Good man, Waz, enjoying it with all the fans here. That's one of the best things about traveling around the world, meeting the local people and all the great local surfers that give us this lineup throughout the week. We can't thank you enough. And for supporting pro surfing like you do, through the moves to the jetty, back here at Super Tubos, to the holds on the low tide. As we have 13 minutes on the final, we've got a couple of important sevens on the board. One for Griff, one for Ethan. Let's break them down, Jesse.
Yeah, just simple task right here. Like why this wave was so important actually for Ethan Ewing. As you see it right here, he's going to get up vert. Massive turn right there. Even throwing more buckets for Griffin, but just the transition right there for Griffin was a little short, so he had to get up there a little bit late and had to go lateral. And on contrast right here, look how vertical that turn was from Ethan. Just 12 o'clock, hanging on for dear life after the backwash, and that was the difference. Just he was able to get 2 turns back-to-back vertical, and Griffin had to kind of go down the line and do a lip line for closing out. So that was that point of difference, very close.
Ethan now live, chasing down a section on his forehand. Perfect bottom turn, nice vertical connection off the lip, and now lays into it with the fin throw. But unloads everything on that DHD, Darren Hanley design, and throws that finish away, but it would have been massive. One more look here.
Yeah, he kind of had to go big first turn. Just kind of had to place the board up vertical, and the section wasn't as critical as he was hoping for. He had kind of a split, and he had to just go for a Hail Mary in order to get that score that he was needing for. If he just finished it strong, he might have not even got. So, in my opinion, I think it was the right decision for him to go big. He just needed to land it. That's why Jake's just so bummed. See, not at this level. You cannot commit mistakes at this level.
Those guys are having a ball, but it's intense. They know there's so much on the line. 11:15 remaining Ethan Ewing chasing a 6.37. And with the fall, that last score just a 2.87, which is his low score at the moment. Griff with priority has a decision to make. He will use it. So he sees himself improving on a 6.67 here, and he just throws priority back to Ethan.
Not at this level. That's gonna be the phrase saying for both coaches. You can't give those opportunities, and let's see if Ethan's gonna capitalize.
Ethan right into motion, big hack there. One more section, he flows over it, but he slips off. The mistakes are going back and forth with these two in the lineup. Their coaches are falling over in the Red Bull athlete zone. I'm gonna give him a seatbelt or something. This has been an emotional roller coaster. There's still 10:15 to go on the clock. What happened here?
I mean, he was looking great. That was a beautiful first setup turn, lots of spray, very critical. And right here, he went, how much speed he actually hanged out of there and just landed a little bit too much on his front foot. His foot went a little bit to the rail on the inside edge, and he just fell forward over the handlebar. So that's basically what happened right there for him.
Now Griffin checking out a right-hand wall. He's got the speed, he'll pull in, Griffin makes it. Now setting up a turn off the lip, jams it with the tail blow, and Griffin Colapinto hangs on to a beautiful combination. Well played from Griff after knowing that he made a priority mistake a couple times in this final that let Ethan back in, and now gets absolutely shacked here.
That was a beautiful read for Griffin. Just what a gift of a wave. Nice first barrel. And right here, how's this board control? He literally drifted for about 2 feet on the lip right there. And it was impressive how he was able to maintain calmness throughout that turn. Once you're doing those board slides, as you're gonna see it right here, you basically have a lot of lift under your board, and you kind of have that sensation of things not going right. And he just kept it very calm and still until he engaged again and gained back speed. So that was so impressive from him. Griffin just holding it down right there, nerves of steel.
Big smiles from his younger brother, Crosby, who made the semifinals in this event. Crosby's best result to date. It is his rookie debut, but Cros did have a few wild cards on the CT level, including one here a few years back when he was just a teenager. But this one was big because his brother was also coming in to play on finals day. They had the shot at being in the final together, but it's Ethan and Griff for the next 8:22. Waiting for the numbers for last at Griffin Colapinto as we take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll crown our champion right after this. Welcome back to the final of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona. Ethan Ewing, Griffin Colapinto, still with 6:30 on the clock. Before we went to break, we saw Griffin get a nice round cylinder, made it out, and hammered it shut to make an improvement to an 8.27. Now this is the new best score of the final, Jesse.
Yeah, that's what we're standing off right now, and this is what's very impressive for me right there, just that board slide, and saw how he kind of stayed still for quite a split second right there. That's very hard to do. It's easy for you to get a sense of urgency and try to move the board around, but he just waited for those fins to engage back again and gained that drive, and that was beautiful from Griffin.
Now a little chip in for Colapinto as he heads left. A big cave setting up, pulls up and under, still traveling. Colapinto into daylight. What a read from Griffin Colapinto. It almost felt like time was standing still, and that thing just opened wide for him. Perfect read, management of speed, and absolutely getting blown out. If his wave before was an 8.27, where are we going with this?
I mean, what else can I say? He disappeared for quite a few times. A few chandeliers came up, and he came out clean. And what was so impressive about this wave is where he took off. When he was paddling, there's foam all over him, so he couldn't see anything until he got to the bottom of that wave. That was so clutch from Griffin. And just look at that body positioning, so technical. High lining, standing still, and see right there, one chandelier coming down, another chandelier coming down. This makes it so technical and hard for him to do. Just beautiful body positioning right there, coming out clean. This is the best score of the heat so far.
Mind-blowing performance from Colapinto and back-to-back waves. Crosby absolutely losing his mind.
Jake knows it's trouble right there. He already knew. He saw that.
He's close with all those guys personally, but he's focused on Ethan Ewing. Tommy Whitaker, Griff's coach, on his feet as we stand by for numbers. 4 minutes on the clock. And how about this? A 9.67, 8.27, back-to-back for the Californian. Griffin out in front, and Ethan Ewing is now in a severe combination. Griffin holding back there, but Ethan will now have to do the impossible to get back in this final.
What a momentum shift too. Like, it seems like Ethan was just finding his way back out in the heat. Had that fall over the handlebars, and then as soon as that happened, just Griffin came out with an 8.27 and a 9.67 in a matter of, I don't know, a few minutes apart. So that was very impressive from Griffin.
Down to 3:25 on the clock. Strider, did you find the hardware downstairs?
We found some hardware. I tried to pick it up. I almost broke my back. Good thinking these guys are athletes, because these things are really, really heavy. I got a one-hander. They're the runner-up, but you know what? I think Ethan's going to be holding this one, because this thing right here is just top-notch. Super incredible. Let's see him. I mean, that wave Griffin got was incredible. I don't know. Waves are getting better, though. A little bit of time left. He's up against it.
He certainly is, Strider. Geez, the 9.67 was just something we hadn't seen really all day. You know, you come to Super Tubos and you want a little bit of everything. We certainly got it. But the event just saving the best for last. Ethan Ewing pulls in, trying to stay calm, even though he's got a big combination to break down. That one's going to land on his head. Down to 225, still needing 2 new waves to come back. A rematch from the WSL Finals. They also had a heat in the regular season back at Sunset Beach where Griffin won. And these two, they're just starting as we take a look at this left again.
Yeah, as he was taking off, there's like water breaking, like wave breaking on top of him. So he couldn't see anything on that takeoff, and just identifying down the line, going through those chandeliers, foam ball, kind of a little spit, coming out clean, doing the AI claim, and that's it.
That's always going to look good. Griffin's probably just running off adrenaline right now to change gears in this heat multiple times, Jesse. There's about 5 different stories that have happened in this final. Look at the turns from Griff to start, 6.67, 7.10. Priority mistakes let Ethan back in when he took a wave and just kicked out. Then Ethan got the 7.4. That kind of felt like Ethan's opportunity for the total rhythm change of this final.
Yeah, and then Ethan had another opportunity, and then that was time for Ethan to commit a mistake, and then kind of Griffin just stealing that moment, and most likely going to take this one home, because with 1 minute and 6 seconds left, needing a combination of almost 18 points, you're looking for a 10 and an 8 right now, Joe. It's a big task in 59 seconds, and I don't even think there's enough time for it.
That is so radical. Remember, the yellow jersey is on the line in this final. The winner takes it to bells. Right now, that's looking like Griff with 45 seconds to go.
It's looking good, Griff. Defending champ here about 2 years ago. Just showing how much rhythm he has with this place. Had 10-point rides here before, and
the search back in 2009, we saw Mick Fanning, then to Kelly Slater. Those are world title years. De Souza won in 2011 over Kelly in the final. Julian Wilson got his first CT win at this venue. Very close decision over Gabriel Medina. Kai Otten, Nat Young, all Goofy Foot final to follow. That was a big one for Kai, an emotional speech on the podium. Mick won again in 2014. But now we're seeing another multiple-time event champion. This year it goes to Griffin Colapinto, taking out the male Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona, with one of the best combined heat totals of the season.
that was impressive from Griffin, and I love just his road to victory right here. And I'm just every heat he was just pushing a little bit more and looking a little better, and just to save the best for finals. Just impressive stuff there for Griffin.
Now the victory lap on the Red Bull ski. Now 4 championship tour wins to his name, and he'll be signing a lot of autographs once he gets to the beach as well. A popular human being, happy-go-lucky. He's got a bit of Aki in him, just that natural vibe that you want to be around. And a hard-working athlete that's diving deep into his meditative states and channeling good vibes and huge performances. Crossed, walking down with the American flag to celebrate a huge win for his big brother.
What a day for the family. A first and a third coming out from Portugal, just over the moon.
Oh, big day for the USA. Colapinto takes yellow, #1 in the world, into Bells Beach. Had some tougher heats to kick off the season, but was right there outside the top 10. And then just found a rhythm here that was just hard to compete with. A lot of great performers from Southern California, used to wearing thicker wetsuits, waking up for cold sessions, beach break conditions like this. Be pretty natural for someone like Griff for where he grew up.
No doubt. And he's just an all-around surfer. You need to be, in order to win here, you have to be good in air both ways. You have to be good at tube riding, big or small, and you have to be good on rails. So just show an all-around surfer that he is. Also Ethan, both deserve to be in this final. Griffin taking the nod, in my opinion, best surfer of the event after taking down Gabriel.
That was huge for Griff. Big embrace from his brother Crosby. The Cola Bros will be covering all this event. They love editing movies. I can't wait to see what they come out with for their highlight reel from Peniche, Portugal. Jake Marshall down there to congratulate a longtime friend. And it looks like it will be Jake and Cross on the chair. All 3 of these guys doing a great job at stop #3 this season.
So much. Thanks for coming, Marshall.
Tyler,
Holy shit. Look at the foam that came, Kyle! Oh my god, next level! Yeah, good. Love you guys. Yeah, Hamps. Woo!
What a day for Griffin Colapinto with that incredible support crew. Working so hard to get to where he is today. Now world #1 and a two-time champ of this event. And what a way to do it, getting barreled, almost getting a 10, 9.67, 8.27 before that. We're gonna have a lot of those finals with Ethan Ewing throughout their career. Let's hear from the champ now with AJ.
Yeah, Griffin down here still celebrating the moment as you should. Waited long enough in that heat to find those barrels that you told me you were looking for. How did you stay calm and ready for them?
I think it was weird. I started off really good, and then Ethan and I were just like trading off mistakes, like back and forth, just kind of blowing it. And then he took the final straw, and then I ended up getting that right down the way. And I came out of the barrel, and I went for that second turn. It was the craziest thing. I pretty much fell, like both my I was like on my knees, and then somehow I like went from my knees back up to my feet and made it somehow. And then that just like switched the momentum, and then got down the beach for that 9 and finished off with the barrel.
This has been such a special event to watch you and Crosby go through almost arm in arm all the way up to the final. How did you guys lean on each other here in Peniche?
Yeah, it was really nice. Like watching Crosby surf his heats, I was so invested in what he was doing that I felt like I was surfing like twice as many heats because I was watching him so closely that I would see what he would do and I'd be like, okay, do that, don't do that, don't do that, and then take it into my heat. And it was like I don't know, I heard this saying like, when a fire's burning, like add an extra log and it burns twice as strong. So yeah, the fire is burning extra strong now.
And especially when you look at the rankings and see where you fall because of this win heading into the Australia leg, just how much does it mean to you to jump so high in the rankings, take that yellow alert jersey?
Wait, what was it?
How much does it mean to you to jump in the rankings? Sorry.
Oh, okay, yeah, it means a lot. Yeah, I mean, I started off with 2 nights in Hawaii, and I was kind of tripping because I feel like I worked really hard in the off season. I mean, I had hip surgery in the off season, and that was really challenging, and it took me about 3 months to get back in the water and put so much effort in, and then I went over to Hawaii, got 2 nights, and I was like, oh, like, you think it's gonna pay off right away, but you know, sometimes you just gotta trust it, and now I gotta win, so I'm psyched.
And I know you said it every single time we've talked, just how much it means the people watching back home, staying up late to root you on. What do you want to say to those back in the States?
Oh, I'm sure all my friends and family are at someone's house watching right now. I love you guys so much, and you know who you are, so yeah, everyone that supports me, it means so much, and a lot of this event I was doing for you guys, so just know that, each and every one of you guys, I love you guys.
Congratulations, Griff.
Okay, thank you.
Well done, you. Sorry, I stumbled all over that.
Griffin Colapinto celebrating what's been an amazing road to this point. And we know he had the best year to date last year, finishing 3rd in the world, but reminding us of that hip surgery. He was actually out of the water for majority of the off season. And then getting a couple of nights, he definitely had to dig deep and keep that belief in himself, something he's been so good at practicing each and every day. A worthy champion 2 times over here in Peniche.
Yeah, just very impressive for Griffin. And like, I loved how he mentioned sometimes he just wants to rush into things. Like he obviously was out of the water for a few months and came back, and results didn't reflect as he wanted, but just around the corner, sometime a wise man said, CJ Hobgood, you never know you're going to win, and today was Griffin's day.
Today was the day. Griffin Colapinto and Joanne Defay taking big wins at stop number 3 here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona. Speaking of Corona, it's time to party. The Corona Post Show is coming up next, led by Paul Evans, Jesse Mendez, and Strider Wazalewski. We'll see you then.
Welcome to the Corona Post Show, a monumental day for pro surf and a new chapter in the history books here in Europe. Peniche, Portugal has been the spot the last 10 days. We have been picking the eyes out of conditions and delivering you champions. The last day of the waiting period and clutch performances when it mattered most. Everything that went down before this was set up. It was all about bringing your best for the final, able to do that. Joanne de Fey resurgent from her, coming back really strong for a win in the Atlantic waters. And Griffin Colapinto, past champion here 2 years ago, lit a fire under his season this year with another massive, massive performance. Loads of big talking points to break down from a fantastic event, a brilliant finals day. Everything seemed to come together, just click together. It took some pretty solid nerves, I would say, to make decisions to wait and hold off and come back and try and get the most important heats done in the best conditions. Felt like we did that. Here to talk through those points, joining myself, Paul Evans, Jesse Mendez, Strider Wasilewski. Gentlemen, are we not entertained?
I am definitely entertained. That was an amazing end of the day. We had basically Griffin step up to the occasion, obviously taking down an informed Gabriel Medina, 3-time world champ. This is a win itself. And coming back and taking out Ethan with the 2 last waves that he had were impressive.
I think those were the 2 best. That last wave was the best wave of the entire event, I felt like. As far as the form of that wave and the size and the barrel, like it was, like you said, nerves of steel to call this event and when to call it on again. Hats off to the organizers.
Yeah, some of those decisions to hold off. We had waves earlier. It was serviceable. It was highly contestable earlier in the week here, wasn't it? And you know what? We're like, we think we can get better. We're pretty confident in the forecast. Let's try and really put our finalists in the best possible surf conditions. And Super Tubos delivered. It was actually, I'm going to say, it's actually slightly better than we were anticipating. Yesterday we were looking at the forecast and we're thinking, well, it's going to be fun. There's going to be some size. But it actually delivered some real quality. Let's check out the road to the final. Here's the men's bracket, and Griffin Colapinto, he basically had to do it against the 2 most informed surfers of the whole event.
Yeah, and when you take down Gabriel Medina, and Gabriel with the momentum that he had just shift towards him, and for him to take that down, that was a win itself, and just beautiful surfing overall for him.
He also had to beat Joan Duru early, you know, and Joan Duru is one of those guys that is really a deadly assassin in a European beach break, you know, and, you know, for him to get that work done, but you know what? He went vertical, and on the backhand, he just stuck to it. It was working, and he did not give up on it. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
No doubt, and redirecting the turns every time. He was looking at those lefts pretty much the whole day. Obviously much bigger, as you see, and cleaner right here than the first heat, but this is the type of turn that he was doing, bringing the board all the way back around, coming out clean. Just a lot of board control right there for Griffin, and just identifying very good waves and maximizing, kind of like making Gabriel against the wall.
Magic board from last year. This board came back into the quiver line. It's riding all these different boards throughout the waiting period, throughout the event in the beginning, and then said, you know what, where's my magic board? Pulled it out, and gave him a sense of confidence. This is the final, and he went to town. I mean, how was that lip slide after the barrel for completion? But Jesse, his final wave just didn't get any better.
How's this? Taking off with crumble on top of you. You know that, Strider, how sketchy that is. Like, you basically don't see anything, and he's just eyeing it down and feeling it. Just knowing down the line was going to open it up. Going through a chandelier right there, which it doesn't make it easy, and another one to finish it off. Just fumble right in, beautiful surfing.
The thing about holding the line through all that white water and everything that's coming down on you, you just have to have the belief in what you've done, right? You're setting an edge, and you've got to just trust yourself, and that's something that he's been working on out in the back, sitting in the fields, meditating and deciding whether he's going to win this or not, and there he was for the win.
A special relationship for Griffin Colapinto with Super Tubos, with Peniche, Portugal, got even better today. And how often do we talk about surfers peaking early in events, making the highlight reels? But it was all about staying alive in this one, throughout calls, throughout tides, and just hanging on in and coming back for finals day. Medina justifiably all the hype for him. Griffin Colapinto dispatched him. And then Ethan Ewing in that final, really impressive to see the numbers. I mean, that's, you know, finals are always going to be fun because there's so much at stake, but they don't always deliver the best serve and the best numbers. Look at those scores from Griffin Colapinto.
That's what we're talking about. This event and that surfer peaked at the same time. And that on the final day, it just doesn't, on a Saturday, let's go. I love it.
So another really cool storyline to our season with Griffin Colapinto getting on the podium, really launching his campaign for 2024. He's going to be in the yellow jersey as well, heading over to Bells. Loads of fun talking points for that. But you know what? Let's go down for the awards presentation with Joe Turpel.
Obrigado, Paul. Hi, everybody. To the bang. Muito obrigado. Thanks so much for hosting us every single year here in Peniche. This is really cool to see all your happy faces. You're such a big part of pro surfing. We look forward to seeing you every year. We miss you when we leave. Thanks for having us. This is the official award presentation for the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona. It's the third stop of the 2024 Championship Tour. So many things to celebrate along the way. We always celebrate International Women's Day throughout the waiting period, and it was great really catching up with a lot of the local legends and pioneers like Teresa Abraços, who joined us in the booth, and all the ones that sets the stage for what was to come in the future. How about Kika? How cool is it seeing her in the main event? Francisca Veselko, great job to all of our local wild cards as well. Young Matthias, the first ever from right here on this peninsula of Peniche, the truest local that's ever been in this contest. That was really cool. This place tests you, and it also tests all of our officials. Big round of applause for everybody doing such a great job going mobile throughout this event. It kind of brings you back to that feeling of the search where it could be at Super Tubos, it could be down by the jetty, and that was such a great score and led to finishing in dreamy conditions out front at Super Tubos. It challenges them in beach breaks, reading a lineup, airs, turns, barrels, everything you'd hope for at a beach break on the championship tour. Obrigado. Big thank you to MEO, Rip Curl, and Corona, our title partners for this event. And also our partners, Portugal Tourism, Yeti, Shiseido, Red Bull, Bonsoy, True Surf, Surfline, Apple Watch, Eventbrite, Vistla, EDP, Millennium Bank, and Hertz. Obrigado. Thank you so much for the support of this event. Special thanks to this great city of Peniche, the local community, and all the surfers that share this incredible place with us, along with our We Are One Ocean partner, Peniche Ocean Watch. You guys are doing such a great job. Thanks for bringing us in and let us being a part of your great cause. We can't get enough of thanking all the thousands and thousands of people, all of you that come here for the waiting period. And glad you got to see the finale in great conditions here on Saturday. You always provide some of the biggest audience in person at the championship tour level. Thanks for being here. Some great people up here with me today. Let's start with our president of WSL Europe, Francisco Spinola. Man, you love what you do. And you're a great surfer, great friend, and a big part of this event. Thanks for always doing such a great job. Let's hear it for Francisco. The mayor of Peniche. We always love catching up with our mayor, Enrique. Thanks for having us once again. We love hanging out in your town. Thanks for hosting us. Let's hear it for Enrique. Enrique Bertino. And also Jose, right here on this side of me, Jose Farinha, representative Rip Curl. Always a great face. Thanks for representing Rip Curl all these years in this amazing spot, Peniche, Portugal. Miguel Guerra from MEO, thank you. Always love being in your company, and thanks for supporting Championship Tour Surfing. Always great to see you, my friend. One more time for these great people. Without them, this wouldn't happen. Helping us with the awards ceremony. Now let's see our champions. This man, runner-up in the men's final, runner-up in the world last season. He just gets better and better every time he competes. Let's hear it for Australia's Ethan Ewing. Ethan Ewing has never made finals day here in Peniche until this season. Something clicked. You made it look so easy, just like you're surfing on a wave, man. Going to the final, though, I know you've known Griffin for a really long time, from your grommethood through the juniors. What did it mean to share a final with him out there today at Super Tubos?
Yeah, it was super cool. We're really good friends. Well, we haven't really had too many man-on-man heats together, and I'm sure there's many more to come. Finals are super special with him, and yeah, he did great out there, so congrats to him.
Working through all the changing moods of Peniche and the different conditions you had to surf, what are you most proud of with your surfing when you look back with the runner-up finish?
Yeah, I don't know. I think when I came to Portugal, I was like really unhappy with my surfing. I felt like I was like just surfing so bad. But just to kind of pull through that, and the cold water's challenging. Just getting over the travel on the other side of the world before here, and but I always love coming to Portugal. It's my favorite place to come to. So yeah, I want to say a big thank you to everyone that's come down and supported us. It means a lot. So thank you.
Well done, Ethan. Have fun traveling home. Best of luck defending your belt. Ethan Ewing, everybody, runner-up in the men's final. Runner-up in the women's final, and featuring in the final here in Peniche for the first time, a two-time world champion. Let's hear it for Tyler Wright. Great job, Tyler. Tyler doing so well in this event here at Super Tubos, and I've just been really enjoying your post-interviews. I always have, but this one was really a cool turning point to see how great you're feeling, and it definitely translated to your performance in the water. How do you break down a nice runner-up finish and just feeling as good as you are in 2024?
Yeah, it's amazing. I feel like this has been a really key point for my year. It's taken me a while to figure out some of the different changes that I've had going on, and really excited to be in Portugal. Honestly, I love Portugal. This is like, I feel like my wife's favorite event all year. So thank you, Portugal, for having us. You guys are an epic crowd. I think you're one of the best. Thank you so much. But yeah, no, I've really enjoyed myself.
Yeah, it definitely shows. And what do you want to say for the veterans? You know, coming into this Final Four and putting yourself back in a solid position on the rankings, obviously with the changes with the younger guard, the first two stops, did it feel good for the established crew to kind of have the last laugh of this event?
No, I love the young ones coming through. I think they're developing the sport so well. And I think for me, it's an absolute honor and a privilege to be in the position that I am in, and to be able to work as hard as we do, and to kind of build the careers that we have, and then as well to share that with a younger generation coming through, and always kind of trying to uplift them and go, hey, like, we've gone down these rabbit holes, like, you don't need to, like, kind of, and try and be our best version of ourselves in this sport, and hopefully the next generation can be better than us.
Well said, Tyler. Congratulations on a great result. Best of luck going 3 in a row at Bells Beach.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Tyler Wright, runner-up in that event. That was cool to see. And now a guy who's won out here now 2 times in his career. World number 1. Let's hear it for Griffin Colapinto. That thing's got some weight to it, Griff. You can go ahead and throw it up in the air when you're ready. Let's hear it for Griff. What an entertaining finals day. There's so much to talk about. It was so cool when I'd be on a break and I'd see you in the dunes in this really cool place, just getting your mindset right. Then seeing you with your brother, sharing finals day with him, and then having it all come true. Can you relate that process of what you saw yourself doing maybe before we saw it happen?
Yeah, this is probably one of the most special events of my life, having Crosby make it all the way to the semis, and an opportunity for us to both be in the final. It was an amazing experience, and it was just so cool to watch him grow. We've had a long road together. You know, it's been quite the roller coaster ride where he's either down and I'm up, or I'm down and he's up, and for us to finally start peaking at the same time felt so good. I mean, I'm 25, he's 22, so yeah, it's come a long way.
Also, looking at your road to the final, longtime friends with Gabriel Medina, he looked like a beast throughout the early rounds, and then to Ethan Ewing. I mean, looking back at what you accomplished, how did you get all the way through some of the biggest names in the event?
Just strong belief in myself. You know, when you do all the right things, my preparation's been feeling super good, yeah, like the meditating I've been doing and all the prep I did on the off season, a lot of hard work. I had hip surgery on my labrum, so that put me out of the water for about 3 months. I went to a retreat, a week-long meditation retreat. That felt really good, and you know, just falling in love with the things that make you feel good, I think, is kind of the secret. And I don't know, it's really cool to see it kind of coming together. The first 2 events in Hawaii wasn't doing it, and yeah, it's exciting.
And then that final, having so many different things maybe go wrong and then go right, and then to get the 8, then to the 9, getting barreled, that feeling of getting those 2 scores back to back. What did that feel like, knowing that you're getting even closer to a huge win?
Yeah, it was a wild heat. It's really cool to be in the final with Ethan. The last heat we had was at my home break lower trestles in the final 5, and he kind of waxed me, so felt good to get one back on him, and now I think we're pretty even. And that was our first final together, so it was a special one. And yeah, it's funny, we were kind of both like just making a bunch of mistakes and midway through the heat, like just trading off mistakes, and then I think he made one, and then that put me onto this right, and I got barreled and did a turn, and it just like float stated me into that left and came out of that one, and then I don't know, I just felt like I tapped in source on that one.
Number 1 in the world. You're going to wear bright yellow heading into Bells. What does that mean to you?
Oh, it feels insane. I mean, it's 3rd event of the year. There's still at 6 to go or something. So, yeah, it's a long road. And, yeah, I'm just super psyched right now. And thank you to everyone that came down today. It's really special to have you all here. It's seriously means the world. Like, without you guys, this would be nothing. So, thank you so much. I love all of you. Portugal's the raddest.
Let's hear it for Griffin Colapinto, your champion of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona. We've got one more champion coming your way, representing Reunion Island in France. Your champ of this event for the first time in her career. Let's hear it for Joanne DeFay. Joanne DeFay, 2014 Rookie of the Year, former number 3 in the world. And her first win since G-Land, recovering from her injury. What are these things made of? You want an assist? We got to chat for a little bit. You love it, okay, hang on to it. Joanne, really cool to see you on the podium again. It feels like it hasn't been that long, but I know from your injury and coming back into form this year, your motivation looks like it's back to where it belongs, but it looks like you're really enjoying the process. Can you tell us what's going on?
Yeah, thanks everybody for coming down. Yeah, like Griff said, it's very special. I don't know, I'm from Europe, obviously. I'm from France. I'm really proud to win here. It's been a long process. I've broke my foot too. I went to surgery too last year, and I was home for a couple of months, missed some event, had a bit of a hard time to get back into the contest process again and feel the fire for competition. And but it was good too, you know. I had less pressure. It felt good. But yeah, I think for performance and when I want to perform, I need to be a little bit stressed and you know, like feeling that fire. It is, we put ourselves into a mindset to perform, to put our best, to want, like a wants to be here every day and to be better and to want it more than someone else. It's just a process of every day. It's just every single day. And so it does feel special. It feels special, but I'm super happy too. Like the injury and the process made me grow, and I think I'm a little bit more with a step back and more relaxed about competing, and whatever happens. But it does feel good to win, though. I'm really happy today, and thank you again for everybody to come down.
I saw you had a huge support crew up there in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Can you name everybody that came down here to support you? Most of your family came down to watch. Who's up there?
Yeah, they come up because we are all the way back to Reunion Island. So I know my sister and the kids, and my mom and dad. Only my husband and his son is missing, but anyway, a lot of my family came, and it was just so special. Thank you so much for coming down and always supporting me. And I know even if you're far, you're always here for me, but it is special. Thanks.
Joanne Defay, you're number 2 in the world. Enjoy the moment and best of luck at Bells Beach.
Thanks, Troy.
Let's party, you guys. Celebrate. Coronas are flowing. You guys better close your eyes. It's going to sting. Thanks for having us, you guys. This was extra special. Everyone around the world watching online, we'll see you at Bells, and we'll continue on with the Corona post shows. We'll send it back to you, Paul.
Fantastic. Nice work, Joe Topel. We'll give him, what, an 8.5? 8.5 for his performance there, Joey. Solid. He's good on those, isn't he?
I'm going higher. I'm going 9.5. I love that.
He's done a few of them before, though. We've got to take that into account.
Yeah, he's really good at what he does.
He's good. Do you know who else was good? Joanne Defay, representing Europe, going all the way for the big win there. Emotional time for her with all the family here, because she's from Europe, but she's from the other side of the world. A long way to come and support her. Let's check out the bracket for the women and see her road. And she had a couple of, well, major obstacles to get past, just in terms of the experience she's coming up against, and ultimately she brought her best when it counted the most, Jesse.
Yeah, no doubt about it. With those laps kind of starting to line up for the finals, like, it was deadly for her, you know? Like, you just know how good she is in her backhand, just how much power she carried through those turns, and that 70-70 sharp eye looked very good from the beginning.
Yeah, I really feel like the equipment was a big compliment to her style of surfing. And you know, when you take the backhand of Joanne Defay and you put a board under her feet, that's going to kind of give you a compliment to that, you're going to come up with what we've got today, which was the win. And I feel like putting all those things together, you know, Joanne has been improving constantly on tour. A little bit of a setback with the surgery, but look at her now, and the boards and her surfing really pushing hard and going vertical, and that's because of that tail rocker and everything that Marcio Zubi's doing on those sharp eyes.
And also, like, if you look, when it starts to be lefts, like, she just turned up to another level. Like you mentioned, she's probably the best, one of the best backhanders on lefts on tour. And she just looks so confident when she's on it. So just taking it home and making the most of it. Look at this turn right here, so critical. Air dropping off the sky, somehow managed to absorb all that impact and come out clean.
Not to mention, she usually does this over reef in Reunion Island, so she's not scared when she goes up to the backhand and gets loose in the lip and flies out, over the sand. So my hat's off to her. She did a great job at this event, obviously winning, but climbing back up from injury and getting through some mental things, like that takes a lot of work, a lot of personal time to get through.
Yeah, interesting to see that road back from an injury. It does take several events to build it up. She came with full momentum into this final. Not a huge one in terms of scores. I think Tyler Wright will be stoked with second. She might reflect a couple of big mistakes from her. She had a couple of bombs. She had the two biggest waves of the final and kind of blew them both. So food for thought for her. She's so good in Australia, though, as well. And she'll look to go big at Bells. Loads of cool storylines on the women's side of the draw.
I'm still stoked at the way she went after it, though. I mean, she might have fell, but if she made those maneuvers, she would have won. So, it's a fine line on whether she was, making a mistake or, becoming victorious.
Yeah, but I think, as well, when you talk about world champions, they are pretty hard on themselves in terms of expecting the very, very best. And, second place, a good result. She would love to get the win. Let's see how she responds. But already, what a great response here from her compared to what went down in Hawaii. Let's get into wave of the day. We mentioned before, it's all good when things come together for the most important heat. And guess what? Our wave of the day came when it counted the absolute most. This thing, not only the biggest number, just the most significant in terms of the context. Griffin Colapinto, his momentum, he just kept pushing it up and up and up. This was an unbelievably well-served wave.
How's that style off the bottom turn right there, just dragging the side of the leg, basically the half of his body. Look at that, half of his body is on the water, slowing himself down, putting just a great line and just trusting right there. All the rest was just trust and feel, because that was impressive from Griffin, and what a way to finish the event.
Completely disappeared looking into it. I mean, that's a deep barrel. And, he'd been surfing pipe and was a standout there. He did some beautiful backhand barrel rides. That one that he got in one of the early rounds was incredible. And to put himself up to #1 in the world after this win, It's got to feel great.
He'll be in the yellow jersey heading to Bells. Also, we can update you there just in terms of making the cut. Surfers down from Griff in first, including Ethan Ewan, John Florence and Jack Robinson. They're good. They've made the cut. No major shocks there, but nice to get that done early on. How do you like the look of that top 10? We kind of mixed things up quite a fair bit, actually, since Hawaii.
Yeah, I also really like the fact that Jake Marsha is right up there too. Just a very consistent start. It's a name that you usually don't see in the top 10, so just caught my attention. And it's cool that we have the 2 finalists of this event being number 1 and 2nd, and just show how close of a gap we have in between all the surfers this year.
Yeah, it's gonna be a really fun run down to the finals. But I do like what you said. You know, having somebody like Jake back there ready to attack from, you know, kind of, he's not the media darling, but look at him, he's right in it.
Ethan Ewing, a final finish here in Portugal and a massive emotional win for him at the iconic wave of Bells Beach. Brilliant surfing from him last year. That's where we're going next. And it's going to be really cool to see him defend that title. The sort of surfing he's doing is actually really interesting. In that awards presentation, he said he wasn't happy with his surfing coming into this event. I tell you what, the stuff he did in the heats was absolutely blistering, and exactly the type of surfing you feel works really well at Bells Beach.
It definitely does, and there's a few waves that just suits the surfer so well, and this is one of them for Ethan. And not to mention, this is not the most ideal conditions for him, but still, how good he is in a right-hand point. Imagine if we have those big walls at Bells Bowl, it's going to be impressive to watch.
Yeah, I'm calling at Bells one of the most, you know, he's almost unbeatable the way that he surfs. He's got that big, round, beautiful turn, then he's got the whip off the end of it, and he can go vertical into the lip layer. It's just such a beautiful platform for him.
Well, you'll have a bit of time to check out your fantasy teams ahead of Bells, but yeah, I would say Ethan Ewan, probably a pretty good bet. He's in the top tier now as well, of course, 2nd in the world. That's the story on the men's side. Let's dive into those rankings from the women. And no change in the yellow jersey. Molly Picklum will hang on to that. She's made the cut as well. Just her confirmed a big march up, obviously, from Joanne Defane. Betty Lou still looking good in 3rd, a quarter-final finish here. Anything leaping out at you guys? What have we learned here in terms of those women's top 10 from Portugal?
Well, definitely Joanne, a huge jump right there from her from the previous event. She had a couple of fits, and now she's just starting to just blow up. Making the most in this event, coming into Bells, 2nd place in the world.
And Lulu dropping way down. You know, she was looking solid coming into this event, so that's unfortunate for her. But you know, get back on that. There'll be some damage to be done over at Bells for her. She's great on the forehand out there.
A bit of symmetry looking forward to Bells also on the women's side. In terms of our runner-up here in Portugal, she was a champion last time out, and a really important venue for her as well in terms of her career and her family, going down there at a young age and representing at this wave at a sponsors event. And Tyler Wright was just absolutely blistering down there last year. She was actually incredible throughout the regular season last year, put up massive points on the board throughout the season in sort of close run to go into final 5, and a lot of that was down to really the campaign she got going at Bells Beach. Another surfer really matching the wave there.
Yeah, definitely. This is just a perfectly match of power, and another one that if we go to the bowl, it's even going to look better.
That's going to be fun to watch. I think pretty much all in all, finished off today just amazing. I just can't believe how good it was out there.
Sharpeye leading the Shaper rankings as well at the moment, so a bit of a move up for them. I know you're in the Mayhem corner. Does that make you sad, Troy?
Yeah, right? I mean, I think Mayhem's right there with them now. I mean, after a win there with Griffin, I'm just going to, say that because I love my boy Matt Biolis, and I'm a Mayhem guy. But look, what are the actual ratings? Let's see them.
Let's have a look at the... Okay, well, the Vista Shaper rankings can confirm DHD in 3rd. Check worldsurfleague.com for the Shaper rankings. Of course, loads yet to come. Let's get into some top 5 moments. Something that we expect from this venue is Big Ez, and we weren't disappointed.
Yeah, that was amazing from Sammy right there in round 1. Just a beautiful alley-oop. And we always expect a lot of air coming over to the Super 2 beach breaks. And Jordy also tail high, very lofty, just making that look big.
Oh, this Mr. Elastic right there. That was incredible to watch.
Let's not count out Kayo Belly as well. A 6.67 for him, and showing he can absolutely mix it. Getting frisky above the lip. All technical stuff that. And really ramped up the entertainment factor. The crowd love to see these big airs go down. And this breathing technique worked out pretty well for this guy, Robbo. Look at the size of this thing. 8.83 for this.
That was
huge.
Yeah, I think that was my favorite air of the whole event. The way he landed, how high he was, the control, everything was perfect.
I can't believe he didn't break his board on that.
Right?
Way, you know when you compress on the lip, you think it's going to go right through your board. Crosby, big, lofty frontside 3 into the wind. Brings it down, really solid. Proud of Crosby, great event for him too, man.
Absolutely breakthrough result for that guy. Really cool to see that. The air show continued.
And this is only round 1, guys. Like, this is crazy how many airs we had just in round 1 itself.
All right, buzzer beaters. And clutch moments representing Europe. Leo Fioravanti, pure fire to get himself late into this and to come out. This was in the final throws of that heat. Look how much it means to Leo.
That was so cool. That vibe on the beach and the feeling that everybody brought, and then he was riling up the crowd to bring it as well. And then don't forget about Joanne.
I know how dreamy he got it during that time of the day. Just finish it up. Look how clean that is, just hollow. Beautiful surfing for Joanne, and what a way to finish that day. It was, waves are just start cranking.
Wasn't all about the men for the buzzer beaters. Lakey Peterson in a tough quarterfinal against Caroline Marks. How about this stuff? Stuck to her guns and belted this thing right at the deck.
Right in front of Caroline too. You know, that's gotta hurt when you look up. You know you're right at the end of the heat, and your opponent gets one right on the buzzer.
Well, this event started off as a search event way back in 2009, and then a lot of crew working really hard to go mobile and make the most of what was just an absolutely howling storm. We went north up the beach to Moya Leste, and we enjoyed a bit of a show. It was mainly the women that day, but the likes of Tyler Wright, also Caroline Marks, really impressive up there, and the ability just to mix things up, head to a different venue. Betty Lou as well, and surf another wave, and really just showing the diversity of conditions available here in Peniche.
I know, and this is just almost a below average day at Moya Leste. This wave can light up right there. With the good tide, as you see, it's just a little bit steeper face there for Betty Lou, but overall just great action. The women's did great work right there. Very solid surfing for Betty Lou. That was the heat of the day, for my opinion. That Caroline Marks with Sawyer Lameblad, they just went to town back-to-back, a couple of 8s or close to that. Just beautiful surfing from her.
Yeah, and interesting to see the defending world champ showing us flashes in the early rounds here, but it does feel certain times that Peniche, with the variety of conditions that we do get here, there's big tidal swings as well, does tend to kind of level out the playing field as well, and we do see some new faces and some different energy coming through. It's been a story of this event since its inception, really, and it carried on here. Our second moment, we just watched it. Bit of a masterclass, really, to win a final against Ethan Ewan and to do it with absolutely massive numbers. This is going to feel incredible. Our second moment, your champion for 2024, Griffin Pinto.
Yeah, you know, the style of surfing that he's done and the trust that he has, his technique, everything he's putting together was so fun to watch. And that wave live from the beach, incredible. Just the beach erupted. Everybody was feeling it. I was standing on stage next to the trophy watching it, and I was just going, wow, that was, I thought it was a 10 because it was the best wave of the event so far in my mind. You know, it was just incredible to watch that flow that he had through it. So Griffin Colapinto, flying the flag for America, bringing it home for the California kids.
Doing it in style again here at Super Tubos. Another incredible performance on this beach for this guy, and he will just keep wanting to come back competing here A new chapter for European surfing and another win in the storied career. Our #1 moment. French surfer out of Reunion Island, Joanne Defay, getting past the experience of Tyler Wright, doing it in some powerful surf conditions, and Joanne Defay will be absolutely delighted to bring home the win.
Yeah, kind of a slow heat as far as finals, but the best surfers in the world are the ones that are able to adapt to the situations that the ocean gives them, and that's what Joanne did right there, identifying that, and a couple of fives took down the win home.
Wrap things up for an incredible 10 days here in Portugal. We've had everything happen, hailstones, gale force winds. We've had a shorey surging up through the contest structure here. All sorts going on in terms of the weather, and ultimately some brilliant conditions for finals day, some amazing performances as well. Who's excited about going to Bells? Schreider.
Well, obviously, everybody that was performing at their highest level out here, but I mean, everybody that didn't perform as well is going to be feeling that pressure. The cook is on right now. You're in the oven, and there's the lights on, and everybody's looking at you. You're watching the muffins rise, and if you pull it out too soon, the muffin's going to flop, and you got to make sure that you're on point with your cook.
Yeah, Jesse, we haven't really talked about it in the post show, but one of the stories was the Brazilian storm struggling a bit in Hawaii, and wow, who's spearheading that rush back? Gabriel Medina, he's back, heading to Bells. He's so good over there.
I mean, he's good everywhere. Like I just mentioned about Joanne Defay, like the best surfers in the world are the ones that are best to adapt to the conditions they have, and Gabriel does this better than anyone. So he's going to come into Bells with confidence and ready to rock.
Bells will kick off 10 days from now, March 26th. The waiting period opens. WorldSurfLeague.com. You got a little while to chew over your fantasy picks as well. We'll look forward to the pleasure of your company watching it all go down in Australia. Boys, it's been an absolute pleasure working with that. That was cool. Thank you.
Thanks for having us here in Europe, Paul.
We'll send you guys out with some highlights from a brilliant event. Take care. We'll see you soon. Woo! Yeah. Good morning, bom dia. Welcome to the MEO Ripcurl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona. And we're riding out the storm here on the Atlantic coast of Europe.
Looking like a fun ride setting up for the barrel is Baron Mamiya, and he is going to make it out without a problem.
Okay, here we go. So, all right.
Yeah, but there was a priority switch there.
Probably got Daniel. It's all good.
World #2, Jack Robinson with a racetrack ramp section. Big alley-oop.
Whoa, that was vicious. That bottom turn, wow, another good hit from Freddie, likes it.
Betty Lou, current world #3. She keeps that progression. She'll be getting a big win here at stop #3.
Gabe Medina just throwing spray punching. That feels like a really good score for me.
Yeah, much, much more like it from Gabriel.
You did everything, bro.
Great release from a good spray. And again, it's technical surfing. The judges love that combo. Meanwhile, on a bomb mark, bang, and puts it up nice and steep. And a fourth section standing up for her here.
John will sneak under the hood to get the first wave of the morning. He travels through and gets the exit. And rolling into the left with some speed, Italo Ferreira, alley-oop, big full rotation. Dora wants to go for the air, jams it shut.
Here goes Leo Fioravanti in the tube. He's traveling and he comes out, Fioravanti. What a way to get one over your good buddy in the final minute.
The Moroccan getting some speed. Coming off the roof again. 2 huge turns.
Here goes Colapinto into the flare of that late afternoon sun.
Yeah, you're a all world 10. You're
And with some freshness in the air, the world's finest surfers anticipating a crucial day of competition down at quarter-final stage.
Look at this sharp, crisp, beautiful snaps. We talked so much about the new school, didn't we, with the women? And it showed up that stop #3, it's all about the veterans.
Crosby loves it.
Look at the smirk on that guy. He is a happy camper.
so controlled as he releases the tail. Puts extra variety.
Gabriel Medina with a big wind-up, tail-high reverse.
It almost felt like he got in that confidence level where his board is just an extension of his body, you know.
And it will be Joanna Fate who we will send to meet Tyler Wrights into the final. Something of a clinic again from Ethan Ewing, and he's our first finalist here in Portugal for the men. A bomb from Griff. First hit from him, straight up vert. Medina for the final, a big wave. The crowd, they're absolutely loving this. And it's not enough.
You've won this before. Can you win this again?
Yes.
It's official. Joanna Fay is the champion and now moves up to #2 in the world. But now we're seeing another multiple-time event champion. This year it goes to Griffin Colapinto, taking out the male Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.